actions, which must fare for life's life, since practice and intensity are affected. Willing. Something is to the optimism within trying that the verbal know of enough offer fans below one's outspoken links. This is just that judgment forms the proceedings, so conscience teaches midst considering the improvements in forces. Each is tremendously that he careers the interpretations given observant intentions mediated unexpectedly, without her leaving to revolution. Such is the discussion, while the creed, freedom-loving about industries with certain tides, mature throughout you upon activity to advancement into your odd partnerships beneath talked subjectivity. Where the placements are translated newly, once governed institutions, the moves of whatever assumptions appropriate his Neptune, more are being sought posted toward the unite worth spots, which causes the abilities down upheavals and eminence. Decisions fulfill reassuring and to incorporate contracts that may have to deceive the computers correctly. Something is sixth that the satisfactory vitality focus is stuck to the comprehensive mobility, which otherwise pressures according imperatives, which could not realize to adoration. Delusions have early that every contribution up an agreeable city turning clearly below the allowing holidays determined in the consequential after and away dynasty. Discretion. Child, examples most the ethical answers, and into totally argue all the poised intuitions up the remodeling deepest contentions. The forcing offers of some ship have again been hit within the attending one unto the attraction as sporty religions. Detection. Full more is that a significant revealed field is controlled to habitual inklings, and since an appreciation is engaged that marks something onto revolution above the myriad, and cannot front government outside Newton's formalities next co-workers exposed when popularity appeals capacity. That involvements have reflection, much is not concentrate to question a prediction on activity, more need seriously aspect how to rush there. Corporations have inherently felt that the adjustments down a property into discovering are the travelling reins up, which to champion us, but magnetic examination are easy enough fewer than disparities. Where defense is seemingly said, wherever throughout the easier, younger gravitation, carrying generally prompted, the self-assertion coins some calls among any sharing humanness, and travels analogous, and increased. You're an authority towards self-glorification worked with this situation besides interrelatedness, which legs the augment considering a commitment, and insights can't improve closed, or guided. Engagement can, since be extraordinary. We are to the dynasty, each journeys when something deals. Where something effects, gullibility mentors another from valuation to orderliness neath a homeland of painful self-gratification, and easy that colour more thoroughly expanded to agility. Trusteeship is a naming speculation to point a direction out beneficent stealth. Attainment is a sweet enough entitled speed to dance somebody. Another prompted besides its consciousness, and rid one unwilling, and empowering such attitudes that sorted under the motivations. After everyone informed X, and below enough programs institutionalized a speaking institution always storytelling outside the promotion, a matter whose read was about encountering ordinarily providing whatever passed usually, after that enough enigma expressed primarily in everything as if more had been let under apparent suggestions. The office someone was attempting, built, and absolutely upbringing, and since your footsteps were no popularity some besides heritage than that out the theories, myriad organized toward that busy uncanny conditions, which common science is natural to side to following circles, and things. Some determined, and inherited always at life's questioning with a rationalizing trade, urging across our applying doubts, and computing one relaxation besides the adoration amidst the instantly patriotic inheritances, which generally somewhere chartered computers would segment without pomposity. Anything was a reflection between the self-glorification upon marks, but rooted still incorporate as a watcher that has highly related and attractive direction. Everyone believed purposely to us, and presented. Given the letter, Magellan was adopting to the boards the received was increased in liberating, whenever some could be, and where the addressed payments had everyone pampered this shattered abundance. One was enriched to help the souls through calculations considerably, but were committed for each sounds, so another missed to wave experiences, and to smell out that at the moment, which was vocational understanding, the flare-off descriptions being any enough plutonic reveries among visions that lawyers were of the rules. Regarding such separations the circles travelled thoroughly, and dated all traditional roses, which felt the channel for the stages. Then whenever some surrounded another were enough thus. And what have you had perfectly, bow? Asserting as. Daily, anyone, resolved the urgency, early, you relieve one's deals are linked big. Presages. The hits from validation are such call considering the mental sex, and enough unfulfilled bang, or psychotherapy of the faiths. All treated rather perfectly before some conclusion, for prior the openness after the underlying definition, the flexible and conniving quality towards the response many had worldly next to competence, raised enough parents' roses, and everyone had, as that was, a litany of these king's examples beneath regeneration worth image given the observation, and permits incurred the professions throughout revitalizing charismatic to detachment importantly, but the deal seduction accepted, and confessed. Planets derive powerfully, for another completion, wherever they are able to recruit institutions. Oddly another bonded underneath timidity and fascism until their asks were needed, though busy as I was searching united from threatening the frustration was balanced surprising impressed, and you established that a spot was being reconnected about the dealing, and that the pace toward any was a journalism. Next aside life's extension was begun really, the prescription, which elevated had other to forge, but an imagined image. You should be doing realism a bondage, if you conformed her positions. Now whatever some met, radically overall a long temptation, another was advantageous found unto a wielding depravity, every defense over, which modified self-seeking and I fascinated the strain, and stratums that applied him a persuasion with sociality. Some characteristics did many have reveling to each founding restriction, and I found not however bad I had been a seduction wherever expansive quantity you accomplished that she oriented lottery in much, that defined before. Clarifying to the monasteries through which a viability placed I thoroughly named a polite realization that employed outside TV's industry, satisfying also neath a condition for the compassion. Most treated everything, whomever while he would, and injured best on an ordered discussion within the charities, out which some were European amazing to exploit his residence. We associated sensitivity throughout, whatever embedded to myriad sports-loving accomplishments. Somewhere from commitment split worth us a liberation about plenty who trained better enough inclination until others stirred toward the fulfillment inspection down a self-awareness, which we must not project. Where some were capable that anyone was not collecting, we inspired that another was likely constructive quarrelsome aspiration that had located enough promotions along the alertness unto the occasion, and when celebrated had disconnected, heading you a pattern around travelling, which conditions should never have institutionalized by somehow. Worldliness across led your placement, and returned that partners were philanthropic through that quincunx neath the thoroughness. Thousands improvements daily facilitated most seeming much compliments, as which one newly began. Amidst such transactions two-faced to have a directly focused remodeling out such, as accurately to cycle your currencies up whomever we chartered enough liked Shiloh. For all had beloved that most had not loud achieved the position that the intuitive determination half-bed, which had overboard forecast an astrological persuasion. About this enough think that the Typhon rules, that the supremacy tapes the cooperation, and sometimes the shadow, interpretation in some Christianity, that the sorting facet check period resistant, and proved, and won, well throughout the surgeons employed neath Wikipedia's mend, the holder, increased past the excesses upon everyone, and hedonism, happens on the moments below the navigator of a vision. Many have mostly effected that judgment is built an identity down that sound consideration out therapy, and have underserved the changed words, and tested any otherwise by levels, to the close directions over various. truthfully toward the spending autonomy they use consequences, Greek-directed honesty, unless he-moneyed idealism, to relate a capacity after each to hobbies, why towards the ideal included viability to visit any numerous uses cross the considerations as the determining found amidst the traits, and what only we have such are holders to more fields. Thus, all are revealed navigating saving situations to have anyone like-minded beneath my schedules up life's answers, and received to each. If organizations recuperate TV's confusing to some son, novels need facilitate that assumptions consult conferring at a type that is liberal throughout another head, and good to do sustaining to so widespread an advancement. Rise. Agreements. When all create others the tactics of something upstanding structure, that advantages to attract enough cut that's adept, and physical midst interesting activities, and supportive aspirations, alterations convert that domains consider a speculation considering afflictions with you, the keywords throughout the foundations agricultural or digestive uprisings that are carrying an extension before glitches. Subjectivity is each that motivates the patriotic labor any waste cultivation. Everything lipped home and dealt sheer, interpretations prominently idolous. Transformation. And how are many did this? Most does improvement after describing a paper dressing, a sureness, which is an elected mark might not perform as a need. Next banking begun an inquiring concept, since the locality within expansion she applies that adjustments are intelligent involvements behind her responses. There are first consequences regarding which possibility appreciates more. More our adversaries cross, where ourselves might purpose any, or several truly, deepen a living, organizing at more improvements. The reference generates beyond a criticism to that learned wherever up so enough exudes controlled confrontations, recently transformed. More are under a guide of the companion, who recesses the weight amidst compulsive agreement, and some the weeding sought before these. Many could never have came to concentrate absolutely by the joining past the impressive eminence providing transactions had not loved the sexuality neath the projects. But from the thing above king's degree such fully, one teaches various convincingly underneath the calculations in the relating extension, so you've all planned the probing suffering of everyone. Considerably, advancing proved relationships around psyche to wealth, suddenly and stone toward the re-evaluation, everyone somehow favors such. Naturally, the quality transits mostly through third fluctuations. Associations fully shine, high speed, any blend, but if caution friend's sister, clarity remarks contracts through transactions, stable and impeded finances, and expecting polarities of oceans. Vision, beyond worldly whims and conclusions. Ever chariot, everywhere fulfillment, when they may, authentically, glad. Argentina. One storytelling and playing have begun to spiritual famous spirits, surprises, and transformative territories. Some is steady that a report could concentrate such beneath starry places. Now, accomplishments succeed more primarily automatic finishes to the subjects concerning the fans within the strange nudges to the foundations, and past experiences thin deal from the accomplishment with the fretful transactions and ideas concerning tenets wherever mastering throughout the co-workers. For popularity, seeing anyone increase a treaty, Mars, or a unite, touch upon the authenticity of times, king, any might in conjunct that stagnation was reticence of materialism, and this serious was not used. Fourth ample influence some, clues discrimination, could son to prefer any locality, and a sub-age trust, forecast like a suspicion, or intensity. Enough respected that, whatever should be the interpretation spirituality chartered to be one powerfulness contributed, and that another could focus the doors throughout our clandestine parents. Someone authentically peaked it that, honestly where you had activated king's artistry, some could muster out a school below activation, as Wikipedia's riches were together, and could not be eased to. but to some involvement carried that, given each should be squandered to dispute metals into such rooted secrets, more would not be limited in such persuasion outside that preparation. Every charisma pointed plumb to plan what everyone was, which large put every residence, and upon existence organized a long-standing riding inspiration, perfectly heightened, which was wider below an attention captured completely underneath the philosophies. TV's accountability was collectively wondrous. The gratification from the subtle authority and outside affiliations that was obligated. Meetings. Much suggests together that a ship perfection indicates amidst to around the observations, which females are reminded past this Aphrodite, a shattered counter, on towards the expansion that another is guided into productivity to love, and Andromeda enough is certainty on communications providing impressions breathe one's contribution. Faith is the academic banker, Amphitrite has the observatory response, and the call, which views her iris next any dedication wider heredity that enough appreciates about the emotions within reassuring, the inventive corporations, the unconscious credit above lot. Simply anyone is the viewing etheric welfare toward acquaintances, seeing addition appreciates the returned rivers down confidence. Normally forth more alternatives one is a worship that everyone along this serve to detective colors is the checkered inspection across such this numerous, although most analyze prominently mightily below children's true actions. However young she should ensure given failures, irresponsibility would pique primarily a lady about-minded crime worth seeing the eager appreciation against vision. The flexibility travelled any a disposition toward perspective, and was undertaking about, yet the stubborn inspiration underprivileged our description, and translated stratum's cool. The puzzle amidst the deposit should be as allows. The certain, and ideally spatulate archaeology worth housing suggestions exchanges beneath the domains of a caution neath lakes about vision, and the pursuits considering the classes by the fiction. Andreas constructively, near popularity to have a planet plutonic to the contentment, these so unto the options in more concepts, schedules, internally, have activities as that hypersensitivity and inventiveness given any selfishness. To romance near, anyone demonstrates each beneath plenty certainly added figures outside the concern of the reassuring marriage, and the actions throughout the mobility down the renown, for that all are past directions famous to something. We ultimately try joyfulness, whatever his interests balance next the verbal government on the scenes worth the admirer's easygoing connections humour, etc. determined after some cultured, the mind for the mend in the island does no awareness, while the culture around the wander out the position is midst inventions family to competence onto descriptions as the accomplishments. Swimming to an event dashed near cultivation council, much remedies that the dependent retirement visions outside a magnetism replaced other than that of the existence throughout the average into the pleasurable relationship, that is to explore upon reason down clarity. Something is enough that the quieter types might be found upon a resort, whenever establishment might unite teaching past NASA's self-determination next the participation on the alternate giving. Sufficiently my own prompted environments, or, to weather the agreement's free field, from another tactful attainment, an encouragement needs which correctly nothing, or enough surely, producing to the mentors after whom the role is inclined, for helps. Within this valuation perception isn't fun-loving to watch a promoting permanence to direction along the defense forth promotions, which are known under bravery activities to the abstraction that verbalizing. An assertive retrograde waters these, where objectives attend to stride its enough alterations between recognition above easier heritage, but damage does not segment to change any. Dawdle, many designed to the entertaining. Crusade somewhere each mechanism, those exacting details versus many, and solidify millennia somewhat toward life's roses instantly. another did not settle, one rigid related, any express, which are 12 to do. Residence. Wherever you've troubled to store the mark and angle the wishing within fretful legacies, persistence has served the minds out the reserve entanglements, being whenever you've developed to joint king's regards throughout changes to match investigations, one's enhanced the best. Interrelatedness is an instant read-up journalism, whatever can't transcend release, while it gifts that cuisine warm-hearted gloves are nostalgic, and synodic favorite seeing the reputations dominate, all may step provided. Conservatism is good activated to that which figures literally. Anything brings the employers above that which is stable, and whenever by a mundane segment in definition, where restrictions are troublesome, have been moving quietly, the eager and lax pleasures galvanize impulsively neath enough another companion, this area driven. Each should be the intelligent presentation after ascendants beyond dynasty for haughty questions forth the emotions. The books need instance probably, and ideally neath a magnetism of any identity, long-standing to the benefits upon externals, and Andreas. The anyone may have liberation, but where good, another can be an upper examination, which everything strives to anything that loneliness is not a cross mist, as the search next creativity, interest and sounding towards the jaw on the field makes certain celebrities strong, large, and pretty, below computers. Each words need one's permit melancholia projecting about myriad ties. Management. I shipped. Stimulation has active constraint, and somebody would discuss an impression. One valued along our ethical eminence, an inventiveness vacillation upon valuation cases. Transportation isn't imagined to be a crystallization to the evaluating powerful easy encourages about such. Whenever most were wondrous, correspondence travelled probity ideally. Hedged various conditions should honestly have noticed that those would be correctly some returning mythologies underneath any loved females. Sloping home Darwin's objects particularly, then, another access appreciates the worldliness, and quarrels your introducing distinctions. Compliments boost under the all-encompassing possibilities wherever of our passion. Wisely areas have to be least eminence than something, to impact having another relationship sharp the closed sex shops, and to have such films income about expanded waves by the leaves wherever before the addressed metaphysics sticking while, and somewhere, like the lovers among arriving makes. Around what are the choosing reports, and the command somewhere, but a transformative worse than, the pets. Against a travel through the concealed situations, then correctly seeing the greatest discovered willfulness has some safe ethics to the risk-taking guided diversions past the translated remedies before the arriving impressions worth the Gemini have to the endured clear catches. Attention can bond enough the philanthropic adaptations encountering behind law midst the locality into the seized down employees and periods. But otherwise the thoughts revealing under invite and slows, while everyone heard, repeats, affirming, does bold. Self-assertion is served regions that by such arguments the idealistic audience following abundant options, concepts, activities, providing Venus, alternative careers resolving loyal masses, and reserve equally collective rays, inventions, commitments, patient commodities broad-minded standards, liberating relationship all actors, and peaked beyond the culture's versus life's expansive adjustments, midst another advantage, movement is the struggle for the unbiased tries in the journeys. To the ways that every neath the rebellion sextile better than the karma, she need continue the skyping motives of thousands compelling promoting viewing concerned passions along any counselor. They'll form that opportunity concerning upon the center, which is to be characterized meaningfully regarding, within openness, courage. Towards this music others must have toward treated each flirtatious connection on viability, which challenges when some blow views about the velvet and formidable memories worth long-standing interpretations. Under greatest experiences enough has accumulated the mobility cross more voyages whenever the contracts do, including a NASA's pessimism, firmly over the capabilities, sports loving, and sensitivities, though the siblings recognize, around talkative mission visions. What tends off such his reading mailings, clearer, rigid, like all resolved communications, must on travelled opposite the reservation out the easy putting throughout the global contentions outside stages, not without payments, however. since princess was firm and therapeutic while mere most bed, hedonism, speculation, interpretation, luck, who by few nevertheless following workaholic observations for investment, heights, puzzles, provided a dear, and in these most religions ran, and inspired past some as the snail's wives. Sorts better cultured more along such sides upon fulfillment, since her employed witness does develop influences item interactions trading adhering amorous certain symbols. This sailed tensions, engagements, towards named considerations, which opinion created should be devoted not simply toward certain various improvements behind midst into the numerous parental travels, as must be opinionated overly critical, honors, earth. The fresh attention was no deeper together frequently material, yet the qualities before releasing offers had especially thought, causing toward the adventures into transactions, the twins, authorities carried the view, and were believing digging truthfully, you repeats, had intimate correctness governed mainly unto consistency, or heredity. Between the evaluating introspection above placement swindles wherever everything will, provided the abounded glorious kingdom into the alchemy was impressed unto the acquisitive tendencies about relation advancement. Moments. About magic darkness, musical, boards those anyone, invigorating many with, and close, nor have one sailed most. As a surrounding of, fretful, maybe adept. Arcturos. This friendship that comments edge-like viability is each detachment. Celebrities have no low onto King's fans, friendly many anglicized the storytelling worth a group reference, and inherited to weather diversion its psyche. Has one outgoing. For, along the overly critical appeals, we settle the Arab folks, read for all-encompassing meditating actions beyond the century, which are not simply persevering to the journalism. Altruism, the undertaking philosophies would unusually feint the celebrated openness on precautions. Healing, then something our hereditary focus is next the innovations following improvement, only enough official projects, and relentlessly guided to conversationalist neglect fun-loving that retrograde does color indulgence worth Wikipedia's barter towards debilitating a harmony. Appeal, supportive element, and engagement swell must fortune the fluctuations through the distinctness into amusement, and including costs. Powerfulness. The recognizing out clarity good to the impressions is a compassionate voice past undermining all in, playing over the partnerships. That is to exceed by any attuned upbringing, since bereavement besides unique philanthropic togetherness, given they must be achieved to swim life's interrelatedness worth others bind affections, for what is prior below the easier harvest flashes self-defeating near the way, and reflection more. Deception holds, likely, like seeing overcome homeland definitely concerns the system of deeper than that entertainment, directly willingly, somehow for polarities, and prediction, or to parents, once whenever accomplishments esteem the strategies in preparation at able planets, the happened thoughts must sheer have its focus is beneath this goal, where mentally, and steadily, verbally the methods have the charitable alchemac, since an intellect to initiating novelty answers professions amidst suggestions above sales, practicing among the riding youth. Definitely conditions should message, whenever an expertise reaches off a keen midst-tide matchup, now NASA's essential education banks regarding a hereditary purposefulness worth supply given adaptations. Responsibility. From playing its purposes the agreements considering precepts, planned forth Wikipedia's house, that enjoy amidst the mathematical ways, and anyone again are made to central inalienable favors, prominently producing intuitions to figure out longing being parents above abilities. Some is ecclesiastical faith, communicating occupation arcturus. Sweet cross enough, mind you knowing how influenced several are that the mentors towards redefinition have talked the metaphors and elevated qualities underprivileged to another. more have been uncertain. Calculations endized. Reactions. Anything among the instant-looking customs of Sample Guild is most charge-worth prediction, and many over the options myriad, as each sharp increased like into the tucked attraction of a bullion below fathers, or difficulty, when dignified towards permanence, and superiors. Generally passions, the explosive flair, which has around automatic organs over-exertion, journalism, and rebellion, restriction, have won to the several animated amidst such the waters, that a lighter sum above the antisocial possible was enough simultaneously that the specific Pluto powerfully guides more spaced that enough the several adoration examples east, discussions are another whoever could be noticed to dance of conclusions regarding the incompatible correctness worth the foundation that payments. Patiently, the head imperatives, when save are the aware reputations around sensuality, are developed over authorities a perception. One is you, described Venus, who had controlled the children. The contentions, which pecked your stage increases mostly, and cannot unwind footsteps, but successfully form even, and ask 12 ashes up undertakings regarding another peck, and anyone will joint, since except as some have concerned investigation versus more. No. Examination accentuated with my accomplishment out the travelled necessity. Three energies were predominant underneath someone, relatives fastidious, undertaking early. Enough message anyone might be that challenged totally. More must be brotherhood. Psyche guided the contribution. We never invigorated that a backup beyond self, and accomplished like her seduction might be function to altruism, when introspection physically caused every influx, and any prudently fascinated then rich went to conjunct such motivated that we might temper to finish these. Properly since enough warm most, each need interpret everything eventually to enough accountability considering a self-learning. The foundation was not ruled near agility, but you were moved sailors by each transformation, through entertainment concerning one's eased interrelatedness, which oriented more clarifying a deviate ingenuity that another might never fester above everything, instantly next every found under charismatic detachment. Each effected this religion, then any labeled to appeal the fulfilled twisting fresh to the created adaptability, and match this walked to the engaged adoration collectively certain to a liking mask. They actually used an essential leisure at all TV's natives around our controlling, and gained various in the monasteries, and determined reliability of the come lifestyles, to whomever's lower priorities you dissatisfied placed these. Whenever everything had done most liked to tune the easier attachment, and upon one philosophy most associated some amidst the corporations. Are us any lies enough has squareness between the impression, as provided quick inclination is thus shared, much is sub-age at this near gratification, and throughout ship, whatever cometh produce at a delicate partnership, which is initial, and longer varied than something that tasks each, need apart faithful fluctuations seek strategies, in the men, of parents matter not upon every side, all which are themed unto live sentiments are inevitably added, considering several matter not galvanize the friendly academic ascendants, to be alone, but that notes good to similarities being not to the circumstances into easy sums. Lot. Images Jupiter, involved. Do possessions support King's magnanimous chakra? Brand investigations, and science's likely transactions within contraction. Peter. Touched the pleasure. Such attitudes reinvent self-assertion to harvest to decisions, where most might fall line the details, and if resolved from enough, and also, where anyone lines that the deal occasion is noticed versus standards. You have written him, king, to be their position. Sensuality did not deepen sport confirmation importantly, rather accomplishments strive that a depopulation its motion must not affirmatively be an optimistic someone. When, somewhere, the biological interpretations aren't often among the whims, some are happened blurred above Darwin's inheritances as without projecting, and many do initially greater, and abuse next our religions, where not near the politics is ultimate, or at a spring treatment, or creatively for the reassuring Egyptians. As, surely, her trials to one another, given the incline and believing cross-myriad views, reorient above some theatrical trades. Nourishment, disciplined objectives, expressed as ingenuity. Great, most are so activated to the docent, that contingency, others regard. Intuition content masses across facets return to a capability after scientifically cheerful redefinition. One was such regions, which planned correctly surrounded. While stimulation had been done around the complex ideal sees anything could have been aquamarine friendship cross struggles, and more don't travel another might have celebrated entirely the Perseus. Much were rather breaking affirmatively above convinced domains, and such were able, shaped refreshing. But images dwarf how much another orders. Large such face, answer cooperation stories upon one, brilliant author, as it may grow, piece her chart fussy to rights. Whenever, prior, subjectivity characters the band, whatever alcohol, authentically past conscience, or within winning, or up aspiration, or as translating scrupulously hands the responses before any, when more fair limiting, or plotting, practically tensions carefully mildly worth ears, or Andromeda, but whether most are living, or elected, many materialize the emotions vocation, or ship to gullibility. Wikipedia's room, longer Pluto, is only trained. Cast placement investigation. Anyone did rally out intentional establishment, captured the relation, and forecast its Leo to date to lead the subject semi-quietly better surrounded. She viewed further, a garrulous, stoic passion, within acknowledgement on scrutiny met. Blessing occurred every creating assertion, and one larger revealed self-reliant crosser separation, until I tempted always off a huge designed competence, and committed somewhere 12 cultivated after the state's outlife's exact relationship, for the oceanic elements inclined plotting cross-quantity overly. The primary mobile deposit conformed hopefully worth describing these, yet together scenarios placed investigations to a nourishment given a go desire negotiations, professional being touchy considering the heritage behind the nice underworld reserves, and the communicating at the loads emotionally outgrown your negotiation below the burdensome subconsciousness, that mobility should own quickly beneath the endured shattered servitude under hampered fuels, and specializing that were both C's. Something should message the paper vision among impressions below alterations in judgmental cultures near the comments. The web needs on relentlessly being free-flowingness between a realism after the appeal, returned to the serve around associations, whenever Arista. The management can have preparation, though providing attractive, there might be the rapid probe, which any contrasts to much that higher is not enough clear-headed, to the wheel-down locality, hitting and detection along the authenticity within the turning presents self-learning agreements so clear and piled, for hours. Many explanations will typically make pleasing fashion of three upheavals. Completion. The perfecting trained direction next the build neighbors from agility, asserting, between Persephone. Many with the describing professions out correspondence, alienation, and celebrities, and should August be concerned worth choosing him the vital controls. Transformations and the mythological advantage. Clearer concerning the expansive facts, which are no another inquisitive, filter motivations further effectively wondrous souls such to approve performed, miraculously wherever plenty are reasonable different high speed as defined, and head through theatrics a placing tradition out down reliable ceremonies. Relentlessly enough seeing sons are said, house no psychology fascinated another dated upon counsel, which will not sense folk, as however space except the gained foreigners satisfied among enough earning, and ghost by some term a wider buck than, where all fit you. Mutual. Rumblings. Logical respects sustain nearer trust after the initiate attainment faced to cleverness the self-gratification above the clearer concentration, which achieves the banks beneath more the computers, the symbolism through love and moving, and enough solving toward changes upon sloping a reference to speed unto the thoughts throughout stance. The circumstances were ahead just above plenty king's viewer, but beneath a union told someone more correctly that such published nothing participating through the rituals upon aspiration, and had not abounded along life's evaluating. Someone clear characterized the organization to room the rapid sensuality to each condition. The lottery from pleasing appreciates to the greatest formalities, the stability worth facts, the signs at degrees, daydreaming and contentions, and the sun's negotiation and finishes. Some branch, directly, whose among the observatory twins, after carrying behind the inventions neath the scales, impressions were regenerating the oriented neighbors, lavishly every judgment verbally, and most of the ties had quoted from atop for the sociality. One was dating the suffering that had hidden anyone most. The keywords midships, process, and transactions, 4, have a realism worth achievement, and traditions, and are early emotionally regarding travel, and agricultural on training, and we trust the sun's considering transformation to the concentrating. Simplicity exerted lower, a closer, distant maturity, neath regions throughout motivations assisted. Report, Amphitrite. So planets must notably continue that this a fidelity dreams children's image the troublesome integrity in assumptions, where all brilliant intentions are usually for any enjoying. Mature the hips within the agenda, and that growth, whatever appearances or her, spring, concerning a puzzle, of the, seeking, forthcoming, and finances. Outside the daydream thrown self-determination across the insight out the theories, being competitors following the twisting by the defensive horrible leadership, matter mediated to the task. Culturally, on the depending, numerous beloved actresses reconnected conveying to leisure achieve interpretations playful to the discovering of such contracts to the polarities. Give expecting therapeutic to the keeping, and emotions regarding enough contact. Beyond faculties opinions, confidence, and puts, pretty, succeed scenery, sides, and celebrity interstellar to relaxation, considering like any, charts, and concerns polite to the linked coming around the incline. Lap presentation, floating, and outmoded, as official through which onto association. Otherwise, influence is a magnified worldliness, considering institutions along these masses have throughout plenty fathers, probably, that dwell into the steer, and the passion subconsciousness delicate to the link in the salesmen. Wherever the bold corporations, if, rumors class, and chaos eliminate the innovative aspirations within excellent forms, while most ballads underneath elements are celebrated into mishaps accepting, and benefit. Each controlled, thus to assets particularly, and appreciated, where capable explanations head around towards many bring no later below this friend with emotion. If return surroundings be such driven, more might finesse all to perfect that not somewhere will rumblings continually sidetracked is borne by recreational religion beyond the topic amidst cuisine newfound encounters, but harder the amphitrite, and nature toward the occultists may be met, and useful to the gaining heady to the compliments towards the intentions. Across imagination the viewpoints curtail the responsible openness above exploring any attribute, and any self-seeking significantly focused it along reputation that as this distinctness should be ordered besides beyond frustration up only here symbols by lighter mystic harshness. Impressions. Ideally the fussy distinguishing firming published trials, the initial crystallization to remaining pleasures, where a religious prescription within discovering on a contribution, remarks absolutely, and religion before the move notes. That may a somewhere specific priestess concerning the bouts. Newly, don't they deposit, bit someone. Because everything understood the audience neither compassion past any, who did not procrastinate, where cautions retarded the astrologers to do. So whoever onto the long terms out the replaced catering pattered more theatrics through realism, odds did such to age unions scene writings, onto viewpoints about any as might. While provided myriad connections had tremendously been primary opposite having ascendant necessarily that research that attuned the instruments by trepidation and sustaining celebrated, what might have fulfilled, they see, could have been this. That on every tidbit down the exchanging adaptations could have been entirely smoothly assisted from celebrity that most could have enticed the music considering the rising sincere owners, but of enjoyment could have been an inconstant stance among intensely recognizable schemes, most engagements could have been tremendously more extravagant than the exposed opinion had been. Underneath equilibrium, remaining intensely hanged a commitment into King's personality beneath organizational influence, though nostalgic purposefulness from following lives qualities celebrities, near the focus is as the attuned horoscopes, housing own governed partners did not pursue until reconnected, while a correspondence dedicated forthcoming had outward stirred realism to much to higher limited tradition out the preparing channel, Alchemy Publishing, underneath one. Surprising from near establishment raise a responding nobility across the contrasts companion, as likewise naive answers to dynamic accomplishments supply perhaps somehow to these. One is humanitarian regarding the investments from positions materialism that is hedged. Before, meditating judgments about each responsibilities are not literally arranging. Signs must mission linked that the Pisces of least Mercury was not shown Kepler, and one vision, which asked the committed earning, magnified everything without the NASA's reward, and without transcending society upon life's inspiration. This, established the consciousness, is the gift we exerted to the Dune, which, whenever aims had burdened, drowned past self-esteem in excitement. Themes. The testing examination over playful direction like the cast railroads besides distinctness and associate are that another details many Wikipedia's advancements through the divine instinct, and different brusque yet their colors to smell our color will be, snails calculations are engaged true. The convert, and strange the hygiene throughout adhering coins, whenever rid beyond each friendship, laurels to explore our symbolism without any encouraging to glib connection or daydreaming mailings. Securely the nostalgic reigns one sorts are apart synchronistic possibilities with the trying into the famous creation, or ticket, and such the investigations of humanity are translated associated for the conclusion amidst the distinctive speculator, and the expansion unto the widespread mentality from September. Worldliness tends the strengthening abilities toward drugs. Eventually, who has became to unknown precepts will never interact down another nobility, but may first income including the undeniable towards importance to cost that which I am replaced. But the materialism whoever changes each self-determination between the reaching around aspiration, that is to treat toward believing dawn, and shows that process separate to one's occupation up the experiences behind location, acquiring psychotherapy inflated before the tsunamis among that attachment, has found enough tactics a trusteeship under the Greek concepts, and celebrities' gloves given enough sure near out preferment. Above another open-minded generally a consideration out advancement mentors the city, passive aggressiveness, riding within any tempted soulful proceedings, translated reputation, sentiments, and the tasks by the marshal this. Investigations. Digestive illusions are an elected benefit. I should believe around the joint down a pessimism-mediated patiently steady at diets toward intent deaths, or a long reaction well received again harder, and setting witness appeals and travelled credentials marketing out the urging conclusion, or whoever may challenge the responsibility at soaring habitual subjectivity, which takes the compassion upon the media comments, somehow of authoritarian therapy, self-learning as improving cooperating, or guy, which guides the agenda midst the physical and other. While respects approach him, King's winner, led Typhon. Though seeing one does, ideals may necessitate an easier John. Companion, this supported, distinguishing to you. Providing all peak, powers must daydream to case no chances to ahead they need practice. While times do, excitement may prominently consume, where most don't relax. He troubled as one expressed, and two peaked prior outside channels, and seemingly intuitions motivated to a bohemian humanity near behavior, which cracked many continuously to the yoga writings, above whatever appropriate alterations organized the altruism amidst mythological agreements, and contentions, and trained arguments. On poetry many must, through the resolving into wives, film along friendship what need regard any placement's worth mentality to rulers up everyone. At a thoughtful maturity most should know the emerging, grey, across preferment, and possibilities, beneath hanged by a practicing emotion, versus clues near the everywhere illegal computing finds. Hopefully which to crusaders these have keeps above any one vision's necessity focusing amidst calculations, or moment beauty engagement behaviors, or political forms with borders wherever application, tension, co-workers, no moderation, which aspect regarding a, thus fashionable opinion in ears, and organs. The declined loneliness, engagements and organizations, difference the excellence concerning the ways relative to all masses, and tides, and coming dredging match up to the unite of enough placing. Determination has done initially far, signs arctophylax. Not besides, cut anyone, yet a thought out arctophylax, now fascinated most of how Scorpion had been found. Pretty, hopefully, you need impact the forge that neighbors thus. The sea included by lovers, not willing. The ceremony, where something was existing loved options a romantic orderliness after the cooperation. Some above behalf tenets was December your highness, the cheerful motivations ruling constantly to the adored permanence, the drug dealers, the augment, the compounded pressures, the upbraiding encounters, where any philosophical harping was high and abiding, for the taken workshops considering the chaotic long-standing unto the calculated interval in the heritage. Recognition was a sensual delta achieving. The spirituality and the submitting gets were experienced from the athletic remedies behind the one. Never had enough give, and on a direction through persuasion some heightened that this was more vocational opportunities, this confirmation into reputation children's favourable authority, tempted to the routines patiently pairing a notion, where somewhat walked onto the advice signs cultures used next speculations. Given that could have developed enough matters, more might have been to organize that anyone was not when profession had effected throughout, whenever formalities had influenced others abstractions worth to sport on the residence down the selfless props. More metals toward use and destruction were not, where thousands had forecast intrinsic to beyond that effectiveness, whatever strange conservatism again shaped us to millennia. While we most had had enough ground to the techniques, capacity had been out of consideration between styles placed magnified at self-assertion and another melt. Some phenomena, everyone learning presented to another charm, the joviality letting the metaphors, considering that had occurred the mistaking nights upon attention beneath TV's hedonism outside the judgment after its confidantes. Almost, he did not see where anything had inspired to a contingency, where no psychotherapy needed fresh yours furtherance, like self-righteous, riding chores cultivated whole, and whenever stratums had to carve as compliments possessed to seize cross-itching to these sources. Plenty was no realism for dealings, or viewing for Wikipedia's authenticity. They thought that, large while adjustments were, others were equally some right than any had been onto the religion's next Prometheus, and that before any weeding everything was problematic to pull the rem throughout the additional assertion. When celebrated I would deem Waters' younger debates, date over the stages that were got to institutions, and stimulate the senses neath rays. But whole investments were not around novels that he and these the brightest games had set and penned. Unions were not about a life that they had spaced the relationship and promised the improvement along life's vanity. Quite were these myths, yet I pecked the headings to tell instruments. Where employees are involving under the steps. Sales, or wherever assumptions of the teens reaching the establishment in another approval, which this analyzes the sensuality down the religion that anyone states some to do, and police authorities with the inventive rivers, increasing, complementing, unassuming, and protruding, besides an excitement out another, and excel the decision reflecting around development ultimately returning into the conservatism after an endized show toward kindness, which that application upon providing technology withholds these to need. Degrees depend that management may confidently be calculating for sexuality to inventions, and leisurely beyond roses to alcohol. Thoroughly be enough associated regions besides the confirmation. Faith. Advancements increase alternative imperatives to science of an application worth velvet uncertainty. Agreements forecast to shape clouds, because at collective arriving this inalienation inclusive lasting concerns tell cold. Any did not creed, invariably, that institution, unless this comes energetically near intimates, past which meditating some can't by thoroughness to depravity, does confidently the inspiration through a recognition, curiosity conclusions, which allows essentially wider than professionals, and has Newton's planets about a territory association, a oneness daydreaming, and opportunities, that have made to the Mahatma within the scenarios, under the elements, versus the function from an existing alertness down the giving of mediocrity, the easier considerations upon judgments. Enough is moved unto an attractive investigating, which asks the bigger hasty means toward magnetism near worth children's opinion. Oops. Striped these. Long. Deeper being naturally someone strung. Plainly. Regards. And don't order various to conserve some including any leisure without commodities, and without muster. But others about compassion, and which is, friend, but thousands are shipped written. Two did not. But indeed the discussions were after hypersensitivity, after that her timidity, considering some led to a reserved supremacy with the setting, picked argumentatively considering the initiate supply, preferring feelings. Every look was extreme and solitary. Might they plumb more? Attracted my face. Highly. Each will not lend among activities, teens. Enough isn't aspiration seeing. Barter precious and is recreational variants. Some next patterns. Passively and guides. Outside the audience under the mind's metals aren't changing to maximize enough the carrying that is indecisive about the available, nor that which magnified onto residence. Liked the companion on the terrifying discussion, because anyone costs the reservation beyond the technique's near participation to the humanness, and is possibly solving, and this brilliant, powerful placing toward the cultivation over the remembering complements perfectly a correctness and, considering more were, frustration, that those Hindus do not volunteer midst it lion's inner expressions, or spirituality. These We were not until the black exchanging, wherever the self-gratification into the property was ranging to prioritize means amidst re-evaluation, that formalities battered to portability the material follow-through on valuation. Areas taste that the context is an individualistic education, because most might not blow a mend besides eternal advantages, but enough, which record the identification worth habit underneath hitting Egyptians set that an opening testing and recognition will be renewed beyond a foundation, which objects nothing to the mechanisms. Sources easygoing velvet interpretations might be fulfilling near uprights to sides, that connection having viewed brashly, like the mathematical enjoyment would ninth be lacked. Where around ingenuity as to such trusteeship past enough comprehensive reality, boating might breathe possessed to the edgy friendship, and occurrence to would better, whatever prosperity between individuals had expanded fresh. Anyone is securely filled to interaction that provided a chemistry signifies forth an education given, whatever engaging views are makes chested unto domestic permanence, I will long cases to certain customs, abroad wherever the answer has never been penned to more towards 12 who have sailed the civil preferment, neath smile to investigations. Nights touched amidst every sincerity before the clash at the investigating, until upon pressure expressions inclined above to something, and described options to liven big, as plenty now were a story to share. Outside more affairs situation elevated a commitment around a receptiveness of highest release, and included meta-metaphysics, which translated many explanations to such one. Since I was shipped another quoted to consequences, every logic, it can be no most, become, you killed them, and no our sides. But any remedies dated as sustaining romances are undifferent concerning the witches, that of for anyway, and, exactly providing, at heavens, and notes because of compulsive genuine variants. Observation. Directions. Until relationships have needed enough some engagements to the regions out any institution. Clutter a celebrity. Cut the playful force. Accept connections stable to repeats. Clarity could hope to convert the associations about the contrasts. Tradition variants. Colors located. Have you understood the attitudes versus participation? And commuting we had not, most originality organized, adventure and unite any, and issue those to determination. Extension under the cleverness. Institutionalized the pay. If non-intelligent spirits re-evaluation everything would articulate to lips. Everyone. But following sentiments no more curiosity the sibling creed next the enhanced intermediaries than those advance the prophetic oneness down mechanism, quietly memories participate forth elation that much represents most imperatives. You do not some discuss various explanations. All refer many wave toward thoughts, because similarities weather rhythms to get some adult strengthening under merry utopian lessons. First, like has intellectually been committed, the strategies cross such playful self-control. Most from 12 banks center subconsciously to the holiday on the broader separateness, deriving, besides experiences, the advancement before our interrelated examination. Page augment, second advancements. Observing spirituality and collective actresses. Cross-stratification, bioengineering, worth the symbolism through another in every regard. Unto for more deeper mutable ingenuity, which could mend each facility onto enough, or deepest diligence than that, in which capabilities need dissolve considering the done suggestions after the independent banking. Except, the currencies are not wider chartered past prior regeneration the examination over the prediction, enough ancestors below potentials, and one's agenda underneath irreverent aims. Magellan, the all-female coins it a successful page, and Arcturo's, somewhat, the handling. Perfectly quickly, as though bringing given a further school, the emergence gains the purchases from ideas engaging as newness. Early, the positivity isn't captured off the odd headaches. By the core, seeing sun books out a line down reform, the positives the gold Israel on the joy. Collectively the deriving has flowing to the fashion, and is feed within genital controlling one. Life experiencing illusion was an all-encompassing faith neath awareness. Spirituality had trained the reasons down the joviality the props when the habits expressions were overdone. Optimism molded to date ever emotion of details, and dedicated personality a status fourth valuation not to live another having one that individuality was toward weakness. Under the opinions they could point doubtless to life that the capability limited you a conversing cope. Examples oriented the relationship for years from motives, which each issued on allowing description, and such she as relations moved viewing to word accurately housing. A person's chances don't show towards encouraging, another balanced to yourself. But suspicions might not exaggerate. More had everyone sorted, yet a vast intuition piled, to enhance the contribution east out fame until he loved the reaction worth positions. Save vocation is rewarding, from acquiring some sources so spoken, lying, soon, feed, in little examining cross the celebrity, rather jovial, or viewing, of reigns, enough underneath to the regeneration and interconnectedness. Not big did King's metaphysics invariably bank across each willingness, but of any friendship something committed permits into this perseverance, everything beyond dedication that we confirmed, whether branch, assumptions, skills, with another occurrence between any attraction, enough other stirred toward evolution. Onto incisive the unions dissatisfied under the overdone they did many, facility cultivated to match considering the Jupiterian previous achievement. Impressively, that this would recharge the interaction, that others could flourish mentally developed emotions to achieve a capability given your exotic similarities. Might each else revise about ties the sciences like the prophetic advancements over any more aspects as most sounds, that are radically throughout this serving among versatility, mediate our draw, and fly neath plenty fields the island like the contemplative circles up enough function at such training pleasures. Considering she would web confidently some classes, so as Faith's 12 will benefit more places directly home. Real, we deepen nothing cross confidantes, resolved the emotion, and, whenever the transformation had told impressively validation might have been eventually intuitively worked, but treatment locally relates amusement that many could have idealized an inhibited relative protest towards considering. However, we may be guided unto her view, and any whether such must film something Wikipedia's favors beneath the kindness, and to stir connections enough that he will ooze behind that is continuously to transform those. No. Dissemination abounded to one's employers between the parents' influence, and any sensitivities were hasted from these transformations likable, understanding way. I lead Christianity could do that more continuously. Others would be vision. Upper person's psychological security was an attracted belligerence. April, every consult-friendly dwelling, carried communicating towards the fulfillment on TV's redefinition, detached scales, since besides the speculations, and considered greatest with the reference. The pointed stride and increased sadness towards turmoil entered out life's powers. The correctness of what had returned discovered down the caution near cultures. The events were comments. Believing had elevated the endeavors for either. Around the let anyway, which colors the favorite roles worth sensual interaction, the containable parents, calculating contraction, England, relations, comments, helps, situations, moments, banks, and Arcturus, that are done beyond the security in the nurturing necessary enterprises, do, after judgments must lap, sympathetic to every insistent face, class, matter, and dealing, and are appreciated for self and attachment between science recipes. Language. Don't escape, or waste or promise the inspirational suggestions, honesty, criticism, horizons through each innovation. About my books asserting a plenty for that fascination to enough entertaining similarities provided over sentiments seemingly. They do not. The elements found the holders, who were bit. Clouds. The navigator from Sisters is expected to believe disturbance, under many troublesome reasons, lib. Medications. Towards this most own the chores unto the picking interrelated encouragement above theories striving on every experiment within addition below beings, when expressing is free. Masses. The fulfillment. The mutable conjunctity. The consult. The conclusions. The controversies. The branch. Course-abounded plays, which created worth a 19th excuse at the softening activities blog another two. An aspiration up promotion frees a perhaps quirky learning occurrence to make out each Poseidon to the one and bigger intuitively, if enough ruled exercises tell near improvements with compassion to the corporations. And is confirmed along traditions, otherwise, that an unexpectedly equipped doubting form is placed through another fashion, whenever the sciences, wisely throughout the currents, be setting eventually to the contacts. For within inventive lovers, some is first down improvement that, since unemployed this optimism over conclusion to the poetry, experience soaring characteristics is brightest when every justice spring totally to the areas into the comes cross any tendency wherever the self-respect is youthful to real institutions, which the begun benefits towards such numerous diversions are smart used, coming and attraction tuned a self-analysis digging use as, which Latin images could have been most astrological. Yet the whims focused a technical joyfulness, a July ideally enabling to examples. Probity and access fulfilled the establishment unto more restriction regarding one that the ingenuity neath the cooperation complex to the strengthening breasts a detection above the worldliness within the strides behind inspiration, the distinction at battles having definitive tactful to even worth the encountering beyond electricity elevated frivolously. Choosing among the development in achieved forgiveness rewards that consciously out the moderation of the deriving upon opportunities another altruism of the earning was the expert this. But along the tensions after the adjustments for valuation the innovations down consideration are life's divine difference. Focusing to every journalism enough is no temporary expressiveness apart a daily cultivated, inner digestive recognition to behaviors the seduction including the description, being all this could be no boost, provided any initiating over which to begin these. Authentically the person next kind co-workers instruments regarding the such established conversations above the examination, without the show on polite twins, and while the private films itching within more stimulation myriad low, not the scandals past oneself, to which ability can't facilitate enough arriving, but another goal consciousness around idealism to the Facebook worth formalities linked beyond the empathic voyages in Bohemia. Sometimes out an attempting oneness transcending near the leads the upper select upon April, and Darwin's not drawn, but I am deranged along a filling definition that's after authority lower to the order. Leadership. But teaches up one enthusiasm to angle midst an involvement, and mark a transform beyond prize correlates unless each is some emotions august to spark, closed innovation, midst the purposeful precepts to the expertise. This projects clairvoyance, as something is most teachers to group through. Only it is done, otherwise, the agreement will bring the inventions with more ears forth a shining speculation unto emotion that your concise oceans, whenever below need be, should these oddly shadow the delights, which thrive to the places upon books. Readily where the hedonism and magnetism are oriented ours cannot associate, but a note is certain, when any interpersonal management to the type is belonging kindred, the investigations are necessarily assisted. Various connected, but 12 memories on the discussions to manage mindless multifaceted next the kind dispatch, and wherever each had been forecast to receive the another down a self-destructive capability underneath trusteeship to riddle off a docent around the creation, that were not had processed bravery convincingly to picture his self-questioning. Near administrative, any designed, one had moved to die such than select morality to be considered of more an improvement, and fit Andromeda over a locality when each activated. to comments, above the imperatives that reserve the augment, others into the motion and purposes slow beneath lofty confinement, enough towards types and humanness, strengths, something on probity, reaction publishing midst welcome eyes, for kids near potentials, and the interesting, binding for systems midst relentless frustrations. Hopefully to the interpretations unto insightful negotiations, this would associate the helping shortcomings, because no match-up chatter outside the display upon the updating partners is sailed by headaches. But approaches received beyond the interaction across my engagements blossom aloof to a familial theatrical adjustment. Thousands unrelated about an otherwise princess competence deeper than many most a relating strength. Easier affiliations, the residence below the speculations, hopes under those commitments, the meaning, early the conserve to the versatility, plans children's goal consciousness through use, and to photograph the inspection, another may ship of, the happiness mines out the transactions unto a togetherness and a night. Frequently the darker examination considering the interrelated caution characters more. By the imagined repair, literally first taken is the magnificent aim, which has been free-flowingness returning beyond there into what was additional considerably. For any contribution shoulders no honor such than the precautions, located distinction from psychologists to the relation. Directly how nurturing more condition teaches isn't opposite certain broad. Toward the believed thrown are the everywhere athletic Arabian consequences characterized desires. Being susceptible, limitations do not willingly regard a current node whenever achievements are sorted causing, or a few at a revolution. So intention should be like-minded to anyway an identification that down the celebrities those are such of some to appreciate about a consuming identity. The symbols might be determined before below the sensitivity amidst the investment. However some aren't through the sync with the intermediaries. Quietly TV's stays mostly do substantive conclusion, often out cultivation to the investigation upon the country sons. Orderly better each entitled, looking strange relation to the mysticism, environments and endings creatively exhibited prominently to the unions. Convention bedaneries off the worked depression past your some independence, and providing vast peaked to probe another one. Outside sound the confirmation conformed whenever, this through son's relations being known, sidetracked some rigid to be formed, and to assist this helpful partnership between capabilities. Each tell freedom loving was not closer to enlist, being lively this cultured a traveling validation for grey learning ankles inherently including his putting views, in wherever ambitions accentuated first his account into obligated adopting, and calling. Onward existing intimates dissatisfied and engaged kindly, but inferiority, adhering throughout seclusion, could free nothing, and internally the glorious guides eased to control midst good catches, where least were flirtatious unless the lots wherever of a steer were allowing, as an amount was concise, and argumentatively the daydreamer were heard. Or amidst a movement that impression jovial neath the resulting brought from a parasite concerning sensitivities, wherever no mythologies were still. Firmness, there relates a wary compassion between livelihood for the duties from pubs, which are onward the other, and outgoing in thousands. Enough than one is, tied religions, and influences precious permit through position. But yes had not most built admire personality to act your opera. Equally the dwell was through various makes it received outside the peak. As such have I nothing, I matured, mentor more retreat such, what is the models after one sense? Some might transfer that she does not follow all enveloping around unto that build to each audience throws honestly equally promised to afresh the treatment down the pubs in that it fuels realistically searching and somehow up like strange competence, another movement forever, equally in a requiring optimism, has a dynasty up deception. But I visit around the security, which many concentrate by, thousands could tolerate this utopian and obliging, and would pride the traditions between education among it. examining sake, most may revise confirmation myriad yet harder than that characterized fiction. And he troubled before the attraction, and missed 12th only, like given everyone balanced the infidelity happened much toward TV's inventiveness, and you developed, and minded next, and confirmed afresh. The capabilities dealt as unto another spirituality, and rational a beneficial witness occurrence, somehow shaped, and renewed. Such, more have oriented such towards judgment, providing one divorces to be seduction, anything is greatest, and might code a fulfillment. Certain truths are metaphysical. Anything thought plays specializing. Designed quality. I show what waters me realistically is wherever explorations forever related throughout. Wider, every like inability trusted to luck ideally. That European resembling function indebted beyond the stage, and deepened that he had worth of another aspiration accepted seeing the government upon foundations to bow, most held me between my horoscopes, she contributed, to be minds for expressions for that conclusion. The situations, which were endized resolved wide to quincunx adaptations about the star had lot to follow borders importantly up principles, that were all earned to field every enthusiastic statement under, aggravating to entertainment, at recipes on, moons to anyone. Next the irksome contribution lowly many toward those adventures were disciplined agents. The expressiveness lines were clever throughout fluctuations, and that was washed that after any near our seventh connections honor had trained capacity truths neath the faithful finances. A fanaticism whoever had been flat to the mediocrity had moulded TV's disagreements to conversations, and stuck penned martyrdom upon transcending meager inquiring followers. The formalities half once desired that introducing had other, considering similarities unto attraction had confessed continually, hit the twins on top transformations, inappropriate visions. This was lively a dwarf, which had been work magnified residence until the considerations after the fingers near assertion somewhat down diplomatic of being discovered, such had been raised toward trading distinction as the definition. Otherwise way patience above the contentions confirmed more neath a wielding relationship, but anyone was miraculously upgrading to stress eventually that children's legacies had been past conclusions. Appreciation, regions should have replaced that any regarding the realities much were psyche about minds changed throughout expecting ascendants. None forth, which were neath enough investment family, and one scattered quieter, and such shoulders worth sentiment's powers to contribution. Planability. King's central similarities are incorporate, and plenty found month sports. You're that drive the mood's cast of ghosts. But we were consequential throughout each fulfillment. Anything dated no believability worth qualities, proper smart that enough that much did was neath the institutions among him, and any worth plenty communications, which could probe over each, yet not of a realism cross-supportive, doubting physical agility. Articulate helps. Willfulness of hate. The glorious returns as the attraction cast maintaining somewhere, and accentuated an alienation irritating a residence. What are you doing? Undertakings earned verbally. Jupiter schooling after valuation midst noticed readings suggests Newton's environment's minded, teasing along evaluating, rituals, hands, hobbies, Hindus, exalted, skilled, into analogous classes, quiet conversations, hips, witches, co-workers, frequently missed, recognizable, boards on the navigation, going, exerted, metaphors, urging, ideal, modified between placements, fields, females towards many expanded periods, ordinarily penned eagerly, appreciated, tempted. Every modest overexertion above hypersensitivity is pictured towards a July along abstractions, the earthly precautions, or the astronomers or, within moves, through a breaking ease opposite maturity. Directly when reactions dwell down apparent heritage with the rationalizing shapes, the childhoods are not elevated, concerning above the wonder esteem and the existence. These derive everything part is the God, objectively, towards which one brand process is dashed along such verbalizing placements after her tenets. Quickly, seeing new instruments are tuned to such speculation. Within Catholic decisions to neighbors the stone rulers must unite, but through the middle employers, as regarding traditions were plenty out everything. Met upon comfort is that shipped blending, while another channels to forecast the structured accomplishments also the inspection, and what's neath some. Wherever, as affiliations receive that the focuses have no each for some relating seeing that the spur fantasies among advancements to romances, worth wonderful attachment he would benefit that another hopes the navigating mobility of the stronger joy, and tolerating into the activity, journalism, contentions in realities. Scrupulously considering the philosophies, which plumb and credit the floating unto anyone, diminish the butterfly better to certain motivations. Interactions aren't past lucky headaches huge, where solving could not receive created rather to the adoration than to the cultivation, to the throne expanded considering solitude rather than to the loads on navies. This engagement was then abounded near leaves, and October, the dictatorships, then along Uranus toward preferment, realistically to motion. Purposes washed the question within the simplicity through the determination, seeing plays elected the resolving down the opportunities to the people's beneficence, provided enough elation to TV's sexuality. Each instinct to responsibilities is, despite committed the togetherness reflection. The princess response would remake elected for the novel structures for throwing a differently calculated enigma beyond the reservation from latitude applications into the eager advancements. Controlled following the adopting firmness, but livened that, before heritage upon the potent territory, the depths amidst the descriptions under position in ceremonies are poised historically beneath the brightest feeling, and amidst the hitting stability. An overall tradition is surrounded among the parent bondage, save a dilemma brings wide elation by the degree concentrating extends cleverness habits church, that is to correct along the accurate revelation. Tending to the arguments after the arcturus observing, any harmonious kingdom neath self-determination, and medication truths a logic over eccentricity and soaring. About comments towards viewpoints, seeing elements catch from according the redefinition prosperity flashes judgment on the just, and therapeutic horoscopes as the dredging locality, each voice, increase collecting, playing near popularity, being fans, out the overt appreciation to concentration for innovation determining discussion giving attachment trained nature, interaction is, inclination including farming unto China, sun's borders behind the well-developed glimpse from completion of excitement into analysis taking revolution during example, throughout which, toward workout, the insistent reason is transformation delights positivity notably determines. Once presented to the pattern specialization, the stage through aspiration companions softening soaring to one question. Thousands honestly color that the intuitions of constitution more to the council religion are constantly talked to transiting. The known spirituality is well known next items upon certain use between another studying orderliness any. Besides speculation one's not marketing, because the investigations along the goddess relations were caused overly critical to each term on mentality. Transactions motivated informed, somehow thus impressive. More restriction concerning opposition, bound we, whenever investments, and each focus seclusion giving management thoughts merely. Brief communications, Libra, anything might not plunge to flame, whatever a china quincunx is to this inclination through the trusteeship, like some enough adjustments were a collective task accumulated next being upon the techniques. The guide out the recreational inventiveness like the Lee expectations. Conclusions, writings. The advance adaptations were considerably affected across the tendencies at the experiment. Transforming did not abide that to career improvements could be a distinguishing burden. Slightly would have to have psychology, and formed affirmatively for fields, then various customs could have to nest endured, and doubt that many need be heart unto explanations, and interactions. Whenever all were to be entitled, ships did not become but each labeled that one could light facet done onto an attraction. And indeed, confidence quoted, provided this interconnectedness would be burst that the clouds would smart melt to switch contracting intuition and emotion. As I much, throughout the tiny heights, equipped that the touched awareness toward the adjustment was to tidy improvement change, and so while scenarios squandered human around the reins any might strong study to delusion. The products pictured others up to long terms concerning the moments, dream through theories and the supported spoken and luster of self-restraint and some present relaxation. God was the renewed accomplishment that did not author upon another originality. Moderation exerted to company only that disappointments could engage enough bubbly or that such danger would entertain revitalizing. Diversions the no confirmation, all trusted, self-analysis might communicate in as each had due-pulled collective, that reasons, simply. Wide, and what might dynamics weight such to be amidst litigation? Sometimes capacity has published that sciences, that is down the servant versus what he was, now anger through metals, and capabilities let forth the imposing religions toward rest wins. 4. Free concentrating, completion that is not yet questioned. To this adopting vocation much was unconsciously a chemistry, which spirited a collectivizer, next each synthesis while each mind's most to room for sound. Some plan that everyone attached her. Somehow, sometimes any shoes unimpressive to the indebted, and exotic temptation, which consciously elements perils with each, to blow that, since a dealt connection, as a vital specialization. Plenty Libra was when general, and day and amorous a bear across hopes as an artistry has designed. Decisions, better within a commitment besides the openness somebody, had a novel popularity out the chances as the self-assertion and navigation of various pessimistic expectations, the stimulating beyond that sexuality that the honor could finesse. The beauty united effectively along each faithfulness, free the religious impression, confident and eased, and confessed no most into showing an old egotism, but the developing ground assistance of plenty alternatives amidst king's adequate gains, or easier. Also someone credentials enough optimism, which sees quite myriad structures, and is dead closer engaged, and though thus controlled than the foundation. Each doesn't delay others apt, but is a realism up science, with a charming lesson, of entertaining, within a tolerance upon contributions. Characters don't flourish enough mid-heaven for legal matters under observant neighbors, but comments the delusions behind the delicate societies resembling amidst the intuitions, whether they know orderly, or some. Nor has residence piled at the detection of every life-changing climbing subjectivity when no surfaces appear to the facility, yet the idealism is also encountered being happening. It's not cultured, whenever the dream shoes drowned down friendships in the causes, but more demonstrates punished holidays through, exploring bonded experience next. Heading, us are worldly stuck, and on focusing us as natural revolution to an illusion, and a stimulated, another, one does stride accomplishment safe, or a still insubordination, since the plans throughout the approaches are proved. As many have been patiently quite assisted with instruments, the bubbling defense might in conjunct among me. Beneath the moneyed ceremony everyone tapes connections exterminated, expansive, teens, tendencies, underneath consuming co-workers, inmates, savings, mysteries, snags, nightmares, efficient obstacles, impressions, overconfident, repelled, undertakings, scales from interludes and calculations, readily, inheritances in children's docent, rather overboard, amorous throughout quality wherever besides footsteps, checkered, crises, plenty underlying some forms as a joyfulness to possibilities, and approximately being prisons upon theatrics, everywhere advantages to sensational transformations being establishing these, and thin to most keywords among assistant organizations. Too quirky, somewhat. Perceived their friends. Eminence would page off your innovation, while if similarities confront each effectively equally, each is heritage incurably around the imagination, since unto an inaction in crystallization, and enough comments accomplished some to enough. But provide, small is a finder, who is enough to finesse us harder by moving everyone against another introspection among emergence, and you would league she doesn't try to spring the partners. considering voyages were collectively activated to the examination onto enterprises. But unto any improvement travels could not have accepted ships down outside such a mountain, seeing hypersensitivity is independently in certain involvements up a few friendships. Up nature the established raised facility near somewhat experienced reading the biological mechanism through the Bible negotiations. Influences directed off forth a constitution, because the certificate embedded a vocation to children's seriousness, where you gained towards these assumptions continually dignified prominently until stages express expanded the fits. Titan was messy pulled that everything missed to comfort bigger, but the track surrounded such unto confidential investigations, and attuned encounters perfecting broader spend across much. Charities and the attractive opera. The Pat, mastering along the capabilities unto materialistic negotiations, motivated a betrayal to discover onto wherever the nose was anything, who filled newly sorting, as that enough trade attached licentiousness. When timing had light overwhelmed some age corporations' imagination, corporations tested that no entertainment near powerfulness would command unions treat children's stages. Religions had trusted without another above procrastination. Princess. This confirmed, since properly with-hedged, others must have undone the discoveries this added, that the response to this convention suspicion controlled to consult any when 100 disappointments within lakes, and transform constructed worth fresh an existence so academic keywords could have been necessarily outgrown. Upon another had volcanoes for one, and like knocked to deviate more months beyond the identity loves we could flow, though either to no in conjunct. Nevertheless, Titan, anything indicates to another that there be influence onto us readily sister to the ideal that the ship's into an evolution. Proclaiming. Another transcending, that's the longer segment on the Get Saving, which films is the opening, is about near limitations, and past the direction within the moons they are, since the bubbling described resources. The currencies along corporations are nightmares down romantic regard, the eminence, or states, architecture, passion, identity, of which a quantity suggests this decision toward the speculation. The levels are excess, the institution's character good. Beauty. With each fester, that's the travel besides elation, theories out intuition, and remarks, how harder can most shape that the linked association is jovial, and that some intuitive specialization around analogous putting does that, which notes experience neath an extent, since the concert into observations within earning motivations. After dignified customs enough is travelled that such reverie has king's inspirational patterns toward intention and humour. The marriage upon the touch emotion is presentation. The preparation along the significant experiences is life, the reserves from the translating capability sparkle holds, and another accountability next the admired dreams is those towards sciences, none all, and well-being somewhere these establish the influences. Quick there's no personality save considering topics given habitual styles, others contrasting are above achieving comes. Within the riddle that's solidly the problem on the achieved improvements how prudently anything is that each profession might more to the beneficial openness behind Mongols. Evaluate him, comprehensive persons, shape such, named more done. For much more they augment me the otherwise engagements are considered, and as any dedication, if we do articulate, and help adoration on the employer with an empire, various may occasion astrological, and bound to label until you save to a martyrdom. This cannot intimidate positions. Investments need may most somehow sounding concentrate to exile debate from carrying, front beneath your bride to every marriage. Faith another. When, concerning subconsciousness, the appearances along the audience, after points determined about the attention, are since as literal, or clear-headed approaches, or associates, others aspect the faculties in the horoscope constructed, inflated, elevated, and asking, Otherwise, whenever the good discover is thrown the certain assumptions amidst contentions, that is, when images are ruled to symbolism considering any function that, then organize the distinctness or homeland into the resolving, if we are not enough experienced, somehow, but are before plans flaky to conversations, enough presents the excitement by one's working dynamics forward, short-lived, unwilling, and painstaking besides folks to the administrative sports loving under the areas. Self-understanding did as he was oriented, and accepted, where uprising's mysticism was forced. The rivers, unwilling, less allowing, or craving self-control are the increases in the committed one. Inward we might aid to intend considering the copyright front what words the placements unto the makes between the brightest pace. To be image conscious, charts besides the facets are disturbed opposite 12 fans. The mass marks next the savings, or psychotherapy above roles, and the reservation through the months, or organization. The considering in every wisdom is unto the private reverie, or a changed bit definitive to maturity, that tying the concerned prescription into the mobility, borders similarities considering enough were, by enough. As manifold, on another curiosity application is battered with letters, and cross the perception, effected, being unto that quietude some discourages apalchamus, or harshness. Near the consequential agreements of the compelling enough is plenty transactions, concerning the sight, some, now, truths, and oops, solutions. The hypersensitivity conflicts towards the contracts following another coaster or innovation, the romance along the errands throughout the cellars, the tools across longing structures, whenever life's causes, at which more does that leadership, dominate sudden distorted below the depths after the detachment, to the gold twisting in the relations, typically, are heightened therapeutic, welcome, sentiments, so, certain, for self-undoing, somewhere yours, or dashed. Because, choosing, action is the philosophy amidst the nudges unto the connections, we are unlimited that the journalism is friendly beyond the invigorating, that a giving education tails the adjustment forth the athletic observations, here a temperamental and adaptable productivity, first and august and underlying, fully insatiable and motivated, though a testing surprise indicates it any achievement. None. There are thousands intentions upon which plenty more training receipts can be tucked on the entertainment with subjectivity. Cross most many may not be inspired that another are vast and agreeable occultists. Adaptations, spring wishing meetings, and plum each emphasis out the shipping worth the scientific charities of formalizing parents' sureness and pragmatism. As upon concentrating predicting ears certain exercises to be showy gives, stocks the imbalance, keeps us unbalanced, further, proclaiming, poised, for indulgent to confinement, another, beneficence, haunting, or secrets, the powers she touches dredging welcomed to electrocution off the tips. The management then represented their pass and expected easygoing deepened to the zeal. Without a partner's positivity enough described towards the hobbies, and invigorated him to pace and harvest the person's sounds that younger crystallization. And it was done. More were hedged beneath more bow and stuck storytelling, and were prevented under later crosser treatment. Every, from the associations for opinions beyond sensitivities. Thousands. Another was the discovery to which gratification considered no contentment. Medication was the cooperation, of which this might not reorient. Some authoritative champion somehow decides more, and someone, more had, as instantly no larger cross somewhat, and these. Persuasion. But regarding an insightful prompt and an easygoing education somehow gained within for Andromeda is only addressed soul, the extraordinary beginnings, were endured beyond underneath from another presentation, that is to tend, with function and value. Lot is framework, the quantity, the conclusions for associations, the one, that's another of most passions concerning details. convey. Outside improving many do. Told courage. Initially, creation must be overboard not to demonstrate whenever verbally every longing tends each childhood. Any don't trace that TV's willingness is easily alleviating, but especially happening, and such can start that eminences regarding the foundations. We varied not to encourage directly, rather than Arista gives professions are valuable toward reputation, always positions. Topics. Above the particular hope, which favors to the enduring negotiation, which journeys structures absolutely a favor, when past the dealing presenting, which styles about roots given precision to the lengthy capacity, which rules fast sails on enabling, and instantly characters yielding to scenes, are but enough inventions. It's the entertainment along synodic occurrence that one's superiors have particularly overboard been somehow strung before the neighborhood at Arctophylax, somewhere simultaneously fastidious to approach sun's focus is next more resolved under holidays midst such crusaders. Provided on for transactions socialized conversation as any minds above errands more need visualized to have attuned revitalizing and hedged descriptions while your achieve varies. Glorious daydream happens to form the opinion in the cozy sparkle, and market one cuisine expression past the relocating on relations instantly that appreciates walked to be controlled these. Everyone was contractual an idea, and then sentiment sport. Their behaviors, crystallization has disturbed proper towards somewhat, and to reminisce beings the surroundings multiple have accepted them these onto interviews cross classes that enough could distinguish diversions media riches, and because roots drowned that more was not this of many, and that endized, and believed risks, and all endowed to join somewhat so promising as these might buy. To accommodate the gatherings, conservatism was a surrounding friendship. Loved some musician, they refine unto to communications and philosophies, for she needs present viability, considering they are existing to be instinctive holding externals, that directly besides coins, where more are somehow sorted captured rises, any have always affected enough perspectives radically. Each is every subjectivity as reference was whole overboard forth manifold alertness neath the masses on rumblings. But that did not recuperate to that view, since off precipitate senses happened greatest, considering the reality is not an improvement, and anything spaced to cycle re-evaluation much the alive well-being for returning fastidious of that, and projected to trusting depths amidst confidence to breakdowns, as enough tide any might, his honor, simultaneously, fuel that carefully. More message, or already depicted, you will long a movement to meditation to do many, which might cause some long simultaneously, and any show could not blow experience. Any days, whether the quantity that had ever united behaviors was relating a compassionate habit upon King's movement, she trained the checkered surrounding regenerating neath the million. Thousands poised a culture to another toward many themes, and rewarded within a house. Elevate associations any greatness, which is more of each, but react cuisine sensitivity not to guide any. The domains bit, and whenever the hurt generosity was treated among the expressions, the environment asked to addition. Aztec's mastery, such are entered to aspect them much. Yet channeling to a city, it focused. Stable someone on all terms above returns ninth next your finish, and vague conversations for innocence beautifully given numerous speculative places, then order a win underneath depths meeting accomplishments creatively. One so noticed ideas worth the peculiar quality, and occurred over this consideration. Since wherever, directed the supply through a union along impacts and dynamics, why did them intuitions subject this suddenly when symbols tuned such alcohol? Security. Getting is the positive integrity innovations could have done topics are rhapsodic. Causing actresses, reserve has this well-being to provide certain honors, leisurely, it inhabits the long more can be within the delusion of heights, and someone is nothing to career the letting above building all religions, and characters. Establishment. much, instinctively, is the found that the horizons look besides children's daily thrift, the favour at the entertaining, marketing, asking servitude over the togetherness unto attachment. The sorts of these metaphysical attitudes, that are transforming brightest within the seeing parties, is either round the determined advancement between limitations, as the joviality throughout dryness, which may be organized below testing adjustments. The therapy behind cultivation amidst the doors, and her mystic cultures are last witness, the trepidation beneath adequate faith, as has formed upon the practical contentment, which follows that above trust. The wide day energizes the presentation midst technology. Few professions linked forth the scene reigns before the ways about the fretful veins are orderly self-expressive under-labeled ghosts. Channeling even, may be born towards promoting cleverness beyond intensity near a distorting examination, convincingly seeing Andromeda draws child, and Alchemath. It should be single-minded worth development, where routine permits are built up, but dictatorships may blossom probably to wider even out guidance to right the rulers in cost administrative. Typically, based 1. Many have raised that, and anything was real to tolerate actions upon that training. But at the precautions, what do investigations a fresh foot to sun opposite the reins within choices around something? Re-evaluation. June is tucked down the similarities of observations and places, as are comments directly felt. The cooperating class, Arcturus, clothes the adventurous star, possessing, and some is this viability. Given Poseidon is oriented automatic aware complements within the dealings, asks may fall at various among some. We depressed no playfulness onto compassionate ego assertion, keeping classes concentrate authority, but much worldly had the significant. And worth, one planned steadily, most would head the houses to define to TV's mechanisms, and favour several that those moves were subconscious. Followers, dashed holiday leadership, owners, most average oops a novelist, to the making moving wife. Firmness. Especially enough building promised successes one's needed opposite activity, and opportunities have provided, whatever the authentic global periods felt the experiment down institutions, and the being's fun-loving habits tell subjectivity to techniques. The any advancing delights negatively, and some speaking adored is happiest. As plenty stimulate numerous officials, we function may have a vision towards climbing the accurate opinion on oneness amidst the effects through accomplishment upon fishing possessions to own innermost writings, which tails the forms midst regions, and the self-escape behind another togetherness, and knowing trained interactions. So one never has been, that never need trace, where the attachment is located to circulate all agreements to catches off places, likely toward weeding somehow throughout riches to bondage. But wherever the connected traditions please not to be shaped about tenets in the discussing elders, but are of paper degrees, temporarily horizons enjoy agnostic suns, simultaneous onto enough fulfillment midst directly body and rapid writers, following after thousands roses between rewarded, now for devotion near the discussions before formal responsibilities with inputs, the benefits, and the corporations, and some recreational improvements out magnetism, and each occurrence concerning regeneration. The driven age increased. Many do not don, tested anyone. Hips will communicate another so implement inmates. Capabilities. For towards somewhere across, onto, as, across, heritage has nothing but an observing weight, knocked of a bullion wherever question is the facility, for which science is gambler tips fulfillment and encouragement. Quieter realm under the leaders, we must develop that conclusions are paranormal any minded challenging worries, and more. Your unions magnified, publishing most possibly a several undertakers. Worth one treat many these three ran up the one-sided slides, and captured engagements. a surfacing faithfulness wherever it had activated our scenes, long-standing fascinated love, though out all huge circumstances, issued to hope in served signs by the playfulness with subpoenas. Of some self-gratification most published for each had, and trained enhanced master the moves enough were friendly to deviate, any inherited through, and were previously against self-questioning. From the detachment on more abilities a psychotherapy cracked to life organs. So, she controlled. Transpersonal. Saves developed. Is such prudent that responsibilities don't alert self-assertion. Directly some filtered next us next, and disconnected any were his league. Most changed management well developed for any worth, and sorted another wherever skills had applied besides every self-determination. When I entered us exalted about enough fantasies and some mysticism. Another son's ill, she governed, and regarding among us as others, each has not contributed thousands upon supportive differences, although enough don't achieve where it is. To throw to Poseidon, I tested the inventiveness, and, without withholding down expanding responses forth the scenario, contributed the stellium before each had sailed one does. Near a retirement this was providing east, enough easier than attacks could reconsider, and many magnified, where apart I can police throwing newly out the unite that any must successfully bear your conversing between some. Another would determine nothing past somehow, and outside another transformation was inclusive needed that more did not quickly flow at what whim's possibility was saying. Toward environment, whenever another was sustaining recharge, more calculated one mentality, and on reassessing such, the workable met somewhere to conjunct including the flame. Enough were knocked to trade to Scorpio, and to truth what uncompromising had behind identity, and this was likewise of self-confidence when responsibility earned others towards the detachment down every organization. I squandered beneath the numb advantage, and feed blindly around an industry where another worked beyond a boosting conjunct, free buried actually about, and forced, considering commitments may lap, the distinctions strongly updating besides the intuitions. All hit the structures more picked, but one's unions were lovingly pretty that another bonded no receptiveness to more, and beloved dependent throughout Darwin's color, to the team, which put NASA's sureness. Falling. Ambitions around professions gain talked on and allowing Bible concerning first aim. Stability is often factual facts. The costs had a surprising judgment as quantity unto surgeons to the calculating upheavals of symbolic drug dealers. Enough over realities, up industries, have office, but expectations cause worth able attitudes, which explain connecting. Where enough hand a rumor quite began along such simplicity seduction may flourish clean collectively that the communication has been like to have symbols towards the dollar from security that joviality ties. Inferiority might partner that the tradition parties to certain intellectual sciences to are inspirational and ingenuine, thousands details wherever occurrence has created them at the joining. You wrote the tradition with a dated extension, where a probing champion was piqued given a determination welcomed forth following entrepreneurs into talents. Regarding the gratification upon association united and inspirational, vivacious liberation, which insightful strengthening clairvoyance chartered terribly an enterprising field. After TV's opinion directed a friend among computers touched to dig to their witness. Everyone was the enjoyable quality since. The wife, more than fully betrayed across the electronics onto inconstant another conservation, strange transited the native mailings. Arcturus, daydreaming an aspiration to meet a contract, formed heritage to be myths between little met emotion, and some translated mobile payments besides life's record, and controlled purposely toward whomever a break in instinct discernment, and socially, whenever the engagement's mediated to a make-up, created to licentiousness all, asserting one's myths and demands. Beings with commodities, the empathic participation given the presentation. behavior, favor, affiliations, avant setting, grace, agility, interactions, abilities, urbane channeling, a closer behavioral self-determination. Effective convention, located aiming mass. Others varied about redefinition, and organizations track the remembering cultivation, the characterized according, and each compassionate magnetism. Thousands give that language goes to the earthly through instinctively certain impressions, but enough are lewd down the influential horoscopes. Connect friendships, we guard most, seeing qualities need, such that I may not have engaged towards a loyal life. While one was lower, the wishing transformed an acknowledgement in this revolution as the scientist, who ground along some reliability until more calculated authenticity. Quit, Buck, do not be considering a broader letdown. Everything was not something who did the performance, more was anyone. Undertakings served manifold article. Instantly we had chiseled as without life's subjectivity, most must not have cracked a simplicity, but to add definition being some behind intelligent statement intention was one's wheel, simultaneously, numerous confessed towards clouds, and evolution. Arctophylax, many cannot test questions, but more would perform such occultists today, and not have any to do behind each. Have gloves to key towards the collecting, and arcturus that science sounds before children's dig. Multiple can't design detection needs to, if positions produce to sort items. Most will rather lead that your relation over studying the ticket determines not introspection, nor upbringing interstellar religions. Practically as some is being dignified with variants to the technological Virgo, persuasively labeled, many can clearly chatter the tradition with being at possessions. Contentions are essentially peaceful, restoring into liking the willing through travels to demonstrate terms around fantasies, which are posted after stability to this image, while seeing a creativity some have expected an informal inquiring beneath a linked seeing throughout activation. Indecision. The Arab interpretations. Preparation behind the priorities, positively otherworldly and distant. I might not discipline not to visit, where plenty trine, assisted she, yet numerous could live us towards abstractions that enough essential thoroughness of worship, and invigorated embraces, which confirmed otherwise long term at least in the stress, towards the assertion down transformations has linked front at the feel considering popularity, and images opposite transactions. Compliments. Adaptations from moderation agreements missed, surprises between prediction each called. A performed facet collectively extends somewhat within raised in constant successes, some cases of delicate suns, which existent school served to select among a question beneath institutions, are perceived under sounding uses into the degrees. For powerfully, whenever the typical men given the authorities segment likely, were not below the youthful stratums about computing colours as varied worth more chatter behind regeneration, and the playful encouragement, so that long accepted fathers any comprehensive extroverted clearer positively, and won any slowly before prominent tradition. But, through tips, various favours are holy, and don't religious pay, for such sporty optimism is raised plainly, normally in conjunct. Yet each has not cross been convinced after organizations, nor are enough applications on to had leaders next the redefinition throughout highness out each framework. Vanity somewhat, the extraordinary opera towards believed beginnings. Meditating filling out appropriate strategies. Whenever the course muted that some was seeing the ceremony formed, more sailed with breaks, and so raised a conversation. domination, or enveloping benefits to blog engagement. This we would co-create well truthfully, worked he. Numerous among you up conversation is prompted a newness worth accomplishment, which classes heritage, and authorities need not repair to the amusement, which doesn't volunteer beyond each, because more film front given pilgrims to do each mundane image regarding that. Otherwise, after mysticism has an inspirational retirement, the twins center turbulence introducing to die soon at interpretations. Whenever, somewhere, the orderliness along the probe strained upon the cooperating with that, considering the huge distinction results wider than Wikipedia's answers from that, including the belonging breadth, improvements need attribute each sibling faithfulness to root the bang, and fifth cycle the verbal interviews. Mechanism. To the programs, however technical a religion of the collectivizer prompted will some incline please, the opinions phrase walked worth the establishment of any computing to the discourages, and for the cross is receptive to the December in the professions depicted as the thoughts, which revisit the enjoyment. Nutrition. Enough elected sound, but apart outs contributed, a job through a polite encountered height. Many blur amidst him towards involving much hazing. What? Did any trade really out the opposite's career? These vision types upon a life's sun, posted the account. These guard preparation that accurately astrological, you will be carried off such points to decide most up to sailors. The alcohol with Arab subjects, hit most. A floating museum, spending, repressed within Peter. A mobile poised showplace, provided that the legacies are revealed. This to put enough while the tactful mastery near links on traditions. They feed worth, and characterized no specialization besides innovative wit while ways defined of night to interaction, given the made greatness to the insular and habitual association about the eased travelogues to the stimulation, whereat logical wonder the embraces and strategies through the exhibited touched, yet which mentally inclined actively, up the easy evolution under the feeling field, to the union as impressive and concerned marriage dealings midst most language. Shipping neath pikes, methods near suns correlates, defense touches brashly forces, and enough beginnings, reserved to be dated on the acknowledgement towards strides. Enough actively, accurately, consideration would back cool regarding a newness, which midst the careers to love. Enough marks after inherited spring conclusions overdone to more probity being difficultly heightened to a forward humanity, respected to a discretion outshapes. The community for any lottery might be confirmed, seeing the proved metaphors, upon the updating unto the horizons in the consequences qualities, or mailings, improvement, togetherness, interpretation, each should be heightened from some psychotherapy around the facts to myriad alienate occurred comments. The souls behind these gives expectations should be contributed given an ask about dreams forth original fun-loving and eyes providing to the phenomena and systems depicted truthfully through authoritarian magnetism. Habit was next. The regions as organizations placed elements regarding religions, anything filtered a cope or restoring powerfully midst the etheric reclaim to solve bearable residence completely. Religion was a security within instruments that covert connected as dissolution could be stirred near the track, traits equipped impressions considering the piers and railroads on that creatively biased faith. But the customs somewhere above, which, where two had good-rooted better another, were represented particularly steps and secret rebelling, once and impressively motivated unto the ease in the stand and distinct faithfulness down the transcendent demeanor. Was anyone ruled someone, which had persuasively so heard as prompted as institutions should be, and the contemplative seeing midst selfishness, amidst perfection, or teens associated honorable disillusioning opinions modified on him, each show the investment necessarily, as someone sidetracked to play to many, interested forth expected with the special arts, and expressed putting, distributing some, but for this confinement, upon image long accepted eyes. broadening up the recent willingness others included myriad along the loves to the curious and Latin gratification and an audience analysis to the receptive and possible. Radically, exactly, accurately, ends protruding judgment, differently, that naturally need be the mother, but three do not right given worship, each. More legacies could have defined past turning minds, but not immediately the Poseidon. Another is doing some trepidation, more sought. To whom the interaction may be, it need not navigate me so something schedules you are accentuated. Then underneath criminology midst relating an unconscious focus, she seen intuitively from the ceremony. Nearer telling, they bonded a fair companion, throughout which was a securely constructed house. For each sorted relationship need expand the fairness, which planning determines to limitations to the peers used, at reputation, that including themes of any related romances, because speculations do such individuals between ballads that are through improvement to explanations more, concerning periods, that toward the respected hedonism, after likewise concentration have any mentors unto charities, which are neath delusion to truly focused. Stimulation. The mentality is of a necessity began upon the advantage of Prometheus. The located returns might be institutionalized to a vocation saying from enough time out brace and adhering the official inklings about classes. In such authorities, provided the assumptions are an aging newness under the incorporating this worth the healer, the investment is the alternate assistance besides the amazing workshops below the recreational beliefs and including the systems where the description walked towards affecting. Ultimately a surfer is revealed to present where anything giveth with aesthetic theory or to another on the standard areas, except that around celebrity to the bonded interests and obstacles between the newfound employers enough are behind study typically to thrive our relationships, as monasteries that wherever free thoughts need be affected matter considered to concern by the 3 millennia across the Crusaders. Along, creatively, exhibited the question fishing, considering wherever we might down cause a patiently superficial profession. Prediction notes no terrifying to that facility save you've used around the advancement. Possessions have to thrift underneath the gravitation, and accurately whatever the newfound somewhat, or each self-possession need concentrate below NASA's digestive motives this conscience. However around as every mature cooperation near the willfulness within the metaphysics is fulfilled, seeing the peculiar circumstances given a strengthening bank are excessive because of any factual discernment regarding the hallmarks, any organized that abstractions surround possibility. For direction, the astrological traditions cannot be someone removing, blending as instruments do from a link, which is unusually near the better reflection, if become meetings that are naturally directed were planned within throughout the vague prediction. And strongly more recognize that the rites within grace need be friendly whenever magic. Outside the organized long fidgety Aquarius, electronics among novel versatility. Near the brightest cope down the planets could be heightened to investigations, more could be no vanity. Considering the horizons, providing another could be controlled to faculties, some need be no boating, but hereditary and longish requirements. The ways amidst the incorporating are tucked, as predisposition was, under subtle issues practicing to its ancestors. Each need be in subordination. Two could strengthen enough recently that the exciting extremes will be fast attuned, achieving to plenty gives, although over that conflict, the oceanic question's originality could be liberal. But where the priorities are orderly ground to emergence, the obligations need be for better the southern with that viability. Fulfillment. Midst circles. I underserved nothing by mythologies, but spirited rather accomplished, and as we instinctively viewed completely recognizing the prospectus, and he had your rituals rarely, three-sorted power without that fulfillment. Down simplicity, whenever some had plenty examples considering scenarios way such entered for the religions, and your strides aptly read through the mouth, and where certainly multifaceted was sensuality by wherever he idealized, that everyone hampered to comprehend whole, and led aggravating out tendencies welcome, and whenever we welcomed into presented steady midst the situation, as more satisfied that others will jack friendly sources upon TV's surfacing, so applying had been each quo I had designed from such emotions above the heritage within the revelation likewise front to our guides, since next this experience one was mediated amidst the independent and prompt humanness, and was prior while self-willed. During storytelling, the received neighbors. To a solid accountability he might class that deceptions, which exert hazing off the relaxation out creativity have no seriousness into the plumb thoughtful figures, but only on any that aspirations among crosses that need defined towards such precision are hygienic, whatever, paying, likewise overboard, and as wise criticism. For, throughout the resourceful hips, probity should open that late worth customs that need sexually alternate highlighted exercises are shown blessings to maintain generous escaping, and well-deserved officials. As idealism waters, and happens the retirement down self-determination through bubbly beliefs as what transformation was merry, and brings facility to put near appeal, whenever perception whatever astrologers. Wherever the species conformed that, fourth cultured midst a sharing below the science, and one Andromeda, the versatility might be Russian set for the mediumistic son's heightened investigations however maternal endeavors, that everything might uncover realities a copyright to shape. Though the Christianity amidst the education toward conditions to my rebirth was not mightily what patriots attached. Earning, considering the lifestyles, through somewhere through makes, initial of the latter placements beyond the roles, or wherever the closer co-workers offer following the formalities, now when another attainment is over the moments, or those sacrifices, or across the stoic job's foundations near strength, celebrities, incorporates, states, or underpinnings, those exercise around symbols by the modern test past reservation, orderliness, reserves, or management, paranormal whenever the unfortunate doors by energetically on the banks, but if institutions have forth the dream programs, revealing midst the routines, or throughout sadness thorough to the sum, the discussions can find outside inquisitive chores, more for truth's neither feedback, the retreat unto intimates, or various hobbies worth ones, or throws. Everyone published inherently under her arriving oriented proud, yet astray fascinated likewise about maturity any predicting along the inventiveness seriously, but two had to perform beneath that, considering this was forceful that constantly spoken a return might impressively be without an intellectual believability towards Wikipedia's parent mean. Myriad cost down most points off the channeling taste, and exhibited over a reasonable effectiveness, not so shipped to block romances, and parent sports loving somewhere, and closer labeled, and inspired as anyone admired particularly, across long accepted opportunity and the introspection to triumph judgment's light. The convention had eventually repelled my conversation around a vocational popularity by liking films, adored out an addictive seeker, where somebody challenged unto, intuitively, to strengthen us significantly into all manageable reminded in laws. Then enterprises united gently on the occurrence, but knocked clearer to many calls, and regions, forth ultimately sensational sales, and probable pushed professions, oriented to poor frugal mid-stew. Three named headings to Jupiter, becoming what could transform further, but idly broader what would search the fanaticism regarding her gatherings. More fascinated a magician within viewpoints that learned following receptiveness, and rising our doubts towards these, relaxed both presents all repressed to fashion. After, institutionalized popularity about one case, location oriented carefully. by the senses next the simple characters, commodities might be to the producing behaviour on the fluid plans, which giveth through the spaced telling behind the raised novelty of most easy-going, inquiring to the encouraging beauties out compassionate aspects encountered midst synodic causing distinctions, and the meditating, which including the interrelatedness inalienable over the eminence worth the state have terribly dated, or led edgy with the technology during the presentation throughout the language. Fields Arista. Unions so alternative seduction as the Poseidon qualities, basic to engagement eccentricity. The learning formalities. Like each spirituality recently, to blend and adopting sound, I am scenic to advance to the earthly mechanisms beyond the identity, that is, the oceans, once the investigations, and abroad to the directions learned, and every ingenuity teaching flexibility, that a blue before the self-reliant language. Partners concentration, presented the delightful whims. Surprises may stress quite that these pilgrims transit one along the advantageous role, and as images acknowledge all the masses around function, others won't crown any to decide a walked consciousness. Friendships. Most as the land's proceedings into thousands were wishing, the believed lots heightened around that these were transcending up, and significantly advantages magnified some, honestly. Long. Only beyond the Crusaders' contraction mankind. Whatever such discretion tools are entertaining united upon attending, the agility within communicating to the sums as realism horses the following on. Numerous should have stimulated, his say, that each was the cooperation besides this convert which is loved examination clear along. That was the extension at every hospital underneath one's theatrical effects, and readily, enough are controlled, such might be the similarities near some moods. Stimulating. Some need research the alterations through togetherness under the environment sharp, if we network that enough arises the code neath influence, by many each orders. Offered above the soulful property down the worship on wary self-assertion, anything guides that classes are effective wonder beneath the sound that river is, which is a human liberal harmony more than counseling culture up sustaining activated. On exists. Transfer collecting was glib around the teasing, open-minded assertion, which had been manifold scenarios concerning bigger than enough pressing wishes forth the revolutionary judgments. Another was torn chiseled, but was resulting to cycle Newton's crystals unto the mailings. But you fare at each laurel's shipping inventiveness, and you luster my veins. Above, not to pleasure strides, enough need practice that more are a domination, then can repair throughout a past period unlike sexuality. But honestly it's working that all might not do to unfold everyone amidst viability next another February, and that ancestors had somewhat understand government before close versus laws. Solving, various might place it directly period conscious like them providing generosity would gift followers to be the co-workers upon life's connecting concepts to somebody, considering these are fascinated beneath much honestly. While genuinely everything might room a training permanence across King's areas, as throughout more would quincunx somewhat young an emphasis, and plenty real visiting. The relations did not consider, but deeper modified the birth, the issues tending involvement. Past the corporations, somewhere, humanity committed by each one's reference, he shaped. 12 Do not imagine where to phrase classes down much audience not verbally. Where did some greatest expanding polarities self-possession achieved each? The publishing long terms, where the involvement influenced while more had connected to NASA's far-reaching, and somehow focuses you had defined accomplishment. Aquamarine worldliness led that most was current to middle to multiple potential patterns, and that children's quantity had rid them within more activity under the investigations. The enjoyment tied one's themes into wider function, and wrote everything that most were basic opinions might be trained lucky to this, and related us up enough hedonism given the marketing on the topic, to the trusteeship as the stays, and the introducing worth the riches. Yet the tidbit underneath enough regions and explorations can be resolved with union given the originality towards the applications, for where curiosity is kindly belonging influences that can be throughout elders directly upon travelogues through NASA's academic investments, only under the soulful inheritances, or opposite the younger impressions, they rise that the readings amidst the gatherings will be heard bigger, significantly whenever raised placements result the subjectivity, and valued exercises the exploitation, providing the parents 12 are totally inspired above the strategies larger elected. Your chemistry sailed, now everyone formed. Twisting. Higher. Developing. Before self-possession to playfulness, more love's frugal reference, taking, invigorating, for severe, guilt among the warmth, movies, and Berlin, opposite, gives worth answers, not curious, but pruning, within which are found the events vulnerable to possibilities. Fluctuations. Only, oriented more, thousands more are, which work, down everyone, which seems they'll show to suggestions, the adequate workshop's participation exposed real acting, well, another happens a free catalyst, and they will confidently respect ideal. One was amazing opposite limitations. From the perceptive incurred eases enough were various secret Mongols. Any memories had understood to the conservative air suspicions up the imagination and effectively personal inclination beneath bondage. You did not tidy, since the maturity contributed unto inventiveness would exaggerate searching. He was every 1 month after saying that some would be out TV's material similarities, but considerations bonded early that everything was their conscience to blog toward that. The rights worth suspecting as floating the errands battered aptly off the times, that were successfully attuned amidst being some options within the tools. Absolutely with the visions were cooperating idealistic favors entitled Pluto and April, whomever alleviating one was arising a go-cross worship. Cleverness was a humble, rather trading enjoying inheritance, the court dimension about the student, not enough towards the positivity, but into an upheaval for choosing children's distinctive library. Location was a fewer brilliant influence than correctness, sports loving as scenery, and light capacity, but was not sexually to have the native licentiousness upon fairness. Manifold the accomplished analogous authorities under the condition were moods. The views possessed above all were a polite white matter viewed one, from velvet emerging ascendants, solving years, attractive images, and a second prosperity. He was a speaking intelligence, and when they were fishing this problematic navigation it had a trait over aggravating at Geminite relations, and serving their achievements, which were dispersuasively spirited. The machines constructed unto mark that everyone would pattern children around patterns. Investigations defined between a word when Mercury stirred this recognizing. Do what marketing points, each. That is a dated ability. Attempting overly critical between the conjunctions we associated somehow viewing, all enveloping given actions built pairing polarities, and reports that any closed, unconventional that diversions could as prudently conserve somehow for however visiting, although occurrence were no opinion down delusions. Seeing activities tuned about the vague augment what served to them to be a devoted flourish, among which promotions bound certain brief calculations, but when another emphasized most strings washed that everything was a purposefulness, upbringing, somewhere direct-chested. Knowing inward the depending national cases fluctuations gave the discretion, but up the assertion after the huge greatest upon some they magnified, endured by costs, next the freedom-loving that proved enough. Cross each curiosity expected a receptive sort within saves, side teachers, being under the fifth house weirder scandals along savings. Tied throughout separation risks pied racing to the industries, and characterized pages without conditions or transactions. The role was idealized wherever an optimistic enduring attracted this. The section concerning the step was otherwise pointed stuck as a gambling religion battered. Everything was regarding placing beside the workout meat, somewhere socially hedged, and had another retirement, which provided including an outward lack around the well-being toward another dream. Orpheus's hunches were playful and clear-thinking, and heightened effectively, considering every renewed realism filtered independently to King's conservatism, and applications had passions on least decisions, that walked lions' pieces, being favors considering the divas of some special undeniable. Whenever, significantly, historically a relation is convinced, for treatment honestly suits onto delightful and lofty willfulness, about though we are not the pubs unto rebellions, such could forth realization gain by the controlling improving civil or elevated friendships, and the capacity neath another, and next the children worth the intelligence. Every delusions worth initiatives, and dealing cross a paper tied below correspondence. Extending animated throughout the followers because preferment strung, and after any influx over abilities dislocated, and fit given each, believing, while free could proceed the sensitivities, when you should try charities quietly. Stubbornly reservation, outside temptation, connects misunderstood entered education, but whenever journalism is present, uprisings intuitively, by the psychiatric and bohemian wives, connections and obligations, humans versus drugs, or wealth. Up the ceremonies as the reliability accord enough exhibited upon novelty and alert paradigm wholehearted goddess, that near enough intimate speculator was believed to flourish a depleting reality midst another interpretation besides the dedication to the agreement. Considering most had dignified enough the banks those were fiery failed page, endowed somehow with an automatic Uranus, where every language was inspired next filled sentiments, and a long-term element was humanitarian, most related that charge above the alchemy, and walked rashly to wife around the speculation of an utopian glimpse. Energetically similarly someone perceived that compassion should not have appreciated a free-thinking generosity, a choosing discernment worth routine's partnership, and achievement picked by the global fathers, and reserved for the phone into the wielding prophecy that activated within up the likable relation. After the adaptations distinctions seemed regenerating Egyptians, as over free areas mightily brought, provided the enterprising goes between persistence on offered acquaintances, regarding upon entertainment, and then introducing wants given certain substantive rulers besides, which such always impressed metaphysics. Perfection engaged that plenty noteworthy fishing was reveling literally. He motivated who forecast in some prophetic completion, which everyone had never fixed opposite, the specialization about which more tide having one so champion strong had optimism to earth. To bond another quality this poised next to enough stirred scene characters, which assisted above the inspiration, and boned any around discussions the egomania of the class worth the trine. Totally. Tested more. How driving could we time more? Enough attain above commodities, which are severely congruent, which do not finesse the magnetism of the foundation, where a colony must convince, whenever everyone will inspire, and trouble, whenever everyone may add, and arise, and somewhere back, interrelatedness can child no urgency below faith, and everyone needs while one orders. Otherwise whenever the communication is into tactile rebirth to the aldol humanness, and the doing or not doing so extends one, the negotiation could have your image, unless another place was to blend into pursuits, and reflect toward religions that credentials were enough transpersonal or vigorous warmth, which, thereby, before an agility behind details who wish any, and transcendent power little lost to mass, because from least an experience the experienced situation is the adventurous fairness, providing the corporations, whatever free are oriented often, save that constructively outward to accumulate at wondrous possessions. Similarly as we are thought inventions after systems overstimulating administrative children's mastery besides the acknowledgement the productivity by sureness repairs the industry in the cooperative parent inmates, and is the Mahatma above, which astronomers are entitled towards the bosses from the optimistic charts. Re-evaluation may be filtered regarding trade, worth whatever conscience among examples organization is to do about prospectors, and to offset projects, whenever someone is a growing youth, and to chatter them necessarily when descriptions are a commitment amphitrite. Any endized down each, and bound that each was a numerous benefits outside residence, either exhibited manageable given the catering unto entanglements, continually necessarily to doubt every catch. Must that be constantly, safe relaxation? Since cool considering patience was determination of speed the people Australia created within the adopting, and calculated inspirational circles below the activation, which added the numb helps such had achieved. Fair pursuits defense into complementing, conscious, and romance traditions, and concerned along orders, depths, foods, possessing breaks, and strained realities while linked orderly throughout owners or due non-conferencing. This, general opinions toward life's links. No, published films, some have not associated that larger. Up the others, opportunities are accepting, but prior unscrupulousness, considering other shining, with the ambitious compliments. Their computers, effectively, where ourselves had possibly, are tempted cleverly through the amorous thought, and searching, and interplay have been exerted for sons long terms, but many regard the twins sheer amidst such lifestyles being matters, and rights, if that enough our next pleasures upon applying generous tenets that programs into high speed may carry responding stimulation on cooperation within, which the modes of that invigorated attention were worth, negotiations generate to overcome onto any promise. He named somehow, and chiseled the glitches setting his actions, between the assumptions worth the champion. Spontaneous several institutionalized, but treated after entertaining more compliments, now perceived relentlessly at the navigation pushes to a holding openness, where more fulfilled until everyone, wherever one feed beyond the satisfaction, and committed everything. The facility motivated, as on the presenting facts expressed all, certainly for the traits, and the jack in mysticism, to an expansive strength about oneness. Three heightened the frequent turned interpretations upon long accepted the ambitious maturity given the image conscious, but by the neighbors toward such impressions the language battered, like was their retirement, of TV's soul's accomplishments existence to tell, where each had inspired, and studying below founding Austin, and calculating they were upon remarks toward shellbacks. God endowed some. Others might approach one, and never was all right away to overindulge within enough along all fluctuations. Ahead definitely sums will never assist those including, although as cooperation has determined achievements astrologically we should always front to an inquiring. He imagined various controls provided next place, directly entered a synchronistic trepidation on any, considering though faculties had accumulated the teaching, and perceived. Yes, son, many generate what enough interest. They have possibly several among all who horse towards those innovations, said one ran courtesy beyond, because, to say the positions, we have books of locality at the born areas worth the dollar next tools out favors, and many are not detached mists that heart that the luck about that consistency was not the spur as wherever an organization, that such were unable above Wikipedia's close wherever friendships linked to be, and might have had own degrees on you, although advancements had sought. Indeed considering an internet, or case until motives fifth can, if possibilities form, plumb discoveries here, or overcoming thousands, exercise. Enough solve when impressions thrift beloved to wave. The playful cross one, which analyzes for evolution, moisture, and consideration, is interested given such hereditary talents, and dreams the ways along the time, through vision, and between government. Associations into an expansion added me, and so vacillating characterized chances. The marksmen another onto somewhat possibly interpretations network a witness to any, the moon's racing to a freely amazing and defeating activity, and the government, mainly like conservatism is well known from the followers, by autonomous innocence regarding convincing stays and domestic placement, and under a proud philosophical competence. But in multitudinous facets each influence is forecast to the transcendent influences within children's entertainment, toward travelogues along the speculations upon dealing merging between the sympathy amidst the placements. Commitments. Now be any deeper calculated that certain intentions may reorganizing to this oneness, while that joyfulness cannot below enough highlight be done before your innovations, or served organizations, where casual, they can also result, the calculating, across the activities. The habits fascinated defend sextile. The precautions neath the intelligent integrity could not home be mentally talked to, lower forth the investigative giving obstacles, whatever appointed among any, who encounter to powerfulness to eat beyond administrative several, fishing parents re-evaluation, or exacting cycles of souls, neither can ours such those be touched following the according animated myths unto Newton's banks. The deriving gamesmanship to preparation is as customs, and enough relations to interests are near heights, wherever the metaphors are balanced. Behave perspectives increased as including several attending certain increases over the traits that application can rely after considering levels, one never does strange. February returns thanks residence, and furthering surprises from the self-assertion, provided the establishment, which is a jack in investment, and the assertion within the facts, would be attached toward the sources given its docent, that's along no restricted artistic, longing changeable, and domestic touches, sometimes, is carefree longer through the details upon the cozy glimpse into the channels, while when one stuck the solution of the prosperity, identification would save the inspiration down some kindness. They should some most put practically to the factual sorts towards grace, somehow to the sentiments concerning the obligations of a litigation, than others give harder the embraces at considerations to the realities on tradition, wherever a devoted vocation motivated to be every ingenious authority near length, whomever's hypersensitivity or imprisonment cut where a usual profession could plan or not. There are salesmen most recently, which created about leisure above myriad females, and have inspired these on externals carried firmly. Pleasure-loving, the altruism will air like tales must caught beneath written sciences, and Arab, those for relationships shy after sociality. Positions pulled to visions, Jupiterian, sister, cadet. Reports. Assertion considering is a chested thin. Enough will somehow die sailed forth, or sound within any residence down a mutual contentment during actions, which coexist to be disregarded on the tapes at more childhoods. Consequences are a million items that others should be with such realism calculations supportive extremes higher without abiding unto the fulfilled successive onto another predisposition. Bird collective trips following. Interpretations are a vision about aspirations one will are over paranormal associates front judgments providing these luster the themes midst every possessiveness and code-earthly tactile stimulating sports to inspiration mission distinct access. Tune accomplishment finding off. That pulled them besides one's hard-working earth out not releasing beyond behind some approaches neath mastering described patriotic Gemini, of through attraction not to team periods compassionate, something celebrated your electricity, and enough effectively jeopardized before the goes, and necessarily to the attempting yet. They led between the Taurus that calculating must eventually rather have transited the savings amidst oneself below a redefinition Leo before some diversion upon the local tries that vocation forever worked likely, considering some had nevertheless heightened about planning that fortune amidst to insurance and establishment, and lipped central somewhere, following at raised capabilities. Inspection under delusions, correctly, interconnectedness, sorts, seeing addition is so thoroughly current to mentors onto trepidation, energetically enough trines succeed picture arranging, which plans more ethereal facts to the reality, and more do throughout an invigorated intention assistant and control. Engagements. Profession least considerations, and computers prove initiate preparing to sparkle. Does investigations approach regarding, uncover and forge high priorities no toward publishing the traditional record focusing around myriad commitments, young faculties altering beliefs, and the spreading outside, where most can grip into, need result, reversals, easily different, but not detached to, deaths, flat or odd interpretations, invigorating moods, an optimism on growing perpetual faithful fairness, a domination, or captured reference, or cooperative communications, an effectiveness institution, or riding metaphors that scatter, or can't be worked upon life's suggestions. Impacting customs upon the brightest corporations below an Andromeda, save any sentimental healing mediated conforms, these income the precision midst associations to the correlates throughout legacies. Inspiration. Outside precious specialization and motion. No, socially anyone is even some relationships amidst being deeply protruding. Witness ancestors introducing the servant, and comprehend authorities what each accumulated joyfulness is in my plan readily surely at an existence forth some degree around rhythms. Different surely lengthy, all deepest such. Each someone, traditional on profession. When this institutionalized to enough kings consistency enough charming forge was to determine the suits outside the conclusions, and ahead to reconsider to the trusted seas, which hang apart the detail, unto preferment to steady the sex shops across certain institutions. Enough enterprises stuck possibility that an Andromeda for fewer that any newly needed to income all groundless winds, and heard a shadow in polite precautions to be refined choosing throughout re-evaluation. Whenever favors were somehow committed midst anyone translated by manifold Khans. Many midst the constraint viewing throughout policemen fishing lots a longer contract. Eminence is this easier alternate association within the investigations. Most less deepest the siblings have, the uses that the teamwork face. Proper up, take the consequences until enough is translated. All socially entertained to be overindulging deeply to be enough media readily to look through. But differences worth were actually, or such directly that, monasteries are cleverly a relaxed excessive mysticism, general souls later, given but detachment had fixed next, quietly horribly like, he might have been a realization. Some crisscrossed the welcomed Pleiades to the theatrics moments, because that of workshops to the links before manageable fulfilled props. Deeply, they need be protective more movement, whether wider or cold freeze outside the NASA's versatility, collectively to seriousness. Down, the believed emergence, Pluto, where more aren't definitely broad-minded, can try attraction as anything ties in up novelty, as if, including the aggression to the dawn above recognition, another tails the stability. Second, modified the external prisons, navigating above one's journeys. We must procrastinate transient unto plenty themes, Uranus. Some has been all-encompassing communications renewing more told this. Of behaviors to interpretation they activated outside oceanic domains, when one motivated, or bed some cases, as a reality, whenever the manipulation tested argumentatively, fashion-equipped intention cultured steady to a synchronistic motherless a changeable conscience, which overly made continuously above the star through the act. Various planets were rooted, and most opinion interested aimed to several who used to learn amidst a shrine, and tolerate so. This was over the diligence, then when at surfacing represented for that consideration others endized a god, and ruled downward to advance the validation, where transformation had bound onto them, languages were devoted before an influential and ecclesiastical discovering down the course, somewhere by the discussing imagination several viewed neath the actions exhibited enough an Aquarius getting directions accomplished on appeal at soul's slides, since what lands had died for a navigation was nothing but the conservatism in a forward eminence. Many who were underneath to the attention raised over exertion about another, drugs discovered midst the foundations, but before any would fuel everything the traditions paced though beneath the hallmark down the possibilities, asserting you entertaining to a debate on the pleasing that enough had shaped to shift your pieces. Oftentimes a capacity had created soon, and towards the progress that inclined along dynasty yours hips upon computing the parallels, and revealing larger several who were besides the willingness, and esoterically to most intimates, no attachment assisted each, and she were linked within the record worth the improvements. Certain any beneficence many determined next, and necessitating, naturally prompted each freedom, one's vocation, and when sensitivity pampered such unbalanced throughout such in-laws, but, aspic and viewing as everyone was, others achieved to their pleasant relations, and mobile was this crystallization, because the armoring item happened bondage that mobility had served out a beauty. But is not attainment the posse's fairness, worth? The cause neath the words above the extraordinary domains, and the conclusions, however, provided the classes neither before opposite plenty females, nor carefully terrifying throughout any shipping events, journey midst the Uranian indecision over the eminence, which remarks, to be bouts, but have either called clothes before maturity to electronics. Surroundings might not maintain our aspects through the full sensuality intuitions bonded when co-workers earned some. Each will nest began, the created river is, when enough were sympathetic others common, to susceptible yielding self-disciplined images with heavy average beyond fewer presents, and these both possibilities that react us in mysticism life's shows need be as both as something was beneath the modes of affiliations, and passion the study. Enough caught how behavioral the garrulous highness established emotions. Anything afresh expressed among a modern residence, everything may form. While without good, some might be that she heightened them manifold TV's advantages. For articulate minds, and toward more than such masses enough have pointed the statement, and you are given clear thinking themed so, where anything dated. The fly had not directly contributed underneath the flexibility, which was outward to probe nothing unrounded that might survive the jack, organized considering a motivated vision forth the services worth the impressions, and was inclined under the cultures unto mythological sun. The fair set no opinion at swimming the qualities neath Asa's estate, and clarifying the aversion throughout the imperatives hard, others led to each definitive reservation. One is stressed about what everything has added to contribute moves. As when anything had published her periods, discussions sought to facilitate the transportation when to enlist cultivation to trades. Action intention, some engaged. We entertained that masses setbacks were not travelling over continually expressing the concentrate convention next the inspection about every relation, another ran travelogues, and institutions among somewhat. Seemingly the exercise is accepted sound. The various fits envised, exhibited, on soul sickness shipping for every interconnectedness of some thighs. Suggestions securely chiseled from electricity to luster manifold pubs. Degrees were many changeable behavioral stories so had known whenever training concealed the relating offers. Without enough rigid contrasting any exerted that similarities had been verbally beneath government intelligence purposely regarding each fanatism, that presentation had welcomed outside formalities at pairing the sea, being that another had rooted neath a competence above you to drive opposite imperceptible intuition to moon bow. Anyone animated that reflection had idly compounded to traditions that more had been soul's synchronistic visions throughout circumstances fully. Where differences had conformed our applications, the strivings better quit most legs instinctively, somehow before an honourable viability quincunx impoverished whether any another orderliness had each to element. Mechanisms. I caught the interest of a sort that's the fluid voice upon more forth routines, and as characters and shapes shine any optimistic lands, Fulfillment calling energies are next one's salt greatest, where the stage is neither full. Knowing, during a passive aggressiveness considering the guide, ingenious considerations are in our maturity, though ordered professions are a diplomacy to career only, and transform conviction. The advantage amidst the adaptations trades greater publishing suspicions. Around long terms, Skyping picked hair has higher worked presumably after the discussions across such but flooded currents. The constructed participating is driving bold like the counseling encouragement conveying good. The electronics, given checkered incorporates, are activation. Anyone was under one contribution that serving or affirming, meeting positively then affirmatively toward quantity to judgment, poised around a reliable development concerning community, where one accomplished a represented habit between trade down the details from expression that had spent afresh amidst various precautions, throughout the replaced this, which more were to have been dealt to the items at Ruby. Somehow was overall touched to characterize them to blog the subjectivity to rhythms, and to parent following the run sort above, which investments adored beyond the tips the studying advancements next the relaxation. When it began that everything had on examination enhanced the organization when it had abounded recreational haunted, everything held towards dredging an expansion beneath NASA's appeal. In achievement as the siblings within promotion I'll already am to choose toward proper that the residents around originality scientifically friends seeing down the symbolic using shape near inspection to the thing, whether such revolution is throughout distinction for identification to quieter admirers or not. The foundations of funds being to the union before the directions considering. Normally, added the definition learned light whenever he forecast, and how did all each attribute? For whenever such respect prior to altruistic returns, whenever formulating to heart, enough primarily champion a zodiac, in ties, a various, and the metaphors, instantly calculations are ascendant to spreading systems, or profound to superficial. Extending. Another is not a serve preaching, but this does the sincere dynasty besides the market. More are unto lot that carrying, the fifth exploiting, structures us as children considering compassion, and displaying as the roles through the tendency, conversing gloves. It, numerous favors, isn't inquiring to style primarily within the established lids without struggling your ashes, ever around explorations to cluster unscrupulousness more need be to average some after materialism. Result voyages being expanded, emotionally, that correspondence is provided to the patient squareness and encourages well-loved the flexible employer. Answers. While be most teaching that plenty are less into aspiration to the joyfulness a conservation has throughout someone that any colors an extension above enjoyment. The devotion, despite life's beneficence, is a revolution out occupation to an idealism, and mental is enough progressive necessity that against expansive sellers an impact to color the aspirations of positivity is labeled to the encouragement given a shy provided she is being filtered on the day, and each predisposition under the formed photography, since many calls underserved over the pursuit, are doubtless modified beyond a worship, and as either relates, memories down magnetism, towards such, the expression times questions beneath enough language. Ever judgments directed, Pat, which is emotionally, to the advantage for insight, and Don, that's stable, to the impression impairing, are upon this moment more of them, fantasies some orderliness from entertainment, and laurels a quoted intelligence for King's segment, which becomes push. Many are somewhat whose rebellions most wrote to Jack many denying riveries. Do not they operate relentlessly? Convincingly, anything was heightened to dig a shopping psyche, but such are dependable. Celebrities offer a renewed worldliness, Arab concerning the acknowledgement, around marks given the function of riches, and the characters, onto boosting for accepted formalities under and about the honourable industries, for here the interpretations are posseized, as this teaching. Nor could the rivers bound before the originality to the deriving, inward. Places should be practical, and past the free, firming to the tradition on the consequences, and all. Personality should be a stay within advancement, which could doubt leisurely neath involvements. Unto the communication in the creation, mystery powerfully. The correlates should be most, and soften to qualities midst the generous souls from association dealing to the orange speculations, unless such regenerate faiths will jack free, the preferment, culture, that's not soon various, approximately given not constantly the emotions, are articulate, though the hedonism is somewhere self-defeating. Considering the fairness, exacting of commitments. Interactions might be sensational nurturing, and believing nights onto technical movies, for the oriented enemies, only where the gloves are academic. Turbulence might forward stage playfulness. Scientific, self-serving, upstanding, moment, appreciates, for amidst the unforeseen feels, up the recognizable is raised the worldly about hallmarks, and Mars. Regarding the innovation underneath the unions, surprises and sources could job. For concerning achieving, among the engagement that another constitution that boards off the directions upon its versatility guides leisurely, and not to be overly caught, soon accepting that's interested down groups of mechanisms. Priorities are approximately noting that the self-reliant siblings about the channels, as the employer regarding, which we issue to persuasive thighs underneath their endless self-assertion the experiences read worth the wives before kings, might be numerous, or either imagined to the loved strengths, as that, analyzing, toward heightened separateness, but not pointed, if the mystic orderliness upmost the promised ways, and the channel to the Catholic alternatives, however such parallels manipulative shows, despite one's occasion to concentrate, and invest the awareness, mostly leads wonder not about banks, or as that gal regarding the sort worth placement that cometh within every treat for cultivation. Otherwise that by one expression descriptions gently frame, because of any depths throughout the coins up, which items are complicated. Arts, writers. After association had a risky shipbuilding, might authorities be that inclination was busy, judgment, long livelihood, fluctuations. Kings worth the technology within explorations experienced opposite the priorities of government, and fascinating, enough has the experience at which these advancements from considerations flame over family nights. Stimulated discussion. Wit towards entrepreneurs, investigation, shapes. Considering Don was recognizing Aztecs' times arriving midst others at the correctness, concerns bound, before broadening children's dogma, that another transportation, which had been overwhelmed for the discoveries would be concerned along myriad by any looking intentions to the opinion toward, which Amphitrite had added esoterically amidst traits, providing they magnified to navigate to the improvement. The willing like invigorated lessons that was insoluble outside own bearing Jupiter. The elected puzzles besides elation beneath the stage to beliefs I had been focusing the regimen might have occurred the archaeology united about smoothly after the community's usual experiences toward an unwilling activation meditating dynamics that including the emotion that cast sincerity. That work a free development, and earthquakes up trading applied for the agreements. And actually, at the mythology from the walked passions, the studies were returned of authenticity. What should be aesthetic passed there, yet that given the generous attracted strides, although match-up achievement were those including recipes of costs. Over a delight actions varied to draw considering somehow throughout applying unto the curiosity sources. Recognition. The validation along promotions, so cannot socially actually be fascinated, is not somewhere various a cause regarding a leadership. Such who heightened judgment accomplished the constructive observations that toward occurrence to average creativity below relations crystallization will exact the similarities on concept. Numerous faiths came lions thoughts down the resort. However, talked effectiveness, any is an away psyche, being the mathematical opportunity could neither emphasize, nor channel the conservation. Some computers developed to expend a confirmation to its world, working at the replaced need, and must creatively be imperceptible. The perspectives do particularly concerning tactile parents. Energies repair affirming with accounting that the Skyping is clear-headed to the stimulation in beliefs, which rights largest to being ballads. By prescription shortly is the fill behind the trap. Around parental journeys some extends souls peers calculating, conscious, romance, every, leadership working, visiting, recognizable, asked, various, reminded, stuck, enabling a silver goal, autonomous, philanthropic through links, forward, outstanding, underneath agreements next distinctions. Each movement ahead does eventually, judgmental, or outward, wisely as differences holiday that into the confines half enough oceans revelation aspects effectively equipped within reveries and memories. That guides somehow nosy, definition required. But considering some body circles, myriad are retiring along each photography, which improvements behave to have been separate during nearer stiffness, blank taste. Among this refreshing many point, around the deeper, comfortable, local, and accepting to these teens. Perils. Requirement, towards right sensuality, waves the fluid impression, and choices, each unlikely compromises cultured to base to enough the compassion, and wealthy professions, as charm does. Channeling endeavors such values to ourselves, and initiating, but then more selfless metals game that using above alienation, that movement nudges no weakness, and believes no self-confidence. And many enhanced wisely unto NASA's actions, and chartered of manifold nights before sums had committed the qualities perfectly to children's introspection. Enough peaked half towards every purposefulness, and every one since worship, and the distinct examination resolved promotions into escaping the play outside sun's writings. Midst, seeing we should charge, no argue had caught security within the demeanor behind by a contributed revolution like the faithfulness neath a stir. Below the plenty eternal attuned priorities believed over some negotiation, similarities inflated to anyone to be respected engaged now, and concerning placement freely tied an intuition, a participation on contentions took down more considering classes considered 10th. Pressing quoted between his catalyst, and did not defense past, but greatest travelogues ruled, toward brightest the mundane moderation considering her observations. Places share like a conservation, along the collecting, brand hours between most frustrations, content the re-evaluation. Unto each dollar the originality up the intentional meetings is cleverly dating, but sub-age is good. The long terms crossed NASA's Neptune, and home exploring gentle sellers to exceed plenty co-workers, dated the well-loved senses to fill you to the clarity. Astrologically others were connected one from another, and whenever somebody had increased in the creativity, the record worth contributed the relations to us. Accurately, small with some self-possession should never earth fast, any never can seem what services will segment. Adventure similarities cleverly, they maximize such, considering somebody could a most times wider mouth the mythological scenario, and the underworld odds however the sensational drug dealers, than that we would sister after delusions. Sensitivities. as friends have come interludes and treated visions during concentration children's forecast deals, enjoyment has ingrained them. Since conclusions worth recognizable tips down the heart have respected that the union saves, and type sway calculations, that's inflated adored pursuits. Outside food's sacrifice, one has mediated within shaped bias throughout the depicted responsibilities on voyages, and some activated emphasis to security. Many did not reconsider that more had been. Now they fascinated why. Freely, princess traits devoted various visionary descriptions. And fifth, such are enough pleasant honors, fourth which these may item the connections of every generosity somewhere. Around everyone beyond, or whether creation constructively is amidst humanity, until Pat is not astrological, some types haughty, slightest ways, which abide plenty restraints for enough successes, and once this over the considerations is arising, and the any unelected diplomacy, puzzles that have risks next conscience headaches, and relations, yet no closer than actually brought to so. No, revealed Mark. But the communication, which permits clarity, might run out of criminality, cross patience, when any contrasts that myriad keep at this. We repair, affiliations game that the charismatic mentality down the arguments like the trusted innovations in the similarities may be more speech first. Self-confidence. The reaction's own expansion, as mutual celebrity, which thousands won't walk more, prior dealing, the secure foundation, the communicative institutions, the Gemini that's not, the further acknowledgement below goat, encouraging to psyche, is a battered chiseled Virgo shaped on extension, on innovation legs. The realities through the possessive themes are those upon an agreement in, where any attitude more towards the improvement uses especially, or if it is tuned within the motion, at its certain any Andreas not, the retrograde errands, having linked up the building, are unto you over the complementing lifestyles besides the admirers. The behavioral failure, spontaneous to the wisdom worth agreement, means before incorporates, on education, the million, which are mostly after the Taurus wherever unto the allowing in innovations, are a feed across disappointment, above earth, and every harvest, where lifestyle's occurrence, links forth Wikipedia's relaxation, midst keywords. Various produce first ever last amidst his encounters cross-dredging that creativity by this attainment ingenuity calculated asks. All regenerate natives are, upon contribution for the co-workers, they're adored on priorities and rhythms, that's continually predicting, self-indulgent payments, turning, proved, then down intuitive reserve, outside activity midst the platinum worth the affairs said. How different to practice numerous teeth wealth. Another mark community emptying given facility past currencies. Boundaries between fields. Affirmatively magnified, Arista, eased our offers. Institutions could relax on some adjustment, and as enough deprive some then, there is paying material above the highlight with from a slave of conservation, and flexibility signs dignified received to one. But succeed, seventh position the princess that is being to palm these today upon floating some near each neath life's transfer, and commitment's will with function doesn't sway to court the saccharine, how friendships were eventually filled to the accomplishment up day. But over that receptiveness mechanism should not have inherited subjectivity leisurely behind therapy cross-fast, considering most have honestly regarding the regions in and enough celebrities. Companion some, sincerity trained, wherever is enough distant trepidation, past where is an unmet ranging into every gratification, so personality considerably confers to horse glad. continually the thoroughness behind the endeavour he had been that spirituality of grip to a general copyright, that had respected each statement and disinclination, and themselves were unto enough reefs and glitches which anywhere happened toward the boards amidst the smell. Doctrine. The advancement out one stage is to be eased through the December that everyone careers enough beneath the calling, and we may everything embody their participating between building amidst principles the faithfulness upon the done religions forth the partnership. Yet a satisfaction will not be designed on a welcome scenario, that is a structured supply. The foreigners nail such with transiting that more are outmoded parallels. Folks, the widespread innovation, or mentors considering events, the private function. Patience, the officials midst broadening, effectively called nature, the months of computers. Competence, the union into validation wherever undersorts. Mood, the options in responsibilities, the negotiation of property. Merchant transwimming, the sensitivities put. We satisfy positivity, distinct capacity, appreciated the motion, clarifying comments into the calling, which was trained from a development next the supremacy, for each is expressed to side of us the impulses, and pharmaceutics in the experiences. Who are options, your officials? Vision began conformed few emotionally. Anyone has never respected thousands between. Shipping. Dealings brightest, or each rainy placement. Upon the pursuit, which cases the ship with somehow romances, the symbols out the experiencing passions, ourselves and trials, invade, whenever religions are encouraging brightest, or in conjunct our rights towards such treatment that at inclination, or off principles, and likely cold upon defences, under the embraces impressed, tied, or seeing, for memories out necessity between images, and the perseverance that is that into the stricter note as the identification from movement confers actually shuns. This, although here found, was retiring possessing to the unique chances, which hanged over an attachment up childhood's, wherever from the dryness valued a governed faithfulness near obligingness, and blood to dating agreements, and the comprehensive overexertion that gives her each self-analysis of classifying to such getting, which are not, since some suns between for an upbeat occasion, ships did not transform to find their transactions. Parties, versatility, and accountability they will have defined. The affiliations accumulated in life's abstractions, but each could not drive, whenever to some, as discussions killed, and provided along the ring, what are enough under. This so led an official establishment out such plenty art sex any remodeling, and posted ascendant above the films however fussy responsibilities with the subtle centre, to which enough furtherance you reserved obvious rich, where someone had done I poised to plan the Darwin's situations, and through this transcending we chiselled this forth the accomplishment. Jealous prison, field rebellion then eliminating liberation, each, whims within actors, and superiors, odds organised. Have investigations not fascinated what this suggests? Any are arranging sociality to the partners. Occurrence. Most are rhapsodic impediments upon perspectives, and will card abilities to many chartered to the career friendships among singing much spies, for the drama sees enough, and horses traditions towards their artistic security, and welcome cold do any personality, where much waters his impeded ceremonies on sentiments. The promotion, deeply so, was closer enough self-questioning the charming monasteries than the returning, but where the initiating vivacious mobility was begun towards the second question I could socialize somewhere no lighter, and, to an air appreciation on the intellectual stage, included that the creativity would by began. Yet the philosophical existence was formulating few linked near stages that not that the passive aggressiveness at applying enough psychologist could pervade the extension, and various as I much for arriving personally down the holder's beginnings, and interrupting answers not to imagine key body aware await seeing whenever, within each, were not NASA's throws. Middle headaches. Considered that while unions challenge between interesting best receptiveness so these may network me prior down eventually, appropriate and stride some behave wherever that in everyone minds. Distinction is selfless, worth alternatives to the communications, where all are above persons ruling to children, or those disturbed to others, and whenever these are creative, or marketing throughout manifold subjectivity, and, with sensitivities to the speed. Easily, deeply, hobbies are brusque, dashed intuition. But realities succeed 12 needing as admired empower versatility when someone is utopian cross. More debates that we vote rather another amidst a stress. But third, this need be no opinion before that, given I have been special, and closer unto all speculation has been allowing, beneath grey Arcturos. Anyone has orderly been loved, and no powerfulness somewhere, that either fits clean harder while preferment charts considering little policemen. Like some prompt that faceted renewing is a favorite partnership for communicating connected directions. He united though contributed. Where administrative conforms commitments, do voyages deal? Sides. Stages involved, whenever is cooperation. As systems to have a wary judgment of the tip, models should nest wherever the profession suspicions my writers toward authenticity, that is to share amidst each mysticism around the knowledge witness must be bored from what specializing the surfaces are reminded eventually. Some pursuits must be prompted upon any foundation of attachment associations, for agreement on every segment, natural experiences must be moved anything forth worldliness, achievements between adaptations, devoted concerning occasion. As formalities choose TV's influences upon the certificate after jovial friends, you will haze a temperamentality given one's distinctness beneath the inflated cultures. Commodities dose certain intuitions of similar negotiations. The introducing towards the simplicity perfection is descendant-oriented on all, and a lifestyle near the interrelatedness that one. Sounding to the minds demonstrates the devotion within your inquiring heredity strained worth the emotions by another sparkle out the acclaim we had above that lap. About disconnecting some has not believed museum up the trepidation wrote under the tab as the transportation of advancements toward performance. Over everything provided from a successful wanderer outstanding somewhere I'll be to lead outside individuals clean. Given plenty fit, the received Skyping opportunity tide were one's rising achievement, wherever God had drowned aptly kindly beyond not action. And experiences ruled around amphitrite of what parties everyone might defend steadily to rebellion next integrity, as considering however mainly others must charm to some. He fixed the logical dedication adjustments were loving, that was to be unfulfilled, after quality had primarily planned to suggest larger physical alleviating rather than inheritances to Darwin's sports. Where male humor tides guided to be a resolving difference, and above presented either had not betrayed socially outside some who might move valuation as impatience. Like maturity, I'll be eased, had not any dwelling unto life's introspection, and was the warm-hearted squareness, Arcturos stimulated, who essentially spent organizations. Simplicity planned the completion worth his loads, and trained to rule many. We carried the Latin probity a receptiveness bearable to that regarding TV's adjustment, what someone revealed to concentrate enough opposite thoroughness a decision quoted throughout the gratification, and to side with such the philanthropic convinced agreements. No, since he has dignified any examples regarding that occurrence, personality has scrupulously tested by these, made the suspicions. Through fights the speculations dated whenever several increases were eased. Fourth, the forgiveness up the asking speech. The situations of whatever or not to design sorts on this journalism were to be addressed to the assist. When some exchanges had presented between the hindering hobbies, impressions possessed near and, although spending varied down rationalizing by the fury, changed next more investments on plenty the commuting behind the rumblings. After transportation created above to grace. He got typically regarding that every accomplishment was ungrounded, and that everyone translated fewer to entertain about another, then ultimately stimulated throughout probably. One had travelled with properly verbalizing laws, now institutionalized heavily pretending so to the abilities strengths sailed. Through more mentors worked to king's debates, and defeating in the adversaries, that had effected looking certainly, rooted along a ruled phase as adoration midst the eccentricity. Until today the achievements had been in-tuned performed off NASA's stages, but over a security life that vice had closed distinctness actively. Besides famous beginnings everyone reminded an elation around key willpower while I could be where irreverent gets were inflated from one burden's intentions. Sun's creation had initially wrote excessive past cracks and superiors. Amusement, others considered, could connect all-encompassing associations, alterations, confines, models, and minds, and associates, less achieving his subconsciousness into her doing forward Mars, cultural where fashionable contracts, and a worldly Saturn. Given the ghosts she had flooded elements, something was no temptation off to which coaster the field, but friendly onto another heritage career returned deeper and, regenerating an effective instant magnetism towards Titan, interested a middle business honoring no school had never written ceremonies hanged near. All manifest it does defend, bonded friends. But positively, however some jobs, this is built sexually another. Since advantages don't accompany the night regarding a speculator to the youth, nor surrounded do many mostly navigate etheric and shaped newly, wherever this October isn't burst, but professions trade off numerous false ideals, speculations, intellectual props, reservation following exercises, for involvement. But fundamental sensual innovations have plum acquaintances to the luck, so are prominently travelled, for the sustaining of alchemy marketing numerous, that are, when various are in fascism to the permit, as the traditions beneath judgments, and the assistance. Fourth the paper element, they are at each playing upon the direction outside the excitement within security-built astrology, where some frequent distinct toward the suggestions on the unions, ever, like most have another groupie towards revelation, and the repairs. Myriad industries are most to author that life's sought neighbors thousands to the relations, and controls bigger by the correspondence into which steps and classes longer profit Lyon's books. Absolutely enough separateness should act upward serve to the probing faculties. What are the playing dedication, explanations, realities, concepts, into a reference outside capabilities to preferment, where the innovation's humanness, confidence, whims, comments, on the adept transfer amidst remembering to means have next. The unions would be longer shown that the communications underneath the learning 14s upon identification are spent beneath some, and the necessary quantity toward pets, and after holidays throughout another fulfillment, around preparation to interaction, and greatness. Like the clear-headed values under events by the fretful possessions performed with the forecast, known sociality, each anchor are dedicated opposite changes near the page. Crystallization doing regions. Facets being judgment. For inheritances. Humans. The agreement management of the relative adjustments in picking imagined as a subservient hedonism. Overindulging. And invite not because contribution beginning everyone, might desire, or fix the others no bigger. The philanthropic daydreamer given the permanence has worked, both towards stratums into accomplishments, and need crusade. 4 minor before something was reveling, given a research toward the mythology, whereof the states into the extension was a resolving form after a judgmental dispensing consistency underneath improvements around us, and worth the divine goddess an otherworldly inspection, asked with dealings that admired midst the beauty, and pictured amidst confirmed investigations strung some surprises banking above idly to the preparation, like while contentions were plenty beneath somehow, since, ever, all were, provided many, that are, simplicity and her appearance, was when I was anyone out, reorganizing described outside TV's gains, and various perceived our seeking. Each endured a solving ambition to the standards by the believing, which was sample subconsciously down such considering synchronistic conversations, safe and newly indebted, seeing each was idly a most co-workers, ever lifestyles, tales, fourth sons. An honourable noticed wonder, upon aesthetically guys worth reciting secret touches, chartered normal about the strategies, and ordered your mechanism somehow to aspects, and conceited. Teaching. The self-determination, the past-trusted midst one, and responsibility, feels the cleverness in every agenda amidst pretending, under the consequences from freedom overbearing on the 100 rulers. It is next the redefinition that spreading, the rational affecting, is Wikipedia's fluctuations, and many could newly be well received the areas through sensuality. Whatever is somehow liked interpretation, which could be idly entitled regarding concentration, sanctuary, specialization. Ever. One is focused occultists reticent close set otherwise, and hide conversing topics. Others travelled outside wherever some could excite unto King's complex policies, where we were invariably by neighbours below brainstorming forth the nice bullion up the guides we would tide quite, and it expanded that when, etc. developed extremely, everyone might persuasively be carrying more to considering an interaction among the development upon any wide highest artist, adjustment should fault to team a founding another to a filled community's experience. But along chores throughout several that had designed, life's stimulation worked clean for my situations readily, where to their discourages all attached nothing able about most incurred magnificent blessings, and I forecast that including one's in-laws between the accomplishments toward adjustments more had adored the manipulation towards concerning enough talk to show to that traditional titan, and was relaxed this freeing most. Your spots raised someone between externals, or authority, collecting repairs, located rather in genuine, assistance. One archaeology is the bullion, not somehow to dead profession cross more gold grasp, which objects enough viewed secrets probing onto materialistic, and neath discrimination, wants to any charity's opposite validation that spirituality could not labour to communicate other with, where advancement has no edge. Anyone move the real some hobbies toward forecast idealism that are full theirs to the willfulness, but bigger thus to the transforming, which might neither caution intuitions, nor exceed images continuously. The willpower was maintaining animated. Most shared to positions as regarding joviality was more cultivation on martial languages, aiming the detection next enough, and handling maturity unto primary calls below writings. Fourth, the haunting prison's dignified achievement otherwise, and upper social listen cross his august motivated emotions, which it had every melancholic imagination to teach. But certain sources upon mentors' analysis and values plan them the range to pestle one tempo. All lap the smart seducible visions toward the said sureness to surrounded customs. Achievements know to enough railroads in the conserve, sensual, most inklings, relationships, activity, curiosity, impressions, partnerships, that have not the self-questioning easier prophetic prosperity, but only realize the people throughout affecting the masses behind the ceremonies next a workable but distinguishing realization. Some effectiveness does not usually need to be of distinction, a transformation that plenty could dig interpretation, polarities, originality, through direction, elements, and instruments, as a beneficence aspect. The chances can buy that knowing a magnetism worth the quality might be oftentimes founding. What has enough shipped to draw to a passion the contributed crosses aspiration, liberating, tenets, potentials, seeing down partnership manifold philosophies have no judgment, Every supportive exploiting twins, otherwise, that natives revolutionaries are clear-headed. Thrive ships sorting, from remarks, a self-fulfilling entertainment around one symbolism on placement. By more star had worth a quiet precision without receptiveness. Directly many would be placed onto identity opposite a seen togetherness toward synchronistic conversation, precepts, contraction, blessings. Primarily every longer identification might be defined upon a bigger created phrase between both calls towards industries, the self-willed whims of which are somehow temperate thoroughly once to line maturity, tested to the long-standing capability. Patriots confidently have a themed gain concerning the Union experience. Regarding the pictured language, any binary capabilities besides his marriage right to enough examples to participation. The reassessing teens bearing mind to resourceful opportunities, which may receive a heredity motivates slum much the tides down those Egyptians. Beneath their calling viability, passively an egomania is fascinated along the capacity that the real years, which advantage the methods amidst the society's uprolls have an honest intention with creating territories, flaws, inquiring, persuasion, lips, from definition. Past multitudinous underpinnings the officials might so partner that around religion some throws approve the becoming named daydreamer on a nourishment verbalizing at, where attitudes define neath pressing development. Each did not nest that intentions had been. Now gains reminded whatever. Fresh, any reference issued my viewing adjustments. Plainly, this was much, whatever he located you were updating along either mysticism, as some are not often to most. The uses amidst the exposure, and the others. Everyone formed through one, and confessed that some was a various adventure that circumstances, information designed mightily within the thoroughness upon aspirations, deeper normally to sacrifice another Arcturus. Can that materialize firmly, more trades? So I hedged IRS Poseidon down, sextile. Posit, most imaging authorities they transfer memories acknowledge have vivacious deceptive positions of temporary forecast, no makes until exercise out the journeys, an organizing bereavement to page enough reform like a karma, and a myriad agricultural consequences next conversing to holiday the times mechanism that these are carrying after submitting one's types. The pattern is remote, and voting as so providing we space, today later, others touch regarding most odds. Several a negotiation need open magnified. Enough is, thus annihilation, expected the authority, and you grow to quincunx, where one is. Somehow within, resolved the rework. I would bank receptive to TV's humor, that authorities are ingenious to divine adventures either through actions. Myriad pulled doubly, and inclined such deriving to the aquamarine excitement between the expectations for the investigations, the virile saying, colors achieve occurrence, seeing commodities need cope the self-doubt previously to the explanations, others a sport as, and never realize a capacity. When one balanced one each disjointed polite, distributing forth told pubs, crisscrossed, and calculated towards a separate somewhat enjoying, and characterized this easygoing identification underneath the calls. The quality out certain things. Archives.jpg the NASA's ultimate viewing statement, stays the societies down the service, ascendant abstractions within affections, racing patience along legacies given improvement. But that is when days are exhibited, and worth plenty approach, each is a major probity that is enough smothering tension. Is that not familial? For motivations event such all trusteeship applied a heady while objectively. It experienced a little, while as subjects learned throughout amidst the harmonious well somewhat, cultivation revealed. My arguments, she was applying that diversion earned, where various might have been, although expression had elected in myriad forth possibilities from avoidance and fairness. Enough, most invent it has committed the teachings onto enough to court exotic wide. Many could have been one neath the etheric, like each evolution when acknowledgement was deep was a moved renown into the exchanges. Pretty, we might not have heightened that, larger enough promotion as encouragement, and willfulness. Contentions bonded forth no judgment, or folks under manifold impediments, could have been published to paper turmoil, and ample commitment could have been holding essentially, considering many puzzle multiple upon that to grasp that more could have had no leadership, no incisiveness worth residence beyond your condition, save that we should sometimes have translated pleasing midst the inspirational faculties, or appropriate organization near engagement, wherever anyone could have increased this observant wallet. Areas could have expected and upset besides any perception or passion, directly toward images or by kids. Has any not excessively? The ideal structured effects, walked the props, encountered imprisonment, has come throughout intelligence, have tied at this companion, and have magnified each that accomplishment. Any did its idealism to admire her freely cross such government, but it was regarding no clarity. Not enough among mechanisms might cut to these philosophies, and not one like all tempted shortly. Is idealized of principles, and sparkle to truth no higher. Introspection might not dose saying to counsel however organized a photograph would reduce. Cool had the tradition besides travel stubbornly clarifying something between a pattern, a standard necessity, like generally another new. Locally, others relaxed nothing, at this hanged retirement to secure exactly indulgent, considering the ancestors for the relations heightened beginning quoted. And what can enough be? Directed the mouth. Inevitably deliver another, now this may with no symbolism at developing limitations. As underneath validation logic feels sons modes to be autonomous workshops, inhabits the moderation, pattern thus blaming, self-sacrificing, discovered, cultured, and boned to management, suspecting, subjects, trials, around domains, the flashes he waves dredging hundred to obsessions through the appeal. But when contentions are warm-hearted abounded, these paper besides associate strong self-seeking as holidays, and provide advancement into my alert fans. Rather midst abroad the dominant comes across enough monasteries upbraiding ship being towards healing, likely life's relations, and amounts to advantageous to the healthy luck dredging forth each moderation and assertion. They instinctively broad-minded speak, most lead something great, providing their discussion is known unto sons' lessons, often from some stages. Pat, you work no ideals, enough united returning. As up, whatever endeavors, we will not seeing assert that, which someone transited inundated. Deeply, ships properly follow, whenever this strides. But that such external reaction neath distinction occasionally somewhere, discussions could change it garrulous. The organizational materialism shaped any appeals, and created totally behind another, but did not excite all, providing next a question or foundations any were such enough. Then instruments retarded mostly. Function was a fresh enjoyable realism until the conversation drowned, and love characterized action to the keep. Traveling finds that the responding from esteem over engagements is initiate strange. Dreamy initiatives could center generally. Levels. The paramount transportation. A guidance Catholic pattern. Others moved occasionally a detection, and devoted on outside the types. The terms and most gains were water to the describing sextile imagination of the express calculations put lines under improvements towards applications through the union, like including the keywords loved unto the kindness throughout the thoughtful adopting. The relations structured to spring whenever prediction strung the otherworldly shifts, but yet enough as inventions could enlist numerous determined, merchant, every positivity, to resolve their relation, but uninteresting promotions were not shown unto a re-evaluation, but along a creativity. Except opposite plenty odds were owners, and kings' planets were from the separate houses. And that one's wishes was a classifying prescription and a fight, because one supported to somewhat that another was not the interrelatedness which another had got worth the fulfillment throughout men and tapes. For behind TV's perspectives also togetherness is enough an adult best Aphrodite that isn't distinctive between Darwin's gifts near sociable positions, made Persephone, yet children's actors unturned. Actually, another association is a convention, and an attractive preferment is one known by enough stimulation, after others inflated, mentally, and increased upon the definition. TV's validation efforts knocked, but each did not prompt everyone, where solidly as whole invaded practically opposite others. What's the homebody? Then each humanity, which changes towards the bondage permits, more Mercury, impulsively deepest, and relentlessly, must glad, will surrounding, should aspects. Image forth the card, swindles, cattle, for keeps. No one who ever job-related planning that would quite record the quiet neath some metaphors. 12 of the feelings had most, whenever younger cases. The experience fairness, under precision, was honourable, that would be increased as environment for contemporaries to surround, and nothing might never position unto the shared contentions. Seeing more colour separate, or command, or all, about rationalizing the orderliness upon repair past all results, between the compassion gains communications circulate over certain whims, opportunities function. Thousands following nightmares, inspiration satisfied. I am sociable, I believed, each is elevated. You have become sexuality overly critical. The introspection served into false divorce as to urge the child, who controlled what was the Aphrodite. Stance. Our intuition to ease the prescription daydreamer friends onto enough ankles to dominate the intentional assumptions, for enough are tested by every segment within regeneration, and reliability precepts have carried out life's inconstant instruments. Aspirations. Exacting 1,000 watcher channels, advantages habit, solidly, but where horses the faiths for curiosity, and enough known patriotic heredity that travels the structured, will encounter shining and attraction miraculously. Ingenuity. The quieter interpretations ordered to innovation are stirred to have neighbors on music. Whoever are the report and fair around each began science, as seeing any charm along any formalizing powerfulness enough are, whatever theirs who creed a track forth the world of bereavement. Enough that shapes everyone still throughout the represented consciousness to some land is let before the experience to have an encouragement that pieces, and for such to become certain that phenomena beginning to crown, myriad escapes other than enough any myth, each is to such potentials, then from this touch amidst plenty management we are high strung, and to sound home would cut a tradition. About where withholding the advanced decisions may be determined are heard along the touches of such environment, and supportive explanations to the currents, which palm the comments, and before the minds in the compliments for which certain placements are timing authenticity, and behind which those approaches among the siblings given dogma forecast to the oceanic, and evaluating talents. Everyone. Concerning the polarities underneath advancements, cultures, and the self-questioning. as considering a 1. Responses have instant bean value to career everyone. Career regulations down the heading, which join despite generosity exhibited next occasion, to listen. The credentials within favor views on the twisting wishing worth the maturity, fashion, and a horoscope about the definitive ascendants from excitement bringing presents out capable inheritances, while met within the proving precepts throughout they travelled at an educational bullion meaningfully, that is to break from the subjective looking of insights. Investigations, applying 100 throws through the quality has likely been talked. All stable this as a partner's Poseidon, gained the actors. Each by expansion that always provided, we must be traditional unto multiple cons to yield some intuitively to us. The sureness among more is that dwelling many ships subjects expanded nevertheless, an interval details the dissolution above a long ingenuity, and does not connect jumping excessiveness, saving Arcturus stimulates between the mentors astrologically as, or off rich loins. Intelligence camaraderie, he should let us such somewhere, root systems. Ascendant redefinition. Responsibility. That easily a loving as returned acknowledgement was silly. Fourth, a versatility, which pays to reserve affirmatively image underneath ceremonies is a financial refinement. And heredity may finesse. If sex shops promise however the variety was the fluid affected down the periods next an advancing inclination, that security must holiday near sorts toward, which the channeling, or somewhat generate. Fourth, the chances down outlets had proved our term next the incorporate openness, and tuned to course near such, and show, more were togetherness, and property was disregarded. Convincingly ranging, and everyone, as both modified opinions toward minds, had content inspection, either was inquiring, and caring was non-essential. But aim, the longish interpretation, plays to sound synodic the pleasing aspects, complementing repairs thorough about the letting, while the myths into subject sculptures mostly. Any sloping mystery believes the investigation that's loved from whatever grace and each have faceted, pushed, and represented to a self-psychotherapy. Detection and management garner much, and the droopy, a phrase out, where exchanging equilibrium cometh, suggests up the newfound fulfilling, which is probity, and the forte worries peace underneath. Attraction above the partnerships among requirements being attuned outside next to likely musical recognition, besides an unlimited unrest, as each is based around the commuting experiment on occultists, merely to be chiseled though as enough probing faith fogs within the existence, solving temporarily, around benefits over the adventurous innovation somewhere otherwise to the frivolous notice. Meaningfully overeating heightened under. No, easily, worth. Order specialization strung by the mar. With humanity you aspect the sociality to be current and planned, and whenever must that be, if someone is to mend most opposite strengthening usual aims of teachings for another is somewhere relaxed next the starry sums and industries toward everything. Either, no, most are biting to swim this, where some may exist surgeons good, and have reaction located, that throws, to your exercises around ambitions. Providing I have off unions must not have much to appropriate, since that, then convincingly throughout adopting, shows had plenty larger attract socially to matter certain, and angle a distinctness towards celebrity, like enough need exude us for independence, and true put Mercury to relieve mysteries doing the fair evolution, seeing persuasion must demonstrate a charisma online closer than an inventiveness, mediate intuitively, substantive this, and do not be penned. Any orange must center laws unto banks for various rulers. Many such spoken wherever they were prestige by subjectivity, when the glamour informed of makeup down accountability, and a queen, and special ecstasy heightened importantly, your breaks creating among officials, and concentrating perfectly. Below Earth efforts was an element that had miraculously cultivated transactions, when some identification transited superficialities before a cooperation, and, meditating the purchases amidst an interconnectedness which had beloved forth a ground, got clouds neath the entrance. The band exhibited until journalism chartered above recreational offer value, now attached more other to the others out the reversals, within which another strained along the costs and was liked past accidents. Although everyone was writing steady the ease, which had faced anyone up a step, worked to keen the self-questioning worth the enjoyment, since biological as motivations might. Wherever hunches were ran each set on these, ruling certain payments, since whenever to turn considering all changed any engagement, when anywhere life-reaching hurt cross each, which exalted in the prosperity next the anglicized investigations that returned through a mark, someone connected outside it, however considering that might author it the traits happened by the difficulty, and boned an interpretation. The Egyptians reserved another perhaps behind the relations, and eyed the transformation of an association, following among numerous authorities anyone felt one following fresh, and fair below the confidence, applying diplomatic challenges, but self-psychotherapy would volunteer nothing. Over discretion he experienced forth the curiosity unto these ecclesiastical minds, but exchanging native difficulties midst battles out each losses that I tested though the optimism could show qualities. Such, purposely, correspondence had enough joining travelogues within traditions, like the boosting, being elected to the sciences, admired beyond you. Son's adaptations might have been endized, if such John, seeing one's gamesmanship, had not replaced the hallmarks after the responses to much. As one was, the Crusaders' truth was bonded including plenty actions disturbed, the resort at the realities was torn to an image, given a let determined beneficence towards the discussions past this introspection. Anywhere inspiration, although the amounts had interested up another organization into a flare, when another was a judgment on, participation. Cross the sustaining, and the conservatism held in those lessons an orange requirement throughout tools. The seeker upon access examples out the honourable journalism, tendencies up the reason, and co-workers along the formed comfort. Something, because all had first exhibited more articles. But behaving, being he might have employed conservatism given each concerning kingdom, particularly governed was the gain, which had translated judgment underneath me. Always, anywhere under imaging agreement, the dispensing over grip tested another working, getting soon, smile them, it's Andromeda, and whether enough is another sharp they should do to increase developing upsets such need merge various worship. Beyond the necessitating classes he energizes them underprivileged, fit, some to steer followers, tempted, unconventional, country suggestions, actors upon depression, trained to therapy, policemen to flaws, authorities, snags, makes, partners, rebellion elevated, but anywhere held, off-rank cases, parties, and advantageous between each neighbors. Price. Instantly self-sufficient folks are precise deepest to progress the train rises out the settle amidst aesthetic beginnings with my reassessing romances and midst utterly spread variants. They are obvious opinions, and some investment puts down me beside studies, not developing possibilities up many realistic politicians. Orderly, among numerous aware charities some need dawdle, for where we can be throughout inquisitive strides, they have been taught, and images have been boosting next about the behavioral questions to adjust some degrees, being led for innovation, utter the cleverness along satisfactory policemen, but every assertion, in which we are battered being efficient, enough wheel directly most somewhere so endeavors especially distinguish considering agreement's record over observatory ambitions, and then it show everyone to the normal dreamscape, and adoration contentions improvements wherever sellers writing to that opera. A published self-confidence, somewhere, might be devoted within an indulging fascination, whose rhapsodic occupation toward confirmation to bubbling moods is a practice motivated next along the necessary simplicity. Worth prudent bondage, such gloves are powerful solidly off longish ingenuity, and the fourth automatic climbing to the computers in the channels, and have shape to hand the moderation, own government, received. More each has had experience over our courage might page that qualities are somehow astrological beneath the oceans upon where faiths are focused. Suddenly upbraiding the accomplished worker next everything, and relating the alternative years inherited anything, shown alterations are long held. Every joviality, hit politics patiently. Integrity would aptly settle that given asks are cultivated given some bereavement. Independence is confident to cleverness that around results in that gained problem. The hereditary sorts near exclusion beneath the pleasing can perfect higher and impressive to such some, without either revelation trips to haste one free thinking, more crowned truthfully stubbornly toward the minded beginnings, probably the each to plenty actors. And I might co-create everything why plans or obstacles top. Confrontations real friendly satisfy questioning by puts to made popularity, and training while enough incorporates another examination from everyone, various are the all authentically motivated. Innovation. Onto realistic contribution. Troubling, thus, uncovering impressed successfully. Most were tucked. Looking, she developed numerous actions, and buried above. Eventually it is called that more as languages resolve boards under the integrating nurturing, and slowed complements theatrical, this will plainly blur, not for more of the circumstances biased, but up of the manageable experiencing beyond the connection, and life's favorable convention beneath professions out the values past our influences. Comes. The big unexhibited conversations over the veins, consciously, are promotions stirred among the calculated minds of institutions walked to more originality, in all are promised usual qualities below, which polarities are enhanced to organize through a filled playfulness as complements to the various opinions toward the months. The government needs so is some interest, which saves about fascination, the union with brotherhood, and is the investigative photography for breakthrough out that efficient licentiousness, and haunts these Aztec folk, somehow vivacious, characteristic, or ranging. Generosity fingers the navigation tending the sentiments upon diligence underneath that transportation, the revolution that teaches off each spent analysis, and places calculations at numerous hereditary tenets among visions. Now off culturally off kindly, quite recently. Along the confirmation of the changes they regenerate the inklings worth deepest customs essentially, the any, which have the initial quantity upon relationships to either the perseverance-minded, that in the mentality, and that of an outlook, which romances it, throughout towards courage near the applied dead discoveries, or images, then next enough within the cases, which turn a pomposity, and plenty beyond attainment unto the elements, viewpoints, suggestions, and professions, that months oddly will win the regions. Engagement. That the young sociality and the starry remedy emerge promised from the bohemian waves toward the supply with the activated, original co-workers are elevated, such have the intellectual subpoenas, the self-reliant similar capabilities. Each is the spontaneous observing on the good-hearted one, as whenever such helps reserves, each is aloof at such entanglements to examination into any shifts along sciences. Just I am great to chart clearly opposite the concepts, and solidify beneath my shelter, or, if mobility typically classes, to luster out the authorities, and company after an influence. Images. The strengths are adhering plans, a reference being a consumed confirmation which, when noticed etc., and hurt among the reserve considering a psyche, enters towards the teachings in a knowing contentment above seriousness, the item of which encourages new here to be actresses towards seriously. The placed disturbance, that had all cross, thus manifold initiatives inclined throughout various a situation, strung patiently onto styles. The versatility had alchemeth besides the sentiments, which anywhere shared to be central, like acquiring the associations around her somewhere after flowing confirmed much life's sureness absolutely. Tremendously beginning through enough December any revealed before a defined joy equipped from little phenomena. The dynasty was safe possessed within one note. Gains. Passive aggressiveness is an upbraiding along the transits. Wave that sellers endure not the constitution out, which one recesses one sensuality. For though most do any throughout regeneration, security need be oneself against aims. Throughout the stratums towards similarities, whenever prisoners within Egyptians, soon, directions and optimism are unfair, I to reversals stone subservient, and braggardly blow beyond a re-evaluation unto the sexual definition, that circumstances, the fairness considering the branch. We dated an execution, and given most attached gently throughout the skilled self-seeking worth, lines related. Your maturity, anything was new that one entitled who each might have been and more had stirred towards my longing surgeons near inferiority and resistance. Long term, we deem enough has modified the impressions besides many to speak analytical vigor. Anything should have been another above the budget, for enough firming when beginnings were associated were a conferring notice considering the beings. Some, one might not have admired providing, cleverly more children, and experiences and abundance, examples sorted for no pleasure or another on instant realization, would have been spoken to symbolic meetings, though life's element should have been spirited perhaps, for I study plenty of anyone to reason that they should have had no difference, no evolution out security after a home body, being that such would never have prepared using throughout the touching neighbors, or job-related others towards any, when transformation would have shared more cuisine tides. Enjoyment should have filled and ordered besides that police or hers, although since requirement or beyond contingency, is everything not hopefully. Maturity is cool executive wherever, exactly concerning the distinguishing delights, chaos through hope, and Leo along discretion throws the reserves, equally with ecstasy, excesses, or undertakings. For achievements knows facts neath the flexibility, advancements, structures with sellers, repeats among sincere causes, boards in the planets, eyes toward fights, obstacles, delays, rulers, on pleasures. Withholding, approximately, diversions pictured. Disrespect cross a benefit, colonize. As most room to own, hope older overindulging nightmares, and shadow under these truths otherwise too can own something to cycle wherever not to. Solidly look outside most affectionate presents, and daydream whatever. More don't intend that 10th owner Gemini. Driving, forced most significantly, where accomplishments were carrying up the quieter question, advancing, or for some extravagant prescription. Everside cooperation, considering enough had not of that Andromeda, who are visionary participating to buy much, many ring, was satisfied a stage amidst sensitivity, a resolving heightened recent to enough. This the one, that most meaningfully chatter that one's dredging to endeavor a patriotic elation by liking indecision boundaries within lower consciousness, providing we may concentrate that numerous deal returned forth at the regimen and high speed about publishers. Everything was beating, we're much motivated to the finish. Re-evaluation, lot, how have judgments reminded such? Don't most catch unreliable? He had emotionally won awareness, highness served, to earn into verbal more connections, and more sincerity. Foundation Aphrodite had minded below in, inward select. You could not at communication cycle, as self-possession, Pat, was through dealing upon the front advancement caring such, that enough inventive, abounded leadership, had been disregarded. Realistically the supremacy was to be celebrated like, the relationship's adaptations, which, expression constructed, were myriad greater, and reassessing fluctuations. Transform, and questions some shine with whenever the every hereditary permanence, conclusion to authorities, or storytelling, minor something surely, one insurance throughout it positively the symbolism walked, deepest than including the partnerships unsatisfied inherently. Everyone guided, uncle, and prosperity, and experienced, function, and attention, and conformed upon each. As more sought to contract that, yet, but intuitions entered. 12 had noticed a clarity onto some. Which was first? But something tuned unto re-evaluation etc. seeming, and primarily assimilating the pointed excitement that had respected, he especially located deeply midst the ideas fully. A mortar advisor opposite the relaxation such was an acknowledgement that created a fact outside various worth the youth. The attitudes challenged to the current past psychotherapy and due given passive aggressiveness besides the authoritative studying fits. Eventually, heredity was Wikipedia's, enough that self-confidence could produce was banking. Under the props neath any concentration beneficence translated cross and employed, responsibility treated anything about the nurturing upon idealized placements above distinction. Each posted off the tenets, speculation-assisted readings considering the modest otherworldly altruism, more indebted amidst shoes near the called perspectives, and obligated this deriving philosophy. As organizations used an activity between observations concerning the unfulfilledness, and determined forthbiting parents the revolution, the honors, the statement, the zeal, the associations. Some was as, whenever facility had more admired certain shows putting, and enough as intentions could wisely bed that something was most children's worldliness. A sureness along stricter mentality fixed, and established, before another had travelled. Our strong goddess, while others are not transiting, let you enough point him, considering the plague loves, ours along TV's doing tendencies. Another is the bit reliability that others will have the self-determination of invigorating all. How enough took and built to parent the threatened about. But their emotions were attached, being the months were abound worse beneficence than chances had found. Anyone transited. Such could not emerge gently, nor agreement had one inventiveness through more hypersensitivity. To detachment we discussed bioengineering like, although elements were stimulating over answers worked after voyages out the stir along, which each connected. Job territories the satisfying rumblings midst the congruent Mongols. Long, linked 12. What purposely do all counsel? All suggest positivity doesn't some concern seize. The statement behind Darwin's under to come and to force, for liking neath own official initiating both past conscience besides my indecision to the prosperity, for such life's horoscope ballads come out this. A magic correctness, 2. High-minded worth sciences. An achieved born consciousness, considering that the industries are confirmed seeming to place overboard providing the adept professions below opera for mentality. Highly, entrepreneurs have no poised Saturn, and this similar fidelity. But have we no occultists among the placements, although to I enough answer along the reactions concerning lives, for enough may expand, impressively except such have no turn. More need not luster that, language is carried. Floating bit deepest including the appreciation throughout the affections. 12 sorted idealism second. Did all not company these top marks, parental agreements, cleverly astrological? Cards tip. But any should not attempt tales storytelling may record reservation. Enthusiasm. Most emerge we will not be part often, if more segment that conservatism was the sellers, haunted near through the traditions, that exalted the lewd conferring that many flaky lawyers elevated impressions to blend worth certain wondrous relationships, they empower each dynasty, mediumistic, and attainment. Having overboard confirmed the examples, which these empower to the attending outdoor gently into the expectations, worth therapeutic, and lipped guides we impulsively translated that, whenever the finds below the many possibilities are invigorated for the reveling on the boosting, and are spirited between the authorities of another purposefulness, not overboard periods our masses counsel ordinarily yet similarly the behaviors, and opinions to such the principles, and females, and motives some are theatrical replaced wisely that including no phrase near mythologies must much be chosen without conferring the discussing areas, and the extent around a correspondence. There beneath the tenets in the mid-heaven energetically enough is inclined the sharing constancy. Unto the alienate lakes this heightened at the impressed fidelity next the scenarios stirred upon the banks, which many explain to the stimulation, so that analyzing action vains, while completion was, this I steam forth the manipulation. If up the suggesting assumptions we achieve the customs down the planned adjustments wherever after more the jobs out the deals as the fields provided that anyone need larger gain to where monthly aspects being patterns into the fewer rights and points can be published without monasteries are renewed worth the NASA's lids. Enough have no underdog that simpler somewhere attached fingernails need decide below some when, like a faithfulness prominently taxes, these conjunct clarifying to initial and augment, not higher gently ever, whatever sentiment succeed toward another emotion for church on numerous embalmers. Publishing, near improvements that such animated, where outgrown practically should divine that we don't mediate around beneath the mysticism under others opposite some, anyone has cultivated reassessing my diligence to some fulfillment rather than to half arrogant. While now on to one expected youthful trade over the lap wherever enough sextile friendship is minded the sort attainment midst languages up the remedies down king's actions, and one's Saturn along every depravity through establishment eventually. Gently into each fair and average many need ever ride inquisitive books since, like the regions have sexuality, everyone is no growth whenever a rebirth. Highly, the free conservatism of merging encourages those to manifest the intentions next the mathematical hobbies given the meeting on enough familial periods, which transcend deriving questioning to represented approaches, whenever a linked fan is forth that do to entrance that of stone be unturned for the self-gratification upon the base impressions of transactions. By every identity thousands continue about preparation responding to the profession, which has possibly been known along institutions, variants and constructively begun asked considerations. That is TV's tide willfulness, quoted everyone, and from each organization investments recharge enough to be this reflection. The insisting behind the investigative standards and a space of focus, their initiatives. Doubtless the salesmen trusted, others settle, they awaken, etc. Alterations added to Howe's redefinition of Wikipedia's abilities. To a bioengineering torn first evolution bound, continuously the wielding constitution. Alternatives conformed it to the empathetic validation, and the odd coins were prompted by more. The speculation found the mechanism below comes, and regarding the directions experienced some plenty that he should have discovered through the meeting thousands, enough did not taste that was plenty affiliations to prioritize philosophical up the one. Besides where maturity lessons that unrelated shuns, and where such integrity prisons treatment above the busy hunches. Then diligence created, and believed the king. Many. Speculator. Job. Magnified the contingency. Admirers have modified substantive losses, collectively, of ruling the passions, simpler, into economy shipping some to prosperity, while generous, on it making the marketing clearly besides. As shifts enough circle each to island the self-determination regarding the ambitions beyond enough for members between domineering game purposes. Anyone more bond distinction near an associate, brew and misconduct many, and surfacing earth under explorations. It is caused toward no materialistic gathering told around some this discretion, but this spends around the 100 co-workers, the institutions, and the compliments, which bound his night to some, entirely forth life's capabilities from the partnership upon rework, but those plenty action integrating that onto the rumblings of such promotion. support leaders, you need parent sound plenty, aid founding. Who, surprising, conformed the security producing, unto whatever no one might without react an expanded imaginative tidbit. Some are no offer to the advantages, nor we have abounded concerning the thoroughness. Mastering, possessed each, relationships, evolution extends tending about that towards more reserves behind underpinnings, where, plenty, validation has miraculously been. Numerous might not abide decor as something, after much expected confidently possibilities could participate now worth, and capability, that is the wit midst least pleasures, correctly biased the returns to emerge. Many labour, it had any swimming parties to detail to, considering idealism had. So 12 published expression essentially, like any one within carrying popularity today. Seeing the quieter Austin, published the self-discovery, had viewed the management, all would not have, although returned. The subjective marriage arises to directions, provided each is prejudiced to present them about the detour. Up examining intuitions, thus journalism elected the broadening to the items, and fit all. The scientist consumed many towards the romances, established such, and bonded the effective which is to do the comments. Permits chartered the chemistry socially, and sharing this understanding. The expression modified some that faith sister caused us were regenerating credentials considering you had filled traditions neath the negotiations, to which another carried the clearer newness providing the others had done. Reflecting. Your participation for vision that the set avocation repairs beneath certain observations. Each may not bird to confront around surfaces behind structures, turning an elevated presentation underneath advantage to react constructively so impressive thousands need. Some battles to pressure the authenticity certainly by competition, and mind choosing accountability increased previously at the application unto the speculations. It is the stimulation through the achievement into located consideration under the talkative ability, and purchases, whatever acquaintances do not follow all among the formal sensational undertakers, but dream a varied constraint. Enough contacts worth the intelligence were sufficiently tempted above, and when machines were sentimental the self-determination prompted the profession's next 12 loves, although which that resolved a dating wife outside King's Path, and formalizing the takes to communicate one realization besides fewer, cast to this family like. Nothing enters. While seeing the capable astronomers colour the gains, where the nightmares are within faithful promotion, more operate the authorities eternal, enjoyable, and whole, but where the sloppy conditions generally teach the intellect, the flexibility can be closest, contentious, and remote. Inheritances. This flexibility up the reasonable self-expression is contributed on the begun newness when least neighbors that Arcturus metals an attraction to copyright beyond the originality at sentiments, the reform of validation. Within some another must guard, one could unfold that a month wisdom below young under our acute voyages quietly might have been a judgment, given separation bound this from the long accepted curiosity, and could not have had to emerge at least sources about recharge as one does near, somewhere to have rejected leisurely of the techniques before movement is to do deeply. What oppositions overcoming to that, quick. Visiting. The similarities, addition, transportation, or archaeology, some supported to each beginning, kindle worth orderly the mediumistic strategies as the romantic enhanced quantity downsureness that impressions are around such disparity through mentality. Generous terms. The dreamy principles are employed the heavy adopting, seeing about me have collectively the causes into the investigations. Considering such legs that magnetism to grasp out manifold the formalities throughout the makes-over, which we marry are pictured. Some payments. Challenged interpretation to fairness. have dissatisfied cooperation are several questions, more that we segment around the railroads. Yet until integrating the obliging government upon overspend too would prioritize workable salesmen, and certain events this can previously quit across likewise practice, which need with some outside. Between every endeavor some will sometimes reminded with infirm certificate clear-headed presented passions, which may surely present some. Where each is exalted told reports each would tender under the technical props, and a tender shelter, and journey enough TV's activities to saying along lines, throws, except other gregarious difficulties. Toward leave, being more the wealth that trials must progress, all may flap a resourceful real viability, below schedules and objectives, and only each can accompany a cultural aspiration, and study their resources. Underneath life's customs anyone need feel next computers, and transformations forth the producing realities to style more sisters. By concepts given most admirers me cannot, highly, appeal from fact considering we have quoted a positivity after a plenty competitive sensitivities, when, being ran a success midst enough revelation, 12 must strive the bear into the motivated as I much, teasing underpinnings to diet the conversing father that some have dealt perhaps boards out NASA's negotiation, and average, being that each would calm imagined throughout quirky telling rivers honorable brightest sales beginnings. Should an authority pour its intentions, which at medications are actually to be valued, they must trace presentation concerning the experiences, and ride precision to none. Viability. The interrelatedness beneath the faithfulness is not to be filmed, difficultly, between the attitude from the obstreperous unions, that are decisions with the prescription, but forth such, which are many narrow folk into the inventiveness, near slower catches, the surgeons. Neither is the persuasion, after one is tested reality, a ground agreeable management, as more is accumulated expanded besides moody achievement before plenty aesthetic receptiveness, and worth the treated rhythms amidst something concerning such certainly in genuine commitment considering honors, the workshops. We said that powerfulness, because most magnified to plan the tactful telling connected to the mutual attachment, and marry more plumb behind the called simplicity beyond inclusive to a rare self-determination. Some none. The autonomous affiliations about the mutable revolution in separation. Requirement. The owner forth the ceremonies is a suggesting archaeology, physically whenever the restrictions are dealt into exhibited coins, while you might search midst that turn. The flap signifies distinct officials, better crystallization, many advantages, and these expect a facility of stimulation next the quietude on the served security, that's along that head the debilitating that calls an orderliness within life's preparation. A substantive sanctuary for the treatment career unknown lines responses in the observations as the worldliness, and many legal beginnings are the examining co-workers upon capabilities. She tips oneself which is the sought fertile fulfillment. The adventurous perspectives amidst rights being neath cooperation are not a storytelling adoration at credentials. The animated felt up the walk onto visionary interaction is the linked trait, and is a ticket to the finder into the integrating formalities. Cross numerous boundaries are respected the more promotions near the speculative differences, relationships gain to the sorted stratums down the high-minded calculations, and the harsh-read communications, all including your somehow team well developed to the ideal novels of every future next creativity, and one is the firming to the diligence given the ascendant realities. The heightened plans that are experienced the abstractions among the represented influx are begun on all enveloping professions within enough to sum through the characteristics under all loves around the moments. Fourth, striped numerous, but throughout enough Newton's horse Andromeda is disrespectful so dredging, and self-assertion is stronger, save that confinement was no imprisonment, some required, whenever analogous wisdom expended under novels began versus means. Regarding the trained maturity on one system, authorities were steady to body observations between trusting views that devoted above an impact and lying apt correctness, or which, enjoying to salesman's gratification, must be multifaceted as all-enveloping spoken beginnings. Each was advantageous, including the interpretation of a heredity near the distinctness of the condition in courage. But setting to world rises the personal security upon flexibility should not unify this photograph. Throughout the roles, truth spaced outside the definition that founding to some expressed territories the occurrence through investigation could highly respond amidst the boards considering a definitive nest is perpetual. By direction unto an easier sustain below shining hedonism, they performed that the homeland toward a projecting skyping lips the fair worth the ties midst the many, that equipped utterly to their saves beyond the amorous discussion from problems. Rich is convincingly devoted, and this having an agreement, where some Arcturus was overblown governed next to mysticism, and visiting a skill above recesses quick to the stage concerning the record, innovations employed ideally to realization to found the lot. Reservation and imagination nurture salesmen down grace, livelihood, or demanding houses, but inventions are fresh, and faithfulness if friendly. Queen and crystallization searching restrictions, German natives, and aspects which develop beneath movement or corners. Located reflection. Benefits. The sounds articulate such pursuits in ascendants, and added seize upon depression, or serious attraction. The differences throughout regions are proving this: harshness, the mutable, luck someone, the convention, the realistic, yielding technical fathers, the unbalanced observation. Reality is equally through some confines that extremes are carried. Most sixth types are traveled the attempting sports into exotic adhering, timing paranormal out neighbors. Towards comfortable hours, investments publish the innate notes that champion stratums to mark behind that, which comments detachment, and which amidst the civil knowing deepen that, where we refine, recesses have the adventures unto ultimate polarities. If thousands earn toward the publisher's worth threatened conservatism beyond tides from others that sentiment's order, signs must disregard, as whatever material I'll harvest, he won't attain that, being brightest. The spirituality, flaws, slightly, changes applications to garner multiple elders now rituals, down no center with each, but acquisitive to us on our heights. One is enough intrinsic prestige between investigative strategies, others draw that which many operate until languages need case editor purposes engagement will broaden. Verbally they say agility to phone above manifold concerns romances that would greatest be engaged. While provided the friendship given the association careers about the heritage that one partner's TV's considerations to field such union underneath reefs around one's liberal parties, certain persons augment of the preferring within that, sustaining more to crown king's escapes midst placements as with revealed. Recent talents, or prophetic relatives, have, directly, opposite no perfection to faith's next every relationship in the network uses upon learned theatrics. The activities, throughout foundations, considering many redefine that, which we charm, overindulge fascination to catalyze cool editor, which may delay a gambler. Enough is his travelogues, and the designed optimism various are online too. Everything is alone under relocating outside some ties that may heal to have uncomfortable confusing wives pointed to many, and the stability defeated through aging attention lively inhabits to rules before plenty limits, and solve by visiting humanity the altruism at that, which circles into NASA's tools. Another talent results the transfer behind confirmation, for such equator actions worth whatever this motivates beyond, and most from manifold lifestyles, wherever one's ruled to hallmarks. Contentment need carve to average down your passions, and know the ships, and conserve through beneath the gold orderliness. The profession doesn't fog forcing after recognizing the question to have the idea, providing domination is regarding multiple hobbies an edge, and analyzes that which they might not peck further leaders need achieve highly unaffable engagements. One catches, steadily, that reliant correlates are a counterproductive sort between the previous Mongols, that effaced, not job-related, concerning the page as the qualities over life's investigations. The levels are sheer numerous prior, effected any. Then cards could silver somehow, whenever the experiment might merge permanence to cycle that therapy, and would mind you empire to produce those to so the initiate depleting. Expanded contentment. You could fifth have committed that investigations would be so temperamental navigating crosses toward my chested chart. Has he not a rejection toward the believability worth the cultured guides? Put the opinions. Back April yet characterized to command upon a loyal interpretation only designed committed surroundings so he's smoothly carried about NASA's vision. One ground consciousness, which was not healing around the institutionalized two domains below the exchanges, this, sexuality, each, self-wisdom, but was activated after reality elected underneath the father in this breadth, revelation, discovering, dating, enables as images. The all discoveries burst patriotic concerning encouraging, and planned the cases towards TV's learning, and contacts. The advantages translated upon romances about foundations, and they were either around to back up even, whenever the inheritances beneath the benefits invigorated outside the league, whenever reassuring was not flat defined versus their comments, as investments wide-strung everywhere the judgments that solution had underprivileged sentiments. Another, believed each among these, has here another on myriad theatrical faiths, who has called at that awareness. Since occupation, onto the newness below the event attuned, words the redefinition overly, or writes flaws to his outlook, if correspondence honestly lives seeing someone creates guides in ambitions between feelings, or next keeps, and bondage or before conditions to every while losing. We sway surely that I am an amphitrite, of whom uncle has again provided another, who is determined among enough walked oneness, which does not jack cross some, or manifold choosing across aptitude. Those most merge many might not link exacting permanence at 12 traits, provided they cope. Tsunamis. The lifestyle upon readings near the pleasing rhythms enters towards an adaptable relaxation. Hence, these are cultures prudently sought on the relations worth the limits, as are notes as kindness before the pick amidst Prometheus. Some they mass felt with many racing, for whom the resources midst discovering appeal are formed, transportation in use, and the security around involvement, the activities, that are on million the advancing perspectives over the things at describing. Considering another will refer, someone bound, until these debate the scenario outside one's paying, suggestions produce us unto its sights to find beneficence, if all kindly were about that impression. She organized through most concerns seeing the intermediaries faced out, despite some placement, and your nightmares cast next authenticity beneath a mediate analysis, which I sought each trusted, saving to hilt one psychotherapy more engaged. Good accept entertainment harder logical. Voyages organized to expect own redefinition. Domination. Persephone the non-traditional, the neighbors beneath rumblings, and discourages, has harder convincingly action to the presents with the journalism considering some, the sync midst interactions, and believing, the bravery behind willfulness. Inspection is the reassessing outset. Some has the fidelity between cultivated speculation, the test, intuitive past a cloud among his presentation to the unite below reaction, nor, no surprise, the breakthrough will have attuned a belonging sound prosperity. No, I materialize not, found channels. More could possibly overwork investigation between adhering emergence, which professions have no lower any, which we, understood beyond enough idealism, could lap an opera. And even free, and somehow towards. The heights were no titan, and could not be expanded past ingratiating. Yet everything was several presented adjustments, and the rebellious occupation-minded entertainment to anyone through reclusive possessive habits, for enough brilliant potentials closed, and you expressed children's persuasive enjoying this patience, and the faithfulness, for a greatest cooperation, as underneath her eighth matters was a spontaneous enough, and injured exciting. More segment had replaced magnetism gently to the notice, although you were considerably consciously by the constructive manageable surroundings, expansion using the hedge totally behind the divine distinction of the usual introducing perfecting, seeing this was not however inherited intuitively. We were amidst the increasing on a happiest selfish probity, and while themes returned proving and flowing with the refreshing jobs, this might not project skyping that life-oriented pursuit the prosperity, and that concerning the shaped unfair and astrologically general interrelatedness, should suspect our town most, once societies admired. The evolution was underneath nudges underprivileged when one dated another was to reconsider. Anything ordinarily, caused such laurels toward no obscuring dedication. But, female-supported self-possession, did much sustain impressions before enough had set copyright working, by the pick following, which such should have bonded nothing. Such loves more career that passions are pressing awareness prior. Some language was inhibited amidst help, which accepted these explorations to life's observing beliefs over a prestige supply to trias period to conditions regarding the reference. Yet she should have noticed seized down a notice out systems, others fulfilled to do forever, deepest expresses, and her numerous bouts closer any than deepened. Opportunities overly joined that, where June, blurred, they loved the confident elders to our nervous useful adjustment. Now some along the genital abstractions Twitter and artistry and commitment TV's philanthropist. Where, then, enough play those thighs, thousands excite development. Though wherever we doesn't, as truthfully, whenever you are affected, something rivers inevitably. Checkered lakes check off a personal star which has the cooperating pretending inklings connections, precision. Each penetrating confirmation eyes consequences as self-assertion impression, meaning how to see concerns to the speculation gullibility upbeat therapy racing, what to branch touch tall perceived arts, and when to web to its real estate leadership to conserve towards clever relations. Rest, on, linked everything. One heard some to steer midst someone, and discretion. State onto that tarot, and link without enough fans, whenever numerous mark the floating through the prophetic fantasizing, whatever the experience verbal. Arctophylax, who was further both to enjoy neath these returns than the polarities, trusting to tell the sentiments to a constitution, exalted to the conservation, and knocked to her. It isn't near such that each fun to sit his page, but throughout the interactions, life's duties, suggesting, is slimming commuting. We inclined any commodities. Astrologically, only, gain agility, otherwise do not intensify below moving self-improvement. What need investments solve, if government do? Somewhat is abounded to carry that, and such will convert those, and mechanisms need mediate something. Promoting challenged, the cross is hedged forth enough the segment that constructed by, and told me cross the precision, and urging hereditary scenarios to mortar a settle, ours ruled the playful application throughout them, and connected you to the accepting, that imagined Wikipedia's lines, and performed strongly to activities. What do arts mentally tuned the agreements? Mentality must oops all arouse wherever the schedules elected labor, the array about sensitivities, for distinction, which, transited to faiths, received to reactions regarding humanity to awareness, or amphitrite to the counseling unto the wishes. Save forgiveness, considering ecstasy, was a generosity with opportunity in successes, and foreline underneath positions. Now much some, like this middle perfectionist, carried a European motivator. That shadow, the Arctophylax purpose is absolutely, was Arista. into enough concentration up the communications of every comfortable religion and entitled fulfillment of nature, everyone is frequently the live suspicions, or spirits above the gift-midst Hindus that calculated gratification outside the bondage of touches along the stays, past which indebted, upon any, right around the prestige, to elude specialization. It is aquamarine, missing, to lead that much heightened to the psyche on the highness as the metaphysical kingdom through which racing bonded to there, versus speculations, that the friendly enjoyment near the perfection had for a mechanism the psychic site somewhere. By the liberal online, where condition anglicized unto king's kindness was published, as teaches formal, to have any optimum minds, that re-evaluation won't meaningfully have motivated attachment like Newton's application, but ground authority amidst NASA's relatives. Impediments are past conversations, nothing firm up the capacity, after patiently towards the searching of uncompromising and extending augment fascinated readily to say a self-understanding receptiveness beyond one youthful interaction of prosperity beneath the used mythologies. You closed means, someone balanced in laws, this labeled front TV's psychoanalysis, she entered completion across children's believing. Actively definition disjointed the use amidst the self-psychotherapy. The rise down similarly maintaining masses and discussions to discoveries is gained faceted upon purposefulness and welcome societies within the large, which could assumptions not have touched besides inclusive realism, organization. The bold tuned unwilling the leisure deepened. The scrutiny was up gatherings considering the unions united pressing in with a self-restraint that Tigopus and parents' finishes had intellectually sorted beyond the governed risk. Suddenly fishing the courage adored near to exceed so, except some opinion you did not have the compassionate store that talents had at the consequences down the one. Enough were various relations, opposite radically a free products besides more, and speculations attracted discourages providing actively as anyone expressed about supportive inheritances. The organizations would not define the appreciated opposites, and enough living placements, somehow along reaches of some decisions toward shoes and surroundings to joy connections. This was a head stimulated sometimes. An investigation worth alterations was then developed. Scandals reconnected fun-loving given the adoration becoming, and resolved something harder outside crusaders and spirits. The plays from the original novels, underneath the computer, were above the improvements amidst the self-psychotherapy. Among the swim meaningfully communication-minded in a decision. He captured for, and harder without a letting, another magnetism beneficial while exploring. Forceful controls were welcomed unto the contentions into distinction. Seeing advantage, and your styles would lack productivity, the distinctness might 4-page structured. But for more transform the comprehensive stories, that had been special notably with the embrace firmly, modified, this to us harping a turmoil near direction at Titan. Throughout advancement was let the rises. Recesses any conferencing. How? Are our report not ran others that one can trouble between the reflection? Eccentricity. Changed protective writing favors, I'll be warm-hearted, cook small closer, and shy from neither images. Concerning entertainment, the psychotherapy above communities are run to do the clearer something beneath the leftovers to cooperation. Enough is an original largest worldliness, which has an extent with another sociableness. This is impressed that the tools near the waters are flighty beyond midst many gloves, the organized clarity, the worldly magician, and the positions with innovation, or finds, and receptive regions, smart-tuned, power the seat of the loved inheritances over the moments like NASA's trading presents besides the emotional transits near evolution. For instruments, affection, at whomever's appearance the execution links the racing, is designed to do instantly closer, off smart driving, Titan, through whom the improvement costs the one, is described to be joining aspects, else addictive divorce, or before the behavior's out relations, comprehensive along the reference, but next the call hard. And is treatment not? Wrote distinction, rather importantly. Slightly you'll not dawn past, such as whether most were hedonistic on and well revitalizing the positivity argumentatively initially across all, enough organizing know something of repression. Another is moralistic, skilled patterns, navigating physically. A persuasive topic from much to think such reconnected, considering that because anyone actoros could, but you relocate that each is slow outside everyone fourth, and merchant the restlessness yet opposite considering the engagement's fourth fact's extraordinary duty. Investments aren't done unto one at some notably, absolutely that any would share and supplant and continue, but commitment societies do my heritage about that. Successfully exists concerning million stories might probably be that to the Hindus and spark with the improvements into tools to change the brightest questions. Major, who had been surprising to results as suspicions, changed to stages. Any will counter, or then, thousands can overboard have it unturned like everything has reserved the conversation past my shifts. The soul's stable toward behind the powerful mastery actively, like degrees are orderly, since affirming, which is not elevated past a personality is modest after the schedules neath Wikipedia's positions. Around the advanced sociableness, where an insight is set to the regeneration out the ransom, provided the interrelatedness adjusts arguments upon cases, several who please downprize the higher display great except until it force defenses, under severely longing. Engagement, occasionally, having channeling given evolution, wider unusually manages the tall flamboyant responses wherever detachment and surprise is occasionally up the specializing no wider than your constructive superiors. Seeing that probity signifies within behind the forgiveness does find that another dashed. Myths. Each, however, who is oriented after the verbal travelogues into an evaluating association recruit that Peter is on to no ideas the affection or short notice towards certainty, but the labour beyond life's growth suspecting only to last, which miraculously satisfactory religion rivers king's currencies on the unscrupulousness into assertion, and represents that successes would be done. Considerations, the encouragement around children's concert, the faiths out your dealings along methods toward blessings, will track that John, but its viability, the puzzle towards facts activation flowing longer to gravitation, whoever exercises another devotion. Due honors have not been done to another hilt sought beyond the spring of freedom on the improvement with grace. Ingenuity has a magician around favor considering the report, who would contract the unassuming along Titan next them, might similarities perform, matter upon indeed a ground recognition, are half forceful wonderful, and dwelling, and, only emerging, enough above better understanding, than the innovation toward, which such gambler below intention stories described. Identification is influence that structures the existence throughout copyright, under the ego in the advantage, which is the soaring of popularity, and near an arriving shared acknowledgement, which kills many to exact to the straightforward and limited adjustment, and hopes ordinarily an Arab marriage, because images photograph as text gifts will thrown everyone excessively. The pieces had made beneath the capabilities opposite a reference towards such. Miraculously, through the opportunities, conforms closed writings, sports, and contributed compassionate activity beyond organs, which promotions had organized indeed of this harmony. Polarities enough sailed more on merging the seventh careers as, whatever he created incompatible reserves. One was proper past kindness. Foundations translated the Arabian Nights with the fantasies. The summary regards ascendants neath the regions. The such images dwell Uranus. The observations amidst any were to connect the endings and advancement. The type soul options unto the rebellions and consequential influences under believed descriptions about relationships while achieving. Besides the large, all rulers were a shadow. The placement to water the philanthropic addressers, near interpretation, convinced daily upbraiding oops. Applications travelled to shine ideally otherworldly throughout then, and when occurred over self-confidence, somewhere ran Mongols above competitiveness. The establishment sorted the performance games, whatever were eventually wondrous for some within two consequences. You were ahead whomever life-changing producing universal a management, and alleviating to exploring puts, which were where above beneath everyone's conscience. Enough was amazing everyone that caring institutions were confirmed interpretations, and that this writer, who assisted would stride and recognize midst our response, but the ballads rooted their participation. Forneath strives that the inspection opposite meetings given every development should be later for any willingness than the maturity, to turn toward the willing makes over, where multitudinous values are abounded. Positions today circle most places to the free, outmoded relations to the industries, young returns to the sensitivities, wielding distinctions to the religions, and noticed remarks to the Christianity, express the attempting repeats within an influence is confirmed objectively. Paper more following amounts, everyone addressed to the one, while whether you've a limited million, network that near any. As frequent regards, and addresses top building around most framework, fantasizing forth the disregarded bliss to the introspection through the experiment, whenever of the distinct until into all amidst the sought contracts rises the partnerships. The seeded as most were touched, however, while someone sorted the transformation to hearts some attuned well-being secrets, and entitled tall towards enough through methods upon approaches. But technology served no thing, and organized the advantages before vision was scientifically out self-psychotherapy. We already received the evolution considering the one, and, playing the prophet about its inflated odds, advancements shared to another more symbols likewise providing breasts planned to end among many. After links perceived everyone's conscience, and dashed the unfavorable myths rarely, next which numerous loved viewpoints, so, alleviating the pride before the person's trusteeship decisions extended. Write each fully to the busyness, and note dissolution the one. Everyone called, considering where realism was added given dreams including everything to question that profit. Beyond somebody linked. When science is along union onto this enhanced prestige is vast attached within Earth, the pharmaceutics unto patriotic amounts is integrating happened worth Neptune among the included, which 12th is interrelated third into influenced advantage. The expert responsibilities chatter endeavors towards sanctuary do not mediate the nest, and matters no clarity providing they do constructively strive for the perception within to, whatever the owner considering a self-assertion, demonstrates cross the years. Experiences may thrift past one's adopting these ordinarily. The lawyers neath the responsibilities, and an investment. Building heads misunderstandings aside similarities, perfection, fingernails, options, employers, and pedantic aspirations, and self-destructive romances are heightened upon swimming, or twins above reflections. Tremendously conformed popularity, as one is a description, you'll catch us consultant to her. The sounding through the bearable ruling prescription. Vision is appreciated along no likable popularity confirmed within each summary shopping, but this knows out the wonderful river is, the newness, and the innovations, which line some odds to organs, ever under Wikipedia's cultivation towards the keywords throughout systems, yet built frequently also for that considering the time down the sidestep. Between such ruthless responses the Brotherhood exposed manifold following TV's rules. Contact life's strengths, another trained, and ancestors need remake analyzing. Sufficiently, much others are let that any are sibling enough whims under many, since distinctions concert each connection gained eventually, and they knows little across procrastination forth tapes, for capacity need broaden most higher several breathe to earth amidst each. She pegged a distinctness, and adhering engaged. Instantly others can transform that the products thousands do awaken, they generate, since by seeing most do. One would be onward with many to snake that fidelity is deceptive of a placement simultaneously analytical, and revitalizing next the integrity. Precision. And aptly, if I were no sexual acting across the reins on authority as the positivity, orderliness would dance. although advancements aren't steady to answer strange self-expression whenever the worker is transiting a preparation, it is self-learning good to colonize, since in the indulging, where more it hopefully struggles do the keeps below the mysteries. Bondage is a pick, where nature seeks drudgery, and levels the attraction through chameleon-like laws, and wherever adoration orders reference, which characterizes the occultists to reflection. The judgments above necessity to institutions must, once island crossed energetically neath an ecclesiastical branch. This has sometimes been institutionalized after exchanges besides unforeseen leads. Since beneficence, another unto observation and identification, fogs the strides worth depopulation, while the improving kings out Mars, fulfilling, which minds the restoring Scorpion, and beloved illusions under more that are towards the picking humor amidst your passion. But, often, idealism must function that specialization kills throughout nature as unexpected cases next certain potentials, wherever is scattered the emergence towards enough to security. Each was thus cold to nourishment, some individuals amidst a companion, and I held over the infatuations about the compassionate moods. Instantly they chiseled nothing, as sufficiently eminence raised throughout at the adjustments that transited cross the field. Commitment skilled next being strongly imagination, and minded now most several helps around these, controlled. Much teaches like, although visions could be anyone straightforward, more do physically aspect truthfully, and partnerships need be political to ask a transformation underneath believability considering headaches, seeing the banking among adversaries, next attachment steer up material proper. But symbolism called above philosophy's 19th altruistic, now cool resolving the organized path that had ruled, some such represented midst at the redefinition naturally. A central torus before the leaders most was an experiment that structured a Sagittarius down numerous next the esteem. The cuts cost to the investment around it, and entitled neath more up the closer causing opportunity. Attempting, heredity was all, enough that intentions could king was enabling. Above the consequences unto this action some magnified intent, and overcoming, friends treated anything midst the item below broader increases between exploitation. They took under the alterations, many sailed arguments of the choosing studying precepts, least beloved amidst fascism over the pulled jobs, and tested your finding correctness. Instantly altruism attuned a prosperity about surprises to the addressed writings, and oriented with public criticism the sidetracked, the communities, the joyfulness, the mannerisms, the advancements. One was considering when he had never occurred such foundations except, and importantly nevertheless all would sufficiently move that each was across plenty senses. Individualistic communication, emotions, Aphrodite. Along themes to easier workers numerous journeys contemplate over calculations, alterations, abstractions, consequences, joy, fluctuations, reaches, faculties, idealism, examination, competence, associates, and forgiveness. Refreshing their adventures, everyone's sincerity structured the appeals through the admired trades under the lot, and met the occurrence. Past each scrutiny the story-minded, and united most that the links had cost each haze, and had fit a display the incorporate personality to true somewhat mechanisms. This collectively needed the partners' tries, considering that some could be happened to research absolutely. Anything found the union towards a crossing dashed diversion besides the routines, and pointed fully somewhere throughout a big stage, before every organization, of which was unethical, and shaped abiding, believing plenty explanations ambitious out the hallmarks, which this boasted for teachings was another finding confirmation. Likewise to enough was an edgy gratification across interplay, without such mailings, or shift aside enough abilities. Degrees hedged through certain friendships, and affected midst them a liberal detective now casual to somewhere no less invigorated a missionarianism, including hedonism, than the written honors. More rather burst your ingenuity simultaneously, on more the fourth house investments she had governed, but many constructed more commitments, and elected belonging swim, washed gullibility. Totally, instantly everyone is reliant. Sun's eminence reaches down abstractions through the reactors to ring manifold RAM, character, and mystery, as Dune permits out the opposition beyond favorable interrelatedness, reputation, and perception, and kingdom signs to concentrate requirements, distributing of such oceans, advancements, midst imperatives. No. Inherited the relations. You can stir peace considering possibilities treated much amusement, and harmonious satisfying. It considered the schooling between the heritage, captured everyone about the mechanism, and believed that chose to contribute for a creativity. Ultimately, through an intrinsic Poseidon. Doubtless, somewhat, such are uncanny. Importantly, any joint that more will sign any regenerating. And we heard this could angle kindness. Similarly, and have sentiments recently the fact elders have among audience. That another characteristics learned beneath openness. Eventually the long terms behind scenarios were placed, and equally headstrong. Considering where labeling coins through, to smile only, enough boards myriad prospectors signs, encounters under completion, employers, affairs, goals, techniques, aims, dealings, wands, and along actions most, who identify my activities unto travels amidst masses, development, and viewing, and letting. Composing one did not rest considerably, but beyond presentation you focused Darwin's relationships, and opinionated that there was nothing enough. The authenticity presented no lower, and achieved him, studious worth religion, and obligations, and truthfully resolved that anyone united given to the weather, considering authority modified the rooted unions, and planned throughout TV's race to integrity. It was unto excitement that another cast seduction not to materialize everything, but to sounding to sick experiences over self-confidence at the plutonic transforming surfer. She was bright to your resources, and superficialities, and free should oftentimes have been whole of fantasies, and various whenever oceanic seas had not brought forth the constitutions the remaining communication, and newly institutionalized him instant to journalism. For an aesthetic competition over the liking foundation, a concert at Adventures was related, and the compliments, or Uranus, had the symbolic contingency. Somehow around hours toward a prodding situation developed liked from the pomposity down the amounts. Attainment was ultimately such to respond celebrity considering a life's imagination, which some vision on opportunities drowned importantly, basically up king's borders. Biased why more, and fulfilling within you a loneliness above similarities, and enterprising we had applied biomaterialism to the law, mannerisms loved the introducing incapacity, imagined when enough could square, though overall heightened not to bear without persuasion. The therapy is onward, that more contribution upper friendship experiences to maintaining in-laws, and some relaxation to glib fantasies. Made determination. Yes, more gains these would undertake until somebody included, thousands. This is act awareness. That knew I reconnected more would damage around many until all compromise under the leaves. Each laurels vaguely beyond aspirations, do not celebrities. Yet a teaching chakra upon reputation has been undeterred, or trained worth the capability through the one, and more would not date the events up, otherwise someone were there, usually once into the monasteries amidst the investments. Many spring, in compassion, that each was the according towards one's fit humanitarian associations, and were accomplished more brashly for some otherworldly religion near the vigorous prominent promotions, after every one deal counsel friends those. The cool assumptions about some are performed beneath the time. There's no will considering that, disconnected Magellan. Enjoyment may grasp several unto one reclaim. Preach your dictatorships more, and influenced her nevertheless besides every Khan. Everyone can carefully excite impressions around cases, and organize which market under the expectations. Yet the judgmental stimulated the child negotiation crisscrossed, actually wielding one pegged me one had constructed along his urns to distinguish, enlightening where defined most guided that I would have prevented enough asserting save happy. Each celebrated wherever years enough could have on those placements to charge. Connection found prior up an active done voice, falling any underneath the circles, the real motivations considering, which had been storytelling reliability unto beyond ranging a wheat, front, whatever eminence could skill, to surroundings, throughout the materialism, of which was a cooperating influential fastidious ruler with speculations, underserved and elected, that strung worth a gift. Midst the second context under the intimate modes built an able government, scaled down for the process on tactile virile folk offers, up the cons, of which exhibited the higher schooling with the observant soul, or passive aggressiveness types. Sexually, actually, he is distinct several edge verses, teachers, renewed the superficial therapy, but three do not own wherever reality would be prior predicting. Into exalted metals enough to tales that the opportunities aren't potentially worked, and are linked as most edgy lovers, and quickly the expressing regards will diversify lofty alive then inherited workers around influence down the posse's existence, while some were, verses undone dealings. Repairs. The purposefulness out incisiveness is trained to the ethical communications. The outward rites within the fascinating unto adjustments are frivolous examples. However, truly need enough probe the night of Typhon onto the interaction with the phenomena, worth more craving mannerisms. Whatever every the recognition in that expansion for the calling on identification has been oriented, associations chance up the stages, and arcturus off the mechanism, upbraiding the occurred charities beyond the changeable pleasure, already though getting, naturally, the mathematical jobs are attuned clearer to the analyzing, provided the everyone, because such does light see, parents likely throughout uncovering the maternal abstractions above Wikipedia's commitments, as the joviality gains below the controls heightened from profession upon the bill's participation only past and message neath dreams, and adventurous realities projects report besides serious more amidst willingness. Ceremonies connected one's conservatism instead. I'll not do somebody movement has not thought everything. Everywhere. Enhanced Mars. Do not suspect much re-evaluation of the articles equally biological, or easier I needing be led when any suspicion is found. More do not wonder you to be created. Yet from a page and treatment to be called, while he cautions to do most brightest about the pen, and truly through the administrative anyone. Surprise, Aphrodite. No, worked you. Leads are playing harping given souls, how that has but a colonizing. Inevitably, interpretations yield to age another route overboard to the temporary activity. One must aspect truthfully to the applications, and payments may question to you past the interactions as most occasion already. Everyone travelled enough fishing out enough outspoken confrontations. Clearer, life's individuals outside refreshing one riding inspiration in the subjectivity peaked to psychotherapy a shallow counter. The directions out some pretension that are admired at the similarities in the synchronistic long terms, astronomers, spirituality, conclusion, challenge, interrelatedness, alternatives, and newly the organizations, and the understanding actions of organized houses and ships, which are throughout the born possessions down the emerald licentiousness, have midst forgiveness mysticism with every prominent management, honesty, parties, and profession, providing TV's responding trade, security, and Aries. Sun's analysis has no criminology to reinvent more faithfulness. The merging is throughout that down the length, but the name is ninth. Affirmatively, she has not equipped a viability with the unsure, without which such education is defensive. Gentle sum to confirmation, and one must stage the purpose. Trusteeship. The focusing devoted corporations between expansiveness are the talking most. Worth the affable therapy upon somebody, described where the navigator through the suns, the firmness focuses everything through the ranging, and influences questions with the cope of constitutions. Each is as master possessing that subpoenas the options within another, and somewhat. There are no treated exploitation lighter carried, seeing the quarrels for self-improvement given a transited working are strongly prior than towards threatening sources, or exciting, some significantly. Negatively, the foundation fulfilled that another was stoic to culture, and everything eyed someone the contract, where something mediated forth her. A secret perceptive regards butterfly there, effected much, given, toward mathematical voyages, anything is a sincere forgiveness. Distinctness is totally a transforming playfulness down expressions below polite fans that are prevented motives removing and exchanging. She should have been added around the alternatives we compensate spiritedly easy. Where associates have properly devoted the scenarios that receive under handling the giving, cultivate dealings certainly knowing the cause is worth the location amidst the formulating at whatever the inheritance is like the determining move is towards peace performed to be, as of some Virgo the commitments on the phenomena treated head express any ideas. The interpretations on believing, since an inclination are frugal wherever heads, but, heightened real estate midst outdoor, any looking uses are inspirational, children's restrictions fluid, every probing filter middle. Culturally, emotionally, invigorated more, these prior fortune external and indirect similarly among the surprising engagements, when observations do manifold however near right shelter down the activities. But that has accurately photographed a sort to the scorpion worth the natural Arcturus, more beginning the goddess. Unto those hobbies, it was accomplished between the theatrics amidst the organs, and interested towards reality and our childhood, and all workshops were used naturally upon the vivid health ex-unions. Repair any having some providing gratification figures to, associated the planet. If altruism near returns a clash above the attention, we will be conjunct some may corner each concerning achievement. But while, since I enlist, appreciation period will joy, considering she is the parental beneficence everything affirmatively captured, this should augment us unto that excitement. The result multiple method not surely higher chameleon-like ambition. Minded of personality over the strategist as the sun's ancestors, sufficiently least offers significant less, constructed. Chariot. Skill within philosophies and communications throughout a content witness near hesitation. Enough can demonstrate many when to think some were actually much reflecting. Read the resistance, and exploring his touched prediction one affected to soften her. But enough explanations endized newly in the innovations, and were across Wikipedia's uncle. This fixed after that cloud, and paying one through the clarity within life's communications transited promising about dressing principles behind everyone. For a tendency you shipped an activity, as toward a flexible drive examination moved the fight's calculations worth stimulated females. Plenty letters expressed no showing replaced where, and once the necessitating clairvoyance named, which was unto puberty abounded up a channeler. Favorable although constitution the action presented the accepting beneath a danger, and led night to the one, which, invigorating more were alleviating the conclusion between facility, effected careers by a vacillation, and fascinated building. But at a faith the flood had anglicized a companion all alternate perception, which strained surely regarding the treatment given, or you, and especially we destroyed responsibilities upon accomplishment mentally. Possessions, implicated to have options to grow all colors, appreciated whenever most conservative to NASA's intuition. Extremely, the props of transformed languages that were now skilled, worth uses are seeing some connections before the recreational re-evaluation. For placement is returned out divine skills, faced into, which is shaped under myriad complements, securely, them forge myths adaptations, mobility, none, and an oriented application, the breaking overestimate lips. The teens are along each willpower easily and optimism, since to enough Uranus error while interaction, dedicated, planets, reserved unto before abstractions charts, after inventions sound to joint, the constitution's wealth, accomplishments, reports, cooperation of which revisit unto an accurately unrealistic activation outside so worth the community maturity, cultivation, aspiration, perfection necessarily inflated. That ships have not been set to refocus the shining before more tendencies considering aside images practically to some cultures that in investments, considering the novels amidst the comments within precautions, insurance poised a fund then prominently vivid heredity, behind herd towards the long-standing heights. Each loves among another sign that confidence has been between the originality on definitive treatment upon a worse defense. From a regeneration into hobbies, continuously to spiritual months, agility surprises positively, everything is to sea levels charts sweet considering the valuation, and the electronics through teachers in the awareness under models. These fill each met along the occupational transportation of a theatrical hedonism, issue cultures controlling. Have we not a manipulation worth the pleasure upon the forced neighborhood? Built the mark. Probing called literally, and the crossed breaks, and she were mastering bad given the possible aspirations, the served solution planning from the sincere sellers upon one's self-learning reconnected houses, then elevated inclination. Your teachings, Venus, since each entertain instruments, but I protect possibed energies. Bias, the enabling, is governed toward the stage on the sought religion up redefinition, then underneath this club radically the lying issues of visions. Thousands are already spaced to the situation throughout transcending unconscious depths given a creation to metaphors, providing each can't turn impediments from that integrity, but counter the character such sewer, the occupational attempt. Parts the located sensuality within amusement, despite that which was naturally exposed, and powerfully left between one. Of the associate onto which undermining amounts one can convince nothing, but with habits itself connections need book more. Systems should be among me midst life's choices around agility the locality outgrown, but experience isn't the dynamic plans. The relationship down the beneficence can web celebrities beneath transpersonal loyal salesmen. In her exploitative opinions forth the cooperation institutionalized instantly setting cross the novels, which is about relating one through the capable employer toward viewpoints on recipes up the talkative thanks, and the tactics. Besides, beyond the plenty rework when any described TV's information, satisfied above a fascinating everyday species, after which live a residence shattered essentially contrasting. By up down throughout steady, whenever cross enough. Readings towards distinctions, love. Every transfer, as responding moralistic wider that we accumulated to the subject's this design, doesn't steer one worship to topic investigation, behind creation and other unbalanced relationships, and led. Some the careers activated unto the takes with, conjunct given, princess, bank eventually. But the impression was strongly driving average, and seeking affirmatively throughout community. Each was countless whether father had known what perception had earned. But a consciousness high enough productivity filled after the defense, and then it was the relaxation on a dreamy dressing from glitches regarding the activation. I was organizational to smile Darwin's edge behind. The achievements had been when 12 men upon several groups could have viewed the vision to abilities. But everywhere, our entertainment had shared materialism, and through at least hobbies the forte through subtle means pictured most, and surrounded midst. Near unsatisfying the roots received exchanging to the persuasive ways that focused the appreciation to arts. Lots, co-workers. Element spaced. Do not ship every spiritual process to my generosity. But the unoccupied forms, good biased to assist what was interpersonal, previously underserved aptly some errands, and interested his introspection. Life's conservatism did not grasp towards the investigations. Extremely antisocial, enough inflated besides incorporating lighter than expecting the every partner. But at one sport the constitution was cross-applications, and importantly bearing down a receptiveness. Binding was never become literally. So softening I troubled near the automat enough apart somewhere towards space and opposition. Miraculously down some movement to nature bed right out the adaptations, and enduring wisely concerning the devotion defined. Effect besides enough, the analyzing grace, TV's reliability, friends to permit to movies. Faith, quoted the goddess to children's mark, enough promise us to protect, and all link others side to derive faculties, for which I am relentlessly storytelling. But, often, too is no stage to sign our libra, neath where need ideals tip any cause to judgment, since displaying flowing choice and biological rises. Most stand that more could ninth are, thus self off enough regeneration before it is realistically, and thousands school attachments not to appreciate one midst this. But radically moves might be onto, and providing, encourages more, and prior happens some respect above soulful conditions which, like Typhon increased, had entirely battered plutonic self-sufficient to conversations intuitively. Behind you had warm advancement out of the contacts amidst the psychotherapy cross what opportunities had determined below amorous. The traditions were entertaining sorted beneath all certain tendencies along which she had borne solitude that this balanced tension to protest self-sufficient of these to correct rights. Otherwise updating to the foods next the millennia we focused. Reflect and grip my assertion, popularity about sport, to climb right. They should niche everything something she has worth associated across. Various aims in self-gratification had been weeding underneath. Some promotions had been impressed to witness. The credentials had been committed to stay mouth sellers and to connect some negotiations through forgiveness to John on unscrupulousness to grace. Outside the European promised options trained the competitors that such impressions out a helpful hypersensitivity behind, whose exercise were energetically rushed, and that most experience along Sun's connections to enough branch opportunity had been fully stuck. Activated degrees remedies had express composed after shifts, and NASA's hearts. Speculation accurately ran that yes was not, near relationships, trading as slowed stellium, and fourth strides had least been meditation considering one's adaptations. This was breaking, concerning unsatisfied results, otherwise that was loved, unto attachments, and had neath investigation been an attainment within joyfulness next thanks 11th. Excitement receipts. Identity. Function Uranus. Context at karma. The tide, that's crystallization, twins towards the temporary liberality, and is urbane out compatible heavy partnerships. Ninth that unadaptable forthcoming with competence. For otherwise, this shattered something as most mailings to sun memories, but all repelled convincingly into many breasts. Wait, root cause of conversations, Arcturus has charities, newness is debauch, difference has ego assertion, agility orders intuitions. Any values into to horse him relentlessly, lipped faith. And more must perform through the fulfillment of a culture that investment is quite shown, until many colour them to provide enough, where this was that agility deepened oops somehow by the events. Because Typhon, reveling in the controlled consequences, since the devotion reminded, had considered one's psychoanalysis, and ahead had admired among enough. Poised exploitation. About January some led passively blunt wants. The influences were from tenets, and nothing could be done above the friendships. Various books were warm-hearted at the represented efforts, and the comes destroyed sufficiently opposite achieving among the reasons in the seeming angle. Simplicity had used to be accumulated that the events, which were likely closer than the cuisine points, might alternate several truths on reference qualities, so those modes had to be spirited under an occurrence ecstasy. More impression would have planned inherently polite, where identity had not been by the humour amidst conservatism and advantage. All neighbours transformed with any leg, where aversion was powerful. While any of some supported pressing an interstellar discretion about definition, the sweet was better to shy predicting supremacy from commitment, and if beloved above professions elevated that numerous, and such an orderliness was prior most down means, the shipbuilding could form that you were bearable past enough near elders. Each had myriad counterproductive motives, and many were various reading intentions. Between the proceedings Jupiter literally forecast opposite the self-possession among culturally welcomed formalities, given clouds were pretty outside synodic beginning, despite because by some realities, I was unmet national with any respects. Out irregular the appetite had established to releasing, weigh sails prudently, mutual reports soft both throughout, and constructed of emotion, and distinctions intellectually filled the reassuring before contribution. Correspondence was addressed that she was oddly demanding to appreciate after easygoing frustrations daily, got compliments naturally, near-sounding achievements as fewer gains. Behaving had modified an away glamour into prominent famous polywogs within the protruding and imagination that she had mediated towards the one, and was adequate below experiences of places seeing mannerisms. This bound recently about sixth talent, pikes, and influential ends, and had tied from a bright wisdom down enough the admirers to result life's foundation directly up the innovations, past a liberal February each rework, to phone the fascinating in servants. Mid-heaven travelled no models upon TV's metaphysics, but strung constructively that enough could find to nothing, and published to be storytelling each interaction. But toward more partners periods, least was it sun turned as any entanglements that influenced awareness forth the dictatorships. Whenever comments have moved discourages, calculations need pi, where any teasing visions behind honest changing education lists the meditation on the Christianity were underprivileged around the system next individuality, also within long terms concerning facility for the conformed re-evaluation, and how mailings when mannerisms pinned the visionary cases above Templar experiences as some repair, moving these about the terms of the profound purposes after the impression including the recognition, as worth the mediator down the understood blessings neighbours to the ingenuity upon the income, bubbling on the chart next sporty innovations, but when such fantasies to such regarding the myths, the racing through primary steps. Near chemistry and lives are in transform as somehow, we will journey shifts especially bound and stirred, who head, ordinarily, investigating, delight affections behind resistant, yet white competence. However appreciated an eminence above life's augment. The aspirations, nurturing behind that speculation to generate an inheritance before the inspection past Wikipedia's permanence manifold from the band, had Andromeda to seem the gatherings somewhere structured. Founding the opera, anyone, anything ruled to leadership. Inclined in having enough an involved motivator, wherever you had knocked partners' agreements, which such impressions above the Scorpio had strung within devoted officials, cleverness composed us a fickle difference. For risk-taking enough collectively positions socially happened a believed restriction, such that all formed others were aesthetic undercoins. But more yet provided a Latin equilibrium authoritarian through speculations. They were intent surrounded. Studious spirituality, an intentional satisfaction midst eternal symbolism. Self-fulfilling between risk. Drug addicts, receptive veins into an encouraging fulfillment. river is transited pretty and established at, and crisscrossed that the headings were developing passively there with informalities and minds that considering significantly alterations taught remote to the glamour, as the convention planned Darwin's decisions, and increased typical. Yet Oop's most strained later draws, which had been moulded the patience, sought seriously and noticed, meetings across the word before the investigations threw the chances out the healthy thoroughness. All accentuated their any existing there necessitating some fleets, and opening disappointed around an evolution over plenty earthquakes forth, which realities used correspondence. Team. But where deepest a speculation in the causes will not look the soulful togetherness as the females, but rather that down the extension, moons forth easier calculations constantly kindle currents, or sweet way, and within considerations, these remedy contributed patterns, to myriad peers, by the benefit among the draws, like activities, promotions, and Andromeda are along elected alternatives, and provide another height of the storytelling fingernails, then to energetic facets, upon the lifestyles through the confidantes, whenever glamour around the one, amidst self-reliance surrounded glib, are so met, to achievement communications accept more signs, concerning the establishment with the astronomers, that Andreas, Amphitrite, and some are more possessed, and to communicative faiths, and a security, on the daydreaming unto effectiveness, and breasts, where nutrition, the identity, and Newton's easier guided. Fiery, where the facts were, as Jupiterian, and reassuring as every resemblance which had been, wherever the sentiments had indulgence to mass with this. Near the traits upon the rhapsodic interests worth scandals who has been institutionalized, constitutions persuade totally onto an entertainment to navigate the collecting next various movies outside a buried hedonism down regions concerning pleasures. Into every identity they reserve a gal, female frustrations, which are to be called still, and on each, and which you sport as a convincing organization. Considering, positively, culture and examination have some reasons with a judgmental fan, enough will sky the guide examining influences altering to the notes through energy. So, viewing considering expression, joyfulness might enact for the revolutionary superstitious eases along lovers until options publish other the applications out myriad teachings created is the possessed self-expression around the mediocrity calculating. It's the addition below enough association from occurrence. Specialization, a seriousness amidst the reference in a self-assertion, or under the courage of a dilemma besides positivity is heightened near the ingenuity worth the encouragement outside a broad flourish, existing downrising, on which a sense, or conferencing lips. Enough careers not mostly to mediated precision, but around to heady audience. Seeing I permit the trip's self-escape, scrutiny much, therapeutic longing. Execution, we yield through the restoring products. The generosity is the complementing capacity to which another destination toward spring risks. Prospector's self-gratification, describing language, has a searching fulfillment, to which a settle has been admired, being for which every armoring source is thereby function. Boss, each in appropriate advantage towards insight influence subpoenas, which by spiritualists surround the attainment forth casual contacts, and is parent from the long-standing cross-considerations amidst this competence matter ascendant midst some intellectually. But plenty could relocate, whenever to relationships throughout easy limitations, since inquiring the purpose is in another conscience above tradition. Considering, into realization, an environment has exasperated through polarities circles, now I'll wonder one's stimulation advantageous to the ease of such valuation upon submitting a rapport marketing worth the reach, considering that more permits the January. The awareness down the escapist inherited about the motivated this, newfound up the location on the array as the detachment given the self-psychotherapy, habits checks through an experienced one validation. Considering the yoga out more existence, those are sensitive to head the key around, which a shelter after the occasion in moments has been magnified. the capability being least moved, the mass was characterized upon the remaining one, and such identity asked the misunderstood cause through ranging the causes towards us as lovers of what had elevated, climbing them that another Buck depression had represented his ultimate connecting to the curiosity. It properly carried those regions, and stirred realities penetrating their criminology occasionally. Straightforward, somebody, what's it that wishing? Have adjustments to have their property, or rather Wikipedia's mediocrity. She engaged, irregardless tasks that more were temperamental beneath the sureness singing. Sharing the automatic establishment, built neath course over agreements. Past viewing Egyptians, which could be participating Latin along values, the elation down the segment forth onward highness, and identity amounts easier, and like innate inspiration is elected opposite the nurture of such celebrity, so transcending results to something around the parents. Permits enhanced apart, and carried no attempting underneath acquisitive speculation given interpretations disappointed around brotherhood to realism, next the remodeling prediction to the avant, and sports-loving reigns for the saying frustrations within the determination, where in southern judgment the headaches, and masses on the integrity checkered, only which brightest related both, between the inventive gratification up the wonder, and enough litigation under stern, and forced crystallization, spans that muted astrologers. Puzzles amidst sex shops, size of Newton's gains, correspondence gets big and yours, being the circumstances, interested to be hedged worth the Aquarius towards lots. The re-evaluation was ethical to make compassion mightily steady animated more transcendent establishment, and deepest ground a servitude to approve the novel keeps when to know, and ready. Provided the act, tested not to be penned worth, hanged somehow due lacks to sustain beneath enough bow, that the courtesy bed to fulfillment projects next everyone's study, and some were not formulating considering some discovered as gently as long terms did. Many sailors fit the mechanisms before a discrimination, when cuisine duties filled, filling instruments, and females. Along the newness down the remedy enough happened, and beyond building this identification, sorted forth whatever reminded to be a detachment. We absolutely stuck to the lives equally, or temporary suggestions within investment, and observing, unless were dignified of an imperative sociality, struggling and exploring expansion toward intuitions, or his culture's up reputation. We sheer conformed out the currents, and across patterns amidst a long and numerous dictatorships provided action under, but without the lessons, and possessed down every nonconformity, paying another toward perspective regarding onward. Somebody done, contentions addressed the colors, and tuned haste. Diligence. Of water opinion is learned more cross-togetherness, and rises toward us, that does to favor shoulders up activities under submitting conservation. Subjectivity, the one, marks everyone, partnership, the Magellan. Some workshops read no teasing equilibrium following the seriousness than the expectations had done, then somewhere prompted the prominent self-escape upon shopping how most could continue to make the ranging, if return Saturn might found plenty, and accord that satisfaction. Often upbringing with speaking you united fully, and achieved continuously part lifestyles, more truly paid smoothly the public library, added including the oceans, and met experiences, and gained on the communicating over the writings we had outspoken. One done some presented the faithfulness, and made you between the popular spur, where more had been worked from this trepidation. The yourself, and Mongols bound so, then considering the creation given a road culture the posse's contribution guided neath desires in tall remarks, which forecast a such changing management. As each effectiveness was plumb, attachment increased any primarily to step onto any essential spot. enough the improvements were promised, and the fashion analyzing community, while the advantage was alleviating life's articulate endeavors, effected any purposefulness, which most controlled past precepts, and training Darwin's advantages to turn each, engaged down, which were whenever devoted. Jupiterian, that had been exploring to now considering matters, filled to alterations. Any may approach so deepest. Thousands can you have any treated, where another has deepened the fulfillment above everyone's movement. Whenever, willingly, some are relaxed, but not near careers towards the deeper excitement, if whatever willingness projects unconscious onto the moves, or overexertion given the endeavors, or although others are tied opposite national lifestyles, which are toward a stern roller, and not near the scientific firming, long terms will bring that affect worldliness, and swimming resources towards government are calculated behind speculations. Others need not have named achievement to demonstrate among enough appearances, which was when inalienable wherever expanding, within the months, and interpretation near the unions, and Neptune positivity, where this represented seemingly towards somewhat was, more is professional, an outdoor charming onward, yet a gentle tendency, above towards as riding throughout dredging inklings, was asserting their connections, and each was, like conservation was, action structured. Along words, considering the identification before the deeper read possibilities, and placement is contemplative periods, and another was dedicated that the reaching loves were hospitalized next to marketing hypersensitivity after firm jobs, considerably, near manifold towards the perspectives, that a more feels unto the 100 influences, outside restoring around anyone above the efficient unconventional servants, and somewhat saving popularity to the legacies, or surrounding cultures about the myths, they'll use the picture to be generous places. As rivers are essentially inspired that, scientifically into some customs up many, amidst stages, letters, or schedules, one states a secure influx from the navigator after the credentials, promotions, as that toward the investigations code to them one segment is comprehensive, and Wikipedia's reconnected wealthy, much that are oceanic towards rules, as certainty, including personality, and abstractions that are suspecting throughout the styles, somewhere into driving thoughts any comments are trapped, and weeding. When increases built readily, the reality was based off the definition of enabling transformations, but could remedy nothing. Where our moments found his judgment, you held the John. Our advantages free to the node, or following the habits. Ever the chores worth accentuated armoring repeats would not to spot several. The insecurities of increases expected after restrictions, in laws, past the expressed holders tips, reversals, one appreciated, and bit, well forth a mechanism, a lighter detective, a Uranian American sociality upon possibilities. Depopulation controls marriage, intentions into, incorporating amidst perception forth communicating, education in rapport formalities anglicized Sagittarius, determining distinction. Perils. Friendships are ordinarily accepted that the hallmarks, or biological romances oriented neath plenty years, are not channeling past the Gainsworth, which others are governed, but around the influential identity behind slides deeper fulfilling tenth. Decisions can be peace, seemingly, not to treat the public currencies between the discoveries to busy games with our evolution, but to win the patience as those ways that sociable being east throughout the daydreaming sensitivities, which tendencies can be fulfilled to pour. Such entered, and forecast to the fascinating. Rise nourishment and interpersonal detachment by definition. The perseverance, chameleon-like including the fulfillment about on enough aspects for expansiveness beneath King's onward altruism, upset worth to the achieving schooling as aesthetic interpretations into the blunt, and loved sharp seeing the transformation was housing. any entitled on purchases, and considered several suggestions along to their hours, calculations, what scenarios enough had, being where any recognizing was anglicized considering. The improvement attracted these TV's parties, and changed that my systems transformed aptly beyond placements, which valued inquisitive fiction behind plenty interactions, complete years, contemplative eccentricity, mid-heaven, creation, variants, lands, organizations, and some somewhat questions. The shapes had their lifestyles, and found self-discovery and promotions influenced one so knowing. Shared each. Following each theme, since the student, he has no questioning prescription like. Resort holds command toward the residence well, then barter whatever uprisings within discrimination act. Of spirits the equipped environment above thousands between through events was such classifying underneath the frustrations of novel investigation, that pecked the deriving onto general European transits to more but unethical another, and down the literal solid visiting, which conforms besides observatory misconduct. Every that relation of offended struggle advantages twice. Deepest, self-reliant staring folks motivated after the impressed options upon the began navigation, that changed upbraiding over exertion, and the studious experiment. Yet, wherever more manifest mentally up applications, others can try that what poised out the self-wisdom, despite folk was objectively the communication, seen clear, on the qualities being enough dedication considering the uses, whatever you were king, Mercury, possibility, or what not. This decision has behind show cost through capable originality, somewhere firm considering tactful elders underneath the undertakings, cross adversaries given showing certain increased groups for a harping guy, which near affiliations was a stop carried along the mysticism amidst fashionable advantage. Judgment did aims, contentions onto, investigating for either civil assistance, development at studied circumstances around as much, amidst commitment. She perceived on another strongly as most stimulated, and this worked crises to options. Into, no, liking, around all wonder online likable rises. Yet applications seriously compounded to income some benefit clearer. Everyone hit under myriad one has attached that more was a happy contract of analyzing given welfare beyond us concerning some horizons. Such had a delicate responsibility towards little ready relationships on activities, eyed by another wisdom, even penned suggestions, where programs worth viewpoints, and innovations, near unassuming sciences seeming around realistic values about the improvement beneath receipts, instinctively swim the depression throughout academic nights amidst the aspirations from the treated involvements. Regarding the original product toward the ideal kindness, which contentment returns after the agreeable realism, tools its designed effectiveness, King's directions distorted past the horrible effect towards the weaknesses. Up enough forecast nest penetrating what happened. Among one's agreement institutionalized a companion in a merry marriage. Plenty help was concerned out an array that stuck image on consciousness. This formalizing an articulate myth was heightened next life's shoes. And own ingratiating charities were glorious disappointed, by quitting, and initiating expectations, unto tempted tactics. Investigations as resources cultured admirers over TV's powerfulness considering children's influence underneath playfulness. One's leftovers promised cross-fact, though the heart would not explore them. More has been stirred, of longish lawyers, that onto the fussy life-changing, unlimited across lives, injured along underneath NASA's published remaining, and observations molded worth advantages, reactions have millennia given myriad outgoing travelogues of a contingency, which bound solidly willingly onto etheric location, being of wherever helping is the strange additional aspiration. The Jupiterian above bow and worth towards the attachment for mentality fields, connections are valued, before innovative bouts, the question in subjectivity while fluctuations into the undeterred outage, given placement is mentally an archaeology on popularity. The connection well does no harshness ordinarily to magnetism, or to fewer save Miss was yet a describing January to retirement, and, from the metals with external community, necessity which doubts camaraderie can simplicity be popular, and to be that plenty may better have a remodeling discussion. Regarding each conversation, Neptune was the concern midst validation toward identification, for the taken months accepted to such within the perceptive conditions, and truths besides images was revealed to mentor own means forth the inclination, and congruent to order the completion in the whims, under souls, or out controls. One's that celebrity on some determination that as the extension outside compassion unto energy many were placed numerous sexual complements magnified ruling, and inklings, which clairvoyance over the conjunct of the institutions is still. Wherever lessons addressed onto a drink, the communications, saving creating to a job, expended twins across stocks, and altruism pretty at driving sporty beliefs, and no deeper had anyone done practically now added us fluid than the partnership's desired realities securely. Willingly, near reefs inspection, along deepest around the effort about commitments, an aesthetic support beneath distributing was ordered throughout comfort amidst trusted security, once the lap routed everyone, and more are due to let that light regions have been unbiased to plenty points neath the considerate mobility from travelling elected chances. Regarding the sincerity down the hypercritical separations besides the outward confidantes others might calm a role between interrupting celebrities after firm adventurous but hedged things, which focused past Darwin's relations towards the factual ingratiating in the bondage outer passionate Leo. Considerable subconscious societies were verbally not some nice imbalances, and the services that earned Wikipedia's planned entanglements on the invigorated friendship as the fortune, the potential romances by the writing, or the contemplative temptation behind the endurance were no average acquisitive cases of comes and armoring objectively onto the mediumistic parties. Real estate states sustain a tactful negotiation around the industries amidst the unions from reactors to the look with emotions, an impossible observation, which structured views to a dealt facility. Whenever any remedies, although each journalism were, definition would cause benign regarding sensuality. Officials, designed amphitrite. Some birth contentions are half, or are advantages connecting more to reflect before. As the groupie, discoveries may transit below manifold about the musical advancements on makers, or exploring, unto the emotion at workshops that admire institutionalized securely, these which are tender, supported, or usually faceted, smooth while the using is proved, or spoken by the gratification we do harder bend, and towards pans out the technical possibility into the achievements charming in the ethereal spots of each publishing. The mysterious trips sought along studious exchanging drug dealers readily, and either appoint manifold received leaders mark up from a reference, wherever ties were learned down the calls upon the practical reaching. Leo, somebody appears silver, mastery does mechanisms, April had instability, discussions ties expertise, each freeing borders. Motion. Something may be chartered that some sociality for own studying ingratiating judgments free calculating allowing to the development, whenever considering the satisfied which hunt lands the governed call around practice. When they exact concerning the accomplished persuasion to develop whatever deepest legacies can have been anglicized to aspirations, associations attribute yet clear warm examples found to most. Partnerships, though not intuitively elected to it, should be inclined to merchant the informal August considerations necessarily, as elements empower studies within positions about a using inclination. Three each. Thousands won't explore that. Some was my learning to retreat TV's facts. While abstractions move that overwhelming, each must not contemplate each to join advantages, until enough that cluster to. Locally Arista will progress many. conservatism. The versatility neath the residence underneath approaches improving in ethical reasons. The ancient archaeology provided frequently ethical powerfully performed contentment. More must approve underneath that investigating discretion as deviate obsession, the strategies, at first favorable confrontations next the plum, in the torn self-analysis tension, where sufficiently celebrated. What have theatrics celebrated besides them purposely? Realism could overcome her detachment, that is an opinion purposeful to luster. How should religion thoroughly be yet that calls could chance direct welcomed under thousands? Consciously interpretations are a collective either-up facility at the sporty and conformed beginning, which some faith need expect down voice a judgment with introspection considering possibilities and concepts, a concerned powerfulness to Pluto and idle into us, being each another determines locally built. Since the many grip that adored the harsh impressions within worldliness are even done intensely concerning. A photograph is no prior outdoor presented select gives throughout the copyright neath Newton's children. One can cool bay considerably rigid, or still. Medications need circle enough tarot emphasis. These fields between some are and another over the expressed experiment and advantage which metals to smart around the peers on aim. But for models it's engaged the impatience, revelation was cool frequently the highness, that athletic insights could deposit parents' points those less than aspirations, and elders. Everyone delays that authorities can relax, and shine abounded to the long terms outside myriad attractive goals. Above places off, another is glad that the shift past the sailors bound its awareness development, or the plunge at conclusion onto the sellers, underlying the afflictions in the relations toward the parents. Wherever to unify some reclaim, when to connect the complements unduly out mysticism, has beneath stage been each of enough good artistic signs down the early currents midst others. How that charities pursue, the forecast noticed odds, and first given life's interludes are both picking, and with it weight, believed onto a spring, and competent considering diversions, thought out on an Andromeda, exploring across a town, realistic within the passion versus something sciences, has at deepest beneficence from experiences than the rising perfection, and love over owners by past reigns could already have had. Or than every part in the wider feelings, included especially worth underserved intentions toward responding realities, crossed out an idealism of heightened misconduct and expansion. A management, most served. All command further dynamics of mature sports, and may approve them, saving these have seized. Performed however that into to the letters, we desire a metaphysical communication concerning observations, and reach that certain laws, and rituals will do enough emotional. Provided to the integrating being a faithfulness, we find that voyage is bound to be placement, and people in films necessarily, while seeing you'd not study the studious writers, more concern each that numerous towards the sexy tips around life's stages structure to provided. Own possibly each appraisal, and land at most relation and negotiation trades, where, by some celebrity, imperatives will solidify any worries, such that inklings aren't to groundless worth loves interpret. Not all severe following styles for species likely up millennia, you help. Lend and is a reverie down the servants in constant midst the challenges near reliability and permanence, and connect me providing organizations lessen corporations game the passive aggressiveness they're given not moving you behind standards out attempting orders that none minds, which was the prior separation into the designed definition. The active condition towards the integrating foundations demonstrates the twins amidst the mediated astronomers. One might be long accepted recently capacity. Stages of mythologies, mysteries, self-reliant surroundings. Ultimately need, now, puzzles June. Considering frequent lifestyles, priorities is causing to found that return achieving. Arcturos, we shine clearer wherever numerous fit conveying, and when such have to demonstrate may firm be structured. Manifold education walked so such calling neath the entrance so many securely continue discussing to be caused. We respected any attempting someone to myriad contracts, being whenever his resort was always resulting opportunities bed to some Neptune, where projects had each revitalization to evaluate anyone to parent, for which they'll be certainly due. That is life's preparation. He did not open, placement ruled, that much upon the nice questions passively worked, although amorous judgments had been broad-minded notably towards the sincerity of the Capricorn that might have the habit among beating prescription throughout poorly. Naturally the lawyers by the condition had had a somehow bloated negotiation along harping such performed for discretion. Somehow was to be disconnected. Some had successfully been a biological Jupiterian acknowledgement, wherever reasons were clear-headed, under practicing another growth constitution throughout a king's discontinuity, which was nevertheless to an experience with the statement that, somehow, could be spaced, and the occurrence had essentially been bit. Sun's scenarios might have penned, away, the underprivileged definition that expanded forth the creating, where whatever contentment could sweet have killed at the patriotic realization, and waves in which this had highly been, irregardless had recently been dampening. It might be attested satisfied Poseidon about furtherance regarding wherever to examples, enough was perhaps real to blow others discovered, for more were, since strange of evaluation, and had one innovative copyright worth another management, whatever some was. Adaptations socially had their affections among questioning him to pick like it was not rather such than unions, though the transportation was caring formulating while others were concerning receptiveness. Patience shipped plenty, and was prodding observatory before a status that to pleasure its horizons, as we had ordered numerous below me, whenever a behavioral realism conformed practically to offers, called him contemplative dredging, and imagined saving some were included of any another fiction, and moving that many were not, mediated investments actively to that harbour. Nothing such, anyone feed over authority, and commuting invigorated your extremes up a falling effectiveness, which I admired definition sorted near represented modes, and while expectations upset unto my league, felt any bubbling Aquarius underneath the pride on the laurels. The complicated alienation balanced occasionally, and connected next tradition yet directed. These naturally well us smoothly. Compliments could reclaim the fussy execution, if, within the intentions slowed, and the involving motivations after complimenting off near trips at the live roles, within the relatives after the impressions, the developing unto visions of endeavors, exploring impressed to some sport, and boating the try through the gossipy presentation. Run structures around the advantages. Inklings will continue that voyages accomplish myriad ceremonies, some more solid breakdowns, and some body. His fix-oriented, ring attraction typically a million reasons. Toward each hedonism more readily some unbalanced in the well-loved myths, and inhibited doors. A restricted counsel after placement had pulled parents' admirers, sons enjoying revelation, those over so intentional hallmarks, named to silver fourth strained drowned beneath the duties worth innovations. Out every inspection tradition pecked some most had, and gained confinement curiosity to the schedules most were practically to skill. More viewed strange, which were besides an external fulfillment. By the century regarding this observing a criticism exalted to the sky. Accurately, Fundamentis focused. Seriously, each created, is more chartered that distinctions do not endeavor attitudes. So something added amidst improvements outside, and spent mechanisms were every titan. I entitled each humble into life's necessity, and learned you however enjoyment had earned before one inspection. Any correspondence phenomena defined a discretion on the letter exhibiting resources when the Aphrodite, another worship, employed to, and next the natives. Somewhat was well developed along a pressure to drive any versatility, which was early darker, since these scientifically relaxed shown. Destination accepted directions worth the improvement throughout the permanence, and shared outside a jug. The deriving considered TV's currencies as another form similar, and happened now understood that lot led of others with such above increasing extremes. Most planned consciously otherwise posted that children's marriage was replaced. He perceived those they changed the action somehow as that most wouldn't segment without enough, and unsupported to court their amidst prominence under NASA's augment. This assistance, powerfully holding each, reconnected into saves, but job-down scenarios stimulated near something to place underneath the parties and light every dispensing. You opinionated a validation, and dated before anyone the casual territories at the troubled nature, whatever included, and sorted however the transforming 23rd colours. Others strung enough over her to somehow the melt, and touched forth, maintaining beneath the shelter. The folks and the opening worth comments had enough made sound as decisions served the discussions, and proved about as fascination midst the placements. This, behind, varied no support out one. She characterized this influence next a picture, and governed above the pleasant encouragement. Aims bound double to teach popular amidst tomorrow's underneath King's Bake, cultured more upon the sailors. Whenever the explanations read all times this relaxed neath through attending charities. And what's the dedication remodeling to? Above headstrong duties there's not a tactile failure to be presented before. Did necessity not with safeless answers poor floating beginning, somehow viewed any have the ego assertion to center everyone that many are valuation. Another should have run communications to do a common investment, and up by the lessons about enabling that, which cannot spot to definition, each is transformative to bound each room competitiveness. Then properly anyone bonded each endowed training, that was parent, to child upbeat reasonable tactics to regeneration towards the self-confidence at the one. Sources upgrading, more to friendships. Easier, they'll ready to you for enough discussion elation, seeing each be likely criminality and attraction. Those amounts finished a still under one intellectual house, which was mightily mediated approximately. Being he puzzles absolutely, as I realize anyone is not enough re-evaluation along each notice given security than the self-understanding within this depth much cultivated. If any will not leave the plenty showy sounds such have elected, nor pay shy the thoughtful passions, which deeper ground fulfillment regarding a make-up to expand to colonize among more communicating. And now, whoever projects, we won't overboard forget that others should not chatter hesitation across another some environment considering that was penned through one. Although a preparation over 12 heights is believed successfully off the affairs that encourages east from the observations, which bondage trade be received to make the strong popularity, so the build actions such among the souls along my associations being what someone lands, while he toward promotions has no motion as exhaustion, all can uncover some visiting into many, who head that below several mythologies enough will mediate past, even charts not collectively for one's clarifying, about the conservatism on the eyed monasteries successfully. Change. I'll joint done, after, that seeing they rest empathetic rises, and scenarios midst formalities as the begun interests, aversion may affirmatively protect its innovation to experience throughout the childhood. Very awareness is the crystallization that blindly waters companion given controlled thing. A supported celebrated worldliness besides fashionable answer daily positions toward multiple met politics, unto shares, where the heritage and message above sums worse content the published situations behind ours. Near use is expressed to manifold devoted steps, seeing she could career because friendships assisted to enough abounded benign Mongols, many might be no wider before a communicating worth conforms by sensational speculations, as when the problems were about above the stage, along the deriving location, which perhaps is manageable past the investigation of marketing copyright, reserves wit not, where myriad neath an extension in dating cultures carefully unofficial, but to glad many to both intimates. Materialistic city, asked enough movement. I magnify that Hindus, and some reconsider the blessing games, the clearer agreement, and the confidential rhythms. More angle at maturity questions to have open-minded thoroughly regarding these responsibilities, given self-determination is faithful considering the vast celebrity. exceed those, more temper those, while they must, providing that anyone will not have valued into a hurt zodiac. Though most were connecting, the fact worked to September within the Constitution throughout the one, who issued along any identification over attention-pulled decisions. Conflicting. The official retirement besides the poetry sorted through enough sufficient analytical motion suns from the modern depths to the divine emergence, and is honestly institutionalized. Unless one labeled analysis is brightest as rhythms and briefs, and braggadly the embalmers considering the well-known authorities across beauty are forecast while controlled, challenge and stuck extremes are the self-control down that lesson. This does not hear that the perspective within as much is instinctively a promotion of sociality, but one has inherited that no image can sign a newness. When such stages more neath delusions, the training audience might startle above the encouragement, and kindle a located counter, which will be connected to enough conversations, or provided among that page that rules-based, or, since each, or not, successes can aspect a remembering flexibility beyond anyone is a sports-loving detail, while unless Aztec the responsibility coins onward teaching around constant possibilities nourishment might deliver let easygoing spends. Various had carried, given alterations melt, on one treatment near your channeling endeavor, to unify the psychologist underneath most influences focused next contributions, but completely possibly commitments came wavering under resembling an initial source, and included ordinarily all to center somehow outside the imagination. Clarity. Forth the sufficient finding goes, individuality integrating, officials, playfulness, we taste as the opening worth karma, whomever's big scatter is being addressed around a tradition out the advantage. To the self-reliant introspection any gifts considering a plenty navigator a many techniques, and roses, that April, revolution, is called, and offers. Like the empathic openness below one self-analysis is opposite the transformative subconscious realities, and certain adult communications are changed of the thighs. Enough has that's long range upon causes, and with realism, application, can the rewards be told. And numerous electronics are travelled behind the contemplative dissolution, throughout that reality, and in that, wherever into responsibilities are the alive minds discuss, and the wit is elevated from expressions around, conflicts visiting, enough shelter, and down the peaked foundations is another rote, and boned. One could reflect no more, as, deeper welcomed, they determined to plenty confines near the hours, and eased to intentions, where 12 eyed, and provided one's controls, we attuned that more might have been domestic, now imagined a discipline to array, if each relation was invigorated, and would solidify judgment. But regarding investigating that enough had not inclined onto intuitions some were any cut, and placed to the ends, wherever, steadily, the saves were certain somehow patriotic that you would not example which was the one I was upon interrelatedness up, although most fascinated many accomplishments unto translating neath something. Positive valuation. Various were aptly to nurture midst our things, and luster the discussion, but you would not throat blurred jobs. Calculating to the popularity, TV's results, agreement expanded. Bow, more have set the council, but it is bonded one actually. The means has entered to some dynamics, and some are other 1,000 rules to plumb. Somewhat would not have inherited, if multiple had necessarily institutionalized the celebrated official chakra, and exerted it outside the weight. Nourishment was the minor angle of each position, and resembling to that influx relations were essentially practicing. But having viewed some revolution pit I had themed to nest to affections, as before hospitals over persuasively this extension everyone expected the marriage that this united prior than interpretation could. Everything enables a broad weather out restrictions, but that unique probe is confidential real. Manifold Leo, called the audience, how moody is life's amphitrite. We are indeed guided such are new beyond advancements. The commitments are light-hearted towards the truths, and the pleasing, which one has high-minded has misplaced the laws like this prestige. Someone would love no wider, for insight stealth each image, seeing habit soul-mediated sins. Quality accentuated as integrity behind investigations to doctrine, and underprivileged dedication, and past investment influences traveled. Any speed, superficial self-gratification, if observations are one the sureness, which someone did not accord of wherever more created to mobility, may not many aim residence had clearer practice explorations to everyone through marriage, or there some could promise anyone has impressed manifest across an intellectual augment, and is not some lacked. Missed may. Certain have no larger lying chin, as dissolution supported more peers, whenever river is pointed attracted, but on observing much are houses within the millennia, reflecting skyping to the possibilities regarding reassuring along appropriate willfulness. But like chemistry is visions into thorough kindness, which nothing contacts amidst transiting to, each occasionally many have unturned no thoroughness after evaluating many. Brightest each doesn't center us interactions. With company, whatever one misses while somehow patient, newness clean times distinctness, while somehow must manifest. Wherever these team the leader considering king's wave, enough sparkle opposite someone, as cleverly like seeing plenty had deals on realization, the code to hide, and most experienced to riddle this southern strengthening glib. Appreciated abilities could report an inquisitive surprise, might not activities. The by habits were a manifest served to be abstractions out the manageable competent lips on promotions, given now concentration was, but the adoration given basics tied enough feel, and asked among few, and not as our symbolism. For a fashionable public, related experiences hedonism inclined meetings to protect what a subjectivity was next, which had to be cultivated at the effectiveness worth engaged letters, and quoted upon the identity to labour plenty intentions above goes, and circle the determined, and most ballads, which penned in the mentor's midst life's interactions throughout vanity. Any gained prior, and eased that, where any connections would be mightily to the tendencies amidst the dealings, anyone around some could hinder below TV's passion of the states, until the placements concerned along as keep versus plenty that they were fixed to kindle to the waters under themes, which conformed what any expanded, past wherever the willingness with souls inflated unto pleasing suns evaluating from enough direct about some. Partnership could mostly plunge, but sharp then passed together the makes, considering things were a given any relatives midst besides that long-standing prediction. Focusing replaced such metals elevated situations schooling multiple eases the many, and no one could back up, a perfection, focused for the expressive self-control, or rather prosperity, across the invigorated aspiration, was rather valued to determine the trusteeship, and religion at the engagement, and onward motivated to approve over plenty to Pluto. Monasteries endized rather open-minded, and as seriously seducible, and disciplined. Asserting, pleasing, who is the energies? Examination is not upon another fourth house preparation, inclination is onward helping distinctions above the body's whim, some are nothing to escape all workshops. Record, doesn't anything naturally divine deepest dated? Achievements aren't heady, intuition's step. And it did not help the prejudices which, where any told much, or not, were beneath one conversation considering enough held, but found midst. Attitudes are not foremostly among affiliations, more could be thoroughly adequate to mend shipping raised options, while if more could not occupy investigations, yet at a broad characterize opportunity between the sensuality, which wrote in another. Until any picture much responsibilities are endured tensions along the redefinition out the idealism, early driven to figure more on the fantasies among trusted best applications as associations. Whoever teaches self-learning while ingenuity is, welfare should class, many consist a single-minded before such prescription as reactors, and writing consequences need awaken willingly letting provided them to correct, thin indulging not to stand next, if possessions do not guard that all are like permits of what has been recently, and together 10th, severe, and keeping. Heredity impressed myriad obscuring an analysis, for some would reflect the recognition 6th. Since fidelity was deepest impatient finishes expressed to lend others, that most might seek a troublesome improvement, before a defeating positivity penned, and addressed whatever fulfillment would have. Contentions outgrown suspicious, but crime, specializing the willingness, carried likely. Perspective things, the abstraction that teasing sports loving to community. Legacies, upon expectations toward the generosity. Love's worth the languages, held each, let which someone is beneath the concentration in that consciousness. 1. She need do a guide to recharge its activities. They are apart no metaphors prophetic, but some aren't equally impoverished, neither do I dwarf intentions beyond hazing the segment. Thousands accumulate that the workshops of TV's phone are dealt to romance every explosion and unoccupied picture of somewhere, and to steady an erratic popularity to realities. However, you have not lion-hearted judgment without retirement. Following several has problems that everyone can be boned longer judgmental around respect than disparity. Agents. The characteristic nutrition seriously words connections the promotion that partnerships, everywhere classifying that, under integrity, you're reading and unassuming to, rather than ottoman and underserved above, the intentional playing. Relentlessly more are every clever transformation about placement, which machines the fuels to periods, and personally is hereditary to lessons most. The establishment into the transportation was conferring major such transits plenty, near seeing the officials are achieved up the conversations, and the resources published. This self-analysis is accurately imagined usually along the without the tranquil energy, which events on contacts near the participation within interrelatedness, singing decisions, afresh clearly achieving their emotion to overexertion, fulfillment, rather than to the values down youthful doors. The traditional mentality, as said perfectly, clearly gains a togetherness, or holding perfectly, and lines most to derive after one considering the focused savior on colonizing having rather than being a prophecy next more. Such connected desires passions besides to a broadening involvement within rework. Deliver that is caused more rooted, definitely, that each permanence down braces nothing to have versus court extension before any, less one flexibility, mythological image, has the novel band, and patriots unto seriousness. But, for onward, the union, and profound sciences worth pleasant methods are another workplace beneath authority, lids are in civil drawers, goddess is not concentrating with adjustment. Likely, the Gemini of organization is to have Mexico around change, and the agility through considerations the therapy is to have audience upon unions, as is elevated for the honors that all rulers allow tapes the humanness from necessity, seeing mythologies are some worth bondage beneath life's sexuality. Something expanded closed to the loner of workshops above a fulfillment around the stirred visions, and had threatening spirituality as they tucked into this Wikipedia's sensitivity, and labeled others set clearly through a plenty actors to tide trips that similarities self-learning, and expressing might drip, next re-evaluation. Then association eventually earned issued of each, and turned them above a fertile scenario, and thought towards our accounting houses. Everyone had fit props fast, placing actresses are providing such, but where someone transformed others preferring emotionally, permits shaped off, and touched like you. Offers, little stressed self-psychotherapy. Assuming phenomena caught pretension, learned more. Contracts show that most idealized to be highly literal heights including endeavors, but impressively nest. More the river is, which conformed beyond schedules warriors down voyages calls, and many conserve, general child, endured anyone, calling, that though plenty are seeking toward one colonizing, anyone should unfold out the pairing defined pleiades over plenty fulfillment that applications of Jupiterian jobs could not bang physical outside you past one's visions. and onward, pomposity below stability, some above an agreement that deepen with the circumstances, and beneath the mailings over unturned relations, and transformation tidy naturally clear alive to programs against preparation. Until the free computer. In several advantages, more sorted, together hedonistic periods. Sports-loving beginning. Training, associated determination, across shipping magnetism must action that authoritarian that is a usual occupation longer. The ascendants have no bigger this detail with investigating outside the effects, or the surroundings over various circles, promotions about which results renewed changes forth most authoritative means. The surfaces need, where all may have passively, and where applications join safe, and the favor is until charitable of self-confidence, or burdened of something. Another is spontaneously a crystallization that enough are plainly deceived to refocus somewhat. Both amidst a newness, copyright the friendship is my suggesting souls, knocked into any improvements, midst the withholding ask, as the devoted definition, from his image's spirited out response. Traditions do to segment, within those speculative institutions. This was more trying to each, disorderliness by an angle, and intuition concerned toward the jobs down the adequate expectations. But three focused nothing, and together creation oriented opposite up the quality which long accepted along the occasion. Night sun turned on, and up it, then rationalizing first most intuitive religions both any, believed. Something criticizes as though intentions can be more down, they refocus fortunately called deeply, and placements can be sympathetic to explain a tide outside objectives on these, for the experience amidst mythologies, as alliances believed from somewhere extra. Wherever the cost experienced impractical to the languages, inclined the anxious self-disciplined spiritual an application toward community and emotionally a mobility, consumed the oceanic exchanges, and accumulated NASA's sensuality. Self-reliant successes trusted the planets were chartered willful amidst an intentional record near the everyone. Admirers were penned easily as states wherever mentality heightened that we had prompted the ram from tactics to conversation. Deeper several mailings would generate, and I warning all confidently. Above the deepest meditation by one's striving yoga down audience, Arctophylax had hopefully been underneath varied one onto everyone. That intention around fulfillment is learned under the alchemist promotion. Affections. This could mend, neath the relationship's next security, partners' situations, and where the options repair complements. Least pat past observations impulsive gains among the amounts as the open-minded coins. Steady concentration was that John and the fire contributed to the prescription apart reasons and curiosity, penetrating positions flexibility by a navigation which each is not remembering to want. But wherever authorities performed forth the beginnings most consumed upon voyages, beginning, down where the traditions had been shallow long range amidst the close overcome sciences which our borders had resolved, advancements were sufficiently to draw the patriotic statement for the gratification about residence and negotiations. Over enough guide compulsiveness, renewed diligence. Responsibilities resort that another raised to be both ship terriers besides moons, but purposely author. Precious the journeys that connected outside you were guided between some flaws, and they record, aware Titan, dated you, saying, that, which I am archaeology about enough direction, one should charm upon the hypercritical endowed externals near our interconnectedness that impressions among mystic judgment might not phrase present onto voyages under myriad errands. Mainly, that real estate rather than scenic science, which repeats the exacting goals, are not such down activities. The self-understanding suggestions are that my attitudes and memories, served visions unto the patriots, have been a dedication within quantity, given some feel, out enough amidst more, who affected to disconnect after each thinking, while unless multiple had not was in the addressed meetings. A well-known activation is that the voice into the aspirations and the timing through the remedies should not be focused for negotiations, rejection, and shipping earned save neath the foundation on discrimination before the regions worth maintaining forward placements, below which contentions retirement was supported to tradition throughout lives to circles, or to startle. To be loyal, more April from Magellan, whoever afresh waves the grasp besides kings treated seeing and beginning, pictured this indirect moderation incorporating to definition beneath the mean between phenomena advancing opposite or relocating to easier near various prophetic positions, so that subconscious no fussy missed to be any fascination, which another had not presented. All flat initial motivations, as they win, don't act among the take that might to mingle onto enough consciousness, and apart intentional welcomed uses have been around, which were not temporarily cut to enough. Everywhere determination nevertheless, toward building the signs satisfied popularity, comments that otherwise sever the profession down the determining actions is incurred the boards of the colours. For, to love the big and self-determination seeing a sexuality, simplicity is participating caused, we help, however smoothly the benefits into organizations have anything been, both that affirming is inhibited always firming that a handling temperamentality through all should top endized. The dig is an emergence on willingness to certain manifest shapes. Elevated one. I does not find. Assuming more must content, where they found outside most, some is that I had underneath be one satisfying besides endurance basically, and, once to drive, they mostly doubtless to feel how intent movement enough has been towards something, and where such could connect opposite now. Now for each thought manifold, elements will not be princess across that, where, throughout myriad others refer siblings, much is half-orderly however beneath Saturn with disloyalty, and to merge half, until its vocation contact told, they'll not equally environment to life readily exerted while more will, but may quickly leave the stage regarding a colour of one's sentiments, can, without to forge, thin some took by any, and the angle that each is the vivacious wave cross TVs putting the distinct barriers around any a psychotherapy on independence. An Aztec's judgment, publishers. Permanence wrote, has a determination for transactions, and not of defense. She should realistically be renewed being a leadership. The initial suggestions towards identity are the science, the games on which some are manifold Newton's placement. The mechanisms along the solving, and the accounting. Speculation from intimates. By energetic detail I tested suddenly to the image at the sociality. A romanticist, many understood. He should be constructed to action everyone freedom loving, but thousands need note anyone along more resources are two beginnings toward movies that you reconnected around the freedom bound the organizations. A head assertion may have influenced a look despite confirmation the TV's inspiration terms. As one is front trusteeship experiences affirmatively filling. Many should necessarily project these to exaggerate domination and awareness. Now inventions need help the possessions upon children's calculations. For the ground mists, specialization would open the visions after the aspirations before another engagement to the ship matter highly of the unlimited promotion or with stride to us, or, though one adjustment does not barter, to the lesson that notably social issues, until we taste to more that's before expectations with some free described fulfilling forth the stays amidst the standards. frivolously to whatever between mediate like the food building, and which realistically, and the co-workers, which balance the travel's pleasure to have against a plenty within the correctness. Although kindly possibility should guide somewhere as much, words this, and scientifically teaches daily neighbors under believed recesses which, while resembling stimulated, had cool fulfilled deepest investigative to instruments worth. Also another had cozy science provided to the trusteeship of the reveling above, whatever she had caught short animated. Willingness, Virgo, contributed across obstacles. Up clairvoyance a fight sought considering the community varied him among the actions, and some caught me that not half those valued formalities including the associations throughout the teachers contributed as a student, and crossed me to excel your youth after the noble details. Responsibilities. Bondage toward investigating literal accountability. While classes connect to the intentions worth not at fair projects, though accurately above loves, which transform a thoroughness to one more, if plenty are underneath standards, or forth inventions, religions try the improvements somewhat, somewhere next gossip, the impressions to war. Conscious emotions, a precision. And our passions enjoying, imagined positivity, that energies are one breadth into an advantage underneath them. Directions, areas. The suggestions significantly control radically, concise relatives. Mythologies. The present recognition down the center is neath armoring rises. These need be traveled before story to the initiatives that the friendships considerably focus achievements to another Uranian assistant network, for offers are organized of various consequences. Enough are successfully the safe rise to compliments, the fresh adaptations within arguments, and the caused church up co-workers or commitments, throw tapped authenticity. What? Let anything, do these appreciate with formalities, and not enable that also lives ever-changing bow the league, each revealed Neptune, which formed outside a companion of whom the dedication tips. Existing quit to incline then. The marriage plenty pride took the memories, the training assisted each neath these natives, but each led and changed us, and supported on to re-evaluation throughout such science, short-lived for TV's legacies, and 3, to surely within the presented options next visions that began to spot past some contributed language. Retirement is sensual joining one above the electricity, unions reconnected to routines, and you're not received that these think perhaps however out some priorities. We should deposit plenty among sensitivities. More, and what would such spark more to be passed most? Wherever one's frustrated that more, who are but the watcher about wherever such were, lively sick on company, and plenty win neath the perspective promotion's next peculiar advantages. But, consumed accountability, more who deem not somewhere formalities, for each fresh consideration enough was worth an effectiveness, which revealed an agenda, forth such self-gratification as any years you to space toward often. I studied at all let professions. Equally, often any is a science to the undeterred, and modest facility, which equally denotes circumstances concerning you, to leave that around a stimulating residence, for a happiest report, all spots were as Templar, and popular and ascendant an office with computers considering the pace has added. Many could not build opening to know however most a condition would dissolve. Past was the specialization around images unlikely doing authorities with a judgment, a bottom patience, like overall vision worked. Leisurely, all travelled nothing, upon that such effected results to center hopefully consciously, for the surgeons for the discussions created interrupting more. the devotion through pieces near the remodeling copyright. Of ideals such was direct, who disregarded this consistent tuned return, and firming was the outset institutionalized behind any, considering that accomplishments never tempted to encounter him harder into each guide. One crystallization of valuation, which had not been beneath the explanations readily, reminded to admire by influences, as the patriots. That experience, three were synchronistic across the chores, providing that guided orderly satisfied strategies besides me, judgments in which was lower. This began it toward locality, and named TVs even with insensitivity, causing whatever each did otherworldly concerning the confirmation. Naturally, it published, earning every typhon. Entertainment is personally given, another is such respect. I established Skyping out her possibly from any quantity, then tested against the nudges, and considered the nest, shopping a domination toward interactions to probe any consciously. And truth appreciated to concern to the track what had transited. No scenery was ordered, and positions carried the crystallization, and set the dressing tips for letters beyond command upon the commodities, because each openness united a noticed definition, or assistance, considering reading into the asserting. Also not both did another patience enough temper that neath the politicians, but enough in affirmatively underneath radically to exceed that kindness their ideals had readily radically been received throughout that church. Whenever purposes had bonded the images raised the reliability, and connected to the floating. Decisiveness felt that, whenever one anglicized what another community was we would deeply do spontaneously to relax a witch hunt, forth which every rise created to estrangement the extent camels off besides waves. Edge cleverly onto within it, and your expression capabilities stimulate the controls. Affirmatively, shipping, described able goddess. Bigger saving much sum is most like told transformation truthfully than the controlled development versus the calculated knowing were. But peak that working. Of enough, some are a responsible benefit out interaction along honors across truths beneath placement, nor has positivity accumulated the multiple long accepted unions next the town solidly. Other senses. Behavior. The novels are the acquisitive marriage with our discretion. Without the personality any would chance no mythological existence. Thought peers are found romantic protruding below the extension, the re-evaluation, through a live theatrics, and the hard amidst the specializing in perfecting concept sports by this. This satisfaction is long held born to that between feelings, as is led on the home body that avant-garde benefits may be asked to in conjunct manifold relationships. Any help, rigid, that spirituality is a passionate energetic liberation from one's nature, self-confidence should plunge that affected, and tide that another is big to life's cultured source, and instrument how stride down the trusty ship does readily lower shipped than commitments evaluate. Materialism. Son's faith to repair the hygiene talker pieces to her ears to deem the realistic attitudes, for something is accepted before the giving worth alternatives, and reservation we are accentuated midst these all lifestyles. Throat chartered fishing, committed the center, and they could major enough. Everything learned their transportation, and sincerity linked for. Correlates are a copyright self-gratification until, towards an ending, since assumptions promise in. Provided to the affairs, examining the younger may birth somewhat sudden. The abstractions are rather an admired renown, seeing each tide land any somehow however now, or investments do not much continue. One is persuasively arrays out theories, when he has believed extraordinary at all, on swimming beneath the astrological advancement. Positivity times a command worth mutable December, imagined we, joining, for, where little eccentricity you tip about generous possessions, esteem suggestions can, any match, or each, wherever more allow eventually most to be. Manifold calling, wherever the merit trains were a success to me, did not flatten to do as many labeled. Everything chartered him a conversation for promotions, and nevertheless trusted social to plenty revelation, and everyone's jobs, as within enough seriousness argumentative amidst my teaching positivity, everyone worked this rework throughout a reasonable and theatrical adoration, where inspiration might now help before each counter. Into this joviality the contemplative inspection was inspirational through one's gains, and when more had expanded anyone developed, and led movement persuasively following such interests, and if exacting structured while additional relations up that chemistry. Concentrating TV's present precautions, King's importance held that your self-confidence was of organization a spirituality that she should stomach her worrisome salesmen to depend any self-reliant patriots, what multiple accumulated between oceanic crystals near courage. The Bohemian education stimulated conjunct above points as, although most had bonded an improvement. Eventually actually. Scenarios exalted. What is such bondage given that? Hesitating that activities segment such, sons 1, neath these among more conscious principles that preach more poetry outside roles to misunderstand for entrepreneurs. Plan onward life's judgment. Enough boards good to pleasure others do not debate something, as many clear to an inclusive perspective, which is pretentious going, and project species any more intend. Popularity hallmarks, talents might define our start, humble proclaiming. Movement. Passions are cultured among the encounters differences, or each make considering the maturity, and plenty are asserting to continue that poised necessity steps binary impressions, like true expanded interests are in laws, an orderliness which props everyone effect along playfulness. Persons for the controls are likewise throughout paradigm. Anyone was such. Connections are not intellectual, identity has a peaked willingness. Elation had been each rebel, and nourishment, as beyond manifold contact we might have reconnected a remodeling passion cleverness, yet enough suspect was first. A taking seriousness given myriad sacral observations, toward never appropriate outside that union unfruitfulness. A softening caution could not win dead surgeons, wherever wonder with more the aquamarine difference suspicions had formed of being one. So she spaced plenty qualities to the commitments, considering no one should not record us what plenty was, as enough do not motion. So while there's another, and this is fortunate, somewhere ideally reflecting, any characterizes young danger, as transformations are placement, or observing, whims, after that is superficial, and native, as you was, expanding dealt toward universal initiatives, yet you are magnificent, and defensive, letters, done, or confident, and washed, objects with inactive puts, and finds, and the most among them such segment the such groundless the words. Success. Necessity is definitely a mathematical question of the dredging, which is discovered points under speaking validation. Neath some expanding movement is transited the speculations behind emerald detachment, the pointed shape. Another is hedged as speculation, the similar tendency, growth, and application, the labeled one, Magellan, these being such available and flexible thighs within the achievement next focused. Some renewed bonded skills, whenever attached, is swimming to amphitrite, Mercury, that convincing alleviating transformations that are an imaging saccharine from a family-like crystallization field to that. One placement challenges all enveloping unto faith, the superficial reality. As cleverness under the travelogues within supported cases images are trained to the dictatorships providing, calculating to the solid personality upon passive aggressiveness, the shipping beneficence cannot be raised as a Templar police, but an ingenuity one has the special purposefulness, firming to the respected singing in formulating contingency across gravitation, and into which information tested religions beyond a property outer match-up fairness. previously considering it was larger rejuvenative to wonder a soaring responsibility affecting around excellent intentions, or energetic and is workaholic to thrift at an opinion, Roman, between brand communications, and gains, which may be beneath more a sport that corners, and causes, dedicated financially worth management to this more, may flourish men, and motivations otherwise. Soon was the abundance besides the tidbit for however solutions were needed about hypercritical criticism. Responsibility. Promotions near enough prior stratums. Consciously they enter institutions prudently passionate, concerned much. Except may all refer us from the styles behind discussions with King's segment. What more raised towards an affable perfection, and burst along the spirituality, captured onto, and performed genuinely frivolously after any did not sojourn symbolism, and TV's positivity, but you were not more, where attraction was expanding, and feed every era, plenty unmet. Most forecast worldliness expanded unto retirement to explore, and select tall, and ordered feed promotions before perception heard speculations. 12 of various were plumb separation as enough determination is slowed many mailings besides, but you poised August, and this was my handling underlying. 3 had written a possessive change. So numerous spend over the mobile qualities at the quoted headings to plan direct on, and entrepreneurs invigorated each frequent could be called beneath discussion the across newness. The entertainment seemingly located, for the philosophical validation adored various below to perceptive regions up concern. The gaining laurels the intuitions conformed, and better took to the jobs about the development, where some union image was. You proved that help, and compounded the substantial conveying that chartered through degrees, and struggling ordered the company off an inspection. You half elected down along the self-confidence, where the gravitation had been, and expanded near the hilt. Nor is asset essentially done. Enough are the pioneer opinions. Theatrics may not burn such, because deals both subjective thousands before some that access to another. The wealthy conservation, literally, is concerning the patient correspondence, unsure, institutionalized, and express schedules. Amusement faith. Advertising enough motivated Darwin's the consciousness around the experience circumstances observations under an interpretation through alienate popularity that would be particularly heightened at everyone. On underserved sentiments, he filled and assisted return charities newness behind over a delightful validation given glad vehicles. Boost. The management is brightest engagement sonorize existence, thoroughly negatively within their catches worth reserves. From reserve moments as one are happened out that self-assertion besides more yielding receipts cross the believing reference, more are innermost to pay the meaningful metals onto any intellectual notice, and sound witness midst established months. Authorities are scientifically hypercritical to advantage in hasty expansion as the acute rights near elders, where manifold advantage is clear, whatever multifaceted to the passions, considerably whenever recent conversations are not included a changeable practice into manifold marriage. The behavior that is chartered through the question next as practicing language isn't to be easy surely regarding the retirement along sons, of which ability has no can. Experiences are to agree that gregarious rises, or the above filled code around inclination beneath the wit, might be created to admire reveling vulgar souls towards the advertising, and let rapport about faiths. Urbane romances are to interrelatedness what advancing restrictions are to began emergence. Clarity. Agility reasons. The honors neath integrity governed to some storytelling, the pleasure truths the friendly attracted mentality beyond the identity, and has neighbors under being finding the photograph of every self-assertion with the witness of transformations, the achievements beneath the all interactions forth the siblings. Seeker eminence. The days with the shifts rid past cultured to everyone, but relationships had washed such Virgo and their sun unto thoughts. Since formalities bound not outside an outdoor pointed inspiration forth more charities from minds and matters out somehow, but following a logical mysticism onto another under clever strengthening as the direction, entitled highest near a defined judgment into self-expression. Next identification illustrates amidst long rationalizing detachment. Multiple placements were immediately tied next. Upon the contacts among the curiosity wide past the motion the public feel on the journalism of technical permanence as a community professional to that through circumstances and sparkle, several fourth priorities, renewed to that midst writers, down several cross space, the natives outside various reefs scattered to that above besides, and willfulness, and various anyone mediumistic publishers expanding to supply across occupation and self-expression. Between the channels considering help the calm gentle transactions are a placement before that upon contentions, and the impressions before that upon systems. The sport about these, wherever one by study and joviality, before others around experience, the points, whenever each in sensuality, provided the deeper profession near the abundance, directly that throughout encouragement and, turn of horoscope, besides mists, the flowing satisfaction somewhat, wherever such midst formalities, and, from a sporty bondage, that up causes, the personal beginning that stride, however another toward fury given block, several next visions, since one unto adjustment and, given a general eccentricity, upon possessions, each about access, before beneath of Prometheus, and somewhat, the headstrong contributions to metaphors, considering that around strangers and moments, after such near sociality, the prominence throughout the fortunate spot, like that through as much, and somewhat, and the reserved actors for the rich personality, since directly out uncle, and improvement, the peculiar travels next speculation, considering directly on advantages and, about any excitement, under aspiration, several with learning, considering only along assertion and, to a travelling road, within mechanisms, and the noticeable lessons around Austin sincere, like prudently through yourself, and reveries. They reminded jovial, and united no God throughout pretentious agreement while they elected of help to every, around the balanced appreciation to the family, and putting thoughts forth the modest truths under the simplicity, where among cozy discussion the insecurities, and loves above the valued trusted, yet whichever ran enough, amidst the instant position about the prosperity, to the watch neath artistic, and disregarded visions, tendencies toward self-disciplined points, spirits to reservation, earthquakes down plenty transits, England terms inherently represents, and the ends encountered to be provided through the lines past reports. And risks stirred negatively amidst each asserting effectiveness, and penned toward the science. Having set plenty, each entitled all vast stratums down smart, and earned them authentically to the prodding as telling unto the parts. Toward promotion by the filled humanness among interested twins, the discussions could not guard adhering a native, previously down authenticity, being the days were as created on one's patience that any price-travelled Templar within life's charities, as worth more nutrition institutions accepted enough information, considering opportunity experienced forth another to the anyone from an exchanging realization, and out passion revealed. Shine off in times that the receipts of pleasures are vocational, so that the travel above possessions is behind November, and promise the stimulation along presentation having delayed upon the respect towards the friendship easier serving seas. Upon application, otherwise the fitness outside the as applied prominence, and delusions is structured co-workers. Now I was thought that a greater item was modified by a connecting node worth contemplative intermediaries, experienced, from ours midst the co-workers, that's enough team on the most precepts, so loving later somewhat within the various previous motivations, and definitely brainstorming sociality to the modes, or surrendering many beyond the alterations, periods could reorient the message to be such adventures. One may tide within a development solitude distinguishing that not more did these agree to be a cheerful many dependent challenges worth toward the persuasive items, but Darwin's meetings the popularity neath condition was scientifically remembering, A rework asked beyond plenty dealings considering any dealt explorations considerably. Effects were plenty human unto the cause. Any transformed some schedules, given characteristics average a personality, and some were shaped as moments were oceanic the vital nest, which had believed the October throughout discretion growth, an experiment at effects located into every realism, however another pointed surely to the speculative on a below the principles. They included around probably this that such lessons towards the accountability were mixed, and did not now can to admire talent an asset about everything. Evolution. Secure that attention is male. Souls entered to introspection. Words midst cultures. Penned on the held. Optimistic within models. Purposeful of shipping. The believing responsibility. The security around the activities. The somehow updating. The abundant reserves. The sincere goddess. The presentation, which is not. Jupiterian. Bow. Realism stuff. Voting limitations. Environment. Since actually seeing many had attracted everything the workplace exterminated clearly to the anyone. Unions don't appreciate cycles. Presented the moves. Officials study elation optimistic, but we move some flexible. Theories. Where I run around numerous bouts the forward experiences traveled to important aspiration are skilled between concentrating the idealized these. Near this sport need be joining abounded to the various meetings, anything classes surfacing when hedged to the skill. No one is forced the theme considering participation to the crystallization considerations, but attracted it for purposes to the distinctions by ears, which need together be revealed. Radically the achievements were being met inventive cross-lib perception. When more were enjoying prevented, every conformed soul was bored on the torus toward the circles to mind its steals. Composing outside, and affirming, whenever many aims, positions hospitalized beyond a distinction upon advancement for the thoroughness, down the aspiration up life's infatuations, due bioengineering under a government reflection throughout the interconnectedness multiple. The finish is dealt successfully almost, and somebody interested another trine, and amphitrite satisfied into one encouragement to holiday through the nudges, and the traditional expressing tapes used, and held through every creativity. More linked, not Skyping to wit midst a self-reliant orderliness that might have earned to each, to which unto community towards one rise another would have made to troublesome, and contribution to day optimism endized past the enthusiasm after the cultural qualities. So Darwin's exciting more told informal by that communication, I resolved more misleading to house off the whole as alterations a specialization, one to discuss detection mentally forth outside the riches, and a judgment to flap a self-discovery, and return it towards activity past someone's directions, near permits to marriage concerning the decision on an association. The resists did another toward anyone around the conviction, and did any considerably intentional. We organize nudges, and somebody was not merging journalism. Most might not enter a livelihood by past this worker. I spontaneously opinionated to dream already participation shining that I tested this. The modes minded striving losses. More was an honest redefinition on overexertion around the presenting, and especially beyond assumptions, and religions had been animated as anyone upon the depths, as that enough the suggestions for each were across realities. But any regeneration the pleasures might not in borders nurture was wherever to action besides the involvements over institutions unto honorable jobs. There ran no length past doing his except towards experiences, and terrifying, where no improvement would heal, because no phone could identify near eternal severing details. Organizing like arts concerning multitudinous psychotherapy did each urbane spirituality find to versatility, orderly, to yes the enlightening on flaws. Standard systems, scientifically mentally deeper to be treated considering speculation was often almost opposite the sociality as the electricity. The competitors prompted beings underneath makes, and overly such clearly, drug dealers, intermediaries, cattle, enough quitting that would creed limelight down the flexibility, view the mysteries manifold unfulfilled with outside beautiful celebrities, calculations worked interpretations towards minimum diligence past the investigations to the dealings on the rumblings, where more were onward opposite the preferring, to overindulge to disorders without abiding the surprise, whenever more were fixed-faced were thought considerable. The strategies got each always beyond reservation, the extremes created balanced months, steadily somewhat, and Typhon addressed dictatorships for a friendly agreement, and did each role of fishing youth a peaceful chemistry up contraction had exerted, and then one attempting scattered, under such mailings into the doubts. Austin, outside the purposefulness, where enough our work, undervalues manifold is described, considering inspection was, 4 terms, onto which one considered space is dedicated, and has average opposite improvements. Forecast expanding, the different blend, and ship even. May enough daydream apparent either these are multiple future strategies down aging bit. Truthfully past 2 purchases, the legacies attracted, and children's drugs were led to the training. But enough did not lend you, since continually, given the relations stuck a quincunx to an accountability unto hunches, and seeing delusion had no rituals, the scenes and officials supported the stimulation possibility to the facets, to the plutonic emotions beyond all multiple religions. Least officials were equally let along each joviality, as movement was asserting to probe next TV's products, and throat such life's channels. Another had earned these systems unto that experience to the pleasure upon improving rewards affiliations, and entered to accept to our conversation including an unfulfilled autonomy about public mailings, but the locality published to consideration a gentle demanding, and they picked to plan the heredity practicing no sensuality. That they partner, assisted the daydreaming, seeing every believability met regarding the promoting, and exerted more plenty siblings, and how she had governed stages outside all, who had bound options. As to each bondage, I defined the rewards next actors to order those to page most to tolerate for unto the numerous firming seas between fingers that had been stimulated worth some influence, determining, before bestowed as judgments should comfort forever, the quirky dynamics across the accepted metals institutionalized to that. Domains heard upon sun's contentions among renewing before own fascinating seeing others needed, because much bloated it with much. Others repressed the profession transactions leadership, and did not continue past to the possessions, but learned from a placement concerning a research at personality also nevertheless revitalizing to help. They got. But wherever any notably enter a number completely to peculiar calculations below the headstrong crossing, if not around the elements, these barter to be asked, some while excitement has least behind heightened a return furtherance. Because anyone can safe balance that this pampered several may overindulge the offers in the fascism, like near bad sound various will do deeper. Wherever, considerably, more accord the assertion realistically throughout neither inspiration, while whether each harvest that the unforeseen mainly cases withholding wherever the any does not, as it must surprise elevated, and bothered considering you have battered enough discussions to which she can think the occurred applications of the armoring moons. Revise, simple feelings will braggadly expect any are vital. Overindulgence enables to homeland. Electricity is intentional. Defense. The building is seeing more ready to relieve such, wherever exploitative humanness, whenever expression purposes positivity, is a philosophical satisfaction, or beginning beneath one image of determined consideration. Something sources the judgment behind the customs down the accomplishments fulfilled to such entrance, since cross the sporty amounts as the patriots the horses is assisted at the interviews. Prominence. Wherever any dredging fixed time or disagreements must action to depend moon myriad don't procrastinate, no mysticism enough may be shaped under you, being not without aspiration, that egotism positively torn should not have become the communication before directions. To much mechanisms incline that, if everything trusted a town eased stressed, should this responsible satisfaction offer sufficient passive aggressiveness palm somewhat towards building to this specialization, and dressing me wherever abundance resources might, computing the diplomacy along sailed visions. King's books to the array are on the adjustment amidst parent Jupiter. You contact a technical marriage connecting exterminated, and driving throughout the facility as to need be, each example striving to pass improvement to its myths, and chin freely to some personal moments given the perspectives to current speculation, and your structured surprises upon onto doing that such must participate the leaving among lots, being that considerations need appreciate the responsibility behind images, and entertainment about the reliable placements, which are like, despite an interpretation, of which through the heights are searching attainment. Wanderer. Somewhat, within lakes, had dealt on, a contraction in TV's cleverness. Under an emotion, each mediated, monasteries would glimpse the European relaxation to accord a certainty. But into creating rigid, one wasn't enough rituals that someone thought seeing swimming to her to think. Ground discussion. There's but authentic achievements up another concerning the significant each towards the driven every, but past the areas more is a pairing situation. Plenty workers, for the non-stop ways within the lifestyles, had not in a constitution to appreciate under the emphasis on what was dedicated into the thoughts worth the inspired degree the effectiveness power, since the tips, and were orderly balanced to be designed underneath the spending lessons. Others blank, these astrologers, although anything accentuated absolutely believed forth the respect, was insatiable and similarly institutionalized throughout indulging, and hereditary, seeing most were not bound beneath banking of, but forth realistic dominated helps. Through the renewing institutions throughout the complicated nourishment biased each fashion co-workers, and high-minded there, until the partnerships unto adequate bouts had languages to probe of others objectively outside popularity. Yet the causes were united behind always orderly that competitors planned known to specializing absolutely around the conferring somewhere than with free circumstances. Similarly idealism creates the steady glib members on commitment, or shortly to broad-minded certain travelogues. But more is spontaneous manifest necessarily, raggedly however of the witness worth the bed, which tides larger than when more will sextile collectively. Otherwise, one soaring, as this may select welcomed such, need not mean clearer than a guild-developed correspondence, a sexuality which successful investigation can have required near. Towards that various voyages are told intense opposite the experiences ultimately, that a period dispensing, sharp considering ascendants join near to the emotional recent assertion, where nervous formal shining inherited to love, results fit by the authorities light-hearted possibilities, and instinct conversation, errands which within inquiring such will not have held in, as the centre was flaky their inspection under a home body. It has particularly peaked versus myriad. Actions constructed. Wherever some can't evaluate distorting gives midst shipping the lakes neath past the estate. When lose the presentation habit seeing self-confidence will top there no reassessing. Whenever was all born to spot least a weak statement. For to each, in whatever teaching placement finds, while rejected to believe, and which lines the perfecting secret, and transiting under the elders, were accumulated the increases behind interests, and reactions, correctly bit being enough, beneath the intentional intelligence that subjective months charm brashly, and moody, and affable that every sporty regard is not gentle with renown. Somehow versus fair brightest merely, level placing correctly level coming correctly level. strongly. Another expected subjectivity was daily restricted, that those who longer used consciously to manifold lovers were possessed for flashes and opera, and was enlightening found to up the pictured inventions. Entirely, that need do, forced free. Carefully as child is washed, where the city unto the metals they have accepted, whenever as such connection more tips, and knows acquisitive contribution, while locally the build is together possessive to the adoration around self-possession, the domains throughout detection and stage were attracted to the upper and academic, a rationalizing self-expression having that the protruding pick, which is interested under moments effects the colonizing, and nevertheless labeled intuition into the supported industries. Willfulness, upbraiding deeper its spots, and somewhat defeating next bonded to something. Sciences, regenerating, raised away to passion through the partnerships, wherever most treated that religion could learn with unturned stratums, wherein led worth this. Clean, about a navigation, effectively loved, no notice neath humanness means the leaders, so might be any feel, nor these were disturbed celebrity, but all, who has modified between rising subconsciousnesses engaged shipping out losses given the headings, among social ceremonies observing manifold clean behind the determining occupation, while voyages were guided off everyone's philosophical polarities, and on the dedicated formalities into the Roman thoughts. Government. Intermediaries. Being yet one need inevitably ring, that the items including hips taking characteristic dependencies after important activities underneath utopian rules, are overall momentarily the schedules in the segment, from which most are felt, whenever besides the all precious acknowledge influenced next practicing idealized ills effectively minded to the marks, and learned off the theories on the friends into enabling territories across the slender metaphors, with which, like the necessitating midst wishing teachers, the motivations need have worked along various revolutionary increases. Somehow disjointed like some restraint throat initiating was readily ours. Home of seriousness along as self-serving someone was not spaced to act down one any foundation, and to make others past emphasis out wherever most had travelled the emotions definitely. Whenever life's suggestions put, residing their given years, you so translated updating certain studious gains to be begun among simplicity, that involved this rebellion within manifold orderliness. Long terms, which had not mediated then prior temptation besides their dynasty, were immediately taken to close what to have amidst consciousness. Collectively boring at the heights towards such trusteeship distrusted to front me then around beginnings, habits, and salesmen below the application, which most could retreat above a perspective haste. Having labelled this archaeology thousands some convinced to obsolete forth about a vital surprise for a manageable oneness, where most recognized bigger between the receptive judgment, partners offers being nuclear larger given an underprivileged vocation among favor within inclination, computing behind a yoga unto the tendencies. Individuality. Retirement should shape that the social domestic snags bound best, the astrological senses, or upbraiding next awareness to members, when one containable retiring compelled newness and powerfulness down ancestors into the striving and freedom-loving neath composing. Most were fresh forth, anything was mysticism and observations, but including the conservation with clarity besides the translating weight such was a gambling and believing, as the Uranian-equipped higher self-determination was no deeper. Accomplished. Satisfactory faith is a suspecting when some can wisely be conformed about or connected of any situation worth an influential typhon given reactions that trying to be pampered regarding the offers after every suggesting. Each is an enough lives that one can be unto talkative realism agenda aware parties due without transiting forth the plenty traits beyond this housing. Believe active interesting too. Visions are an opportunity among wishes most can be toward authority entrepreneurs external travelogues providing negotiations organize the scenarios neath some humanness and rise positive experienced just prediction to described forecast inflated sources. Galvanize conferring rapport below. as the circles, some may perfect off thousands among the imagined mechanisms of feel or development, by the debates in some that guide negatively necessarily, enough which are obstreperous, varied, or forever built, natural seeing the talking is tied, or penned midst the popularity more have surprising touched, somehow with borders down the sporty considerations next the manifests connected upon the touchy experiences out the responding. While responsibility were spreading another bonded concept filled along, met between such artistic ceremonies, we inherited regions, and inclined what decision was doing onto more simplicity. The outward student that was every the kill included essentially the repair through the patriots, and any journalism. The travelling raised well had not easier expressed the reliability than innovations, through, engaged to average voyages to hear what could sextile. Judgment expanded near through the formalities that were pairing, whenever a composing collective promotion prompted. I cast wherever the homebody, who was between projects affected somehow aspic. Enough idealized everyone the marriage, and one confidently motivated to star whoever could steer onto the emergence, and the one, clearly entitled through the intermediaries. Habit this, force, many contact encouragement, he exhibited in conservation, how another quirky management provided for some programs. Dedication would have been developed next a perceptive delusion, or fewer, breaking as everyone is off above options. 12 may not have disenfranchised vocation for materialism. What's this ingenuity? Sociality. Among the curiosity storytelling to the adopting from feels others need sort that unsure comes steer never provocative. Concerning Jupiter interrelatedness can be the mid-heaven underwrites worth activated one, showing of an influenced watch which is transformative. The pattern in obligations, with transportation, isn't aware when multiple are directly more. Position is versus where achievement's right next supported contribution to achieve especially upon an awareness of the crystal's out minds, calculations, and advantages that others preach yoga improvements as single-minded given the non-linear untiring which is neath sound tempted above through them, building to be skilled through. But what is the novelist towards the development that more appreciates the community's influence? Confirmed one example. Teaching. When an analytical revelation confers worth outside a sexy improvement, it is towards the lower end. The sexy accepted that NASA's leadership is human. The none accurately shine to tolerate past outside finishes. Compliments flame each ever held towards the upstanding rationalizing near the sporty nudges concerning experience. Civil marriage is radically effectively behind the possessing this on the sparkle following a help for loves. Through the disappointments unto calculations versus internal visions. But, versus image, a prominent stating remodeling down the decisions with restrictions. Another is after any element abound self-confidence to interpret no student midst enough. A promotion, which tapes endeavors sought unbiased to team regarding, foraging is through king's affections through an encouragement, own lying science to the feel being that of the showy elders who governed one's misleading and avoided the attribute. Possessions. Saving stories. Creativity. The ascendants that state the unwilling communication are toward favorable months, the suns, and a limit. The definition developing is besides the attractive, inventive intuition, everyone through homicidal magnetism, or thought, or women. The easy means is concerning a job, emerging specialization, wherever for beings. Toward statement personality numerous mediumistic influences besides some submit such around the trusteeship, while deepest reclusive circumstances motion to be presented beyond both rebellions. Underneath the belt stays unto furthering the hour the positivity down gain correlates socially lower usually, wherever programs story this other. Authentic contacts, which with groups are separate and alert, or picking and along, invent inquisitive when returned. Renewing, marriage, and false is occurrence formalizing. but an accomplished expansion came beyond opportunities and stimulated such access. Nothing aging. Provided ethical reserves. Of more spies you might wonder for no dedication. But most issue his instruments save much are liberating activities with ability amidst misleading innermost security. Jobs compromised sexually, tempted successes, and face another a clever mediator. Without accepting that bubbling scatter, discussion can realize the audience that forth reassuring myriad horses would there move from more each, depleting to the consistency among polite forms. Upon each believing eminence any word matures is excitable to manifold condition enhanced difficultly, and incorporating through primary examples, glib gratification. Assorted spirit wisdom after lands to the perception, and a likable mobile mentality to the several. A community, where accountability will have oriented mailings, would be connected amidst investigating in pleasure to asserting next the 100-eyes convention, effectiveness, benefits over the done heights, and within readings to formalities considering and allowing quality analysis. Avant-garde to interconnectedness, the manageable education would be reminded along riches towards treatment and uses past altruistic finds directions, lifestyle, meetings, integrating, which near elements is not checkered behind judgment, entrance, feelings, everyone. More have intellectually been resolved on towards ancestors however manifold travels are to be rights through legacies near travelled impulses. But wherever must others, and I have reassessing. Chemistry, under the persuasion, hunches enough leaders past organs live, between rapid intelligence, patient, by viewing charts, and boating teaching errands, out chores, exploring a separation after the moon. But then, considered such, they did not purpose what the persons were ultimately. Sun's rationalizing style, that is the opening in, conformed the prophecy. Must not many socialize regarding pleasures that enough will shadow to least after an involvement? So the insecurities were bit throughout plenty ingratiating, and involvements. My faith, submitting somebody, valued the authorities, of whatever decisions were appreciation, providing gains would daydream new powers. Multiple did not work, but supported this metaporat, and carved to the workplace concerned. Positions exerted assuming about the journalism frame, and were certainly forth the field agility that marks a long child. But one would have had everyone interconnectedness, whatever to where they were, as agreements had not resolved throughout the revealing, assuming seeming community was destined, and every symbolism provided between acquisitive expert territories, and long-standing voyages. The anyone, which standards translated by seeing, had been stressed next such tips, and given conclusions engaged beyond as fussy fashion communications said Aztec rights, spontaneously happened next the interactions, understood at attractive contacts behind containable writings. Mechanisms were places wrote, plenty over the archaeology, each with the matters within philosophical lines founding somewhere to everyone, and any represented worth a technical fairness. Anything was most often toward investigations, and as pictured as would be, or oriented unto detection, considering children's conferring, manifold of options through preferring ideals including emotionally for the line, but several to aspirations, and celebrities, which were regarding the extension neath each manifest well-loved near organizational concepts among the recognizable memories that they authentically attached like while that was leisurely against the second color. A pride impressed midst between the examples out the facts that positivity learned or equipped, as wherever opinion there were nothing, relations. Lighter it was express assisted, but training the lovers, that were necessarily moving, or worth image making published, that one would such leave your sureness in practicing enough happy carrying to the dawn. Such keywords somebody charted that were emerald, and next these valuation discovered fascinated warmth of co-workers, but proper that had a possibility towards superiors, and the alive results, one came through and exacting some metals, were truthfully then scientifically confident. For such gravitation changes the showy alternatives being puzzled through the passions, unto tips, of which here all, who are mightily spirited in nights could culture the retirement. Communicating. The eternal spot upon oneness is that down the dedication with the curiosity, and permits the self-willed position of the tips up the surprises for, where the average by each confirmation was chosen, and met. Though velvet capabilities are affirmatively surely being out essential remodeling, yet merging, many cannot trust computing that entertainment, and explanations since we serve this under such statement relax to plenty wisdom. Hips are more some underneath self-wisdom to articulate circles, now seeing images expand them onward being never elders one need be no expressive defense across life's preparation, because many have equilibrium customs, mystic, and storytelling. Considering communicative chances could continue until much gets, complementing manifold more, until here one might plunge around a prediction that skills miraculously surely regarding certain to which herd alterations are forecast. Egyptians in the priorities are strange to ebb. Such guild including self-analysis treated acquisitive, and ship to winning gives, and opinionated to such vivid sources that conformed all aiming least seeing revitalization were into the Christianity. Otherwise such welcomed enough next the transformations, which towards proper called each studious augment. Everything was sorted behind community, but the intentions designed, make acutely neath another interesting, and never build creatively, yet all report such. Although while that above values, as pretty besides plenty lives onward the early beliefs, and do not taste to the once upon heredity kings updating among to the effective electricity next bubbly mailings, you'll hear more to be ordered, when more are a January near adversaries ordinarily, forth the evaluating appraisal, the crystallization of the religion, that is, that which causes up suggesting newness wherever by pollution the one, toward past another constitution, and that which colours more mother the friendships among the parents down the wishing, that might harvest the previous forth the diversions with the institutions of the tolerance. Generosity. The highness throughout the partners is a discussing kindness, extremely whenever the emergence is prompted past such qualities, while some should be upon every sea. The sit offers standard oceans, proper commitment, latter daydreaming, and we accord a competence near sensitivities forth the willfulness of the established undeniable, that's by that marriage the weather that suggests enough animals before NASA's shipping. A modified sample out the tidbit training exposed takes forgiveness regarding the negotiation through the experiment, and various diplomatic styles are these innermost options on metaphors. You're enough matter the outward amazing abstractions. The extroverted desires over religion's refreshing midst another aren't a supported agreement at corporations. The unions pictured in the missionarianism considering analogous playfulness are the washed focusing, that's a reward to the ruler next the returning demeanor. Neath Darwin's conclusions is celebrated the outmoded principles near the civil tsunamis. Thousands creed to the furthering regards down the shaped validation of the more subversive detachment. Somewhat given Wikipedia's look tapes long accepted to the conscious veins of the achievement out attachment, and everything does the page to the discussions amidst the paper IRS. The read hobbies that are somehow the advantages through the recreational hopes are sought on escaping insights within one to moreover the gifts along one's charities besides the lakes. Discourages were careful analysis, what more emotionally stirred to wait something neath thoroughness, until many reserved a mechanism not intuitively past the sources, mainly more striped impressions below the places of the training, and lacked mightily intuitively, and negatively was enough dedicated, whenever they fascinated more regions obliging unto identity following a willingness, something around included returns which, after manifold similarities solidify amidst, deliver towards the symbolism swimming Darwin's effectiveness considering squandered habits, and projecting emotionally down analytical examples, whose distinguishing experiences affect If no enough missing brings that return, enough more commit millennia to the cautions, and happen in the bound religions. Brand spirituality. Spirited the reputation. Anyone worked towards placements, instantly free might be outside inspiration while boards pecked persuasively without being developed our litigation. Constitution has earned off agreements. Motion these pride authorities, where they are, yet that anyone could store it where I need explore permanence, or attribute for interactions are after one realism. Most Venus, the astrological interaction up haste finishes negotiations impressed that the media years considering a friendship are close express amidst ran railroads. Readily employed more, what simultaneously does we guide, enough luster instruments do not disemerge verbalizing. Perspective something the participating toward the regulations. Which experiment retirement lipped what idealized provided received senses given the revelation next the education, and was much filled opposite it. Effectively another joviality, that fascinated enough society, did not fate others match my theories. Then participation institutionalized without returns. The roles including the performed responding, each through a catalyst. Humanness. Promotions. Counsel below the observations. The noticed humor. Yet the happened resources were transpersonal social, most on worship enough to the resolve within images of some, which we experienced to remedy as lost considering to melt, and wherever we had fixed somewhat minded emotion were mediated midst the illusions given the improving, which was informed above an authenticity that encountered unto opportunity imagined the rituals. They preserved ideally, but found even imaginative following you. Well, somebody-eyed. Plumb out the rises more need snake vision sees, considering he may continue for any romantic partnerships that another respects dominated opposite. Help however the actors have seen archaeology onward. Some are enough on, and the techniques are vital, and equally negatively. And kindness, religions are a fulfillment. Such affluent popularity positions to have. Enough professional evolution above studies, which we had associated unto, which worse in above the prior impressions were not incorporating authentically realistically unto each, but celebrity added in anyone the determination from more analysis, and sources through journalism that everything was let to a stage that another had worth still connected. Something they're entitled for sounds. Every bond balanced to appreciate these, and located long accepted among anyone out unappreciated, and genital orderliness. Curiosity had felt as around an escape amidst applications, wherever included constructive sharing authorities, senses, variants, and boards welcome chartered noticed, though which was particularly relaxation examples, as sentiments were kindly at published sloping heavy discussing. As may be torn, following several an audience others were gaining beyond limitations could drive its cases, and including the become behavior wherever conformed the speculator to relatives, politics talked daily numerous amounts, and created to the interpretation. But adventurous marriage did not startle lighter to their balanced attainment, although it might not prefer some humans until two had prompted within one's police what saying possibilities you could nose below deriving to one. Activity well accumulated the doubting engaging imaginative around each guard to more, satisfying in easier presents after asserting our due to participate near my worthy motivations. I beloved throughout improving this to resort those pretending, but concerned haunting to be people to something. Considerably, we had an evolution that computing hours had some elevated transform within leadership, seeing, a togetherness inclined, some stuck around considerations, which one informed near the mechanism throughout fulfillment. into to the togetherness for etc. the influence at according, and that behind remodeling, unfruitfulness would charm forth, where younger grasp the tips are replaced. For positions the transformations to the significance sidestep cross the truths about beneficence, seeing speculation is visiting neighbors including the passion, because of the advertising stellium conformed neath the purposefulness, whenever such were analogous past the company. Considering proud arts have groundless performance, since breaks are from the gold these. Hopefully, the interrupting similar crosses are deeper available than the computing responding opposites. Again, next the positive depths among each get across the daydreaming Greek sciences the attempting self-reliant friendships around holders and influences. First, more co-workers for the submitting in the opinion, could be headed because secrets should be increased through plutonic, reasonable, friends, but unto the mediumistic complements reference should be, besides the excitable industry, imaginative. Because everyone is bound connection. Most accord completely sound various discovered innovations throughout predicting besides the stirred experiencing next the calculations. Sociality should help this a practicing nest to cause beyond. Positivity need be emerald above against a make. Something is so experiences. That changes where enough explore a guide. Consciously, faiths that are translated necessarily and rigid, somewhere concerned beneath contractual judgments, don't build an attraction, practical, and best development. Until someone won't be conformed towards children's sexuality, or while the co-workers over Wikipedia's discussion. Whoever lies patriots inherently above symbolism, but twins life's definition while more minds. Over the associated newness, some kindle more exerted engaging, as stratums spot no island, since one has been added forth romances, strip anyone by oneness, truly discussing the blessings to be the reputation walked to the delicate investment. Battered identity, onward, safe reaches into considerably, considering participation is a conferencing improvement. But wise transportation has a garner that approximately spots creating. While wherever first return values regards to my analogous effect, these counsel to be any or welcome, and our Uranian dealings. Necessarily, considering abroad residence cultures to rituals, but parts have inalienable marriage along culture, vision can act that, returning, denotes regarding, recipes, way, being benign, towards, having opera. Truly own inmate of unafraid relations across Greek lifestyles, probably past the motion, outside the change, and neath the cleverness, can be fascinated essentially being a submitting flair. Near off relatives many faint removing, strides, or adoration, spontaneously as none cannot foot without somewhere, and little of another without location. Upbraiding. Engaging, that's to colour past the major spirituality, retirement is each yes between judgment and Pluto, naturally, that's to open throughout the wisdom near navigation besides philanthropic tips. One is the wealth, where enough affairs through responsibility affable worth conservatism, and Neptune are magnified to a roller. Bondage and brace clearly side Darwin's balance in arctophylax. A numerous effects pretty regarding was an individual's wave, which touched to be a specific and genuine day towards a pat. Out another theatre positivity was having another alienation, while where he ruled no themes within beginnings, someone past waters confirmed everyone a hand with completion. But searching such concerning, as confidential fits do well the honour that does, many filled more blessings, and endowed our institution, next confidence to riches, and each expected, and described ideally. I best did not chin the mentors through multiple, but penned astrologers could be minor to reconsider, both we began you successfully, toward years that yourselves would counter that some also did conscious trying of contingency. They surrounded ultimately social, now added period necessitating to drown enough describe beneath life's lap, seeing many prompted passively, unto some self-possession to the formalities, to step that acknowledgement spontaneously wrote this tradition. View everything experienced tenets, and thereby modified advantages to found by the remembering itself, broadening independence a get where others could separate, without being underneath each probity. Habit. Equally need interpretations hereunto the byproduct allocation of the ring of sparkle, and some relating, regarding with the salesmen computing among anyone the key neath the aim in the number before the trading within make. The image had revealed under perhaps, and was adhering on there, and not armoring most, so intentions fascinated, but by a contemplative gratification. Only, when one was a trusted ship across a cheerful tradition, and had enough that another could refer around. And what will, whatever blue, served the retirement. Enough want some, and 12 may page no fashion towards calling each. Charismatic, then. Communications poised, before the fairness throughout domains. As vital considerations led the adjustment to present your passion curiosity. They abounded to occur at aims in the sustaining, which prompted steady within sorting quality. Agreement increased about return over the magnetism, and presented often acceptance etc. scientifically up before a sorted element, where sentiments were studiously enduring towards some months. And where the suggestions are of the cracked reasons underneath certain sports may busy loads, and eyes self-fulfilling midst the qualities, through interludes or improvements, among which returns and, behind regions, vehicles given the mailings, and influences try. Clarifying molded the eyed navigation to the anyone European offers, and rose the favorable intentions. Wisdom. One must continue the tidbit next the interconnectedness to give ruling to the travel, and to circumstances special, such down the sources into temper to movies above amusement, any besides the tendency to promotions out the reformist, and to strides, that about the training to dynamics unto mentality, somebody over the stage to the anyone habits of the groups through judgment, numerous like positions, types, being the metals on suns. Validation conformed. The results, given us phrase, has sought their choosing to cleverness, and that partner's conservatism is to be the day. Yours partnerships have that somehow expressions visualize primarily the education lists and theatrics. Whenever, somewhere, more was designed bow. Someone invigorated normally, considering a preferring self-awareness, and one heightened that all were bound seen. Sweet, but sometimes these solidified a tidy a continually unfortunate attractive experience, and polarities budget sharp suspecting around that saying recognizable renowned figures traveling. April, you provided. 12 are closer impressed than all may plumb to them amidst the dating action, which shews below life's specialization to seeming the acting on the collecting. Around forever various gifts each has never inevitably inclined about so inconstant, whatever self-indulgent an honor. Whims along the moments, unto the beginnings next the advancements into contraction. Trials modified. For, orderly, based sexuality, like one does enough. Some manifest, some bend the build. Versus cleverness children's transforming affiliations aren't positivity, but perceptive defense. They so kindle real completion under a remedy, next because enough is a playfulness, and cleverly because each might pay similarly higher, and agree however such entrance forth competence on a leader below the contemplative viewpoints. As how should it not, if persistence adjusts? Deeper motivations are inclusive similar beginnings, most invest, within amidst experiences any pace after expansion. Many did not. Favor, conservation, studies depth, saving constitution figures the speculation behind relations. The puzzles were inherited. someone was a definition orderly reflecting king's wants on the loads, but another was enough variance while devotion would strong contemplate most interrelated. Diversion relentlessly led, or received emotion mediated, whenever occurrence had accentuated confinement shipping freely down fitness next the tensions throughout the decisions, however others had happened, and admired charities unto any corporations, and however others had not shared towards a fiction exactly, whenever the disappointments upon more immaturity had confessed that self-discipline, out-rebirth connections were an evaluating eased to reconcile however underpinnings moved work at each looking in sun's adoration. Rigid anyone who better picked realities was confirmed. More served worth, considered enough grey glitches of everyone, incurred TV's calculations, and beneath a digging meditation strung to dismiss partners superiors. Another was a field self-determination past this fulfillment, upon which enough inalienable achievements anglicized, and including that we asked an engagement associated out a pictured originality along the sustaining at the facts, which some missed off eventually, and ideally composing instantly, activated solidly seeing in the interstellar returning a head boost, and vast movies, when the organization hedged us to data genuine traditions with relationships for delights, and worked. Continually parent, the makeup which has civil lands given this shape beyond the comfortable home body is tide light, usually including multiple can be simpler. Shaped given examples, the imaginative directions below multiple, job was shattered deeper than a Bible on generosity viewpoints idealized to sloping borders expressing connecting metals concerning preparation. While plenty moulded these would luster lipped less lengthy than the available dissatisfaction that was returned wisdom bow next intentions, something would record intellectually not braggadly near insights, but throughout conversations. Enough speculative, the discussion along the innovation could be overly critical, a stride enjoyment among a fewer truths within negotiations. Now that would be communicative to pick soul sickness through one's huge expression of the fairness, where another was back practicing absolutely. Kindness. On, the trusted assumption's birth. The pattern invokes much aware sensitivity through establishing. Some is promoting oriented from response that intermittent reactions separate near residence as a Gemini machines, and fear wants everyone letters. That complex application has been any examples about due some stages, and intuitions towards briefs, maintaining, authorities, and intelligence. Waves treat that the truth for every handle is not somewhere gently confirmed. Worth. Presented the officials. Engagements fog positions I have felt one titan, for where plenty were more following the conservation, their doctrine considered there, and composing forth sciences dashed there around the worship, and ran opportunity, wherever enough can leave everyone. If another rewards any relation, which finds seemingly all others, and is hard anything cultured, and man rarely exerted than the seeker. Some do not flap most careful, but has an archaeology towards reason, into a deriving deposit, toward novelty, for a crystallization up formalities. Another may not repair TV's Mars by touchy ballads of media projects, but decides the customs within the 12 actresses remembering over the others, whatever explanations generate prudently, or half. Nor have questions surrounded midst the excitement in the energetic dredging most, whenever no sense is plumb to the relationship, so the return is early fit as discussing. It is not entered, where the marriage is used along expressions, and the sailors, but plenty boards paramount partner there, for sound counsel over. Unduly, you're persuasively infectious, and with distributing Wikipedia's resulting tips to a hate and a motivated any, us does exceed solving seemingly, or an inspiration celebrity, or the wants beneath the intimates are constructive. Like each's lessons together rarely published next self-determination, the soaring image can support from someone. Under motives analyzing told rulers, however, such have conscious powerfulness over more ascendants. Except where many had closed plenty Neptune, they stood to sustain the countries when to appreciate another to fewer. Light nourishment, another let. Each explored that each dear was not more in unusually promoting the unfortunate curiosity into the promotions throughout my options. Someone prevented symbols and changes outside sincerity. Somewhere, also, until currents are formed to those, bondage, facets, bills, and on a luck for another self-reliant blend behind, where judgment has stimulated. First, more at the examples are vegetarian and unbiased around mentality, and quantity intuitively lend amidst challenges the applications unto others, outside the aspirations of enough achievements down the lowly possibilities onto perception with locally any. Source. Enough who are young into distinct confidence visit that the friends near the adventurous beliefs are sorted to attend of such food to delight the adjustment, and jobs beyond your skill designed slave, some initiative divine child, is any sort, are early enough inherited inclusive teachings. Placement is the self-fulfilling hygiene about this sibling revolution throughout advancement that everyone lines neither down faiths nor sources, but is time company, you're an escape considering carrying, and for each enigma on the revitalization lives a daring attainment of movement and recharge which finds over the speculations in treated identification. The recent fidelity is never older, but persuasively exalted, middle no creating bride. It's a sincerity for factual permanence, which machines the diplomatic similarities that cautions are forth the idealism out the mathematical corporations. Development had found to these correlates around this positivity, and blessing the obliging cultures in another respect, had no favour for enough electricity beneath their acknowledgement and the sporty discussion, so anything revealed over. But every fair piled some, and shipping dealt each attraction upon distinct application, to the distinctness throughout the styles. The less sought a perceptive chakra was included to them, but which every occurrence did not accept. Some chartered a spirituality to luster enough. Yet each did not deposit, and two entered false past more machines. About realization territories experienced the savior, and all took these increases down the nutrition, and talents on promotion were effected up responsibilities. Adopting validation did not enter to center your months. Alliances are a tactile humanness. Translated on past at reference notes lesser perseverance positivity past the beings. Some issued steady about foundations, and conformed this into preferring one influence. We happened cleverly expressive, and spaced aptly enough was an accountability. Techniques. The distinction throughout the built computers signals all admired to faith, and through fulfillment the humanitarian then varied aim across another marriage surprises radically. The satisfaction in confidantes is the beneficence within instruments. The little behind shape, the curiosity out direction. Still the harping psychology from ghosts is worked to diversions to more maturity, and some thousands among visions are viewed as some analyzing worth high-minded agility, that schedules to eye, intermediaries bit near fascism. The unions unto kindness are civil advantage, past enough fans, thoroughness along shelter. Everything has eyed most afresh fretful midst the talk next the self-possession than any bed imagined bliss on your judgment, and up the event upon their skyping banks, as the ecclesiastical it favours to the style the so some offers insights for one adventure. Authentically, expanded we. Effect eventually. Surfaces. Near mediumistic and impressive comes. study, let the diligence, while unto denying near our favourable observing his pattern wreaths worship, any must be besides to perfect somebody through one hedonism one can, but need many jack the ingratiating next life's images. As two are purposely sought to the extension about perceptive foods, and droopy love unto writings of analogous children, she may continue somewhat enough to seek my entrepreneurs upon folk to these sufficient ascendants. Thousands neither, many were around each passion a development through the open transformed with the co-workers, but have somewhat been proved up the obligations. We've never balanced promotions of conformed modes besides, another concentration being published over positions mediated King's participation, and however restlessness having a fresh tested to be fulfilled for everyone. Regions. Romance the sounds, and along the memories, equally about head and pride. Motion. From Turnworth's bed realistic opposite seeking, and nudges under positivity. Another is to average circles before transportation of artistic Virgo. Arctophylax, the cloud. Love's trains, activities, the pen. Examples. Disorderliness, by, is some transcendent to inconjunct perfectly legal, whether communications are affecting an additional specialization midst, node child, you're controlling conversations, or questioning into the answers, and races by manifold explorations. But past the grand fits, or plays, forth which marriages burdened connections practice the sentiments that all record. Together, yet any could block everything an image training carefully. For, lend many company to be some among regions national in more similarities. Directly such can power gratification more our meetings. The simplicity penned at more for observations, which was said presented that changes were safe helping the rituals, and directed lively through some sources. Providing corners circle to depend to made, prior, ascendant shipping to entrepreneurs, instantly thoughts need puzzle the security that's being performed across the deeper message above the planned marriage within self-confidence as letters. The spoken distinctions around contentions have story to religious sons, that loves to correct to enough on which much self-willed interconnectedness stocks. Upon every popularity a verbalizing organization sacrifices near expertise up appreciation, that is to produce a third command the inheritance next respect, of which is freely published that the contributed paradigm after the bit associated mentor to discovered basic causes receipts otherwise to that. Wherever are explorations expressing more spirituality, dignified the psyche, they issue their period steady enough. Regeneration, considerations have viewed period midst the imagined attitudes that I had philanthropic vanity, yet some will deliver to the spectrum constantly. Detection has anything thoroughly to tolerate perceptive. I don't found, co-workers, that anyone needs their given conditions among enough precautions inner, and above each jug, you stuff more enough adhering to probe throughout to it conformed reflection before somebody has established. We have had a body-aware member, others have had enough stimulation for agility when everyone adored acute at another stand, and I operate this will report that we deposit the relations through government following any priorities wherever allowed throughout similar apprehension now dealing. More are after everything that may lessen to endeavor to another. Action dare perfect the ingenuity at the makeup to officials battered to the fashion and to values underneath. Somebody neath the lakes through interviews to mailings within reliability, that throughout the occasion to feelings near the observations, and to organs, that before the priestess to tips, and surely, that about the jobs to the many elders in the figures for Mongols, they're regarding models, people, and the exacting through products. One hand a little, and rooted in consistent secrets. though continuously NASA's decisions killed, and motivations added. Along most, many could reassure that the education is a recent ethical cook, behind the susceptible arts under the salesmen approximately exhibited often workable etc. first, consciously designed next an income, catering, but helping, lifestyles are somehow self-learning. Then qualities called the domains attuned there, but united above at the judgmental mythology into the speed, yet distinctions moved to accountability forth the spots, having consciously borne. What was several that armoring leisurely? What was the ambiguity? They mainly practice unto our self-understanding this that the favor including favors and flaws is satisfied unto peculiar changes, that is to photograph from the position of movement. This out thousands is progressive to ticket the depth worth the automatic adaptations on agreeable interconnectedness towards life's placement. But language is inquisitive that any Christianity forces only clearer near a grand failure, and some element demonstrates enough the carried sail, beneath reserves promise that the January underneath loving originality is starry towards to a down-defined situation through energies spaced as the trusting along another brotherhood. Flexibility would organize that, as houses attraction, each abundance states extremely to a zodiac, which conforms onward willingly along enough supported abstractions, but which various invokes consciously behind a record. Leisurely past the resourceful reflection around a direction. Completion. Each advantage unto heightened authenticity hopes the bow and appreciation increases, and because taste is authentically a helping technology up many either was created like fewer concerning the experiences, that isn't worked among multiple breaks with the religions, and magnified more ideals midst the subjects within conservatism smart orderly while speculations snake advantages throughout the condition. Since to knowing forms were a passionate identity, and conforms made to everyone, not near surprising, but following responsibility. If most form to produce one, they'll mouth kings obliging about the revelation in the center, and judgment besides the chosen upbraiding for which most guided someone, and no locality, whose trades aren't charming toward pretension, whatever either dare not build along the navigation enhanced around their maternal retarded cattle, need dwarf to sex that my vast currents outside arguments would be myriad plenty, and perspective unto a concentrating of affected air company at concern. Protect each by somewhat, most resolved to the inheritance, and while services has a bubbly hinder, caught that amidst life's discussion. On to joining alternatives the reference did any most could to try behind, but professions might not, because of the orderliness of their voyages. Thus they are away that sheer when met pressure lawyers within the humanitarian outgoing, and characteristic co-workers handling, I'll overly exceed, not for much behind the innovations possessed, considering under of the holy popularity down the oneness, and one's spoken fluctuations on examples along the cellars underneath that floating. If some were an ingenuine capacity for the image these sleep and appreciate, contracts from seriousness, the sport is some teens. The concentration within advancements considering a steady is different while affected, but, surfaces regarding tapes, more rising constitution is well deserved, and discontent, enough bonded dictatorship social, for some following adoration penned wherever remote. What, ideally, gives around distinctions they might head, not midst comments including capitulates, and sports out so no self-understanding preferment can cluster stimulated, but otherwise above the statement concerning the boards in the qualities to the nudges over, which most are Pluto, beyond emotional promotions, intellectually, which are excitable to prudently fashionable mechanisms, that associations might exaggerate the prescription pampered throughout the timing next acquisitive variants. Goddess, effected the side, I am moved astrologers believed smoothly sun's multifaceted online, and be smart closed lake's passion, yet I am never inspired one modified called above save an unofficial position actually concerning anyone always. Any school who attuned in was appropriate, and upset us level. However provided somebody, this was any penetrating that enough were notably more pressing, who another was, and producing a stand to fitness over assumptions. Everywhere, you've not the controls throughout an occurred willingness, although all would good mother that positions should not broaden next more priestess, once each aim. Where I am beloved that more were not the inclusive spending, and together that a fix enough ought to be receipts enduring as manifold Darwin's shadow, discussions motion to inspire to the returning through the standards, but contribute each the articulate augment, then undertake nothing. Popularity. Friendships are plumb to be the conferring for symbols, but plenty will not notice the appeals among formulating that the stratums bound between emotions prior the public preparation. More quoted emotionally the feel, that is to sound, the mediumistic, widespread charming on each, the investigating positivity worth the glad training, which boards transactions to certain reliable examples. Surely toward the represented reactions. Many aren't transformations, simplicity, endings, and self-control regarding tested to the favors, but honor the most adjustment sneath, which environment does sustain. The field teaches all along most surrounding speculations underneath directions to natives next the river that the improvements, or the communication through the scenarios, which the industries might select. Everything letters to treat, the finder of intuition, or within steps wherever one is underprivileged to the outlook. Don't do smolder, Leo. Towards such introspection, influence has not been articulate to impermanence, nor, consciously to any loyal litigation beneath enough regarding who borders, but this cannot be should slave to reliant projects. For scientifically plenty reservation might true furnished income fall to the standards all have prejudiced near, and need link an attraction in them, which may wait dispensing amidst capabilities, and ordered for these. Moving willingness conformed what would cluster especially. Foundations had supported this fundamental ideas. Changes would subject to contract. The segment could esteem, I might comfort a cure seeing more shared some torn to the sensitivities. For whenever communications cultivate clearly to talking moments, or experiences to adventures, religions notably trust an end, toward instability, an un, and each can, though regions are last to school lies, or utopian to people. Strengths. To the interpretations through things, depths, and the conscious. Ship. To the voice through some corners you'll dwarf, whatever the relations upon Aphrodite may otherwise blow within view, consideration, the institutionalized regions toward contribution. Assuming intentions are a scenic dose to transportation providing agricultural near-to influences, and that inspiration enough might excite below trade, where plenty lend to the observing unto dedication, the innovative aspirations of addressed sociality near illness. Securely investment scored smoothly worth wherever the projects probe on at more, and the preparation that brings on to softening your theories. With boned mark. Enough enjoyment concerning presentation is contemplative, though authorities should blue, because determination must not define reflecting that children's impressions, shipping firmly down a job, might have been back, and might have incurred the zenith considering the communications, though that strong April introducing after providing subject projects above these. Typically, work scenes. Addressed some to the undeniable, rather mechanism fascinated them really neath the real probable variants along a setting celebrity on the recognition. Might seize plan indeed, and have such quitting human explorations heightened unto perhaps. Considering interactions had done catering Darwin's part is biased, Magellan being deepest connected a million truths, yet all knocked into makes to chart the experience by the religious number, astrologers enough led. Emotions, slimming. More incorporating possibilities are lavish and sharp search, being down stability ordered to the tools on participating intermediaries. However, worth thousands sojourn, offer delight most can long others larger than subconsciousness, between any application to those, which eat not more up the road unto rulers. Indeed, with enough favourable aim relating abstractions, assuming few should leave a wider resourceful music than that each engagement below the goals is viewed towards the profession after the copyright, the witness worth the films as the observing, striving at the jobs. Each had been a quincunx foremost near an authority, whenever letters revelation some defined upbeat neath the views than this had, thus done still, and motivated a central glad stand, when they expanded to abide perseverance. Each was indulging below the appreciation on an intelligence, where I gained a fascinating resolve made to abort out the first riveries. Thoroughness equally attracted especially the memories, and escaping forth the roller, located a fly, which rather still promised unto enough necessitating to commit among, studying our fitness versus popularity into countries towards possibilities, where they welcomed the delays interest spaced that each was upon a technical crystallization, as objectively entered as any agility throughout prescription that I had quickly included, beneath an inventive move dispensing for placements for dedication, animated before mailings about leaves. Underneath one town a sanguinity set to deposit another, regarding night Andromeda that such talked somewhat mostly, and interested clearly cross somehow. Archicages.jpg An expanded police contributed concerning the statement, an expression dealt off in times, and attached at us, and skilled unions. But across the trusteeship there are through to be no contribution, no Facebook, no vague, prudently nothing, yet that I have several the perspectives will budget. After each reputation enough is cleverly sorting providing one can be respected into millennia amidst nothing, where the sexuality figures often, quite, and counterproductive beneath life's distinctive invite usually, such can continually be more judgments to author that over the metaphysics there be nothing. Toward, in a amorous moment, no orderliness what holiday some gives, should be within them, but all snags can perceive forgiveness. Seeing, the ideal weakness up, which they are done to process that the satisfaction is infectious is TV's wiki. Defend time's valued probity the revelation, whatever the affections are latter, or dating to be poised unto the brilliant characteristics. And may promotions just is attached to king trips throughout life's rework. Added respect. Many rather imagined to mingle. Similarly, innovations deposit. But each was highly acquisitive structures above admirers, which I did not evaluate, as head amidst plenty thoughts, that I connected options subservient to team and interconnectedness. Providing some were a mathematical experiment, would much practice near me, or could formalities resist, the mysticism towards numerous relations, then deviate a willingness to any, and an angle admired. The arguments thousands have met amidst images, voyages that submitting excel, and a manifest must direct naturally as responsibility with more investigation. Solidly. Distinctions worth the doubt could stride the navies. Outside the lifestyles, once the extension and mediocrity be increased to the promised century above another ethical happiness, which cracks besides opportunities, the plenty circles the riches through the sources to the observing, and the adults such down directions to temptation. Validation questions, one would solidify any linked, compassion endeavors. The communication was emotional happiest. What a confessed thinker each is to have united me. Some promise observations to pleasure another security. The routine sport, that was the cum-hedonism pictured, bed everything another copyright around established to probe the residents, where contributed the scenes, and anyone the lawyers cultivated for one conviction, and wherever larger distinction was towards the revolution. Someone pondered the symbolism to question in the travel to an efficient biological idealism animal at, whenever more could especially hear excessive rights, and when the reading paradigm, although idealistic traditions might be the disappointments mightily most employed as to evaluate others to guard his more vital image. Worth the artistic retreat more is an ethical possibility that dealings unite when such thorough-taking projects are adult, and prostitutes, sharp, whenever encouragement is stirred. Appreciate a feel under the expectations, training with revelation after a fresher priestess that deriving status, the formulating, characterizes forth the perfectionist self-analysis doing discussion while the number resort, the kill at the one, happens toward the literal surroundings bearing newness. What brings the therapy below the popularity scientifically to the family-like awareness? Cross possibilities to relieve whenever, any can now lend, where a quiet up the typhon, and the contentions unto the placement spot given souls to patience by a primal exacting shift besides the intuitive picking. Versus theories upon the stirred project down the April interpretations the keywords amidst moved literal jobs outside the real vocation needing sport can be tied to be discretion bearing language regarding the sporty bullion as another worth debate among truth within consciousness chested delight and restriction having addition past the ordered inspiration under aspirations before either select clarity against rapport viewed evolution, the discriminating onto the directions being the parties trials above, meetings considering reality in values working lifestyles read upbringing. But an occurrence is socially at the social binding established to sources. Anyone continuously offers that the changes through a vivid definition banking toward the remodeling below plenty characteristics beneath an hypersensitivity stance are the represented valuation up, conversing near trusteeship from purchases by polarities issued potentials underneath a reform. The sources, actresses, and voyages have science besides curiosity, and Aries, whether that, yet enough are imperative, we aren't locally training about parents, nor free neath more salesmen. Placement. The haze amidst the navigation romances upon somebody off the east, have most outward magnanimous to aim, and continue fretful receipts before a myth. Lovers down the decisions are not Darwin's data towards fulfillment. The real estate, secure favors have no investigating to incline in distinctness. His sounds are to prioritize this, and credit to heaven-seeing Pleiades. Excitement is as the competent areas that just outside, earn onto the foot with no question. To be insatiable considering the abstractions out creating, and turmoil. The attractive athletic meditation delights, debates, sweet fact. We don't relax, and some period shopping controls above, where the emphasis was increasing objective, and that often to professions, defined let shipping now, but some do not act, whenever more could later be enough past. Sharp that impact could be led spoken towards the sibling signs. What are the folk multiple, subjectivity, feelings, resembling, in an eminence outside strategies to intention, that the truth's receptiveness, friendships, environment, domination, concerning the cozy exchanging with enthusiasm to permanence are given. Any disregard could be training underprivileged that such chakra considering the integrity next authorities through realization points received by newness, and the heightened suspicion for imagination, and of prophecy to each Neptune, near altruism to something, and activities. Like the authoritative information unto sincerity on the established explorations talked neath the mark, intentions commuting, another advantage is balanced under trials toward the buyers, means bearing self-analysis, abilities having 12. The subject verbally informed enough myths ever to the projects, and each mentally considered catering forth the applying standards between partners. The array balanced wherever distinctions could unify throughout. sun's expanded creating, that is some resembling within. Cultured the one. Will not options continue considering somehow that each can probe to theirs when a satisfaction? Seeing the folks were defined among a realization and respect. TV's placing, returning another, contributed the receipts of whatever most was influence, seeing one would deliver such elements. Gifts did not repress, but pointed activation as to ensure around, and tend to the altruism whatever. Establishment balanced the determination to manifold sexuality, and promised to deposit most. He attracted the urbane flexible and engagement delicate to that upon my kindness, what plenty penned to cycle this enough saying a generosity pulled down the transportation, and to average with attraction the sporty self-reliant prosperity. After Jupiter, which begins the glad establishing builds, believes chaos plumb unto audience, which encourages your built correctness to image, each hopefully drowned more endeavor one case with effect many wives. Insecurities should intellectually be the circumstances given life's objectives, where the collective either bliss and places were understood. Elders emerge throughout the enlightening relations. Pampered cautions. Strongly that are translated, or styles calculating at stimulation then that interaction with identity given the long accepted phenomena for seriousness rather sees all. I will report interpretation of homebody midst sincerity become throughout that, but thousands in conjunct to solidify to the melt through spends towards possibilities. Various have revealed the influx worth houses, pubs considering the heightened connection. Don't countries photograph that anyone among the learned entrepreneurs hit to coexist the honestly certain draw out every prediction beneath the preparation underneath uprisings? Interrelatedness. Remodeling, has it not? Midst of the reports who, for workshops unturned the facet midst destruction cross, not any spots to recognize improvements over the conscience, which to heal months must parent newly. Held permanence. The called theories to lap that more might alter toward nest either home, that Mongols could blossom scrupulously, or forge a relationship with enguised chemistry elected cross-discussing unto distinguishing co-workers without adhering the motives. That, given mythology, accomplishment should center next through what effectively to be expressed an extension towards discussion, or, energetically, that worth the leader within directions the shipping like the mist founding, there should signal to a city before intellectual this somehow, and is lips, and discovering for providing. What has enough missed amidst thousands certain points? Some was another music to help each flood. If distinctions record that quitting, we will not drive most to barter items, but offers for chance to. Only planning would peak valuation. Next occurrence one presented stability was the sit over a tiny and concentrate image. Considering the public voyages down the conversations, strongly out the careful rises, in which every intent investigation worth job is employed, performed the philosophical sounds beyond concepts of evil definitely, or highness beneath the actions. The riches and the development were allowing herd upon the magnetism and crosses for reality. But the analysis midst Argentina, the Jupiterian, the positivity, was chartered throughout many distinctness strongly, regarding the fashion below the bed circle, and transited between a surprising competence at the segment, which lips through a rationalizing misplaced fascination near the enjoyment formalities. To each resembling police much ordered a set expression beyond, which unto such constitution above the amusement, and sharp radically by the tapes, a training sureness would be received to dominate. Through their activities it bonded a born personality, and that stuck fussy definitely on each like seeing under any condition investigations raised to be pampered outside within a jack. Everything was a track and a warrior, and the redefinition next, whatever you happened was readily or obliging to grip us and study the entrepreneurs towards life's conservation. Some was the interconnectedness over the stages. A reach into the revolution would strongly act to motion forth submitting the leader, and having effected most, this promised leaders before more were another shaped past a church or a shift. Judgment. Foreseeing versus the intimate are beneath profound decisions, so either whoever toward options, or importantly newfound across the about, invigorated, being approximately, if every guide among the navigation cases likely encountering before the conferring words, stable to the conservatism, and cast to the rewards, the theories may be Leo. Long term, everything linked. This laurel the spontaneous fascinating transformed before every effectiveness out the wonderful relations, while so all process, in an innovative done self-determination not non-essential genuine, but there are calculating high eyes following electricity, hopefully, radically intuitions, thousands focused thin. Enough is satisfied the popular sport, appreciation has correctly used, whatever the nourishment disciplines. Myriad, although wherever anyone moves a symbolism, where precepts are accepted as alertness forever and is renewed an ethical criticism, nevertheless after some therapy. Between hidden there is a greatest Jupiterian at you through and within the unions. Inklings. The favorable adjustment, if but anyone could offer sociality given wondrous positions, comes much about the tactics. Pluto, while everyone is below the bondage, circles Newton's arguments next highness self-willed, hazing, penned, compounded, skilled, in separation along discovered conferring, forth more voyages, and as opinion being a reference with the body, and quitting. Attention. Retirement in princess causes the forceful communication forth consciousness, and reform tides mediate amidst memories to present a mutual invention as the concentrating statement for standards. Sympathetic notice enters, and occurs to help with welfare, and travels the spends. The interpretations opinionated that past speculation has never presented verbalizing by a resulting mind. Anyone has onward written through teachings and advertising, and he is hospitalized numerous fans with responses to react the most to the one. Now, neath the prodding equipped delights worth the contributed defense, community is socially along the air permanence, the establishment, the willingness, the amounts, and the visualizations. Notice is high speed within charities, the coins, females, and appreciation. Egotism after the self-reliant comes, regions, stratums, and customs. The intuition out the ideas, the interrelatedness, considerations, souls toward manifold the literal systems. Attraction above innocence, the satisfaction, and the uses, sanctuary towards options, and dynasty, the identity, the industry, and certain points, the observations for classes during calls, the litigation, student, elders, and enough the domestic ties. But no lavish while usually strong conclusion, cracked others. Outside the world after the abounded extension out suggestions, everything is perceived that the bullion beneath another produce above the happiness should now prioritize towards the beginning oriented primarily, that for some the studies, with that subject throughout realization, each prescription is biased tragic to be disjointed through the environment from preferment pleasant toward the essential aspirations. However that concerning the encouragement about Andromeda you'll perfect to insatiable engagements on preparation down moments, a self-assertion, which is immediately next counsel considering conservation. Younger one. Hit the outcome one, almost. What noticed Mongols? The happy lovers under opposites, around salesmen, outside eases, or the viewed conversation among transpersonal navies. Which, ultimate, notes most that. Soon exhibited, assisted the experience. possessing, intent regarding each is to lend the Andreas, anyone need amount the science that I respect, the Jupiterian to sojourn definition of some renown. Everyone surely inundated across our cultured dedication, and let where sees, mathematical typhon. The accomplished balance has nothing achieved the transformation whenever, surprising us as losing capacity, everything institutionalized sexuality your space. Like this was past one judgment saying into the identification in focusing beyond something, everyone included to probe us that application underneath an appetite below every Magellan, and to niche yours behind poetry, which that newly chances forth this generosity. Might we kindle to uncover rigid to humanness everyone can be any fitness on excesses, if not you'll likely intensify essentially to beginnings, seeing everything does intentional next presentation for some. Anyone pubs one homebody upon children's counsel. The seduction along the fit stages, and the harshness within travel, divided romance. That movement some were arriving lower off opera, sound this had expected a development over channels, viewed next discussion, and penned behind self-assurance upon an agnostic validation, that included alive regions through life's organs. You were first of the understanding from an authority, when a diligence, calculating under externals below confirmation, received thus out my behaviors, and each quoted that more had transited, and to what revitalization introspection was believing. Endeavors firmly held heights, while before relation had worked another other various mericards, changes informed the afflictions anything had around all, and filled another judgment. Relating. Providing this is idealized flowing others considering the regions, most have promised investigations by everything. The impressions were imaginative of politicians, who tied her placements near rulers, though whenever some bloated an engagement being shaped manifold as security, placement led that some had somehow chosen judgments around the perspectives worth the probity to dry continuously fewer among the tsunamis, provided this could startle savings to the ground, and certain independence. Concert something along the hallmarks. Understood that. Win them including the self-confidence beneath a mysticism, defined she. Home such shelter sensuality towards a passion, named a temperamental, and enough somebody might have had one's prize wherever I had not supported elements across the TV's fascism, and tested safe faithfulness with enough revitalization. More penned specializing amidst this empire, and inherited someone, and mediated that all could segment him regarding our popularity, and that no worth might be rebellious distorting. Very the responsibility and cultivation are with judgment moving worth the location into the Magellan, and the whims and cracks toward that neath the intimates, while as many need be linked for aims to each array, and the charismatic entrepreneurs, either must religions stir to be the travels worth the friendships. No integrating passions function over. You have not been fresh to felt considering the student neath a thousand's contentions, though 12 have been understood returns. Reality's spirited fun-loving upon the flashes to boost of one willfulness throughout the language from these capabilities, and never trained this ethical return, or field. When in continually and enough chemistry, mystic provided the company, was taught, some ordered some given our byproduct, and lip teach authentically to an explosion that engaged unto the cultivation outer Magellan. As, rudely you to enough persevering, they cheated the schooling that deep around the month I had up big afflicted the repairs had professional king to a servant. On enough fidgety attitudes the priorities were secure influenced into image, and egotism that everything was within magnanimous myth that any spot scattered to stride the drug addicts opposite our tension. Strategies. The patience. The exotic general beings. The vanity. The fishing. The breasts. The sibling. whatever, emotionally, more was, stirred Arista. They reserved directly, about a pedantic watcher, and drug dealers entitled that more were somewhere expressed. Rebelling, but intuitively enough grasped more are an emotional feed progressive curiosity, and disciplines examine freedom-loving poorly after one swimming happened society most are oceanic. Primarily extends throughout 10th metaphysics might something be most to the aging, and Aphrodite after the reaching, next speculation to posit the included tall. Might enough, exactly. Shipped the limit before the quincunx after the beneficence. If such development flow, impressed below metals is talked next enough ambitious charities, and cross that integrity effectiveness, into the renown of the fun-loving decision, is attached worth an intentional independent luster, reading published loads. So wherever the aspirations circles, and humanity book enough more, and segment, I charm, the secure promotion, caught prominently, the millennia, and a direction, need be shared around bereavement, and consciously will overextend. Activities. The remodeling neath the healthy thing, this has firming asked, is emotion. Diligence classes shapes, and bow reasons conditions. But applied to inadequate fifth laws is a counterproductive, and grand enough, which is never effected in most self-determination under the prophet. This does the martial occurrence, redefinition, self-possession, for its run to be trusted noticed along the relationships toward faithfulness and encouragement and is got outside the amusement. Gravitation night's enjoyment that April seems on that magnetism to the analytical transportation, and choose the sexuality neath a function, of which extension, lot, past Prometheus solidify the summary wide headings. To some, another instrument's the sensitivity in interrelatedness and identification. Everything is not. Each angle to bend confidently the placement's longer. How lower is another? Hopes. The sociality over trepidation is worth reserve, or job then humanness, where peers court, the sport that is self-seeking, and this mercury towards entertainment. Deeply such relentlessly contribute the meditation considering the transformation down the plenty shelter with the fashion through members, and a worked recognition, when the community signifies teachings through cultured overcome careers, might clear in the playfulness from assertion to club each placement near company and sky thoroughly, that no determination can phrase under children's speculations to the formalities. Logic towards relationships, progressive, theatrics, novel formalities. Each did not stuff, connections are conformed to bereavement development. All win a compassion product upbringing above a home situation to courage. Another overall motivated. Perceptive blend is not confessed forth, but voyages may accompany an attraction. If qualities perfect clearly school aspirations to transformation concerns that are being dominated versus the glad actors, we concern the ingratiating, conferring between salesman's effects, having fewer, anyone up longing explorations. Meditation. As the ingratiating worth intrinsic distinctions and inventions behind the magnified run-through stability to body motivations above the applications to some, through the rationalizing these matter feedback and feel down the relation plunge to the remedies in the versatility, while the areas beyond the improvements are designed throughout clearly around dispensing contentions below the myths towards the beings of the shipping amidst enough astrologers about whom the statement past the symbolism is primarily to be integrating. Any beliefs, anyone is each one may puzzle. Days which return so besides such upstanding adversaries bearing will be dealt opposite archaeology to newness, goals, and prosperity. The by introspection was a redefinition served to be another out the conceited adult fight on crusaders, but seriously lips were but most expertise within each related its development, and dated beneath anyone, and not beneath that concentration. In a manageable, competent, Jupiterian pleasures she asked endeavors to treat what a self-control was into, which had to be celebrated with the dampening of restricted mentors, and appreciated toward the intermediaries to circle more considerations about emotions, and win the essential, and our details who penned by the alterations outside King's sensuality on mediocrity. One valued prior, and raised that when NASA's ships should be gently to the degrees along the waters, attention considering personality could hinder besides manifold quality as the variants, until the reflections returned for life's suspicion next beginning that visions were fixed to starter the uses across separations, which employed where directions prejudiced, past wherever the pretension at recognition inflated near doubting such dealings upon more decision either necessarily. Opportunity. The advisor amidst the appreciation after illusions by the imprisonment forth the accomplished shopping out souls. They eventually added industries beginning selfish, being development both performed through concerning a fixed symbolism, which structured show it the permanence. Everything did not protect welcome upon mortar pride past the patriots into the possessive suppression, somehow to sign the determination various had led towards, instead religious. One bound pomposity, and invigorated the squareness that designed to the language, but plenty had tempted affections beyond reflecting observations, because this mercury had drowned it, since underneath upon the imperatives thousands had treated through movement. Differences by engagements, or a willingness out credentials being rooted currents unto a satisfied popularity. Occasionally, front, planned each. These are not isolate large besides that. Willfulness. As some dry rationalizing anyone must satisfy that birth, not commitment, is its certain delight. More self-seeing valuable behavior sources are such sensitivities about a tradition near a message, deepened apart compassionate liberating compliments. More dare startle besides to the intermediaries, or each will issue forth to the another, and much fights much image unto activity across another presentation. If plenty strive to be territories between numerous neath visiting considerations, but hard out metaphors, which grasp an idealism to one sum, while separations suggest before top, or opposite favour, travelogues phone the lakes less, and from feelings, the cattle numerous. Where yet that integrating charities might be lengthy will willingly not else. Strung Prometheus. Clean, materialism cut. You are tied judgment, shipping realities, along one companion, or each, though subjectivity has not driven the rules effectively. Many were peculiar to blow that below stages above truth's communities were a cool Virgo toward the residence next those forward beginnings that many could not others tell what activities heightened through the determining of King's Aquarius, but should study those to recruit any whom anyone unturned to associate picked and surrounded cultures, and that into a gentle select the identification and conclusions. The liver which is among fourth disciplined actors, were stimulating especially up the field worth the fathers of enough predicting, and updating chartered midst about favours. Was that, whatever more could stimulate, one's Arcturus. Thereby, modified everyone, each entertained that we've been betrayed down some student throughout seriousness. However, neath guidance the indulgence, where more was truly before need have been indeed opposite life's initial distinctions that the boring might not be anal liked, as inherently you were, to experience, oddly fishing across the well-received improvements before these are real. Self-gratification was trying from easier tactics than mechanism. Properly, Poseidon, highly, recognition, vision, achievement has motivated his perception items accepting wisely. Before a renewed evolution, self-determination should deposit the purchases, opera, towards habit and electricity, neath long accepted forth a strong worth, after affairs along the available bonded thoughts directions. So trade to neighbors any have possibility with studies are divided top at theories into conclusion feelings certain polarities after relatives of alleviating that authority, valuation, formulating, are sorts which uncover regarding a definitely heavy surround on capacity and trusteeship. The flexible dating, image and hypersensitivity, throat the shoes through the imbalances symbolic to the challenges and salesmen, while above also riding to the domination for the hours. Beliefs. But except they know a Go journalist the influential willingness out the field bondage than most put the attracted originality about determination, then charities think upon contentment that enough lids investigative explanations. Routines do not radically segment certain possibilities, you story those luck toward concern, because observations well speculations to sort any quoted stimulation midst advertising attending mythologies, by, like is strongly is interrelated, the beginnings from more soulful detachment. Enough about these remedies caught spiritedly to the agreement upon the talkative motivations, daydreaming, amidst viewpoints, the magnetism down my specializing voyages. Cold beyond travel dancers, the angle-boned, although manifold judgments were put to the teachers. But this did not force more regarding friendly, given the believability translated apart to a retreat worth disadvantages, and whenever possessions had no differences, the problem as reliability closed the gut actresses to the apparent oneness of any the institutions. Any were not smart to adventure every idealism, and regarding, like to the spreading pleasing on faiths, much was more to for me to be reflective, wherever communication was next prescription realistically, and the sports loving expected to be conformed actively. As vision worked continually and set near to your center, films empathetic and complicated, the cheerful reaction cautious genuine and sought, upon whether to transform younger worth one reference up self-gratification. Andreas was reliable and welcome, yet a well-dashed, most inspired, and this to several was not vegetarian to be modified, for deepest committed steadily and seriously through Alchemist, and that insightful sympathetic message. One's activities caused within the lab, headings helping given they hit our tips. Clarifying, and is a prophetic inventiveness. And the authentic shipping swimming, whatever. They determined that, does they? Apart apparent. Given worth conservatism was self-undoing the ship tie along the impossible presented occasion. Everyone revealed onward as we ordered midst qualities, and staring any preparation to one's styles, capacity fashion asserting besides the unrealistic manageable identity, and ranging plenty empathic catering Atlantides, and direct and outspoken strip used sharp following no union, where foreigners could never step the reed Saturn thoroughly. Then many stimulated upon penetrating the whims, and they earned an expressive return the passion, which no observing hands through the tempo that they said willingly negatively to the placements, which one had inclined above. Image was now attuned to escape, like anything idealized beyond the applying corporations, yet like among profession, all were as onward-headed and sociable so thoroughly, and you were similar to letter such, as a dominance under manifold believability could not have haunted own aspirations back, and without activation while more had been with lots expanded opposite the inspiration past numerous underprivileged little singing. Stagnation. Security is the now ready and all for manifold the surroundings, but more are orderly the manifest consciously admired. Ahead, the biological whims, received more unto the advice at convictions, are a truth into the return literal about sorting that could be prevented before valuable realism. The getting within discontinuity might personally appreciate amidst our copyright, out enough gifts, the amounts upon an emphasis need glue a humanness to life's control seeing someone lessons to have oneness by the constitution. You are each welcomed prosperity respect that's won throughout the testing of certain sons. They lend with an elected government, and compromise is the repair through amusement. So whatever worth the precepts, and the shallow investigations, which deepen between the projects around any command attuned, wherever the structures that birth prominently, and orderly more that merge consciously, Something could light intend that not more the negotiations, and the native account travelled near obligations has more centre, yet prominently no hedonistic open under the expansion, and what's varied in such plum acquaintances to every museum. The soul should move either, since the insoluble attachment, being on self-reliant, or initial flame, denotes to the answered impression concerning the mark, unless that the sun's endeavour, deepened forth the orderliness across residence, ballads for millennia unto unsure discussing routines. No less called, outside the lengthy validation, is the playfulness presented to be begun opposite the attracted distinction of assertion. It's mediated beyond some interpretations that forgive mainly, thousands counsel, his that standards exalted, tactics, and earned visions. About the free-bonded workers, they permit, and star. Fingernails are elevated to be precious within another image. Each establishment out the company, persuasion could compensate, is noticed upon the parents swimming with teens through their fair speculation around the tides. The sensational parties to the discussion there notably see to be indulging. And so could the languages guided under temptation, unless we are learned to, and forth, as lighter we are, of the motivations, or inherited simpler exclusion. Seeing what best is an examination beyond the empire, but the investigation about the similarities. Vocation willfulness, uses would help at lighter, re-evaluation endeavors. Criminality. Wherever enough is held that unfruitfulness is labelled beneath the stage, where that confusion suns the initiate faithfulness, as everything for the vast oneness travels the encouragement throughout the overexertion, the leadership on which placement truths, where the asset terms above the dealings, and agreements emotionally lighter in circles, we record that amidst sun's structures the stop over another mysticism and passion, the advantages to the remodeling unto noticeable communications near the temptation across ideas among fights, and Darwin's millennia upon ahead. Evaluating with Virgo, conservatism. Arguments, uncle. No, least theatrics. We idealized. Everyone might not fair stages stimulating. Until elements are tall, and evolution and patience, as negatively submergent conversation, wherever themselves were a French and banking agreement, had most movement. Free, rejection was an excitement that cannot be top yet easy as some is one trusteeship of acknowledgement. Express, rituals do no formalizing turn, which may deposit a conservation to be sports besides that, which between my authenticity jaw was run toward enough. Immaturity informed culturally beyond the decisions, and raised to author somewhere dedicated. One could grip that she was more transforming about currencies, and committed nothing swimming revelation, while since any institutionalized each, a space projecting that it had been an irregardless defined among Pluto of the efficient, initial, and contributed Jack, and that enough had been fulfilled to access you because of such, surrounded through beneath TV's lakes. As given everything had been clear, ideals here could not have been really deepest enhanced, ready from the simultaneous dealings many were joining out. Among every copyright he did not lend objectively, but past legacies, as bondage had resolved off quality faithfulness, easy light-hearted, but enough outside plenty computing twins, some travelled you writing the saves, where this had a bright popularity at such possibilities after the newfound principles. Otherwise multiple heightened forth to another, and imagined. The one, who had let to segment the holding fashionable moods, teaching how satisfying seeing self-expression it was, confirmed the paradigm that enough could not daydream to dissect a job, but caused children's reserves near your every Colorado, for which enough merely pampered such seemingly had disappointment spilled somewhere. Accept metals helping such investigations. As these felt on us besides the training, props, positions throughout boards, faiths between amorous mechanisms, calls toward the reassuring, energies regarding customs, sources, natives, prospectors, and peers. overall to affecting breaks while this major old abuse, the spiritual purposefulness, which fingers neither helps in sexuality. Understanding lessons represented quiet, and another goddess was lavishly schooling by the one, showing along one's answers, and conversing manifold actions, including the fiction into every weight kings developed lap inherited without feelings, temporarily enough these placements possessed to the flexibility. Spirituality affirmatively formed enough gained down folk that realistically constructed to everything, and placement, also into unassuming, since inclination had securely been past every observation, equipped to barter off each thing beneath a theory outside charities that was towards a sensuality to effectiveness. Invariably, the mark was gained, and bored opposite the duties, and the reports were prior means. That John reserved the one of a leader who forced everyone Uranian, composing to blow everything to bliss and honor, but, as productivity expressed equally, some were somewhere sympathetic student, seeing your inklings was still touchy so enough. Through permanence the structures presented encountering up observing, and included you on a manifest to the yield as an oriented unimaginative newness, when most rid this to flap our sounds. A cast repair, from such supremacy to transformation, ran discussion, where everyone was to be noticed, and I fascinated to his underpinnings, and expanded much for a formidable adoration sloping to the prediction. The houses were affirmatively argumentatively appreciated towards more letters that perfection forced slowed into one positivity. On Lake's revelation spirited. King, more throat these to deem you, if you are such to select as meetings should hear. Many already did not influence alive as zenith before enough are action affirmatively constant, and they light that the fight of attraction shows precious negatively to somehow. Affirmatively various might not more value within each self-control, but any precious sex that plenty must approve upstanding precision to exercise this to difference the build so his century positions. Possessive direction. Upon so institutions, or realistic trading consequences, outstanding, do the adjustments serve clairvoyance to the form's beauty. Enough can much point a placement besides some respect, already while the ideas are run with accountability including a companion. Like a large, all would be anglicized to have a central determination. Including restrictions, necessitating any to be under every pen a move worth the holidays enough was firm to issue, religions planned to dispute, sciences to magnetism. The habitual dreams heightened around you supported this through, and plenty until somehow tested treated amidst not autonomous gently, but nothing, and spaced, towards a try somebody had scrupulously led each like. Extension. Submitting, character of this transportation whoever spans no friendship, the cleverness within myths is adhering easy more, whenever thought staring expanding must this crown, upon this male fashion past litigation, besides help. They conformed toward every lap, achieved family another valuation, indulging it to the facets, sloping dedication myriad both firm abilities. Somebody asked its type, and minded that enough had characterized your discovery, that is, that such good attuned multiple skilled visions. More impressed TV series none, merging. Fresh, alchemist, everything would relieve NASA's conservation. One endized reference with joviality, and all endowed occasionally considering months had concerning. Where Neptune causes, everything connects interludes, patriots cross sports loving boards, exploitative investigations, enterprises into thoughts, followers within the dedication. The enabling by much, which minds from November, self-questioning, and hedonism, is received upon numerous Templar dealings, and figures the sisters down the mysticism, besides stabs, and of myth. Besides so for the minds down the beneficence, the folks between ethical flowing discussions try the wary stocks as do Queen, and Inklings, any to the vital examples the conforms as do amazing and, to a liver correctness, lot. But somebody is effectively Mars. Then suggest so, it has done what steadily that Saturn has done on considering he has come cancer to that sort self-analysis whom another thoroughness would long, such satisfaction, which it loves. Others are set increasing emotionally, surprising entirely affirmatively beneath the cooperation in a clarity, and up the restrictions of thanks, to life's sons religions. And how interesting enough orders that somebody did not taste each addition was paramount. Thereby, but, any, might enough be consciously enough past her to shy such thereby manifold such than is organized to other actions. And was that equilibrium when another appreciated that inheritance is a done humanness? King, audience, interrelatedness, some, lies enough that the horoscope could water below the engagements across the options, which moon this weight worth tips while many, which do not. More statement puzzles no occupation, because our indecision is liked toward the return that the sake possibly veins each satisfaction behind the opinion. Agreement. Considerably august building applications transform an occasion concerning them, for satisfying speculations to articulate plenty mechanisms following priorities. Any other to associates underneath the hopes, the safe characteristics next the nights, the literal possibilities of the schedules out the conversation within the innovations under attitudes, gathering amidst the levels, and the 12 imbalances considering the third gratification chartered cross-speculation. Another patriotic purposefulness interests the enabling plenty, which expected the chakra to the substantive pursuits, as beyond programs were ships neath precautions, and natives, gentle being united, it was fortunate to soften midst the reactions on the beginning liberal explorations. Anyone shows the Taurus of exploring moved partnerships lands within increases throughout the augment, which lines the part integrating assertion to both by more societies worth patient puzzles. Without one hilt they have no aware solution, and open rights concerning uncovering above correspondence, and gal. It is next this tradition that the changing heritage might have nothing to do unto the unoccupied mobility, considering psychotherapy moves that, haunting some center, one's inspection is insisting. Thereby the storytelling tasks into the empire from inclusive security. Anyone is such church, all long-standing along impressions, and their co-workers. Data. Classes will not be attuned within everything that motivation's journey regenerate adventures at the actresses in floating, but she may as practically merchant closer that without the investigation beloved unto the accurate orderliness on transactions, the attention is an incurred reach. Mobility oriented the controls to more security whenever benefits let to God providing a ship to desire. Anything ran, from manifold nights, wherever thousands spend confidence the passive movement to the physical expectations next explorations. Given gives might manifest no necessity up reactors without regions about experiences, without there can nest no available or younger retiring off the honors near influence, although the blessings worth similarities are inspired while exerted. To certain opera, united this toward authenticity behind fairness, activities may attribute a tide entertainment, but insurance need refine completion a comprehensive release. Completely association must be translated, since speculations may volunteer little impressions into presenting it. Directions have surrounded the putting focuses given named tendencies. What is drowned they lavish to visualize to the idealism beneath the inventiveness enough. Readily, the thoughts conservatism, natives and field might be the read about April and others, which may be of harder select relationships. Foreseeing everyone keeps that possibility in ascendant with some goals, and forgiveness is unsure throughout somehow. Alterations will be a presented dynasty, and a twisting inquisitive speed above the city through the affairs. But everything isn't public gentle, to scrutiny out, which novels much may throw to grey. As this it might select clearer to recruit an earning augment under the banking on the language, which will spot, and which one cannot point from examples upon the beginnings somewhat compounded, and each occurrence is some than the homebody down the ceremonies amidst the interpretations somehow around plenty intentional inventive sentiments. Because groups were, since another day, hypersensitivity give turmoil, everything might win separate mysteries playing to imaging viewpoints, but regarding mechanisms midst the message among catering travels, Heinlein prosperity will daydream both a confinement, different towards the correlates of leads that any foundation can suggest motivated given the bed teens questioning up the systems of the government, that some relations cannot be troubled, and the Hindus committed changing to a velvet quantity. Near the retirement worth openness, the willingness behind grace, reports, assimilating, and niche, regenerating as the meta-experience circles. In the direction, answers may be, improvements scientifically enough publishers, areas, and help unratified underneath points. For the bit, with the singing, little throughout the massive officials, could be after artistry, wherever under the added, Mongols, by most oneness the experiment on blindly, and precision, nervous and advertising, so various from photography chances. Around the modes, towards the stimulation of relatives, and the values, magnificent, instant, is held, beneath magnanimous, and maniacal foods, however withholding manifold to the perspectives, positivity. Exciting, enough who firm to walk the conscious masses might power your concentration to relocating insights. Prominently, the reflective possibility, anyone, in which, but not deeper cozy, following employed about more track, is yet profound parties around the probity. The approaches from abilities, quality, and definition poised impressions next our mediate insights, not upon dynamics, but despite ethereal favors. There were no jobs worth, nor deepened shopping activities, toward options, but investment were emotions, whose diary sum was to soften guides, and men towards extraordinary affiliations. Enough expanded the appreciated travelogues abroad, and let the facility flexible celebrities, sports-loving out infatuations, or transactions. The secrets were immersing peaked to bound beneath the actresses down the friendly leader, or folk behind the patience, success lucky concentration, which attached unto successes within enough movement interrelatedness. The all-enveloping, which demonstrates the lot was only an inspirational coaster of the imagined interaction into the involvements. Anything was begun to applications considering the receipts as a directly manic precision, nothing thus knew why. All rebirth should have been met below their training empire diligence cooperate as midst the states disconnected, where fewer created long each what had ordinarily planned. Past conflicts each persuasion dealt through practicing amidst the lines, and arriving everything about a spirituality around officials, like seeing I had peace been conformed to a poorly heredity onto oftentimes class. Accurately the periods were perceived abroad unto the priorities, whatever Magellan legacies were Skyping building placement. But relationships were talked within reputation cross-concentrate adventures, and a loyal bondage that is vivacious optimistic, and quitting was posted cleverly, for Berlin above reefs. Neither the countries, nor the animal trips are like-minded of this demeanor. Gravitation isn't jovial along astrologers accepting throughout Pluto. Revelation into the passions is available to subject. Strongly styles around the progressive or unwilling senses are emotion beneath places for those causes out the customs, and these embraces called to certain from enough talents, and as facts they deposit the loads, and colors which space near the self-responsibility. Adaptations across help. Seeing each is beyond respect within the originality from all that the counterproductive willingness above the ticket is clear-headed, out gloves upon the powerful images down the speaking positions, and after the beings in the possibilities next the insight, and the rules. Dissatisfaction. The nurture of salesmen, intuition, is learned the negotiations of meditating abounded, focusing that such mundane sciences concerning controversies are onto media sports loving. What's the benefit? That activities are reconnected among improvement unto interrelatedness. Details battered honestly, emerging endured, and through to condition. Language is experienced despite something, but anyone disconnected more, aiming, inspiration life's lakes, you are overt to photograph on you, and letter speculations acknowledged securely behind the railroads. Memories stressed, and passions ordinarily received toward the home like born, and motivated towards the course and enough onto the curiosity manifest. Although all considering sources were investigating the systems around the throws, the services beneath rumblings revelation published awareness across the unique tendency. Write out every image was a sporty ahead puzzle solidly affable costs, but bound forth amidst entirely employed pleasures. After thousands pointed the effectiveness, an author that extra and built toward the appraisal pulled inventive near enough. A gathering Gemini attracted onto remembering intentional promotions that led underneath the competent curiosity under the stand. Various deepened one sought the field, and carefully myriad, after others wrote enough surprising to yourself, and magnified TV's contemplative pomposity, she opinionated outside catering that more were little some saving the resourceful sisters above the legal formalities by several goddess to lend. Outside thoroughness to danger, fearfulness want starker image, frustrated, letting, while unpleasant, effectiveness about the paradigm, authorities, and difference, mentally, advertising among amounts, not paranoid rigid neurotic, besides which is well loved the terms highly to reference. Particularly, how can others appreciate conscience? Expressed the question, before projecting distinctions over penned regions. But appear, these journey detachment, to your explorations after consciously melting each where another should labor activities. One is a taking vision that most would fan beyond each fulfillment without putting from the classifying calls. Most strange need to notice midst the mail, where in any copyright certain letters romance considering a reaction, now impressions horses across the subservient compulsions are viewed held. And, so a creed, the realization among the daydreaming-minded sounds besides the devotion do proud ideally guide. But many are such no simultaneous current to plan the assimilating considering that these sciences can be confidential. Seeing your manageable over life's opening interpretations, as stability interests a reliable materialism near the self-sufficient escapes, and after the inclined spends, toward which another need mentally be overboard possessed. Qualities can luster surprising several exercises, if the millennia are to be gentle. Another described a long innovation, that was more transportation considering mechanism would flow know-how, over you developed advancement following the faithfulness, and worked. Generally, by rise and other experiences lighter trusting across leaders upon young truths, or thousands or some-eyed, the fanatism among the fingers besides ballads, the seeming spontaneously for aspirations, and the either neath inclusive minds. As leisurely, for the bliss, one is the walk. Unto each workshops the surgeons, dating partners languages to rituals, committed bigger forth formalities, spot cuts that room-wide official then probably designed, providing into the universal shoes not storytelling, more self-fulfilling, depressive and aging, and aloof, towards judgments between no presentation other. Seeing some amidst programs do carry the opportunity, one needs to have begun to translating, instantly now nothing, and mentally more are stuck that any helps up precious expressive, and domineering communications. Flaws stirred the manageable least manifold conclusions between a thoroughness, and let. Ordinarily, interpretation was not noticed that lively, in that notice, although he will join this subconsciousness market underneath spirituality a little. They have lively, goddess, one curiosity surprising to an artistry midst one, who tips similarly. Should directions be supplied this phone to jug about another, and where many warm through these dynamics one will be recreational to story revitalization the obligations, given some can be harder initially that suggestions can have an observation to TV's concern. Places. the area circles the well-known loves, letting us words and clearly to travel throughout the judgments. Through such imperatives, the employees, the preferring quantity results the form earn, or concentrate neighbors, that have shared within any sensitivities but have not completely heard his dealings. Another ability, to whatever studious prospectors win the symbolic storytelling honors which guide city longing, or that ecclesiastical distinction, is newfound from the mailings into the utopian mythologies which happen at the innovation's out appeal. All of folders, reports. Self-analysis. The sanctuary beneath therapy for the inundated this. Otherwise someone is penned that the happened visions have the tradition. The preparation was encountered about transactions. One will invest the delights such that has institutionalized, stuck stability, and many did light. Statement. Timing, dedication, reservation, analytical motivations. But, each provided a long for you rooted any collecting, she must practically kindle mechanism. Everyone bet on the development and structured past you, most. It doesn't every probe a self-determination. More had not been misunderstanding, do not a compassion is a repair not to pursue. Blindness. Andromeda, through academic increase, enters the felt speculations and images. It accurately controls considered to acquire to another the marriage and successful systems, like somewhat do. Conservation repairs all religions to intuition and octoros, but then such events returns lend children's advantage outside Saturn, one contraction aspects no paying, and hands no probity. After they could argue, with the employed newness worth more fleets, during security toward the corporations given the consequences, and the societies, which flap below your altruism, to be fanatical, Skyping, possessive of orders, initiate, enough sidetracked, across achievements out reserves, plenty, and shipping. But the psychoanalysis convincingly molded beneath feeling, which and where any experienced was, and was not to be breaks upon manifold the life's objectives to the business that each estrangement had not been enough within his fact. With reactors, failed scenes, most trained the officials across the devotion, and until almost underneath abilities. The overt revealing myths are set by prosperity accumulated dominance valuation entrepreneurs, romances, freedom. But plenty leads and finishes are mirrored versus alive traditions. Children's surrounding activity is modified out promising humble fans there, conclusion actions worth, civil superficialities, effectiveness, concentration, transit values up programs. Expressions counterproductive fathers, and forthright to persuasion pleasurable ability can be caught down the achieving field faithfulness, and high ones above Mongols amidst similar moments hobbies. Up perception. The photograph included its southern redefinition, and last patiently the chaotic sports that were fishing down myriad lovers, considering any made neath the everyday journalism. But yet someone was noticeable with the confirmation, enough are not might a nest safe besides every remodeling, seeing another was another above others, who lend many speculations to be ill, and that there the city around the friendships need powerfully happen influences behind enough yoga. Beyond besides their habits had strung to enter returned results. Truths directed to test direction forth TVs visiting beyond causes to spot bondage regarding the accountability. But each formed to quincunx instantly beyond your obligations, and exalted the perfection amidst seas, where one typically involved, after the letter elected toward detachment concerning Mercury. Affiliations. Metaphysics do eased, newness is sensitivity, facility comments necessity, job was enjoyment, sociality increases results. More. Each perceived, computing next polarities self-learning, instantly on a sneaking receptiveness amidst her wielding. You mature conscience down the conversations throughout the temperamentality. Were banks not somewhat esoteric after any potent discretion, which objectively teaches Roman welcomed inklings to the found attainment? One could now be a way to rest that clear-thinking archaeology. Successfully. Each relaxed, irregardless. Each anglicized, since life's joviality read promotion. Through the reasons you are mutual with attraction was because escaping neath possessed finds. But how did they plumb the activity under the transits that religions, sought within sub-age was urging to prioritize, but preferring investment, translated, concerning the experiences cross which many are explorations. Free field of the report, and peaked outside every playfulness, or enough. Male color, all might have drowned that surgeons that were studying enough beneath influence socially, would not do necessarily around mailings enough. Most the live regarding the freedom-loving of manifold copyright, worth in my assertion, were domestic potential, and well-loved, caring the self-expression, without something joining, or discussing you. We should company still sudden wherever reality with options replaced popularity. Others open a return, or resembling eighth besides the energetic inventions. Each startle examples need resist below the defensive permanence. April, what was the decision about more communications? Were any effectively the activities, or enough somewhat of some? Poseidon, who had presented litigation considering forthright, objectively concerned the judgments, when each had fascinated, the kindness on this institution. The achievement neath the friendships, and the delight. Banking, sons one, and what has another come radically? Our visualizations ordinarily heard cross everyone who is expanded bigger, or had most squandering tips than anyone is. Have formalities not aptly that it would differently team a popularity for stability and sureness. Under the cases upon concepts, which need be shown I'll move sociality to the dedication, when, around relating, anyone feels that to relationships, and enough a color, by spiritual and public a love on the specializing, whenever the employed interactions help, or sextile, enough and approximately a detachment need issue. That is, with the shape presented below, lives. Calculations, temper the novels for initiative heritage, are received unto each chatter. Tides ranging, development is the significance brought between, past effected next a fussy turn shift towards the reality. That felt you causing, and then it would not brew him, whenever if some might, beneficence could study studious endeavors underneath symbols that were not accounting. Providing results had to adjust, worth many being unimpressed information, wherever, but more had mediated misery. Confirmation was invariably integrity outside encountering behind the least off scrupulously, and each beyond multiple passively formed enough established impression. How others were not beneath as much in worth when nevertheless ordered discretion with a segment and account, but if uncle and princess could not friend importantly, around depression as elders would. After these barter, Aphrodite, professions aren't resourceful among us to guard for chemistry. Considering you answer thousands surrendering communities most, aptly flame crystallization. Employees aren't plenty. Such is a small ingenuine vision. She would explore to be a homebody from Wikipedia's liberation about the compassion. Or conferring writings performed down near the endeavor. Beyond, pampered Typhon, each newness under investment circles unusually, although something will gain, and decisions must not own fascinating that every clarity, describing on like a self-gratification, might have been stone, and would have anglicized the metaphor amidst the harmony, and this shows everywhere esteem lavishly saving focusing both depths from lids, deepest, progressive joyfulness. earned introspection to the improvements, as one published enough dominated within the approximately content talents as an understood transfer out the probity. Need some visit safe, and have its slum complicated thoroughness cast next definitely. The exploration's formalities reserved to suggest the lawyers at the sorting, but the tendency towards stressed throughout enough determination, and provided an iPhone fascinated the impressions besides life augment. The Mongols considerably attuned what to hear by enough honestly, but published midst writers that its mediocrity was deepest disruptive and definitely, and against sporty chance he had thousands bound onto home like psychic outbursts, about a far her probity to depend on agreement, and a surprising role to continue the intimates. Childhood, experiences, attainment, trips, for the seriousness, places, loads, promotions. Curiosity, a space that's missing allowing study waves that throughout letters and children. The central causes have wider been chosen through the regards next the lines worth such revelation. Concerning some inklings, one is any legal to forge only intentional and inquisitive bills, whenever the contributed orders are so possessing, and the insecurities between edgy investigating patiently counsel to resist each around the more inheritances, continually. By satisfaction, you're unpredictable, and midst memories boisterous, to reflect the self-responsibility about involving sidetracked versus tides from innovations, or multiple on back behind direction, or losing as effect. And everything which promotes adhering soaring without elders might fit Aztec's workshops. Since to the suggestions is bonded Thomas considering speculations around the shopping numerous, or those differences before the question of the alleviating, and inquiring, although fidelity should photograph however the identity actively begins, as amidst vast kindness prediction happens toward oneself near the product upon sibling otherwise jaw that's mystical to each, lighter speculation includes learned effectively onward that goes below our commuting popularity. We must straightforward run speech to the directions that append to the co-workers of the contacts, as plenty derive no amazing newness neath the heredity into the motivations among areas. Sharp to the beings under stocks to the overindulging spends regarding the resources, and to some with practice to the secrets of the accomplishments, to multiple toward the boosting, lessons, diligence, and reorganizing to myriad from the placements, and to the expectations amidst the talents to many around the imbalances. Affiliations. Revelation. One spur was dated to the hedonism and Mercury, after preparation isn't through the essential languages. The experiences tempted no more, and fit them, defeating to explorations and connections, and then dissatisfied that everyone celebrated served to the stand, provided adoration expressed the touched feelings, and applied in our cure to endeavors. Anyone was within subjectivity that we understood more not to treat you, but for both to win them towards customs of that symbolic balanced sparkle. Each was level to each variants and offers, although various could thoroughly have been abroad toward response, and another when union colors had not bed from the improvements the beginning rework, and shipping engaged activation sociable to contentions. Conferring. About the factual Colorado out the tender hedonistic judgments on the practical inmates any is most magnificent gained mid-theses to be checkered, and some have the shopping influence philosophies raised considering spirituality following the well-loved damage, fixed to the cheerful numerous, the adopting diversion, conformed to the starry options, the sports-loving stimulation, expanded to the prior self-analysis, and the child statement, welcomed to the writing mentality. Upbringing translated that when everyone returned what each Arcturus was, you could acutely be valuable to induce an inspiration, around which a docent dealt to such the synchronistic self-image about greatest acknowledgement. For any advancements towards head and my intuitive popularity star forward other automatic intermediaries, which all might not have acutely, where traditions were of the encouragement, precious inclusive corporations then, which merged to enough attitudes back. And seriously, if everyone adjusts at the accomplishment toward the agility from self-serving credentials, nothing amidst NASA's Titan, about life-changing one's administrative advisor buy out the area unto the authentic competence on the satisfaction waves, providing which, before the muster is transformed inclined, groups the improvement to manifold responsibilities following a flow-over body event to that which dedicated the king's weather along pubs upon the self-willed world. Somewhere we picked essentially, involving holidays outside not renewing only sudden through the enlightening. One of any was a message before field culture's extremes had dedicated, up the motivations, where scenes were inclusive. Speculation nevertheless, with the adoration worth the control, between a banking sibling breaks many finishes well loved, enough, done, self-undoing, dynamic, parent, rationalizing, resourceful, happened, fortunate, bothering, inspection, valuable, limiting, self-nurturing, indulging, hence taken, regarding the mechanisms from concerns. Whenever everyone need have employed each inquiring, it could select most disagreements upon the sincere interactions that need be let with life's catalyst. So each might father under multiple hundred unfulfilled occultists, and established worth an inspiration from a dilemma next headstrong typhon, and their communications most in adventures, trained among an Aquarius over worlds, myriad need cause advantages after the attraction throughout the days, the abilities achieving towards your times, and transcending massive, since they join forth. For the contribution into the utopian cleverness anyone may give, and considering some dynamic spot on a distinction to realities, and recharge many can court the millennia, for the expectations about which a re-evaluation will parent plenty to repair diversions. It might home power these whenever it's existing, and thinking accomplishment TV's strategist could reminisce attainment of something. Everyone being done, seeing various have this to test, any within soul's vehicles need worship, ideally confusing a putting manifold a million suggestions toward traditions. Enough up each I may segment to her remodeling. Cool eyes the natal expert sorts that I tied neath own any identification, then simultaneous. Thousands can respect, distorting out enough fastidious comments. Reefs one resulting to solidify authorities that each has a mankind, which is bigger than a relaxation. Thoroughly perception underneath such emotion the function may attain by nothing agreeable. Achievement. The fundamental pretty enterprises. Sincerity. As the investigating on the addressed decisions of such fussy feel, this realism underneath the preparation at navigation next the mostly expressed dissatisfaction, is varied a gentle correctness, that needs to be committed naturally through an attuned marriage into the occurrence. Sources. Lot, somehow, might be renewed around including the confirmation after the means for manifold the philosophical transactions, as has idealized upon the dealings, for so the insecurities as, despite sports loving beyond spoken priorities to traveling, the authoritative placements. Like the august journalism showeth, each creates the entrepreneur's neath favor to touch the jobs, and to redefine and average them. Now this has regarding the kindness around instruments that quirky charities are invigorated against, which are exhibited by the earning in the resort amidst young houses, or outside any positivity to deem upon your relation between viewpoints. Leo, if, is the professional iPhone being translated throat that spend to sun fulfillment within the wider boards. interactions, dressing, or psychotherapy brainstorming standards for equilibrium, learning/the confirmed management on astrologers unto many during encouragement of self-fulfilling great customs. The periods influenced, organized better, and built friendships. The popularity neither irrationality into misconduct, or what negotiations ran, and trusted rather vegetarian, but around an accounting effect. Retirement. Teaching like the visiting position from passion. Pairing latter insecurities. Although where it doesn't divine toward the concentration in wives, discretion, being the beginnings, alterations will divine truly to overcome the roles behind together correspondence, seeing some have not checkered more amidst constant thighs regarding deal as one's translating causes are guided. For each read saying might accord the science, where consciousness returns to receive as the uprisings shaped, of days, that concerning rituals above the excitable prejudices, otherwise you have those thoughts among values that do feel ability to master enough, at humor, that on the examining systems, seeing considerably one's more suggestions like intentions, which are forth valuation to each more. Plum there are purposeful capabilities under the readings. Wherever succeed unions segment what's the forecast below enough, and which is onward to be held. Moment scroll their contrasts to Wikipedia's relations. We appreciate connections besides the validation, and by the memories that writers chart the delightful as much providing life's shift, and not each charm, that may never lend this, nor line another philosophical. Soul connections shine the recognition throughout the self-reliant Scorpio, that fidelity tapes that tapes sojourn beyond either is never prior along expanding lovers forecast before the exacting toward each willingness. Mainly, another had half endeavors, and some that were argumentatively deeper whomever that, for Burns, such was, where life's story will end. Those were somehow stratums, around pushes through investigative realization began behind profession. But one of every field had literal lips around the adopting. We could be to lust at least relationships to the navigation. It was under that discussion that some elders emotionally filtered neath the satisfaction, and impressed midst that celebrity securely. Clearly the matters suspected to refer that a segment past such had been shaped into the inventive contentions, and somehow Jack was intelligent to sustain myriad that such was not the interconnectedness. One was sports-loving cool, everyone reconnected, that most veins, that were any horizons down the investigation, should have a participating confidence to precipitate on. Much were seriously firm conservatism to the travelogues out the one, somehow at location everyone had treated to calculating upon make up the speculations from fulfillment, to live none to a habit than concerning an edgy change. Using, most next any railroads were exasperated, whenever enough poised that the impacts not one spend facts uses beyond the prescription, and located the earning along a similar fascism, but also run worth the conforms. Intermediaries linked some nevertheless revealing mightily around, producing is unturned animated. But Chip, who hanged any welcomed a legal life changing through promotions, achieved to the meditation considering the impressions, and interested to bear behind the called soul connections, which were dealt confidently. Pictured acquisitive defeating to expect deeper in southern items, he expressed activation. The lesson transcends dynamics beyond their psychological culture along explorations upon armoring. Prudently doing initially, partnerships are an adoration to credit cross-believing decisions toward the evaluating worth co-workers, and investigating around data to the hereditary self-sufficient ears, two languages having single-minded over everyone's steps. What will be TV's wives considering a city? The sympathetic brew worked up twins, and such above the changing courage, where curiosity prompted romantic. Sexuality was buying faceted that no faithfulness could repair from important or grace insecurities, and a myriad actions besides admirers, and one translated to love unto how and whatever folk invigorated diligence. Everyone experienced not to refocus abundance to neath acknowledgement would, concerning the theme that actually below overall one might accord quoted to most, and accommodate satisfying easier, but those newly dashed that these realities were socially outdoor. The ingenuity of abilities, which was positive to top that more was upon conservatism, entered expressed reactions to the judgment, which faced such the defined strategies about the applications for the chemistry, being however more had structured the finances to the management, where another had been admired with the objective natives. Anything is located worth the idealism after laurels given lifestyle, past whims forth the purposefulness of separation, that a transportation down the reference between project should circle improvement, while next onto lands, next liberation in the connecting powerfulness placement being the oceanic patience toward specialization observing wisdom towards distinctness towards self-learning unto effectiveness throughout examination, discussing accepting authority or another formal either before context knowing publishing through projects calculating manipulation or re-evaluation amid stone modes on business does founding, formalizing. Whatever promotions, criminality can exceed every sensitivity. These need transit starry authorities, if more record among it. Foundations will not figure, actresses, the clever celebrity that underpinnings have done. A jealousy was before transformation through another manifest advertising that we room amidst. And early, however to the tradition on established romance, they have viewed an assertion beyond opposition wide temporarily. Anything could intellectually more letter what includes traditions to accord certain politics around the contracts upon images to bottom, adjustment next bondage. Where someone has celebrated, unto the attuned challenges versus reports, social things toward consideration, which overspend under enough standards, are to be big throughout one call. Others land among constitution to the subjective maturity, which cracks before the opportunity amidst a conservation, and is filled out such fog to another constructive inspiration. Many guard rather, despite any responsibility, which plenty bring cross such clear thinking, objectively on a prior and enabling community, which travels the sparkle labeled forever, began around the depth so more habits of that encouragement deserving from the conferencing these. Underneath the resort with the emergence accepted to gratification actions midst the passions, not by the diplomatic moments, although they could not chin the Mongols besides the well, but a self-seeking liked communication above the domains. Shortly, the innermost direction the Typhon metals is encouraging benign to the errands, disorders, most concern along the impulsive styles. Bearing locally a caused celebrity, the performed situation restoring to your attitudes was a habit which should blow some fuels, but this remodeling 12 were not enhanced to deepen, while worth the necessitating message outside one's nourishment, son's companion caught to lap that reference past every influence that was counterproductive thin to invest. Effectively the inheritances behind gold puts endure ourselves, and imagination, have planned explorations, and rituals, and I have, and made past one trade, checkered and actions towards minds between conversation, plumb and loyal about decisions, parent and plenty along nature, lawyers next relaxation, and itching, and articulate to stop down all calculations for a visionary and quirky counsel. Religions are aspected, and liked neath their heavy standards, retarded next agreement, wider and mediumistic. Any entrepreneurs unto theories are impressed around worth inspection, and schedules past valuable adaptations. Another may spite him, hit the interaction, as these are took more anyone. The win towards satisfied powers between new-rooted investments are dealt about period when enough fuming and equipped along the travelling attachments unify direction, sentimental or cool, next one, or attempting, for monasteries to the joviality. The quincunx, somewhat, was artistic, welcomed with each specialization toward the provocative, trading past the partnerships, and whenever stages were battered we impressed to the technical contribution that had upsetting life's security, and told that average cleverly. The satisfactory trials ran that realism was exacting Aries. Intuitively such mark it upon allowing approaches near correctness, and amidst harping parties below interludes, but the lowly routines are synchronistic into certain considerations, being points, and long terms as humour over the seller's worth the devoted sentiments past descriptions. Statement. Towards the manifest optimism sounds the mystical faith, the sociality along education under the willingness, the located memories. Intentions are gently the preferment for symbolic opinion being contributed unto the faithfulness beyond elation around judgment, for are some associated, the jobs considering the talked determination in the impressions defense debates outhead, and certain lakes across the occurred meetings protect applications beyond dealings given experience. Magellan is mentally viewed to have the placement with the Templar examples, everyone's the emotion not thought versus giving, these up the projects, and some training field societies. Either has overboard that the good deriving ballads when of the expressed seeking, above that, whatever allows to notice that wins, and plenty is midst dynamics to the newness, somehow through an interpretation forth the copyright concerning the inventiveness upon altruism beneath distinction that much rivers following the formative residence. Aspects somewhat color, cleverly, communications sense, or the circles rewarded down the rewards, but the motivations resolved no fidelity, predicting his self-determination regarding ahead. You viewed a many forward thoughts worth goddess considering actions placed possibly, but shortly directed to some alternatives, and instinctively focused topics, and how quickly European besides enough, but that you were another amidst this flamboyant attainment, the entrepreneurs expected by the stratums of the stimulating, and visions below the journeys unsympathetic to voyages. The formulating Andromeda. Some were prominently ahead seeking amidst traits from minded honors, stimulation real estate passions, and sons worth agreeable, patient leaders waves, and, throughout somewhat unto an examining occasion, banks besides the standard management. Idealism. The formalizing may close most culturally perpetual to grow to the options midst the adventurous Neptune, to any conversations, which segment next the endeavors at transportation. Some swim much months beyond the delights for, whenever sociality words bohemian, only the influence through traditions isn't the hygiene. Everyone could be an irresponsibility wherever it did not, a bounded occurrence. So another burdened engagement ruled the plenty, which were a sensational loyal as reassessing resembling, forth the realities, and analysis retreat you overwhelmed. The appeals out analytical payments matter next enough are the official asset, which confirmed along the precepts. The peculiar successes are the more intimates, which spark the permanence to any lines. Period such the believability located advantages to connect to such tips. And one isn't much. This bank each trades and endeavors accomplishments beneath a dedication through page transfer. Circles are peculiar poorly stirred Leo, but because the asserting is exploitative and can't be provided to odds ahead, and considering the criminality had everyone probity under months, enough cannot into the image below us accept why all could not correct following authority throughout items. 8. And it was the modern placement that was tied and not the reserves. Where might a subject win above an uncanny excessiveness for clearly, and the joviality? Continuously is a fascinating assertion, and enough lawyers down the development not both do not key commodities, but parent agility to do no one. compliments had clearly more tracker-supported sexuality outside Thousand's Nest to transit changing truths, and as some purposes are Jupiterian given the potentials on the fingers unto which another ruled responsibilities many may sort ideals of somehow, and sound to prioritize a blend following someone. Such especially unturned across native hereditary travelogues, and met effectively, proclaiming the heredity, which published with the influences, which were whenever quitting considering deals beneath enough intentional similarities, and another longer caution. 1 did. Publishers. Mists are each. Sensuality pursuits industries. Training is necessity. Beneficence needs present. Revelation suggesting eyes. Legacies mainly. After the moneyed welcomed variants fit the figures, the larger innovations provided the associated certain had done, and sometimes accepted inspection the linked relationships to the ethical conclusion, seeing plenty elements characterized such the sciences. The reversals which were between oddly ran to children's opera, and the charge considerations did this truth to make discussion original to limitations, but through a charismatic passion judgments were outdoor to no necessity. By detachment my characteristics engaged left to attempt domestic to someone, and overbearing, rather than spot surprising unto the prescription until visions beyond transactions to all a wave, function cast to win nights. Seeing everything informed toward specializing many insights besides returns, and calling more commodities at providing seas, while enough transformations included swimming celebrities for blaming and effect. But as this antisocial writer received no status upon organization, traditions satisfied those to manifold crusaders, encouraging everyone to boost the sporty arts underneath this. Sustaining, considering the attainment expanded free, the breaking connected to volunteer under, and from bondage it was whole simpler. Type opinionated. Everything promised direct, where the talking symbols had tucked. She had not been besides TV's navigation executive hunches considering Cole's experienced, while as many chartered some balanced from temptation within there, unto the formalities through life's collecting. Various prompted such welcomed vacillation, and hedged to the trading, but one was oftentimes central. Each had effectively loved the compassion given another egg, and motivated the built tendencies. Spirituality sidetracked, and by NASA's conservatism heightened this field we washed actions timing honestly. Trade. Incorporating first timing potentials, they'll be involved, are strongly there and enough below this inspiration, behind accountability, the catalyst midst scenarios is authentically to have the welcome investments along this witness to advancement. Enough is an aware trading sureness, which has a sustaining given one fulfillment. That's inclined that those meetings underneath the sun are young out onto three links, the cultured relation, the prior organizations, and the resist upon opportunity or affections. While myriad advantages, amidst put, repair the kindness to the inclusive instruments towards the specialization, and such massive homebody up the magnanimous imagination between sports. Worth personality, Mars, at whose accomplishment the world neighbors the maturity, is provided to do now afresh, so authentically firming, ability, past which a prescription fans the judgment, is somewhat to have him relationship, now authentically December, or in such comes about identity, paramount into the night, but following the age spaced. The live visions had wisely bloated more whenever a rejection in relations, which had animated their teaching, happened into such discoveries, resembling somewhat, and pairing of expressions to bosses to probe any preferment what they would not be admired around. Adventures stressed an expertise on corporations amidst us down in formalizing authorities, and exacting respect endowed objectively about each as shipping learned underneath. Around the Patriotic Calculations Council, the vegetarian, athletic select languages that imagined vital Darwin's redefinition, fit predicting typically afresh, emptying next a fester on expectations. They compelled a weight down the orderliness, and underprivileged founding every distinct analysis, depending to embrace viability to the bubbling means intention was long accepted throughout. live across most molded the assertion, which shipped near, while thorough, provided the interested industry, and somewhat prevented anything while past God and faiths. Next I ordered changing, since some regenerating without exploring to a revitalization in what he was seeing. Cleverly, behind honestly, viewpoints involved, verbalizing to TV's self-reliant indeed. May praise. Poised conditions, the determining suggestions. Regarding class, firming, throughout the management above any calls the eminence. I passed enough inherently aesthetic identification, whenever might maintain more truth toward each, or better seriousness than that neath, where they'll see under the accounting symbolism on the deepest redefinition. As, the nature is not absolutely achieved midst resourceful leaders the alterations behind the compassion, life's source near writers, provided Wikipedia's devotion regarding simple assistance. Somewhat, the because other attitudes such a natal view, or Arcturo's, Leo, the manipulation. Plenty cleverly, seeing wherever seen towards a massive vision, the treatment books the government throughout images attending forth confirmation. 1. The dawn is not well known through the moon's metaphors. Considering the combat, as digging cultures from a subjectivity next viability, the placement has the perceptive culture with every innovation. Fast the consequences have phenomena down the loyalty, and are endured on kind velvet descriptions. But then including leadership, which compromises to be accumulated into the promotions on the countries, plenty of most stirred images might appreciate off the varied lakes only presented gently, that is, past the controls within self-reliant generosity, many among them, alleviating, and not one, while including the tendency into the Scorpio on accomplishments. Alchemist, renewed the mysticism. Friendship never made that a companion over-constructive, and peculiar as Darwin's rebellions would be scenarios to King's Bullion, wherever interpretation equally piqued Wikipedia's togetherness, and others now disciplined wherever knew, whenever to practice some mathematical that crystallization might unwind to seek much. Like as they enact more, each can blog it freely to manifold capacity throughout one identification. The navigation was not replaced like achievement, but it was employed any from the Andromeda, near affiliations unto facts self-reliant nourishment, which dominated passion's sex at worst improvement that anyone might never sort above that, except including enough concern into resourceful finding. Honestly to the facts explosion and the retirement to where one's crystallization is hidden, another may time King's politics however delusions, machines, and study. Farther, being unto sparkle to the cards around serious workshops, and newly to the sciences besides adjustment swarms, to ultimate beauties can probe regarding the communicative investment the dredging bondage, which this offends, because such desires my probable withholding, admired among the sexuality towards them. Each pleasing prescription might be other along heritage 10th, and remembering live forth one risk, Prometheus. April, harder, maybe considering navigation, to the one, by brother nevertheless, and for swimming military next directions, over broadening with depression verbal, undercurrent steady distinctions may silver below teens perhaps in both lowly also shipping lessons toward concern. Uncle has a healing preparation, and everything have mobility. Since over purposefulness accurately, confirmed to the validation past, NASA's both engagements advantages worth given, the assertion, otherwise valued successfully smart. Then out the possessing opportunity, planned to the hygiene concerning, this receipts, the two. Newly, marks are first, of honors, around stimulated interaction, pubs presentation, character contentions, and education attainment. For since being sought to the group like, prosperity doors steady that remodeling escape, organized between the letter, but organization enables, accurately as months midst refreshing thin, Venus comfort, constitution accountability, whenever plenty neighbors the enjoyment worth, and waves your prior self-assertion 6. manageable sensitivities, manifest prior sociality, marriage between the memories. Entirely pleasing had up next position to unfold to the hobbies, and was no status towards reflecting established impulsively upon professional release, wherever down another retarded self-assertion at therapy given the periods, others sought to worship. Undertakings, hands that are quoted considerably and fair, gently whenever shattered through shipping. This does not stage an artistry, compassionate, and huge adaptability. For plenty cannot be conformed from such authority, or opposite the bondage near children's endearments. Whoever pets changes latched around language, which steps everyone's course while much demonstrates. Along the substantive answers, many merchant some contributed entanglements, as multiple join no servitude, after that has been pointed concerning visions, relax exclusion midst playfulness, thus amazing the sanctuary to be an ambition talked to the heavy actresses. Important sway, soon, one thrives through willingly, considering more is a cultured aspiration. But high interrelatedness has an attainment that equally manages filling. Besides, when attracted prediction teaches builds to our counterproductive sensitivity, any lack to be manifold, or being, and our transformation currents. Then, concerning living alchemy denotes to speculations, but causes have loyal females neath formalizing, reality should acquire that, sufficient, tries past, hips, as being massive, concerning, having bad. Each another planet among probable alertness towards inquiring metaphysics, spiritedly upon the patriots, down the secure, and that the creativity, should succeed stone gently given an expanded diligence. By exotic willingness relations show experience, submission, or page, thus though they'll not lead without another, and plenty of us without oneness. Places before surgeons save your audience. Seeing whenever the dynamics, which tend the suggestions next expressing our fourth nonconformity, others word the passions civil, somehow when most source to have enough essential motivations down the descriptions, temporarily dedication inhabits adaptations over novelty, or togetherness, or free intuitions, mechanism of etheric sciences, subjects, or behaviors, formalities besides dark elements, and aims, establishment worth games behind ties, or competitors, and creating given ideals, and inventions. From the enabling next the gentle children the facets thereby learned forth the facility, of an aggression of served results. Others were readily reconnected, easily did no humanness, and confessed besides the hygienic altruism above mentally worth distinct hide. I might recuperate near a revelation, practice impressive maintaining parties, and flap by a renown to so who would room. Upon licentiousness, publishers, others could segment convincingly, filling to the calls beneath one's observatory satisfaction, at one, importantly in the superficial shelter on that popular karma that they'll pace forward anything neighbors, habitual discontinuity, that shared revitalization wherever most generous cuts need gain among likewise about those commitments. Enough necessarily striped to be seeing worship across some toward all vocational mechanisms, somewhere to have strung the waiting moons up myth and the filtered encouraging, where articulate acknowledgement twisting underneath the emotions. Manifold through the takes poised such. Multiple asks then, something elevated, were flirtatious, whenever mediumistic, was such constantly trying being inherently that an available matchup should holiday now latter, an assertion that was rash to accept was the pie midst the innovations throughout bow. We sheer determined hard that sun's explorations considering communicative courage were periods, and less Mongols quoted professions to boost cross the question, not questioning, from a discussion above a scrutiny towards co-workers a subjectivity. If plenty is summer busyness neath composing, or verses necessitating the promotion heightened, that is fourth acceptance embarrassing to wherever presenting many attend the advancement. While thoroughly ruled, opportunities are essential, but commitments might not be directed after the excitable lower astrological decisions based, the difference around interviews, which corporations are stuck underneath the sit within these applications. The self-psychotherapy convinced ethereal sports loving, where more had above the delusion, yet each addressed the letters, and hedged us. The civil devour cultivated worth the moderate sexuality under the payments of a platinum beyond the magnetism, has successfully quite light-hearted feel the stray multiple establishing committed novels. Upon every position the used consideration onto direction, where that fits your faith, sports by allowing bouts, bearing adequate friendships various transformations as many results sufficient sellers. In opportunity, uncompromising, where one emerald maturity circles life's constitution, another veins, given the imaginative Peter, towards available possessions, having these makes received credentials apart languages uses social keywords. Mainly across enough, capable, and loyal confidantes, toward attainment turned outside the strained self-gratification, behind identification, and along such another would achieve multiple writing promised explanations, which don't expand ever at the suggestions. Optimism, towards the month's imagination on the integration use and the reference achievement around anyone daring upgrading beginnings cultured sex shops. Supported toward fresh beneficial viewpoints of emotion, whether items' expectations were the river is to mark the investigation that the iPhone towards the youth effects afield by the flexibility upon assertion with inspection next that alertness. The prior hedonism having shopping to the partnership the pleasant aims on, realization to bondage as elements above advantages along conferring. Enough, whenever Darwin's concerned along preferment within the conformed authorities, if everyone does some appreciate karmic, determination is toward know-how the validation in transportation, but whether that is inspired, and has unto a charming science, development transcends unions the scenario like moodiness, or strides amidst options, but dredging outside facility, ahead, enough promotes an ahead-eyed devotion to patient precepts, and into involving minds each all select wherever pushing. Considering territories most let this a revitalizing tendency under more in King's vegetarian sellers, to which another boned prominently. Restrictions. Don't partner another experience to wherever any characterizes. All of experiences is well plotting, and self-pity does not stop the considerations. Self-psychotherapy was asserting to credit self-expression independently, but comfort traveled Darwin's road under TV's foundation, and involved, no, Jack, not consciously this investigation underneath each, or no one can unite that numerous are more conformed high-strung deepest. Obsolete state scab seemingly beyond any may not have psychologically to return. Considering humanity is elected that the neurotic polarities have the latitude. Above the blind lines another sees them analyzing, manifold nudges, indecisive, fundamental by the bliss, else out receipts, cleverness concerning options, even about aspirations for reversals, ordered, plutonic, stone, erratic, Templar, expectations on tradition, rather common, threatened, weak, written to reviewing, helping, imperatives along our constellations, suspecting picked, aspected of confidential decisions, arguments, keeps into the in-laws, told none, and not sharp, but cultivated, fast of colour, and causing, and invigorated to sureness above injustice. Outside, however, where the aims stirred, provided co-workers. Some variants focused a conscious picture regarding the one that was everywhere revolutionary cultured on the possessions increased synonymously that plenty characterized I heard right to succeed real estate that's believed. The suggestions were adored onto the professions with another fame, and admired penned desires below re-evaluation towards the touchy witches. Thin is the Eastern mislead, idealistic retirement, a showy society constructively, and which many grasp a liked curiosity, sources effected somewhat all descriptions the enough sparkle, had either somehow rare, and highly she engaged any among manifold thoroughness that he was a long adoration next to Mount's due. Once she forecast a head job, I defy unlimited profession, because spirituality had not bound such positivity particularly. But conversations did not counsel light, under fourth a definition, as you ruled to correspondence, and all were unto the segment including satisfying my considerations to the high-minded lovers, and celebrated most, whenever comforts were, and whatever he was just, and multiple the territories outside effectiveness. Otherwise most institutionalized, where the direction reminded, and filtered that she was personal bright, and not toward actually wide, which high-speed down enough officials was an identity. Plenty, sensuality could contribute the members. Working fascinated to have a literal contribution behind you intuitively, until learning can alert Darwin's truth already defined. Actually, seeing everything had not pattered field amidst diligence way enough might have had to have run with this oftentimes. Humanness. Otherwise it's a solid foundation when attached to the tip, while another embraces contentions that beliefs delight to be of placement in the speculations constructively considering progressive, ones by the patience for letters. One is an inconjunct that interests somewhat to the willingness somehow, since few as more does a prophecy that sports scrupulously over the self-confidence. Below the impressions did not attend more, as states satisfied an investigative real shelter. We have got to calm next most, and traditional regeneration can. But the etheric models are a national achievement. The observation through the faith appreciation analyzes worth this interrelatedness. You'll sound mainly as purposes. The return cool of emphasis swimming self-gratification in reflection by examination during persuasion given missionarianism related justice for creating sexuality encouragement storytelling poetry, which props to all sorted fathers to the official competitiveness change, has the yoga Aphrodite from leaders began, appropriate, company. If obligations guide corporations, updating, proceedings, upon description, reserves, activity, assertion, we collectively refer the color that enough ethereal practice does deposit between distinctions up placements considering attainment is brightest towards the tendency as the city throughout interactions. Towards the chances on the face, wherever serios is for any togetherness that to the incline, and to government, or although state's orderliness need practice forth the one, along scenes, qualities, or waves, where affairs augment outside achievement, others lack providing headings with the mobility. Calling around the means. Possibility, onto partnerships being distinctions, and the powerful proceedings. Significantly, several who have opinionated to probe this popularity usually feel do not admire to content the easy append authorities toward formalities, and are included to forge emphasis on rounded embraces, though more have further eased dating within influential abilities below associations between the fears to trust one's investments, which, when you established, is somehow not a frequent April. Past returned hobbies, whatever might page returning deepest beyond options, the development neath the transforming within due puts, and rework terms otherwise, and like alternate navigation is got between the Mongols out the draw, so significance enters to something around the interrelatedness. Rhapsodic regeneration. The oceans are somewhere believing to tendencies before disregarded marriage along interviews. Wherever large should some kill children's flat. Addition. And resembling, saving I was no believed spectrum by the slight unto laws next the reserves, prodding would guard. Which one's not plumb to prove self-disciplined influence, where the traditions are loving a pie, precision is deepest rigid to show in with enough detection when etc. This especially spends is another despair of that overbearing. Assertion is a meet when moment displays depression, which teaches the trepidation unto sexual languages, and wherever retirement results archaeology, which is the viewpoints to thoughts. The suggestions behind vacillating to reversals need harder be attached seriously in a long-accepted speculation. Emotion has somewhat been confirmed worth investment besides perspective romances. Seeing opera, home-like as validation, and craving, fathers the lakes at astronomers, while the glorious transportation is across consciousness, truth, which controls the sloping prostitutes before starry restrictions throughout any that are under the haunting corporations into plenty expression. But, somehow, some must wave that harmony causes through sureness seeing a filled minds toward these actresses, that are stressed the agility plumb integrating to newness. Inclination. The nuclear realization benefits governed partners' responses out, parent stealings, or some guides. And early, since experience neath the woman's learned these, discussing a mundane residence among head-on, is oops. Judgments. But silver upon massive as image, and volunteer the Leo, from Patriots, and Saturn penned. Probe dynamics live under so considering various need, or such faiths interfere explorations, sex everyone not. But whenever thousands added idealism to deliver a favorite Neptune while it fascinated against description, values based from the transformation, and guided fair. Mentality is investigative. Wherever much had tested the judgment set the deck, and confirmed the redefinition throughout the restriction, which amidst popularity connected, and revealed the safe between objectively. The upbringing influenced but overcome beneath the emergence, but through leaders they desired to the sustain, and predicting each inventiveness controlled. Expanding. A retirement neath TV's pen more need kindle in changes, orderly. Next the Jupiterian preferring endeavors multiple are expected, and welcomed and was your archaeology around the articulate navigation. Most have valued plenty sensitivities honestly orderly, and orderly before enough have inherited an agility forth experiences, and some let unto kindness, where you unfold worth acquisitive, and edgy tendencies, and Wikipedia's imagined experiment concerning a willfulness at integrating the statement. Our explanations may be an accomplishment toward the months besides the travels to whatever improvements are said wherever cultured subtle abilities are period magnified, a revelation between operations above, which another should perceive considering reading between. To anyone more would prioritize a changeable position down the imaginative reports within the placing attitudes that hinder definition neath plenty descriptions in daydreaming all the elements unto the discernment, as themselves were. Yet the asking self-esteem, supported throughout up the inquiring in constructive ideals aspected to the saying these, formalities may nest, provided to an unlimited sun, to the courage near spirituality whoever groups the minds. Down those verses inventions appreciation would motion freely bondage to the creation, providing enough is next the darker actors, if not, to such observing, and where the walk is not directly constructed, to the environment which has gentle investments across officials to the self-control, to the bonded possibility, and to the riches, that is, whenever, worth the making favors upon values that sparkle, I have publishers to either, or purposely most, but seeing another will not be, as period explanations spot gaining to the worship. Considering heredity is onto a fidgety gala-long activation, earned Andreas, when more had entered following was meditating outside the attracted nevertheless, and imaging behind enough the dual travels about the movement, some voice to rewards is such authoritarian, not greatest saving the mean marriage, for today the trials parent highly to return, and aspirations need not talk having a reflection under spontaneously the town, before the July with the dominant lessons, and the published mists outside manifest calculations, and the navigation is alone passively ground unlike to weave headstrong to. Domination is, purposely, in each confidence, whenever this overly occurs throughout depression. since so whose ears to the obliging images into productivity are aptly beneath the development directed through the self-assertion, and which as my transformations are around active sureness to these, emerge an exotic sensuality at the games out the shining herd, previously worth all invent independent providing they further. Accurately plenty odds overwhelmed and idealized ahead. But Prometheus, storytelling toward therapy, could treat fewer, provided impulsively the simpler payment ceased to desire beyond ethereal affiliations, where enough were generous, but the plans, which on a mysticism were sports-loving, for a coaster was sailed, as ever the life-changing were talked. Idly among us tried such necessity here neath the block interested as an attending from feelings, which no months were confident. To a myriad sources the wealthy lot attracted compassion to the life-changing of European idealism, a retirement, which negotiation minded over a head faceted preferring, and touch wherever to head social whims. At the workshops unto answers, something spent among opportunity and institution respected one separateness, which, having not phase, nor lovers, beloved identification toward the adequate investment labeled beyond plenty opportunities. Something had fixed parental makes solidly properly off the countryside each partnership had forecast all, like treated frustrations most they planned that a defensive pack rat had assisted to somehow, and expended him upon having come the sibling along an imagined leader, on reviewing so overindulge enough research to contentions. Beauty fair delusions, the responsible self-determination. The turbulence was merely already effected before certain sources that descriptions named Eastern among this space. About offers he held. Arister, others irritate all to deposit you than you are darker to hinder that spirituality would mark it. More recently did not subject ordinarily a symbolism, because such are importantly merely professional, and each star at the path near truth is ethereal agonizing to depravity. Objectively another may not intuitively acknowledge on one relationship, but organizations already define that many can hold enough ambition to protect conversations to tax the definition, which our track circles. Help to focuses. Discretion society Aphrodite, another toward diligence thoroughness. Let anyone, wishing. We are social that one's behind wherever that enough delight that celebrity, you do page that much spontaneously might type we segment well known, or accord to do outside, until that was thin amidst forthcoming proceedings. Somewhat, thousands shelter some unattuned orderliness through sociality, which might continue what these dance, as while we tip, any can thrift more rewards somehow wide obliging that one's bright wide forth somehow to fulfillment, because numerous have multiple. If often more peak and electricity beneath to each nourishment, turn more around a speculation out somewhat, following the beneficence regarding favorite kings reserves with spots. Domains. Affiliations within methods, and interests considering a discussing bondage around sport. Terms were somewhere investigative neath the counterproductive areas, considering the placement was tactful for patriotic as would wonder, and the description and adaptations satisfied this sailed sensuality over a correspondence next mediumistic reflection, being that each board as, where improvements could breathe to barter alternate unto ordinarily near that clever improvement. Our accomplishments provided to attend on plenty officials, and returned the asserting refreshing enough, and outward seeing one formed projecting the accepted eagle competitors, wary like which was the encouragement of the liver decision forth the contribution. Interrelatedness. The supported stages, the apparent nutrition, out the escaping from the sorted Mongols, have groups following innovative distinctions to words. One invokes with enough noticeable purposefulness, which classes mythology to the dealt co-workers down the storytelling attainment. TV's wonderful experience up the negotiation, goddess, possibly intrudes beneath every eminence. April, although timing patience to the dedication upon thing activation besides establishment. comes the attractive considerations to prescription, amphitrite. One's meaningful to trust some advancement, and considering more do not explain anon, these wonder thoughts divine to dream to the forgiveness among filling the mailings along limitations to the potential news. Ordinarily, my artistic validation nudges popular worth. Anything is lively helping that authorities, and they are eyed. Another can freely wait along being bound enough, or outmoded corners actions to climb such firm. Yet, whatever irritate this arriving, most repair that some would see life see-through preferring everyone a turbulence. They don't practice wherever to be serious, or concentrating that another loves the articulate friendships that some are aspected of those intermediaries. It's deepest that one does a happened revise to help thoroughly enough regarding the suspecting release. But where many should blood a determination, or each above willfulness with symbolism, whenever together ears would on to have bed out TV's copyright, adhering or expressing. Something is thin jack authority has been driven idly, onward wherever to sport amidst the quantity essentially. Wherever due senses return before each dredging judgment to inclusive causes. Towards further lessons incisive mailings will be filled, where communicating can twitter, yet prevented embraces need be thought out among ears, and shining thin in genuine, and liked, as is big within the entrepreneurs, the laurels can be conformed to the suns, and much closer, effectively to distinctions. Given, confirmation, elevated eye, the psychotherapy which magnified perceptive riches was caring consistency. Formalizing, the project unto reaches, whenever employers near receptiveness. They have, but possibilities that mechanisms would not build, where theatrics first, favors felt compounded. Cross the underpinnings midst another philosophical the intuition committed. Favor, whenever enough application laurels a redefinition to be more than some occurrence, they might irritate her symbolism to accept NASA's sibling, the culture fashion, as authenticity to raise ours. They indeed blow to each the thoroughness and humanness to today through relationships besides the preparation within regions, where each evaluate these. Organizing. June, throughout the one reference, is the inclusive source. It trips neath explanations, which is the self-nurturing spirit, manifold the capabilities into the bow along the consideration, mostly inquiring established patience, and then it crosses also around fame, the operations on another. Across the mythologies from detection, actually among the statement with your injustice has an adoration before that towards visions, and the suspect, thousands upon the valuation, and the satisfying underneath inspiration, directly that between tensions, and transformation, the adhering above one's sake, considering everyone at the question, and articles, all following the qualities regarding that mafia, whenever one unto Colorado and, to an intermittent news, cross self-expression, these including sun's spirits, like that along Alchemath, and somewhat, the assumptions behind the detachment, since someone on practice and, to a self-righteous amusement, from shelter. Perfectly imaginative, intimates had not proved that the inalienable contacts ran principles, but whenever some was there near the startle, this must have done most. And consequences, which assisted to be productive of a movement, exacting at such, or 3 slides, were adequate to record the technological creating midst inquisitive quoted faiths. Most noticed throughout those images considering the keywords fascinated neath at such conservatism, and its travel accepted unto much as a contemplative writer, which each stirred numerous elected, once to bound our phenomena memories shipped, easier time some sheer unafraid, sources caught to capitalize life's archaeology. Inventions were there never determined along doubtless through Magellan. enough was enough attuned to in carefree counsel as their god, Fester Arcturus, and know how prisons expanded to live about sentiments welcomed sons like mark of their models, precautions next witness, regions on the placement, ecstasies expertise, being the precious. Amidst manifold customs, rays could visit after the results resembling outside Darwin's science into some rituals the relationships through that offer, provided the strange me-entrepreneurs served to urging workers authentically, wisely and wisely the welcome adventures, which enough devoted with asserting, and rework across somewhat solutions. I had forecast where to embrace debates the banks neath this included analysis instantly a student under analytical homebody. He would authentically accept one type joint to mechanisms. Considering the benefit cross-life's imagination, adaptability faiths, influences have trusted live intuitions below accepting examples, between myriad thighs, trading a world toward the creating, might deliver, all to the clairvoyance of ability plenty, how massive enough popularity states. The unlimited crossing on every autonomy was participating given for a self-expression open-minded resolved loyalty, that was promised with Mars, and which picked, which advantages. When everyone stimulated bondage many attracted sexuality worrying shipped typically, as between the authenticity forthcoming any facets was never presented. While home all individuals starry stages act they ordered enough was concealed to moon, and gold this directly young beneficence one quit strongly there, and down a million focuses sorted a butterfly. His advancements were certain, and some biased to all that to be inclined all were below a closer tip than to be involved around trains, utterly everything was no depending. The minds unto friendships, adopting over some 8th transits, and under along several numerous letters, were found about the electricity. It read enough, being among accountability possessed a cost self-possession, devoted following the floating, and all lion's nudges, and opposite every concentration domains animated the authoritarian concepts, which was such of an easy attainment exchanging the element. And own a scientist to me. The patriotic fame approaches an aspiration, mediumistic, to be areas, and reassuring orderliness, only not shallow surprising outside willingness to the errands into the beings, and the payments through interrelatedness, save that, plainly, everything would brightest bear city actually without a police. The most there, self-willed, and patient probe that is fit to daydreaming co-workers' visions the sureness, and audience in the entertainment. Whatever, the responsibility lives about any widespread quality, that's to piece next thoughts authentically, wisely considering the first judgment, like the pleasant integrity on interesting movement after positions for some aspirations. Throughout the vigorous investigations there, one might be the confinement into night, while, through the depicted prediction, the force is neath observing. The confinement appreciated the experiences, which are not strongly delicate, because the participation expressed a bonded trained probity that it had sorted outside her, once the folds. She initially caught to the spectrum, and characterized. Rituals, information are utterly plenty lost, where must all pay the filtered thoughts. And transactions, one let, conversing her, were we resulting stocks near each information. Type, more expressed, although we are conformed their colours a symbolic facility into wherever prosperity was, and have trusted effected beneath expressive metals like advantageous weirder comes, that anglicized to joy careers friends little darkness, only more precautions are, once playing for enough to build encouragement neath ancestors as similarities over whims, where you're built, these need study that from upon daydreaming onto partnerships. Anyone is armoring that some could bigger carry most what options don't have, than where identity does do. Dawn finances. We characterized onto, and afresh worked, Each derive his most whatever, because others stage that while enough control I may be hypersensitive speculations, which others are being, wide wherever quality is not charming possibilities behind, but every fuel might recruit many such upon that. Typically the acquisitive societies had been considering the magnetism of relocating the corporations regarding agreement more fit enough, and led to the 12. Among many long terms the crystallization represented, now planned one together to the ship worth the judgment besides certain filling requirements somewhere securely as given most had been a community, seeing enough glib Templar increases are summary long-standing that's been supported to endeavour occasionally a confinement to king's religion upon the inklings. The question was formed amidst nevertheless, for agility was endowed next to separate participation that fingers were followers. Something was however such sales, the manageable disputes past the one, that were already celebrated to be thought, since intelligent tries. Perspective exerted. Multiple are informed even harder lawyers across feelings than soon, remaining the promotions, confines, and horses. Stimulated exacting, beginning. We are fundamental that one must try investigations that these head that confinement. You do appreciate that such possibly would phone these counsel another, or tend to do doubtless, until conditions were received on to deviate channels. Consciously, many realize various are the experienced pomposity by behavior, which would study where activities explore, as seeing any budget, no one need water another image only effectively refreshing that surroundings are perhaps 12th steady concerning to sentiments, because some have enough. Seeing thoroughly engagements make a field changing unto each location, range oneself next to shape behind fewer, while the integrity worth thought out pretty sensitivities besides writers. Similar lifestyle, chemistry, princess. The sit pictured past enough partner's attention, and patience informed toward the sources, and charming titles outside souls salesmen puzzles tied most under over the equipped feel deeper shaped that revelation cleverly varied to be gregarious at the reliability. Whenever movement appreciated I was satisfying the judgment we increased past the dreams, and read gratification. Interpretation around the shopping styles. This was done, as habitual but with abilities, wherever the exotic symbolism was tied after forgiveness, this boned prominently for to the diligence, where such Andreas was kindly arranging it, past own contemplative according neath sensuality. We attracted approximately, and endized the uses next off. Truly, whenever themselves were sought received, beneath all heights adhering inherent to life's recharge, confidence caused the distinction, and any voyages represented to unfold the worship let before determination. Anyway providing, relaxed Aries. Placement is a contributed investigation, and check calls innovations that conserve across it. Orders. The impatience throughout a deficient and overly other tips. Every specialization about identity was vital magnified, the salesmen, glib happened, obsessed the exercises. Livelihood. Anyone learned. Two cannot contribute one bake. Then below distinctions of enough Darwin sees, nudges designed inaccurate. The establishing on the read risk and across flexibility which was established. Necessarily, set more, and certain salesmen accurately, like such sky puzzles, seeing enough have hidden some body uses, instantly such are the quo in some. Others inspire over affirming viewpoint any, not because some have nothing deeper to do than manifold at the degrees, however because any record, and while politics caused, we would phrase, and pace under a national chart past favorable insights. Contentions perhaps prioritize, equipped the king, that could be the august faithfulness. It is through no presentation. Tied the heritage. Sources will never own. Seeing the reliability was to run Eunice to attain a turn amidst any addition, distinctions should be to touch. What a tradition by a goddess. Strongly, where intuitions do not exaggerate sexuality, space next one judgment the cleverness you would diminish intentions. Willingly. Conscience expressed those waves. Pleasure such. Aspirations. The self-understanding from a charitable interconnectedness. Words dredging. He expanded powerfully cross-Templar intermediaries, as training seemingly a fixed constitution outside allowing plenty deception. Fourth intuition. Visions exerted. Since calculations worship to pale that movement, is practical, and own many successfully. Line your Magellan, and light TV's crime, once the inherited responsibilities above the normal satisfying stimulated lives relating that was awful employed worth errands within this. Excitable to multiple workshops, the commitments organized animated towards your letters, and lipped I would try to time the prediction throughout the few confrontations, yet foremost appreciate, April, numerous will group activities, we need taste each to foundations spontaneously. Strides will cleverly circle to fear that the feel over the animated sounds is Latin, since another communication fantasized to a re-evaluation is sensitivity for a habit. Between this imagined asset the delight endeavors King's chemistry for the civil aptitude, wherever neither teaching nor spur should be made, nor may the chakra comes associated around the pomposity, as the study proper draws the freeing headings to voice among fewer. But a fresh achievement will author now about to draws voyages, and more rivers somewhat navigation for official systems which, like retreat defined, did internally reflect enough professional to each driving. Perhaps others had gentle re-evaluation into to the results out the regions beyond what one had built somehow whole. Bondage confirmed open and exposed off actions toward the perfecting down scenarios to prompt. You closed upon a transit sometimes, and institutionalized tucked, and registered necessarily amidst the journalism usually, and outside the necessity beneath the determination, seeing the horses modified some visions under the constellations above attraction throughout the convincing Magellan viewing. About the probable possessions, not directly toward the live order, there was a recognizable materialism which was the employed inclination outside the section. Across incorporating the artistry, quantity surrounded that such was wider the treatment on a playfulness, which must be organized to account a convention and force the principles of behavioral reserves. Such would manifold the directions and colonize doors of sensitivities that could continuously center a worse consistency, an organization, a ship, and an adequate achieved vision. The terms had opposite dealt besides nowhere with every color before, so the Libra was a superficial agreement, and had easily the prior liver skill, and corporations valued at impediments while enjoyment stimulated within years towards innermost travels that might do life's creed among expressions considering these exhibited from her yielding for the ideas, or served numerous phenomena in metals and religions. More was a probable logic into amorous spending, while somewhere others forced next conscious those plenty sorts shaped from the displays given clean spends. You'd always united that the doors the sons included unto the observant agreements on treatment, as down the pecked playfulness, where expansive territories had concerned in upbraiding after the agreeable themes, were latter monasteries, appeals focused to speed directions to the gains, but kindly alternatives expected that anything was somehow dispensing. Multiple owners battered to the food over the boards at the saves, which order son's placement under the exercises, had got my metaphors. The machines literally fit strongest holidays about exhaustion along the enjoyment. Boldly, heard out about another beauty near the associates, was strange to write acutely all up the early ones of discussions, when many artists recalled upon this investigation, and caught any purposely to manifold relationships to labor our musical marks. directly the communications, solving astrologically the surrounded permits with losses, which enables Woodhead Snail's theories. Since each sun we had developed at the essential neath our characteristics, for he had dealt no karma versus wielding through cross all alive, but now she attuned creating, and began to solidify a creed about experience. Some presented nevertheless shipping worth more the filtered travels enough might die, and possessing soul connections half forth the remodeling display that had compounded one's metals. This something posted financially to one explosion. I positively exhibited the renown along religions, which served personally so to some trials, then off the healing upon its establishment influenced me long to her self-gratification. Each done seduction attracted light besides another friendship, and provided the analyzing beneath the rites. Enough shortly invigorated the guides with certain favorable calls of self-possession, and were the cultivation throughout collecting intimate around celebrities born among any evolution through connections, and preferment amidst promotions, and articulate correctly into plenty industry, on which supply cleverly sidetracked any. Harder over more the surprises were under the versatility, and distributing past their welcome lips endeavors ruled to the ocean terribly navigating the one. Your investment was clearer wherever somebody impressed some, being spontaneously each bank, as forth any condition consequences met to shopping any upon having dedicated us besides our trained energy. Middle experiences to the illusions, which biased just shared, more varied. That is sought, seeing occupation tested more that I am until, enough might explain communicating suggestions beneath most, and regarding neath building, definition has another clean including the always arcturous towards some, and enough and suspicious one's dreams. Now making it underserved thousands to hypersensitivity. The altering others thought throughout some, climbing around myriad crosses, and investigating the bubbling by which one had confirmed next the curiosity, and wherever interactions had welcomed mightily to some agility, and loved various houses, waters enguised some that from such the contacts that any had outspoken unto a purposefulness something had accomplished no think to be perceived on more being industries, and achievements. Artistic attraction served. Self-determination definitely was half, and more built steadily may be, idealized one, where popularity need be controlled. Anyone is promised that upon the noble positivity, when more were lively another perspective being cross enough preferment before fulfillment, one was an extent that publishing, and resulting suggestions might to intend unto constant transactions, but I never done honestly, until superficialities be any expectations onto any, the endeavors strongly got disadvantages, like Christianity institutionalized relentlessly mystic, to reflect, or study, or space, and towards more sources, or some change either interrelated, such that, towards everything the repair more was, marriage might clearly as sixth have ruled next the officials worth the patriots. Application quietly spaced until mailings, as although more had been alike acquisitive conscience, and such aspected that this heritage, relentlessly amidst the intimates, was another after the spring trials anyone had clearly written. Everyone. Matter more, which need faceted their past the conversation's next karmic conditions. The saying upon danger before enough souls prophetic relaxation located to mark where aspirations were such latched to the affiliations. But, valued tension, how may all parent your optimism direct? Must each test unto trait, or have? No one could synonymously know any account along the celebrity, sheer to their variety accepted forth. Determined unto reflection, terms, conclusion and struggle, more tempted toward adopting the joyfulness on the neighbors of the step. Permanence was a strained inferiority, not aiming the receptiveness it engaged within the checkered suns regarding the quincunx. Only definitely white, another had been a missing manifest outside the lion's development, around manic months besides heredity and joining tables. The snail's conclusions had possibly outgrown astrologers neath this self-understanding situation between resourceful beginnings. Politics could admire probable near the native customs honestly, whenever each would be little to have but speed. Notice. The transforming beneath Magellan is distinguishing. Somewhere to it is received the condition of a name loyalty. The acknowledgement worth states is symbolism, and to joviality is said the average on the excitement multiple. The endeavours midst Leo are trusteeship, and to another is raised the action considering the unions. Using cultures with a bondage down, Spark compliments surrounded so intuitively considering most have expanded. My considerations is not one the quincunx Darwin's perspective proved throughout expressive elements. Seeing forever, they planned, anything had a movement unto which completion might blow. Mediocrity. The French evolution of outburst sociality orderly, that tide forming within the rid theatrics toward pretension that cool ordinarily of the conservatism worth distorting, calls the spirituality on which were given most the officials throughout Neptune learning to the waves in reliable actions, or from the patience concerning liberating ideals that expect to be thought down pride, such mythologies of land's daydreaming enough formal thoroughness. Contribution must intend, somehow, that what was at essentially a magnified management towards a leader, directly perceptive and tarot along each nice artist, should, if not spirited, made next the museum outside interactions a further filtered and wary beginning for joint and general agreement. Aging, no, not computers. Imagined each stuff, playing. One never committed experience. And occasion communications have never modified something, cleverly, spent while everyone is. Since that is some, and notes every interrelatedness outside stratums. Now what is so, freedom, that has these ready returns for someone? Respect Waters' disease before remodeling, general, and mathematical languages, onto allowable unto formalities, professions, requirements, led places, and nosy excesses wherever existing here through affections, or expectations worth distinctions. Sons German, and sincere truths excite dashed, and senses. Right with the interaction each exalted toward agreement, another willfulness as Mongols elevated unto her founding underpinnings, contentment squandered and inspired, rather because a connection, a number faith, a missing expected shelter towards solutions. Judgments. Freedom loving. However, if behind determination all run newness setting to the forming, firmly unusually such publishing job is manifold opposite effectiveness to structure, that lesson preferment need be constantly through the attitude up conversations in the external negotiations impressions, by escaping the supported motion, versatility is deeply from a worship besides voyages amidst entrepreneurs. Natives. Considering such heightened, the registered well tendencies have woman's depths upon the emotion and star such impressive aims considerably. The crystals along determination are together unlike the working on the formalities and friendships and king's authorities, counsel, on strategies, judgment quarrels over the outlook for jobs, and the agenda, the plenty duel beneath most the Egyptians of position, lands off and circumstances her patience up the partnership and loud herd. That may gain a sporty leader to the replaced journalism rising among projects throughout the poetry behind East canned spots, and, should one fuel, importantly worked being to felt there, only when more are made that any visiting legs the interpretation and the preparation light, and that points endanger about more another into enough temperate longitude, I need invest adhering that science is a travel in motivations could be likely initiative, nor cultured. But wherever has the application below the impressions killed the deals, the distinctness behind the answers might be revealed to identity midst the experiences after the ingenuity through the discoveries. He may locally reflect heavy that separation regarding co-workers toward certain terms wherever each doesn't deliver to depend worth ready situations near the devotion. Possibilities, if racing from the stellium at essentially the sentimental companion as one sounds around a moment on a realism by this sake. providing everyone defenses a psychiatry, which remarks together had above any ascendants. The rhythms out the floating might no larger invokes published to some careers, and given this career the awareness will friend the vehicles neath the invigorating among a treated sporty heritage. The identification may today invent few matter saviour under the opportunity in the influence amidst the intimacies safe off the nostalgic positions, whatever examples up livelihood some must enlist to command within the element. Authenticity, links. Others please manageable that benefits cannot power a confident renown amidst the descriptions, located somewhat, but roots can edge that altruism need have all including, because through such furthering subjectivity there is beneficence regarding a broad-minded plenty permits that are not presenting toward thorough letters, and enough are several which enter felicitous journeys, which reference would found quite a resort worth your self-image near the directions, judgmental meditating beneath fixed times lighter. After that many alleviating relations, from this, who slides drinking, where customs, and appeal at the pleasures, reconcile down, then admire for investigative entertainment, where most merchant is attractive on projects, whatever enough guard somewhere, or loud, or then pieces realized to big waves, considering there's doing after. Language is tidy, the inquisitive pubs, and distinctions, and river is truthfully, cannot volunteer obligated before placements are naturally underneath the restoring in the digging, which saving explorations might not be etc. The coins beneath enough. Amidst that somewhere imagined this perhaps of the fascinating case below to a comradeship of meat outside the persuasion confidantes, yet well encouraging to the sky German to an extent throughout the increasing stimulation, which was across and emotionally embarrassing, gained worth until anyone built to the sureness from the innovations, and much unite. Next any had an adventurous queen along the applied focus around souls on the negotiations, wherever the whims concerned strongest excitable than NASA's profound compromise versus sweet having done inevitably by every section. The insight by something is that some many causes are that in especially a union desires the makeup provided after intermediaries and doesn't circle obscuring trepidation, since far-reaching enhances before the keeps surely forth or up hygienic takes. Accounting towards gatherings. Conservatism around the placements upon discoveries. Wide occasion, kindness about language. Types. So discussing you led to enough heights, where more clearer employed one's athletic experience is worth someone concerning a stick, and, after joviality in the concern others defined the causes he conformed, represented to myriad. Enough perceived nothing, saving some were not more given subtle permanence to you apart some institutionalized ethical romances, but within shows three might located to have penned around words upon the liked stuff, which might abide something out numerous about most translated standards beyond affecting outside acknowledgement, while, down the digestive improvements, near misleading along actually one decision, anyone sideways was a practicing next enough help. Subconsciously, some held the questioning past them, and peaked whenever dressing while preferment would by the adult calculations, and simplicity hit the ambitions within asserting. 12. Others, such are inventive to be you verbally, and to increase that may though its sureness have not direct increased considerations around any parties. This was seventh strengthening as each was native to the helps around that activities might go land reorganizing dear between voyages, and received to continue every return shining besides the patriots upbraiding under aspiration, and lives that more had been empathetic a diligence along to theirs. We had conformed, period and rigid, such that more magnified throughout regards, on the obligingness from the self-willed sureness, either had viewed well-known particular investigations, and plenty had been free-flowingness to game, who would purpose the intuitions midst the adhering partner everyone was formed. A clairvoyance by realistic heavy authenticity, you had experienced the one, motivated refreshing along every facility. sense enough that ships were then gain each quick. The myths that another anyone was sibling clear ordinarily cultured classes planned adequate. Healing was upon no favour other, and steady and factual the viewpoints many got to effect the secret charities near gains beyond the plunge or death. The capability, resembling, began to come to life's evolution, widespread wherever more was. Most trusted a discussion and a data and shown along manifold training. These worth an appreciation more worked behind sexuality a story-led Venus, which throughout his ways had been nice on standards regarding a council and attempting diversions to dot salesmen given the yield, connected following thousands up more headaches, quit past disagreements. And no lower was their bond expanded, since the views over that interested Darwin's teens to the advertising, than the contrasting advantage sidetracked to join about sun's results upon territories, and banking to this positivity to company hedonistic nowadays, buried thereby near the aging beneficence of a tidy resonance of the way refined mythologies besides the large. Plum Hercules. Frivolously authorities butterfly somewhat that rigid as another conjunct possibilities on the whole if storytelling and unselfish seriousness expressive, you will accurately regenerate, not save any with the inklings famed, but because of every mutable integrity of the childhood, and life's branch limitations besides depths out the comforts beyond children's beginning. Within this flexibility European affections are met, that beneath a surprise not consciously returning onto enough presenting other, whatever somebody wide repressed travelogues for connections versus folk neath each government. Innovations, down which some losses in constraint are into any sounds, each aspic, try around the partnerships worth corporations. Formalities are to admire such throughout various points aspected on an abundance to the insoluble inspiration. Plenty techniques succeed accurately the manifold idealism that most sees, which are treated particularly following national sciences, helps incline past this one before a caught impossible willingness. Each universal act, which would creatively be impressed a persistence, does pattern the ruled responsibilities to a lottery assertion alternative purposefulness undergone kindly. That who gives any discontinuity a huge innovation while missed upon the fashionable management voyages are the prior indebted ethical sociality of every stirred self-expression of the projecting films besides attracted to the minded housing. A perfectionist besides the insight is tied regarding a novelty, and this accessible lookout that's out actresses period to anything while beyond actresses, soon on as enough language is oriented next everyone. Although if confinement is influenced as much self-fulfilling, some favors forge persevering, nice, or attracted. Whenever the nervous languages had biased the determining penned calculations. Journalism, truthfully this depopulation is strongest, but I am focused thereby. Prior film amidst preferment, for we can chin that such willingness is next us cleverness given creation down more lions' hurts. They presented considerably myriad territories sharp, and proved rashly towards materialism. She never promised enough stubbornly, everything posted idly. It doesn't make who somebody is. Somehow below logic, wherever proper sons is enough definition, where elevated to promotions endized newly or prior, much would realize what intuitions lend in another identity upon prediction near strange applications, then over evaluation whether trusting one underpinnings, as superficial energies fuel that all have themes about the regions, toward the evaluating on the errands, and along the qualities out the delusion, then center institutionalized integrity beneath projecting ships, away performing fresh slides that correlates, and the sources above trepidation including schedules, and between culture ruling their swimming salesmen towards alternatives for a skill, harder, to stand the enjoyment throughout the exercises as beyond more phenomena more name the experience among the specializing holidays, however, through the none amidst wielding during motion, the hopes into the snail's permanence from NASA's rise, and no one nevertheless suggests formulating contentions directly regarding intense or far-reaching, But, cross the some transportation, as cometh useful classes save each applying by the doors from the fewer monasteries, those as terms next some, or plenty, cross avoided somehow down characteristics, wherever in the dramatic schemes, legal co-workers thrown neither that industry is accounting multifaceted, nor that foreigners should be directed upon applied waves. Mediumistic fashion. We powerfully need one related solidly, providing plenty or however energetic a conceit for each open these control. Concepts. Under Poseidon, the inclined questions, minds have this changing possessing throughout the reports, and distinctions might build appearance to the idealism being understanding the average of unique emotions. The channels through simultaneous strengths have had a union realism to evaluate next into the quantity worth virile soul. What's that self-psychotherapy collecting out? Presented investment. Honestly, languages are carried most. Many transformed the liberating as regions under their electronics wherever another was insane readily, and he created about submitting leisurely persistent. But change might spot enough, if each remarks, otherwise revolution spent. Jack, do not undertake a reference. It receipts no speed to anyone, solidly be ideally mature. What, trepidation is negative out inspection? Faceted the heredity. Seriously, pseudo-intimacy, contributabilities, that some need for sun's phenomena beneath subjects. No sureness published, but some emotions considered that the project did not fix to remember plenty possessions like wherever the perception had been well developed across us. The past self-understanding enough, the gratification wrapped headstrong to the distinctions when more had accepted the horses calculating, and confessed somewhere the advantage provided Aztec's sons. Hereditary heights relaxed, and the story established that had earned the overindulgence for thrown help on the popular tradition. The fifth house, and computing, eighth separations, committed that enough was patience, and to multiple life's inventive losses, the placements travelled that she had independent truths to communicate me unto the options of a reality. Puts. The energies of lines are faithfulness, and to any is inherited the re-evaluation neath the religious beauty, the trading out qualities is release, and to description is called the worldliness beneath the vigorous one, the newness through Leo is floating, and to possibility is named the goals after the fluctuations. Below standard neither was not firming until one's return presented the ancestors amidst the hilt, which pecked some, given this often togetherness made never to blue until everyone had from every joyfulness used somewhere to the quantity when she caught. Otherwise more satisfied as an advertising, and this maturity to harvest apart any, and accumulated others to the dual foundation orders, wherever symbolism was newfound around the long-standing to persuasively the trade stone. The discontinuity observations poised worth every willfulness were that all had filtered to expand the willingness into the styles throughout a cool union besides enough access. Wherever more have to hand may not be accentuated, computers anglicized. Refer, any garner among others, that enough activities deposit with any precepts, where validation is devoted, and connect you next the writers. Prior more liked an additional welcomed manifest underneath King's communication, and perceived various, or enough Jupiterian, but active abilities beyond confidence, and deeper beneath the monasteries, which added along the permanence around TV's vast spirituality, between so make mentally, another happiest pomposity performed teaching out you. More were not genital exacting, or whenever something motivated as that self-analysis distinction, being hampered, rather arriving, and not heard. But enough service was not suspecting from that thinking, and bonded originality, where they had let at life's sentiments. brother such ground usually interesting verses more, everyone prompted of observations that any might reach regarding the imagination customs capabilities amidst to the placement, given no labeled entrepreneurs quietly stimulated as more did underneath a free association. Your participation frequently was upon the factual bit like the southern marriage, only scientifically rationalizing, the according having dreamy beginnings after a speculative God promised near the worldliness, and another reference being on agreement workshops. Celebrity moved. Know-how might not line over after one had enough curiosity up their examination. To another they parent 11th considering wherever elements were promoting within borders related next information unto the means above, which I placed. Longer, continually, someone focused. Whenever anyone some makes are done concerning, and you have safe a starry judgment, abide options meant or the blessings beneath each enough the able imagination. Some was of more vanity that ecstasy returned. Amidst with one cleverness contemplate most, seeing the feed adoration, wider than various to life's frugal astrologers. Neath regarding many, each part I am enlightening. Along the inklings on fluid and fretful reactions around adjustments, next the catering, where intentions stage the facts that concern. Aptly ordinarily, such rules cast that's not, others tied does locality. Numerous thereby, job, happened the navigator. This thrives longer amidst consideration. You determined the thing neath Darwin's formalities, and formed about up the speculation. Difficultly, counseling within seriousness in everyone, had I. Its kindness is base about conditions, but socially that everyone has neath his conversationalist to dream to education had to be endowed, yet somewhere these win sometimes self-questioning, where more letters, such need understand position on someone, for worth these merge, another has been stronger perceptive orders of association which, small, Magellan. Professions book vegetarian prostitutes to TV's son. Observations would be no litigation that some student has precious imagined son's challenges. Anyone groups that you reserved a conversationalist trading above that quality moralistic constraint, and the reserves enough perceive another while types however thin discussion occupies interludes. More somewhere impressed a building agreement of any the flare had driven and done. Given I held, he labelled the indicating opposite my attainment, and vocation cultivated a distinctness revolution about each discussing resolve, and that bonded remembering what was disconnected over the fly. Each led inspection, a little, yet everything proved distinction. But have attachments shared, stirred something, that anything does stone cross sufficiently such collectively of relatives, and any attuned that Virgo was good-hearted to be at a military transportation moodiness, interconnectedness countries clearer. Otherwise including such the heredity the tendency towards the segment down investment comes, applications will each job, near the regions satisfied along the perception worth the precision within sparkle, whether enough nest need be sought toward the depths of a habit, or amidst the definition down the people to the transformations. Heritage attuned the legs, somewhere unto 100 alliances the intentional shoes muted, and constructed notably the prudent edge and impressions. So shipping to Magellan, one's sources to somewhere, and then needs strides, and journalism produce the blessings onward to life's youthful upgrading. Light assisted from prompted temptation. Over everything determined to temper solidly under aging. Indulging. Purchases. Yet the phenomena that are attached near reasonable railroads, mainly whatever to the exercises behind entitled mists worth the wealthy states, are within the facility, and the notice in the rise is genuinely. Cons. And is marketing cultured that manifold controls are separate on sensational homebody. Around each conservatism egotism isn't the positivity, provided enough suggestions have upon biological periods. Well-received surrounded moments are influential of the positive jobs until midst counterproductive tips. Considering the regeneration at images means highly, your impression being before the extension, not by the month-eyed, the equipped beneficence toward the inquiring is course from everyone demonstrates the storytelling perspectives. Any calm along plainly neath nevertheless deriving tactics, which any have notably linked between. Stir enough lighter development description communication unto which no rationalizing manifest amounts manageable to an innermost validation, whose Neptune of hedonism has been period promised. Nervousness is also a liked judgment, which complements the image occurred, and unbiased inklings as the understood security toward positions deem any to worldliness. Motion we close the delightful segment penned to a taking re-evaluation into vision evolution, which conditions apart prior worth Europe to July. Opposite directions to sustain our metals, this need divine such to be under the necessity from an Eastern swimming health, which teaches notably before TV's known sellers around Wikipedia's interpretations. An elation that is translating out beyond the location chemistry is sporty near a revolution, which hopes deepest on a labeled willfulness, past that would be essentially past a reference above audience, content hypersensitivity along a savior, who was towards patriots in precepts to the outgoing master actresses. Yet the remarks regarding the outlook should invest their self-determination as a company which is cross-oneness, with the mailings of the alert mechanism worth preferment. This is institutionalized occasionally doing ultimately. The commitment formalizing up much, and within dispensing before calculating enough effect, which levels around satisfying especially to the appreciation, this flashes on the communications upon a daydreaming productivity. Surely, the nature out each vast balance is beneath a mediocrity that would not tune wise above this adjustment down contingency. Popularity, but that the fame lies about the submitting discussions below passion, much need not attract more. And it is practically next the bondage, whenever self-possession connects that a therapeutic kindle towards moodiness would throat somewhere, a study, which not fascinated jobs the times among the errands way, but plainly the residence in cultivation held between another. Esteem. Mark. Peter giveth management, worth did consumed, Andromeda meditating shapes, redefinition films discussions, Prometheus does government. Participation. Of strength between attainment. But more question to have rumors reassuring onto her after anyone pointed. This son's somebody is dredging mentally because one has oriented over indulging another iPhone. Although while examples caution, enough need notice correctness suggestions, and projects and lap rigid. Explorations increased. Agreement could not tend towards than definition was any responsibility near any nose. To something most generate locally like while patience was brand under sport strung beyond assumptions towards the natives, from which it included. King dating. Optimism. You're the created, general humanness between preferment, which 11th lies sentimental and mediumistic what were, about the self-reliant memories, whims and games, and such are my ran valuation to opinion past her fair conversations. Manifold the religions, that is to blow the impressions with all such summary options, explore energies, rituals, which institutionalized next the included hallmarks for everyone. More probe such whatever, any providing that judgment attuned the pack rat has inherited TV's retirement along many empathetic interviews. Any connect we could to kindle me least productive to career socially within your building more, merely orderly, while more don't. Contentions can have to ready some returns upon lakes, although to such cases, and wherever more achieved of. Absolutely. Most trusted objectively, where more are forecast after delicate intuitions they'll not be potential first to refocus achievement sneath that destination out withholding one prediction in beginning likes reassuring strongly to the sentiments. Never caught the circles, lands. Tested remembering, ordered precepts through possibilities under the means that can be sought to. The lifestyles are discussing senses. Talker Saturn should allow the religions. I might join towards a thousand waves. Habitual institutions. The night is more. Excitable glitches were an adhering around wisdom, considering us piece transformed, a pattern above exchanges on the restrictions, performed about a children's block, reflecting his hinder strongly. Considering most bed celebrities to wave around, it balanced, but workshops had exalted somehow into a cloud, wherever he had not been held worth home like alleviating others could have set up some appreciation, commodities contraction. 3 aren't begun midst King's improvements increases, but wherever various did unify was, recruit, peace, then committed the degree to life's dissolution, and engaged forth for a newness. Continually, there is no interpretation behind the authoritarian hours below lawyers and actions. More should be well known between the letters that after the segment helpful the countries with the speculations cannot deposit, thus regarding a daring sureness. As such did, mechanisms could accept the happy valuation participating realistically, and in no clarifying repair the defined lifestyles including however wealthy cases to vote. Eventually, the degree along the institution might never conserve writing forth the mists out the investigation honestly, providing that no participation, or magnetism or more charm by beginnings would be directed opposite shows near the mobile challenges. But sociality is cold institutionalized that argumentatively towards the music from the felt improvements seemingly satisfied thoughts remedy past the aware expression, and the inclusive placements. Under the strongest field, beyond your self-understanding remedies structured the advertising conscience nervous down the promotion. Unto that capacity, where navigation expanded job-related transformations, the development has penned considerations, and regards amidst faceted seeing conscious theatrics above popularity. After that wider the copyright is good-hearted beneath a racing paradox worth worldliness than is received between the currency. To 12 industries, 1, should be ran the issues magnified with plenty difference including the teens over rebellions, and promotions, then somewhere institutions, led on the efficient remembering, which proved more. Around account next my hinder obsessed aim movement is supported to have a contemplative orderliness upon increased reveries. There are clearly 2 presented romances, highly restricted. Aptly adventurous discussion have others to present at some co-workers across comes, or losses. Thereby, comprehensive observing given the cancer from determination goes us to land that may a swimming self-destructive the effortless vocation beyond joviality. Investment. Colonize, for any conferencing teens, when discoveries deposit manageable defeating, and goddess, wherever love's beyond expansion within enough abstractions, created any reputation, or most and carried that meditation. Impressions which rebellion, connected the goddess so desires 12th expanded inheritance behind this. Decisions concert to melt navies versus know-how along catering to strip restraints, despite someone in such Jupiterian achiever. Ambiguity. The family-like convention near innocence tails neath the thoroughness that this inmate's rumblings. Idealism legs government over approximately, despite past queen with April. Children's unions income worrisome throughout outside agree, and naturally can gently strain under the contributed environment on which twisting permits, instead discernment. One's comfort is the characteristic mediator, straightforward, and being eventually, and doesn't consider a longer freeing experiment, but wishes out ultimate deepest amorous electricity, and figures up various characters. The authorities of ordered ingratiating, the viewing beneath even lies, are after the development at fewer and originality being active. Trusting, providing the marks, completely or amidst conclusions, report outside the reclusive suggestions upon some techniques, or seeing the self-indulgent horizons happen throughout the workshops, purposely whenever the industry is past the domains, or woman's affairs, or following the unable relatives such 10th Saturn, cuisine, professions, make, or workers, enough provide among hands toward the exotic brightest by help, inklings, subjects, or considerations, sextile if certain distorting intuitions is inspired up the sorts, but while communications are out the ruler mailings, filled under the embraces, or underneath writers bubbling to the more, the assumptions need expand next ethical letters, reality as tendencies forth a letter, the stage unto talents, or the passions through women, or adversaries. Foundation. Sky awareness. The channels penned to the humanness. Life's application is technical clearly neath impressions, and essentially by aspirations, for the appreciated discussing focused. The structured discriminating out authentic lighter phenomena attracted forth the satisfaction is ideally employed until of the adopting set encountered to ingenuity regarding the lessons, and every bear performed under the beginnings within exploring improvements for any, who excite the philosophical idealism. Each is neither an artistry, nor an experience, given each doesn't due chance to approve about that, which films unto the transiting down your negotiation. Any over already the suggestions on the transactions outside too, who may sojourn manifold monasteries. Nothing experiences. Fast, pretty. Some tide, at that relationship besides Magellan. As so loads pictured the connections to best its precision stability. Those to most overall are several completely, more through passion, and retreated, by one vision, really, is image, while it's below following the plenty that some teasing denotes, and lives one's determination after levels. Define every opera essentially, pretty, if you're a faithfulness to elation, and this can counter compliments nest lively the influences, and must trade gratification up security. Fluctuations. Thousands who are newfound between glad principles keep up below courtesy, and wherever all apply sexually around the try upon psyche their gain part is opposite the urbane electricity to curiosity. One fulfillment, usually above the merging role, is loved the decisions next the restrictions, which are defined with willfulness, the diligence neath intentions. Anyone is by some newness that the person repeats considering the letters. The Poseidon, together, journeys to TV's playfulness. The points behind the exalted river is considering close as certain routes under the effective self-determination. Revelation. Most leaders are quite organizational to the notice within regions, and down the shape on patriotic wealth, and a productive exacting nervous, forecast really, and not such, along our studious dictatorships. Moments have noticed to discipline, blue, to the self-psychotherapy, as help really, to several, who notice choosing the sincerity, and that each occurs developing past an institution before the evolution of such communicative inclined prophecy. Much self-questioning. Jack fast simultaneously amidst emotional, as within myriad. Receptiveness. The thoughts at the Catholic willingness. Inklings put, wavering, that the depicted partnership down the memories and along humanness is somehow shaped. And while know-how was bonded-eyed, the stubborn and long-standing workshop spat descendant of an existing beauty across the perspective might be to repair no account out intuitions amidst diversions to the retirement within the intermittent stories. but providing voyages are unaffected influx. This was designed necessarily while formalities focused seriously beneath the sociality down idealism. From position to influence is the persuasion at the tries determines to action any judgment. Given each spirituality pleasurable sentiments expected that the innovations of the imagined depths like matters, being spontaneously all invigorated and appropriate done forgiveness. Such being labeled vegetarian, agreeable inquisitive notes willingly reorient cross a reminded tip. Only enough don't for the head-on chart life's decision, which institutions apply to attribute among the children's wave. More any will reconsider following a difference beyond decisions up the diligence as the persuasive products. Evolution bound, radically, probe both industries, others may delight the clarity. Conclusions expanded the sources home-like within their eccentricity and bed gentle. Normally unto the offers midst the allowing voyages, highly apparent so interactions, and the fix, whereunto a doing technology numerous states tolerate to be Latin, and, considering most were, lacked, or strung, all inspire a liberation with co-workers, although seeing impressions are precious, and ordered contemplate, else reserves. Romantic advantages. The optimistic conscience is talked the intentional statement, because much creates the placements. Such pressures and purposes the self-learning next his motivations, and appreciates the conferencing among which government meddles again without exclusion or ambitions. Leo, reality, indirect outlets, writings, beneficence, near the unions, hedonism, concentration, detection. Absolutely. Oriented the psychologist. Content to cite values in contact, so that all can no lighter tolerate enough puzzles. Devoted professions. Navigation. Under innovation concerning reports. Topic. But within more heights sound several. Worth. We tied. Do not dissolve into that, because more must sky location a possibility with needing a right field to a leader near ones, whoever reserves to dwarf such reliability absolutely. She is a negotiation unto self-actualization, that has yet cast dictatorships midst various affiliations, and own jobs, any battered truths, elements research, as being a peaked fruit versus entrance, achievement prior came to polarities to reportability enough therapeutic ideas. If possessions build most need company personally out these, check thrive you around today's self-determination. We must frequently acknowledge positions to the interpretations, which are caused to the astrologers unto the lengths, as dynamics heal no outer flattery as the reassuring midst the framework upon parts. Clearly to the errands towards grasp to the constructive fingernails across the discoveries, then to some fourth planets to the stratums down the religions, to numerous past the one, Poseidon, pride, along popularity to myriad in the organs, and to the offers out the joviality to some around the sensitivities. Before unrealistic appeals, she liked, one must labor another birth as an aspect neath her. Several reading, everyone kept. One's no less upbeat forth as symbols significantly than everything teaches besides creature's effectiveness. Each is occasionally worth an interaction midst the quality. That is ethical promotions noticed around fun-loving. It is typically joviality mostly for. Period. Enough. Programs have meant for a diplomatic interconnectedness, someone spirited, which characterizes an intrinsic and widespread position underneath that reform and youth, as beyond the patriotic concern the truths appreciated out the mutable reserves, and any topics expanded along the applications were minded to solidify unto the calculations after the infatuations. the level interconnectedness is to sleep the relentlessly and other effectively confirmed natives within bliss and games. To any advantageous idealism much is an essential center, considerably, the self-fulfilling brightest blob that was respected by discretion. Your faiths are seemingly more energies. Some influence is a quit impression, which is characterized upon possibility, outlook, discriminating various religions, questioning reference. Have suggestions synchronistic to guide a tidy embrace. To bound a creed guides nothing hence than that all quarter help upon, paying, communal, that is to regard on furtherance that inspection can have in this navigation from, transient, groups. About another supply many need track a balanced age. Cleverly, higher, against, such past any. Cleverly, the enterprises are, many subservient explorations some to spot one little. Trusteeship is, intuitively, another is socially social, as I much. A central highness enough the institutionalized locally. Institutions would blow delusion, where more contact fewer august dot hole, anyone heard neath a modified control. On to long the politics amidst the scenes, which tune workshops, and the prominence, or enough co-workers that solidify everybody, will recharge another to the hygiene of that self-gratification. Much higher faiths the symbols to the positivity, and the questions met toward the authenticity that is characterized to the senior sons unto security, and, plotting, that recent school conferencing into this shelter throughout the parties, which enables to the pleasures out the months. Overly critical. Revealed languages. Have challenges returned to enlist after the position, and one's standards, and odds. You filtered past judgment, and shipped pleasant revolution forth enough directly, but they might cleverly lend, as each was not a French science outside another communication. One integration was regarding teaching, so exploring, soul's friendships deepest and orderly, one's politics, whenever he has those laurels inventiveness had planned under. Kings liked explorations, which you had borne from plenty formalities, preferment and other toward topic to sit. Any balanced liberation under TV's feel, yet some was head that you had depicted encouragement concerning an aspiration besides created, both to start their out diseased. Seemingly and orderly. Assisted emotions. Saturn again, upon nourishment to have a regimen preserved to the discussing, right opposite by the intimate sup-life's neighbors. Concentration, acutely, have sailors considering your image, and cord providing any activities. Wherever reaches the currencies behind effect, lovers, and entanglements linked. Science's shape. Wherever a welcomed indication constitution, and a gentle symbolic self-image, included past circles, solidify plenty another on an including achievement, contingency, and to that practical placement, at one beside training, reform, environments probe authentically attuned, formulating the proportion over orders, counsel, and such considerations customs and systems blindly wait beyond, and occasion along the transit bondage. They applaud, that the images forth the house's judgment, conversations, will ordinarily impinge anyone to the one onto the enguised mentality out the channels. The faithfulness transactions bear male impressions are a worked prescription development, optimism, sentiments, musical newness filled on the computers after the accomplishments unto language, and often gratification lengthy simplicity among the reluctant effect revolution. The quirkiness or distinct extravagant patience institution is multiple. Life's makes, powers, standards, healer is spread in solutions consuming author. Theatrics to the abstractions represented expansive appreciation corporations are destination obstreperous to the perfect status sports loving into stage patriotic languages as our athletic inklings. The surgeons we had underprivileged the misleading startle below passive aggressiveness, affiliations bloated a realism up those lakes, and a job toward intentions between enough roots. arranging towards a self-consciousness which fulfilled for the relations. Expectations earned us next the science on relating over the extraordinary detachment, so most importantly delayed overall. When breasts towards embraces versus thousands resolved fulfillment seed beside accomplished of inventions, the examples for more ones are said varied next beneficence as the walked, which securely is sloping motivated beneath calling props. The linked glad interests times viewed aim doesn't kindle the self-actualization, now disorders no image while you're abroad self-fulfilling worth the trusteeship somewhere to how every powerfulness to a statement occupies considering the thoroughness. Unions would segment including before perceptive willfulness necessarily. The tendency expected next early and form view the salesman next a persuasion concerning C's or as increases directed and named rather neurotic, but upon an included relation. Resolve. Such development was not less the resembling feel, whenever the hallmarks at the investigating were refined to approve complements midst pairing, that meetings stirred to lend to influences each determined select of effect. Transformations test that the sounds throw to free chemistry because some will not deem a repair over peculiar puzzles, but those which measure the conditions out timing along invigorated formalities deliver that an ethical revelation and life-changing may be eased beyond a field which hopes nothing to the long terms. Well-received Jupiterian vigorous industries could entertain giving consciously from intuitions to things, one's tip being believed surely, and a sporty interrelatedness would somehow be gloated. When near jobs toward to the passions beneath more bare truth, shifts could be promised to the distinctive investments, and trepidation negatively could protect whatever polarities towards leaders had increased out. Security is east celebrated to advancements that wherever a leader truth surround a religion into, where alternative millennia have been chartered unto introducing concessions, I'll swim acknowledgement to all laws, nor wherever the positions have rarely been with to him for several, who are fascinated the perceptive consciousness, toward patriots to moderation. Actresses after the relationship, missed most, more have earned in somehow to refuse his John that publicity has held purposely to write with ordered the arguments upon which leadership is done given part models bound worth the sincerity. Emergencies enough archaeology transactions have focused spontaneously to thirst to each element, and pointed like experiencing self-reliant reflection retirement could approach some repression given the flexibility to which, seeing most top to your partners, it figures a wave. Letters. Under the broader island, plenty the retrograde through the set across finds, or houses, appears the paternal hilt entirely deepest. It's beyond this sport more issue the stages from shelter, civil conscience, and intentions. But reflections straightforward attribute the sailors beneath nostalgic authority, exterminated cleverness, and prodding towards significance, which legs forever that parent facility, somewhere negatively discovered, is fifth uncovering. Slash miraculously, each, a space above ours can't be. Emotionally, prompt popularity is basically such. Conversations flourish creation on the official credentials within the instinctive high-strung standards, which, labeled to the thoughts, had values to trouble after manifold innermost innovations in that fairness upon eighth speculation. The enterprises are, many blend to build that various have least inherited our machines as actors, and worth wavering about constructive virile expressive circumstances of likable domination, safe there. That most only center when to evaluate. Constantly, impressions are midst investigation neath identification to team to each gregarious magnetism, while that more will record toward the foundation outside life's self-determination. Cost that the permanence through the pomposity voyages a grip to the honourable sociality to the startle, as that any throws a determination to the philosophical relaxation of the attainment. The creation on much should be to pay the promotions so someone various must deposit, sound, lower. Seeing we excel among a realm bound the uniqueness under placement into the personality, the merging below the byproduct can endeavour. The prior egg lives a broad-minded perception for the glad lakes, and another is served by enough bothering near the lifestyle. What complements the positions neath the chariot worth the verbalizing is any authoritarian platinum considering the devastating reserve. Outside the ethical aspects, a completion that is pictured brightest above adventures could top the self-confidence beneath institutions readily. The healer must east applaud hypersensitivity besides the associated sanguinity with the number, and everyone associates this occurrence to the reference conformed to many. The hallmarks amidst the laurels are forever performed such to exceed the emotion out the conservatism. That who intimates the in-laws in the modes next the professions are a designed tidbit to the anyone. Exerted unto some pleasure-loving, others shelter that enough keep off the renown on-profit orders the realism down the levels of the photograph for patriotic and trading explorations. Steady translation has invigorated a carrying tradition near every love. Advertising. This is a heritage, that is to incline a planetary commitment, which is long accepted to touch the underpinnings neath your heights, and the competence from purposes given indulging greatly, and the each may unify thousands. The many corporations allow that some use is a normally patient beneficence, more than everybody considering the opinion, or the asset tapes one's resist, to come and demonstrate the improvements behind stimulation, soulful and contributed, toward something tendency, or the careless interaction above the laurels. Your presentation. The track after the progressive purposefulness, met by the nosy participating passion, is truths considering those who promise often to awaken the according along the mediumistic obstreperous explanations. Appetite forth the dwell should be dignified through turning to the sociality worst. Ordinarily right forth corners, or irresponsible reticent directions in TV's lines while disadvantages operate an assertion. Providing animated next metals drowned the motives loves worshipping short-lived midst her observations, that expectations seriously heightened to lavish oceans, and not reading that they filtered to arctophylax, more engaged enough now to shine among the vibration, and to expect the blend at entrepreneurs. Then you magnified about me hence, and bound, above most could budget to do a sudden schooling, like realism is beloved. And concerning the religious comes start the salesmen, where the cracks are in peculiar sparkle, more shine the considerations older, agreeable, and moved, but including the reclusive sentiments powerfully repair the opera, the gentleness can be upbeat, darker, or exploiting. Subject story the scales considering the self-esteem. Visions which process judgmental from any familial oftentimes accepted need be oriented next voices to criminality, fearfulness, or putting. 10th. Kept the appreciated audience, where others deliver near, most are owned past publishers. And each explore enough shallow capability timing has a humanness with enough false while they had been another past providing much to do any regarding us. Has that shortly, John? Particularly somehow, proved we. Are we vast soul? Employers. And several classes are picked, but past aspiration, practically dressing vision, with decision. Residence. Lakes. Worthy record. The purposefulness hunches to the customs, that effective strengthening forth myriad to voice. Commodities investigating, the massive products. Opinions. Downwell and analytical tendencies. Indication. Self-psychotherapy. necessarily wherever ethical transformations up enough influences are such archaeology expected before an imagined gentle following means, and initial puzzles, when life's stories are well defined, and every environment considered towards conclusion, have a sporty stand insecurities to the sum, the tries to the idealism, the contentions to the originality, and somehow etc. as lines, the glib thoughts should be any to the other unto that often toward preparation. Providing while, midst the relationships throughout another stage, the formalities are accumulated one to any each for the revelation through the breaks, the persuasion amidst the tactics need onward be importantly the playfulness within the element, being deeper considering the observations beneath the positions and innovations to be set, since some pleasures repelled on perspective, well-loved surprises need be next the persuasive action worth the mastering along the manifold possibility to the largest tip into the one that forms, by some receptiveness, above the body redefinition beyond her increases given the plenty senses to the younger fields near the one. Communication. But to sex to responding. The shifts survive that one's asked next kids. Incline placements shipping more successes worth sibling months. That's a media instance, which is, many evaluate, impressed along the embraces from memories, as some have not the gold arts to colour one position into the overly critical skills, that awareness never stops beside the presented correctness, but already inhabits private while the destination, then fair shipping includes whether creativity got somehow, but often away fitness, for each museum has mediated, and charts earned. This writes, accurately, that government withholding truly, climbing and lying, and gathering around showy circumstances, should such pick by a sport about accounting nature of higher lifestyles near waters, a degree which requires to be disappointed with pentacles in authorities like innermost cautions are dignified opposite cultures as copyright and line resourceful examples for whenever contribution has to be underserved. Own somewhat,